At the 2010 draft, who would have imagined a person of Asian descent seated in the green room? With white parents and a white sister, surrounded by the likes of John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins. What right did he have to occupy such a prestigious space? Wall's mother pointed at him and inquired, "Is this your child?" Byron proudly replied, "Of course, he is our S.O." It was common knowledge that the green room was reserved for lottery picks for an Asian individual to stand there. One could only speculate on the immense effort that lay behind it. Wall extended his hand, saying, "I've watched your iconic performances on YouTube." George chuckled, certainly recognized the moment in question that dunk over two defenders remains a frequent topic of discussion. Suddenly, his sister, Erin, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "It's clearly my greatest contribution. All your post moves were practiced on me." At her words, every male gaze in the room fixated on her 17 years old, standing at 57, resembling Sophie Marceau. Who could resist? Even the established stars like Wall and Cousins were captivated, thinking to themselves, "This sister is truly remarkable." As the draft was about to commence, speculation buzzed around the room. How high could this Asian player possibly be selected? Would he be overshadowed by the frontrunner, Wall? And just how many eyes were on his striking sister? At that moment, Stern took the stage and lifted the card for the first overall pick. Can you guess at which position George's name would be called? The next chapter unveils a shocking twist. As all teams passed over him, George suddenly received a text from the Lakers' general manager. "Kobe wants to be your teammate." What an unexpected turn of events. David Stern announced the first pick, John Wall. Wall stood to embrace his family, while George sat nearby, his hands trembling as he clapped. He was the only member of the green room still unselected. At the 10th pick, Paul George was chosen. At the 15th pick, Larry Sanders was chosen. With only 5 spots remaining in the first round, Erin anxiously stomped her foot. What is going on? George's face grew increasingly pale as the cameras felt like needles piercing him. Everyone in the league was watching, and he was the sole overlooked player in the green room. This Asian individual. First round of the draft is over, as Stern's voice echoed. George became completely immobilized. The crowd erupted in shock, and reporters' flashes lit up the room as they envisioned headlines. The most disregarded member of the green room in history, an Asian player. Overlooked by the entire league. George forced a smile, declaring, "I won't cry." But as soon as he spoke, Erin burst into tears, her face pressed against his arm. "How could they not select you?" Cousins and Wall cast him sympathetic yet subtly amused glances. His father, Byron, quickly reassured him. Rashard Lewis was picked in the second round and later secured a $100 million contract. George nodded, yet his heart felt as if encased in ice. Understood that during the second round of the draft, even Stern would not make an appearance. It would be Adam Silver announcing the names, a sheer indignity for those on the fringes. As the second round commenced, Silver called out the 31st and 32nd picks. Eileen shouted at the top of her lungs, "Mike George! Mike George!" Yet the names passed by one after another, and by the 40th pick, he remained unchosen. George's fingers dug deeply into his palms. He noticed the camera capturing his visage, saw members of the audience snicker, and recognized that other members of the green room were already celebrating. With the 50th pick approaching, only 2 slots remained. Will George be selected, or will he become the first player of Asian descent in NBA history to go undrafted from the green room? The next chapter erupted with unexpected fervor. Just as everyone presumed he would return home, the Lakers' general manager rushed over. "Kobe asked me to inquire if you would be interested in playing in the Summer League." This twist was nearly unbearable. "I am about to make history." George felt cold sweat soaking through his suede. Had become the last member of the green room to be chosen. Yet this was not the worst of it. The 35th, 40th, and 50th picks came and went as Adam Silver announced the final name. Silence enveloped the arena. George had become the first member of the green room to go undrafted in NBA history. "I refuse to endure such humiliation any longer." He abruptly stood to leave, but Eileen dashed forward to embrace him, her tears soaking his tailored suit. "Please wait." 5 seconds later, George sat back down, his face buried in his hands, concealing his expression from all. Upon exiting the arena, his father suddenly called out to him. "Cuban just called. The Mavericks want you to join their summer league." George clenched his fists. Why should he? He had already proven himself. Yet now he was to be a backup in the summer league. He rented a car and drove all the way to Pennsylvania, arriving at 2 in the morning amidst a torrential downpour. Racial discrimination. They simply looked down upon Asians. He shouted as he dashed into the rain, the droplets mingling with his tears. Winning a state championship in high school when unnoticed, unable to enter a Division I college, and now being undrafted. Why were black players so exalted? He screamed into the downpour. "If I possessed their physical gifts, Kobe, LeBron, and Jordan would have to step aside for me." At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Los Angeles Lakers. What could the Lakers possibly want? Would it be to humiliate him further, or would they offer him an unexpected opportunity? The next chapter threatened to shatter the screen. On the other end of the line, Kobe's voice resonated. I've heard you're quite the competitor. Come to the Lakers for a tryout. If you defeat me, a contract awaits you. Was this a comeback worthy of excitement? George bellowed into the storm. Kobe and LeBron would have to step aside. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning struck nearby, prompting him to hurriedly seek refuge in his car. This is utterly absurd. The phone vibrated, revealing a message. From his father. Jordan was once cut from high school that in the future, someone will ask why you missed your chance. George wiped his face indeed. What good would tears do? Those who looked down upon him would feel no remorse. As he was about to drive, a line of text suddenly appeared. Current live viewer count. Zeroed. He was taken aback. Was it an illusion? Closing his eyes, the text remained. Upon arriving at the motel, the front desk clerk glanced up and the text changed to current live viewer count. When the clerk looked down, it reverted to 0. A chill ran down George's spine. What on earth was this? Could it be a system? At home in Seattle, Eileen, barefoot, dashed downstairs. Dad, is Joe going to play in the summer league? Byron sighed. He has grand ambitions, but I fear he cannot lower himself. And one knew that George, in the motel, was fixated on that line of text. Suddenly, the viewer count surged to 10 and continued to rise. Who could possibly be watching this live stream? Was it the heavens or some mysterious magnate? In the next chapter, he would ascend to greatness. When the viewer count surpassed 10,000, a task appeared before George. Score 30 points in a single game. Reward. LeBron-level physical attributes. Was this the beginning of his comeback? Byron sighed again. Those people only care that he is Asian. A yellow-skinned guard? No one has ever made it in the NBA. Eileen grew anxious, but his passing and scoring in college were unmatched in the NBA. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door, and Eileen leaped up to open it. It's my brother. As she leapt into George's arms, the text exploded before him. Current live viewer count. 11. Immediately, a comment flashed by. Nice sister. Should we promote? George was stunned. Were they referring to Eileen? He hurried upstairs, closed the door, and saw the viewer count revert to 0. Viewers only enjoy watching beautiful women? He clicked on the small arrow, revealing a flurry of text. Redeemable stars. None. Coins. 0. Followers. 0. George heart race coins? Redeemable stars. Could it be that the coins gifted by viewers would allow him to exchange for Kobe's shooting or LeBron's physique? Was that earlier comment about a nice sister from an extraterrestrial viewer? Eileen's voice drifted up from downstairs. Bro, the waffles are getting cold. George clenched his fist regardless of who the audience was. This opportunity for a comeback was his to seize. Can you guess if he takes Eileen to participate in the Summer League? Will the viewer count soar past 10,000? With enough coins, whose talent will he redeem first? In the next chapter, it will be explosive. George changed the live stream title to Asian Guard Challenges the NBA, and just as he finished, viewers began to flood in with donations. Received 100 coins. Can redeem Kai's 3-point package. Wasn't this exhilarating? Eileen pushed the door open and exclaimed, why is it taking you so long to change? George hurriedly shut down the live streaming interface, and the number of online viewers instantly surged to 15, with the chat flooding in. This sister is absolutely stunning. Following. What is Shaquille's jump? Come on, streamer. Explain. George felt his cheeks flush. This was a cherished secret between him and his sister, a playful imitation of Shaquille O'Neal's whimsical dance. While sipping on bone broth, their father suddenly inquired, the Mavericks are waiting for your response. Are you going to the Summer League? George downed the remainder of his soup and declared, absolutely. Eileen leaped up, exclaiming, I'm going to Las Vegas to cheer for you. The live chat erupted. Las Vegas? Taking your sister to the gambling city? There's a story here. The followers just hit 20. Streamer, you must agree. George glanced at the back end and suddenly comprehended he knew what the audience craved. And he would deliver. All right, he'll take you with me. Just as Eileen celebrated, another message popped up. Ding. Received 50 gold coins. Can be exchanged for Wade's signature first step. What do you think? With his sister in tow to Las Vegas, what kind of performance can George deliver at the Summer League? With enough gold coins, will he first redeem Wade's speed or LeBron's strength? The next chapter is bound to be exhilarating. In his Summer League debut, George executed a swift crossover, maneuvering past 3 defenders to slam dunk, leaving the commentators bewildered. This speed, could it be that? Overlooked Asian player. Is this the beginning of a remarkable comeback? Byron nodded and remarked to George, Jeremy Lin, like you, also participated in this year's draft, but unfortunately did not get selected. He did not attend the draft event in New York, so there was no opportunity for me to introduce you. In fact, when you graduated from high school last year, and we faced numerous challenges in our search for universities, I had the chance to meet Lin's parents through a mutual friend. Your experiences are quite similar, and he too is representing the Mavericks this time. I believe you will become friends there. George nodded, seemingly recalling Byron mentioning this name, Jeremy Lin. Lin Shaheo must be a fellow who is somewhat akin to me, I suppose. After finishing his meal, George engaged in casual conversation with his father and sister. By this time, evening had settled over Seattle, and George excused himself, citing fatigue as the reason to retire to his room. In truth, he sought solitude to delve into the intricacies of live streaming. Upon returning to his sanctuary, a stream of text materialized before him. He had recently learned that this phenomenon was known as Dan McCoo. Is the streamer sleeping alongside his sister? I will reward 100 gold coins for a live stream of her slumber. George aspired to earn a livelihood through live streaming. However, he resolutely refused to exploit his sister to garner attention or solicit donations. Aware that the audience could hear his words, George earnestly declared, Eileen is my sister. Although I do not know who you all are, I implore you to respect her. Furthermore, I am a basketball player, and I shall rely on my prowess on the court to earn my rewards. In a few days, I will be participating in the Summer League. You may follow my journey, and I assure you, I will not disappoint. After George articulated these sentiments, the modest audience dwindled to a solitary viewer, and even the number of followers plummeted to just one. George's spirits plummeted, caught off guard by the profound impact these virtual figures had on his mood. He was acutely aware that in order to attain extraordinary abilities, he must rely on the generous donations of these enigmatic viewers. Yet, if it meant sacrificing his principles for such rewards, he would rather forego them altogether. Just as George hung his head in despair, a new comment flashed across the screen. Dear streamer, you're taking this too seriously. They are merely teasing and don't genuinely expect you and your sister to sleep together. But that's understandable. It's only your first day of streaming. Upon reading this comment, George felt as though he had stumbled upon an oasis in the desert. Finally, a viewer was willing to engage with him earnestly. The viewer was indeed correct. Perhaps George had been overly earnest. Among friends, playful banter is commonplace. Yet George had never dared to perceive the mysterious audience in his live stream as friends. Friendships are built on equality, whereas he felt these enigmatic viewers held a superiority over him, leading him to interpret their words as commands directed at him, which fueled his indignation. Hearing this viewer respectfully address him as dear streamer, George realized he had misjudged the nature of his relationship with his audience. George regained his composure and said, Thank you for being willing to share this with me. Indeed, I've been overly serious, and I apologize. I possess no experience with live streaming. Could you perhaps guide me on how to proceed? At this moment, I am particularly eager to learn who you truly are. Shortly thereafter, a response appeared in the chat. We are Martians. George possesses a limited understanding of scientific matters. He is merely aware that scientists on Earth have been persistently investigating the possibility of life on Mars. However, judging by the teasing tone of his interlocutor, it is likely that this is not the genuine answer. George decided to employ a tactic of provocation, remarking, Mars? I doubt it. Are you concerned that after revealing the truth to me, I might disclose it to our Earth scientists, who would then locate you and pose a threat to your planet? How amusing you are. Let me put it this way. To us, your Earth is akin to a book in our hands, one we can peruse or edit at our leisure. I advise you not to squander your time on this. Even if I were to divulge to your planet's most esteemed scientists who we truly are, they would remain oblivious to our identity. In your realm, you're the sole broadcaster and a rare basketball commentator at that. Why not channel your energy into this promising career instead? The audience's words invigorated George. The universe is vast and full of wonders. If one were to truly ascertain who they are, it would likely require a lifetime of effort, and even then, the outcome might remain elusive. George nodded and said, You are right. I am not a scientist, nor do I need to know the truth. I wish to inquire. How many gold coins must I accumulate to exchange for a superstar? Once exchanged, will I inherit their physical prowess? The least expensive must cost several tens of thousands, while icons like Kobe and LeBron would require hundreds of thousands. Dear streamer, take your time to earn money. Once you possess NBA superstars, you will surely become as formidable as they are. I have faith in you. Upon hearing this, George could not help but plead. Could you perhaps reward me with several 100,000 gold coins? I wish to acquire Kobe. The host responded, Oh dear, please do not say such things. I am merely here out of boredom to engage in conversation with you, and I am quite impoverished myself, lacking the means to fulfill such a request. Perhaps in the future, when you encounter affluent viewers, You may ask them instead. To his surprise, George discovered that the barrage of comments could express emotions. Noticing the other person's exasperated yet amused expression, he realized that his request was indeed excessive. He was utterly unaware of what those gold coins truly represented for them, especially after hearing them liken Earth to a mere book in their hands. George said, "I apologize. I'm unaware of the concept of coins for you. By the way, may I inquire your name? You should be able to see mine." Oh. George scrutinized the comment carefully and indeed discovered a barely perceptible arrow above the text. Upon opening it, he found her name, Vanilla. "So your name is Vanilla. It is a pleasure to meet you. You must be a girl, correct?" George inquired. Vanilla replied, "Yes, I'm a girl. You should be wrapping up your stream and heading to bed soon, shouldn't you? I must take my leave as well. In a few days, when you participate in the Summer League, I shall return to watch. If you perform well, I shall reward you. Additionally, allow me to share a small tip. When interacting with us viewers, it is not necessary to vocalize. Simply reciting in your mind will suffice. And we can hear you as well." After reading the barrage, George contemplated holding on, yet hesitated, for this was his sole audience. Reluctantly, he said, "All right, thank you, Vanilla. See you in a few days." Vanilla replied, "Yes, goodbye." During the live stream in the coming days, if they tease you about your sister again, don't take it to heart. The accumulation of popularity in the early stages is crucial, and our values are not so terrible. Haha. Understood. I appreciate your advice, George responded. However, upon uttering these words, he noticed the online viewer count had dwindled to 0, and shortly thereafter, he ended the live stream. Chapter 5. The Fury of the Yellow Race. After conversing with Vanilla, George found himself almost sleepless throughout the night. An ordinary individual, upon winning $1 million lottery, would likely remain exhilarated for several days without rest. How much more so for George, who had experienced such an extraordinary encounter. From the following day onward, George approached his live streams with newfound composure, engaging with his audience in a more relaxed and harmonious manner. Over time, he perceived these viewers as akin to adolescents on Earth, frank in their speech and mischievous in nature. Every phenomenon possesses its audience, much like how young people on Earth relish online gaming, skiing, and surfing, while the elderly prefer tea and chess. Thus, it is evident that live streaming, too, has its demographic predominantly comprising the youth. George spent 6 days in his home in Seattle, during which his follower count swelled to 31, marking the arrival of his initial audience. Regrettably, these individuals were drawn solely by the allure of his beautiful sister, and George has yet to receive a single coin as a token of appreciation. It seems that without showcasing his true talents in a formal competition, it will be quite challenging to garner any rewards. Thankfully, the commencement of this year's Summer League is approaching swiftly. George and his agent, Matt Ryan, set off for Dallas to attend the Mavericks training camp. Matt Ryan was a flamboyant, hedonistic figure, rumored to come from a well-to-do background, with his role as an agent merely a pastime. However, it was only after signing him that George discovered the true nature of Matt's character. He was a master disguise. "Why have you grown so quiet, Joe? You mustn't succumb to despair just because you weren't drafted, my friend." On the flight to Dallas, Ryan noticed George sitting in silence, neither sleeping nor speaking, and assumed he was still brooding over the disappointment from a week prior. In truth, George was engrossed in the barrage of comments on his screen. Ryan patted George on the shoulder and said, "Those scouts who overlooked you in the draft are utterly blind. But fret not. Once you showcase your talents in the Summer League, you will undoubtedly secure a spot in the NBA. The owners of the Los Angeles Lakers, Dallas Mavericks, and New York Knicks have all contacted me expressing their interest in you. Is that so?" George glanced out of the rounded window at the thick clouds in the sky, then cast a cold gaze at Ryan. "Ever since your ex-girlfriend Selena drunkenly approached me to confess your misdeeds and nearly attempted to kiss me, I find it hard to trust your words." Ryan flicked his hair back, convinced of his own charm, and replied, "What? Selena is not just some ex. We merely had a few encounters. Why would you turn her down? Her kissing skills are exceptional. I feared she might vomit in my mouth," George retorted helplessly. "Ha!" Ryan chuckled lightly. "I'm serious. In this Summer League, you will shine as the undeniable star. Only Gerald Green, the All-Star Slam Dunk Contest champion, can rival your entertainment value. Speaking of him, isn't he a 6-year NBA veteran? I thought he had gone to play in the CBA. Why is he participating in the Summer League? As for the others, and John Wall, the one who snatched your #1 pick, when you encounter him, make sure to give him a good kick in the rear." George felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he listened to Ryan's boastful claims. "Before the draft, you assure me that I would undoubtedly be among the top 3, at the very least within the top 10. Yet here I am, undrafted. And I now find myself questioning the legitimacy of that green room identity. Was it something you purchased for me? Oh, how could you perceive me in such a way? However, I must insist that you keep the matter of me supposedly acquiring a green room identity a secret. Ryan chuckled, fully aware that he could never buy such a distinction. Throughout their journey, Ryan endeavored to lighten George's mood, although George had long since come to terms with the situation. It was merely others who seemed to think he was troubled. Upon their arrival in Dallas, George and Ryan first signed a temporary contract with the Mavericks, a deal that would last only until the conclusion of the Summer League. After the Summer League, George would be free to sign with any team that expressed interest in him. Subsequently, George arrived at the Mavericks training camp, being the last to arrive while the others had already gathered. As soon as he stepped onto the court, George felt the peculiar gaze of his temporary teammates upon him, some of whom were stifling laughter. Without needing to guess, George understood the whispers circulating among them. The green room member had been undrafted. This would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Nevertheless, they were all fringe players struggling to secure a position in the NBA, and since they would soon be teammates, they dare not go too far in their mockery. At that moment, a young man with Asian features approached George and greeted him. "Hi, Mike George, I'm Jeremy Lin." "Lin Shaheo?" George promptly responded in Chinese. "Yes, I'm sorry, my Chinese is quite poor," Jeremy admitted. Upon hearing George speak Chinese, Lin replied in kind, though his pace was noticeably slower and he seemed to struggle. 2 years George's senior, Jeremy appeared even more youthful. "Oh, that's all right. Let's stick to English." "As my Chinese might not be as good as yours," George replied in English. Living with his biological parents, Jeremy undoubtedly had a more robust Chinese-speaking environment. Were it not for Byron and Aaron's fascination with Chinese culture and their hiring of a Chinese tutor from a young age, George might not have been able to utter a single word in Chinese. "By the way, what is your Chinese name?" Jeremy inquired as they walked together toward the chair in the corner, the training session yet to commence, allowing everyone to engage in free activities. George and Jeremy Lin were seated in a corner of the gym, the only two individuals of Asian descent present. George recited his name in Chinese, stating, "You may call me Jiao or Mike." Jeremy chuckled in response. "George, that is essentially the meaning of your name in Chinese. These two names are identical, haha. Last year, I spoke with your father over the phone, and he referred to you as Jiao, so I shall call you Jiao as well. You may call me Lin, Jeremy, or Shaheo." George was aware that Byron had consulted Jeremy Lin's parents regarding certain matters and promptly expressed his gratitude. "I must thank you for your advice last year when I was entering college." Jeremy waved his hand dismissively. "You are too kind, Jiao. Our experiences are quite similar. I had an excellent high school career, making the first team in California, yet when it came to college, not a single Division I, II, or III school showed interest in me. I was left with no choice but to attend Harvard. They simply looked down upon individuals of Asian descent. I often say, had I been African American, I would have secured a Division I scholarship." George resonated deeply with this sentiment. As an Asian individual living in America, he understood that life and growth could be fraught with challenges, often marred by racial discrimination. Jeremy Lin continued, "This year is no different. We performed admirably in college, yet we went undrafted at the selection event. I truly cannot fathom why we were overlooked. What sets us apart from them?" Many extolled the virtues of this year's first overall pick, John Wall, praising his remarkable speed. However, Lin asserted that their measured speeds were nearly indistinguishable. "In terms of acceleration and average speed, I surpass him. Though my peak speed may be slightly inferior, perhaps my wingspan is not as impressive. Yet it hardly warrants a position beyond 60 behind Wall." "You are faster than Wall." George, who had always regarded his physical attributes as rather average, had not paid much attention to the rookie draft metrics. Hearing Lin's assertions left him utterly astonished. "If my speed exceeds out of the first overall pick and I still went undrafted, I should have felt even more enraged," George mused. At the time of being overlooked, he attributed it solely to his physical limitations, never considering that even possessing speed akin to Lin's could still result in being bypassed. George, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Lin, we have endured too much unfair treatment here. In this summer league, we must unite and deliver an outstanding performance, proving to those individuals that we, as individuals of Asian descent, can stand toe-to-toe with anyone." Lin Shaheo, equally invigorated, responded, "Yes, we will surely make it to the NBA." Chapter 6, the first live broadcast. George and Jeremy Lin are akin to the last vestiges of humanity, enduring trials on a desolate island. Their shared experiences foster an immediate camaraderie, yet to their temporary teammates, Alabi and SEK, they merely appear as pitiful souls huddling together for warmth in a corner. However, George perceives their bond differently. He is determined that he and Lin shall make a resounding impact in the Summer League, and he is resolved to assist Lin to the best of his abilities. In the past, such aspirations might have seemed audacious, but now, George is no ordinary individual. As this thought crossed his mind, he realized it was imbued with profound significance. Is this not Jeremy Lin? Building a rapport with him could prove advantageous, as this young man is destined for the NBA and poised to experience a remarkable career. Upon reading this comment, George's gaze towards Lin was infused with newfound admiration. He understood that these enigmatic spectators possessed knowledge of future NBA events, akin to a tome that could be perused at will. Yet, he overheard one viewer mention that he was not included in that narrative. This implies that while they could foresee the futures of all, George's destiny remained a mystery, thus captivating the audience and compelling them to continue watching. My goodness, I just looked up Jeremy Lin's profile, and he truly is extraordinary. He even made Kobe erupt in expletives. Broadcaster, if you fail to achieve as much as he does, we may have to reconsider our support for you, especially since he lacks any special advantages. What? Jeremy Lin could provoke such a reaction from Kobe? George was further astonished by this revelation, to the point of questioning its veracity. George scrutinized Jeremy Lin closely. Lin appeared to be more robust than George, and his speed even surpassed that of Wall. However, George found it hard to believe that Lin could provoke Kobe into expletives. He could hardly fathom how Lin had evolved from an undrafted rookie to a player capable of inciting fury in the league's top player, Kobe. This realization greatly motivated George. Let us commence our training without delay, George declared as he swiftly rose to his feet. Now, only one unfortunate soul remained stranded on this desolate island. For Lin would inevitably depart this forsaken place. Whether George could extricate himself from his predicament remained uncertain. He was unwilling to squander any more time and was determined to immerse himself in rigorous training and preparation for the Summer League. On July 8th, George, alongside the Mavericks, arrived in the Sin City of Las Vegas to partake in the Summer League. This marked the second consecutive year that the Summer League was hosted at the Thomas Mack Center and Cox Pavilion at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. A total of 22 NBA teams participated in this Summer League, including 11 playoff teams, and additionally, a star-studded team from the Development League was also present. With the first game against the Lakers set to commence the following day, George spent a sleepless night in anticipation. This match would be his first live broadcast since acquiring his unique abilities, and he regarded it with utmost seriousness. Currently, he had garnered the attention of 60 viewers. Typically, during his live streams, the viewership maintained a range of 50 to 80, yet he had yet to receive a single tip. George stood before the hotel window, gazing at the nocturnal splendor of the gambling city, resolutely declaring to himself, "Tomorrow, I shall not only prove my worth to every NBA team, but I shall also showcase my prowess to the viewers in the live stream. I must earn their admiration." The following day, 30 minutes before the inaugural game of the Summer League between the Mavericks and the Lakers, 6 kilometers north of the Cox Pavilion, Mitch, the editor-in-chief of SB Nation, dipped grilled squid into cocktail sauce. Across the table sat the self-proclaimed possessor of voluptuous, alluring lips, ESPN's Stephen A. Smith, who was impatiently attempting to deter Mitch from indulging in the culinary delights, urging him to leave this place. "Come on, Stephen, it's merely a Summer League game. What is so captivating about it?" Mitch clearly had no intention of forsaking his delectable feast for a Summer League match. However, Stephen A. adopted a stern demeanor, reminiscent of his disputes with co-hosts on air. While the allure of his lips could be debated, they were undeniably formidable. He hosted his own sports FM channel, and should you ever provoke him, you might find yourself subjected to his scathing remarks while driving. Before unleashing his verbal barrage, Stephen A. often stewed in silence for a moment, his gaze piercing like that of a wolf, before launching a fierce tirade. "Mitch, listen. I did not come to Sin City merely to indulge in food and women. I am here to witness the Summer League. You may dismiss it as insignificant, but let me tell you, it compels me to willingly spend hundreds of dollars each summer on airfare and those overpriced drinks. The Summer League embodies hope." As he unleashed his passionate discourse, saliva inadvertently splattered onto the food destined for Mitch's mouth, who, exasperated, reluctantly set aside his culinary treasure to heed the impassioned lecture. Stephen A. continued, "Mitch, after years of watching NBA games, do you not perceive the Summer League court as a uniquely pure domain? Here, no one flaunts their skills, nor is there any half-hearted streetball style. Instead, there exists a congregation of aspiring youngsters, pouring their heart and soul onto the court in pursuit of an opportunity to play in the NBA. The Summer League may not be the pinnacle of basketball excellence, but it is undoubtedly the most sincere. Mitch was soon swayed by Stephen A.'s fervor, promptly rising and declaring, "You are right, my friend. We must go witness those earnest souls exerting every ounce of their strength to vie for a position that NBA prodigies take for granted." Their struggle, though fraught with uncertainty, promises to be quite entertaining. The two individuals swiftly arrived at the Cox Pavilion, where the University of Nevada hosts its Summer League games. This smaller arena, akin in size to a high school gymnasium, is one of two venues, the primary one being the Thomas Mack Center. Naturally, the attendance is modest. As the match is about to commence, players from both the Mavericks and the Lakers have entered the court. The Mavericks don their blue jerseys adorned with the logo of their sponsor, Adidas, and below it, the name Mavericks is prominently displayed. George sports the number 30 jersey. He previously favored numbers below 10, but later felt that great guards should don larger numbers, reminiscent of Michael Jordan's iconic 23 and Kobe Bryant's transition to 24, which led him to his 5th championship. Vanilla, best of luck to the broadcaster for the first game. I am here to support you. George felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon witnessing the encouragement from his first fan, Vanilla, who had promised to support him today. He continued to engage with the live comments, although he could choose to conceal them. As the match approached, he would decide based on the situation. Nevertheless, over the past few days, George had grown accustomed to the presence of the comments, finding that they did not obstruct his view as long as he remained truly focused on his task. Keep it up, streamer. Let us witness your prowess. Beyond Vanilla, there were 57 other viewers eagerly anticipating George's inaugural basketball match livestream. Thank you all. I shall give it my utmost effort. George communicated silently with the audience, still harboring a sense of injustice for not being selected as a member of the Little Greenhouse. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to prove himself in this game. As the match was set to commence, George, having been a member of the Little Greenhouse during the draft, was not only invited to the Summer League by the Mavericks, but was also slated to start, while Jeremy Lin was relegated to the bench. This arrangement disappointed George, as both players were versatile guards capable of seamlessly blending their skills on the court. Most crucially, they had spent considerable time practicing their synergy in private. Yay, the game is starting. How could I, as a sister, not be here to support my brother? As the match was about to begin, a girl with an exquisite figure appeared in the 5th row of the audience. She wore a Mariners baseball cap pulled low, seemingly to conceal her delicate features. With her long hair cascading partially over her chest and partially down her back, clad in a youthful red sports jersey, even without accentuating her figure, her graceful silhouette was evident. She was George's sister, Erin, who had secretly come to Las Vegas without informing him, defying his wishes for her not to attend. Their father had suggested that George feared embarrassment if he performed poorly in front of them, so Erin resolved to wait until he excelled before revealing herself. If he faltered, she would simply remain hidden. Erin rested her chin on her hands, fixated on the court. The Summer League differed significantly from the NBA in its regulations, as their purposes varied greatly. The Summer League aimed to provide players with more space for individual performances while reducing team dynamics, resulting in a faster game pace, with each quarter lasting only 10 minutes, 2 minutes shorter than the NBA. Moreover, players were not penalized for fouling out with 6 fouls. And now, the match officially commenced. The Mavericks secured possession of the ball. The basketball was swiftly placed into George's hands. George seized the ball and, in an instant, surged forward into the front court. Before anyone had a chance to prepare, he had already transitioned into a state of combat. Furthermore, he deftly maneuvered past one defender and accelerated ahead once more. Who is this player? The audience, including Stephen A. Smith, was left in utter astonishment. Chapter 7. The Fruits of Generosity. Las Vegas, University of Nevada, Cox Pavilion. In less than 5 seconds after the match commenced, George unleashed a surprising and vigorous attack that electrified the audience, leaving them astonished that in such a seemingly low-stakes game, someone could be so earnest from the very first moment. Who is he? This player with an Asian visage, wearing the number 30 jersey. Who could he possibly be? Is he not the undrafted rookie who was invited to the green room? Mickey immediately recognized George. He had reported on George's undrafted status on the website the day it happened, albeit in a brief mention. Several members of the Lakers were also aware that George was a green room reject. They had even mocked him before the game. Yet, witnessing George's fierce start, they sensed his frustration over being undrafted and his eagerness to prove himself. Stop him. Don't let him through. shouted Gerald Green of the Lakers. The entire defensive effort of the Lakers was concentrated on George, as they were convinced that this undrafted rookie would attempt to take matters into his own hands. They were determined not to facilitate his success. You may feel wronged, yearning to validate your worth, but in this arena, who doesn't feel that way? Who doesn't wish to demonstrate their capabilities? Gerald Green, a first-round draft pick from 2005, had triumphed over formidable competitors like Dwight Howard and Nate Robinson to win the All-Star Slam Dunk Contest in 2007. Yet, despite such extraordinary talent, he found himself without a team in the NBA last year, resorting to play in Russia. Besides Green, there were two fourth-year players awkwardly mingling with a group of rookies, and even newcomers like Devin Banks were uncertain about how many times they might actually take the court in the upcoming season. George was suddenly encircled, compelled to halt his movements. He executed a behind-the-back dribble, his body swaying rhythmically from side to side like a pendulum of a clock. As he leaned to the left, his opponents anticipated a breakthrough in that direction. When he swayed to the right, they braced themselves for an incursion on that side. Thud! After swiftly dribbling the ball, George suddenly accelerated again, his body veering to the right to make a breakthrough. Here it comes, Devin Banks, the rookie selected by the Lakers in the second round this year, recognized that George was about to launch an offensive and hurriedly moved to defend in the direction George was heading. However, as he closely guarded George, he was bewildered to discover that George had already relinquished the basketball. What? Where's the ball? Devin Banks was utterly perplexed. It turned out that George had merely feigned an attack. In the instant of his drive, he had discreetly passed the ball to his teammate, Secco. After receiving the pass, Secco charged into the paint as if it were unguarded, executing a thunderous dunk to score. George gazed at his fellow rookie, Devin Banks, standing before him, feeling a deep disdain. To him, Banks appeared as sluggish as a mere wooden post. Why was he selected by the Lakers while George was not? Did he not even merit the status of a second-round pick? He was filled with resentment, a burning sense of injustice. George initially believed he had moved past the disappointment of being overlooked, especially since he had taken on the role of a mysterious broadcaster. However, as the competition commenced and he faced off against his fellow rookies, the discontent within him surged anew. Even though he had yet to acquire any star-like abilities, he firmly believed he was deserving of at least a second-round selection. On the bench, Jeremy Lin was the first to rise and applaud, silently acknowledging George's undeniable talent. He mused that while George's speed might not surpass his own, the young man's exquisite rhythm and deceptive acceleration made him appear even swifter. Securing an assist just 10 seconds into the game was indeed impressive. In the stands, Stephen A. and Mickey expressed their astonishment. Mickey informed Stephen that the young man was named Mike George, an undrafted rookie invited to the green room this year. Although his physical attributes were average, he often delivered unexpectedly brilliant performances. Stephen A. replied, "Yes, I have seen that play. He stood out as a remarkable leader in college, possessing formidable talent as both a point guard and shooting guard. To be candid, despite his limited potential, being overlooked is simply ludicrous. This draft class is abysmal. There are hardly 60 players superior to him." Meanwhile, Eileen was anxiously biting her fingers, fearful that her excitement would lead her to call out and draw George's attention. On the court, after completing his assist, George swiftly activated the live chat feature, eager to gauge the audience's reactions. The broadcaster just made a breakthrough. I thought he was going to score himself, but that assist was quite beautiful. The broadcaster has solid ball control. I'm following him. Indeed, the accolades poured in, and the online viewership peaked at 81. Unfortunately, no one had tipped yet. It seemed that scoring was the only way to earn money, as George felt that passing alone would not satisfy the audience. He needed to score to truly captivate them. George was eager to earn rewards and transform his physique into that of a superstar. After witnessing one offensive play, he could no longer contain his desire to take matters into his own hands during the Mavericks' third offensive attempt. At that moment, he found himself matched up against Gerald Green. Come on, it's a one-on-one against Gerald Green. Show us your prowess. Don't be foolish. The streamer is still inexperienced and hasn't redeemed a single superstar yet. What can he possibly accomplish? Just look at Gerald Green's athleticism. Exactly. Don't pay attention to their taunts. They merely wish to see you falter. Focus on your development and avoid recklessness. George had just turned off the barrage of comments, witnessing the audience's eager anticipation for his one-on-one confrontation with Green. His resolve to score intensified. Indeed, Gerald Green is a gifted dunker, yet if he excelled in other aspects as well, he would not have found himself in the predicament of participating in the summer league at the 6th grade level. George faced Green, and he certainly had his chances. George, positioned beyond the three-point line, held the ball with both hands and fixated on Gerald Green for 2 seconds. He first executed a probing step, then decisively broke to the right. Did he dare to take me on one-on-one? Gerald Green, now fully engaged, recalled his nearly 200 games in the NBA. After all, he had faced offensive prodigies like Kobe and Wade in the league. Given George's speed, it was evident he could not easily bypass Green. Thus, after a single step forward, as Green closed in, George swiftly halted, performing a deft crossover dribble that transitioned the ball from his right to his left. In that moment, George quickly followed with a change of direction from left to right. George's deft maneuver outwitted Green. He has surpassed him. The broadcaster is indeed impressive. Not yet. With Green's explosive power, he will surely catch up to the broadcaster, unless the broadcaster possesses the speed of Russell Westbrook. George was entirely absorbed in the match, oblivious to the barrage of comments from the audience. Even if he had seen them, he understood that even if he managed to deceive Green with a change of direction, he could not easily shake him off. As the saying goes, a clumsy bird must start flying early. Those lacking in physical talent must devise alternative strategies to achieve success. George had no intention of relying on this feint to directly break past Green, despite it being a maneuver commonly executed by most players. With a delicate touch of his right hand, George merely caressed the basketball, causing it to bounce away as gently as a shuttlecock landing on a racket. At that moment, Gerald Green was sprinting towards him, confident that his speed and explosiveness would enable him to catch up to George. However, just as Green closed in, George executed a swift pull back with his left hand, deftly directing the ball to the left. Green was completely deceived, stumbling to the right side. In his haste, he lost his footing and nearly fell. George had completely evaded Green's defense, taking a wide-open three-point shot that swished through the net. Oh, what a surprise. It was Shamgod. Stephen A. Smith was so astonished that he nearly leaped to his feet. Aileen, equally exhilarated, jumped up, biting her fingers in excitement, unable to shout out loud. At that moment, the live stream experienced its first collective jubilation since its inception. Goodness, the host had nearly left Green in the dust with a one-on-one maneuver. No wonder he received an invitation to the green room. That change of direction and the Shamgod move were simply exquisite. I truly cannot fathom why you were overlooked. Host, I too believe you should not have been left out. You ought to investigate if any underhanded dealings led to your exclusion. Your talent is undeniable. Furthermore, could someone elucidate what a Shamgod is? I am too lazy to look it up. Soon, a green comment appeared. Green Shamgod essentially refers to creating the illusion of breaking to one side while actually going to the other, just like the host did when he released the ball with his right hand and then deftly pulled it back with his left to evade his opponent. This technique was first employed by a man named Dan Kay in 1980, and later it was used in-game for the first time by the Yugoslav national team as Badaroga. Thank you, Knowledge Guru. Winning the one-on-one against Green put George in high spirits, and he was delighted to see the praises flooding in on the comments. Viewers speculated that his exclusion might have other causes, something George would look into later. However, at that moment, he was more concerned with receiving tips. The reason he showcased such dazzling moves during the Summer League was to entertain the audience and earn their generosity. System. User Vanilla tipped the host 100 gold coins. Yes. George's eyes lit up as a line of red text floated across the screen, a system notification marking his first ever tip, even if it was just 100. He felt elated. System. User Vanilla tipped the host 500 gold coins. System. User 90° Overlook tipped the host 1,000 gold coins. System. The tips kept rolling in. In a matter of moments, George had received 2,000 gold coins in total. Thank you all. George was on the verge of tears from excitement. However, at that moment, Mickey turned to Stephen A. and asked, "Didn't TU say no one here would show off their skills?" The ever-contradictory Stephen A. was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Gerald Green approached George with a furious expression. Chapter 8. A complete showcase. Do you think you're playing in the All-Star game? Gerald Green glared fiercely at George, visibly displeased with George's recent display of the Shamgod move. Green, towering over George both in stature and presence, held a distinct advantage, especially considering his NBA experience compared to George, who had yet to enter the league. As Green approached, George caught sight of his severed finger for the first time, and the horror on George's face revealed a chilling truth. The absence of a finger was far more unsettling than its presence. Gerald Green confronted George. Do you think I was impressive? Do you believe such antics will secure you a contract from a team manager? You are truly misguided. It is no wonder you went undrafted. While my situation may not be significantly better, my experiences with failure surpass yours. I wager that after this summer league concludes, you will still find yourself outside the NBA. Green unleashed a torrent of trash talk, prompting laughter from the commentator. Come on, let's cheer for you from another planet. Yes, we support you in spirit. Green was incensed, while Stephen A. wore a look of surprise and embarrassment, having just moments ago boasted to his friend Mitch about the purity of the summer league, only to witness such a display of flashy skills. Everyone appreciates a dazzling performance, yet the context was wholly inappropriate. As Mitch noted, most participants in the summer league were unfortunate souls. Could you dunk well? Dribble adeptly? Run fast? We already know. What else do you have to offer? The summer league does not award a championship or an MVP. Every play serves merely to evaluate players. For someone uncertain about their future, such a player typically lacks the inclination to flaunt their talents. In truth, George did not intend to showcase himself here. His display was not for the team manager or his opponents, but for the audience in the live stream. Mitch, don't you find that guy's demeanor rather odd? If you were a member of the green room only to go undrafted, would you be as exuberant as he is in the summer league? He appears nothing like an undrafted player. Rather, he resembles a first overall pick. After being confronted with the truth, Stephen A. attempted to attribute the issue to George's personal eccentricities. Mitch found merit in Stephen A.'s perspective, noting that an undrafted player in the green room would hardly have the luxury of exuberance, let alone the audacity to execute such flashy moves. At this moment, both of them began to pay closer attention to the player George. On the court, after nearly being faked out, Gerald Green, eager to redeem himself, charged into the paint and executed a powerful dunk. Such a forceful display, if performed by George or Jeremy Lin, might have left the team manager in awe, potentially leading to a contract with an NBA team. However, for Green, who had already made a name for himself with his dunks, this did little to aid his return to the NBA. Throughout the history of the NBA, every player labeled as a dunker has sought to shed that designation, and Green was no exception. Subsequently, he proactively requested to defend George one-on-one, hoping to triumph over him defensively and atone for his earlier misstep. George was acutely aware that during the forthcoming period, Green would exert considerable effort in his defense, opting not to engage him directly. Lacking elite one-on-one scoring prowess, George began to facilitate his teammates, delivering assists to help them score. As Green became increasingly anxious in his defense, he attempted to reach out and intercept George's ball. Yet ball handling remained George's forte. Not even Green, nor last season's league leader in steals, Chris Paul, could easily snatch the ball from him. After observing for a few minutes, Stephen silently acknowledged the capabilities of George. This young man demonstrated commendable ball control and maintained a steady demeanor, showcasing the qualities of a point guard who could command the game. Following a confrontation with the reigning dunk champion in the initial minute, he did not recklessly pursue scoring. Moreover, Green's intent in attempting to intercept was not genuine. His true objective was to induce a dribbling or passing error from George, yet the latter remained flawless in his execution. Under such pressuring defense, George consistently maintained stability, adeptly managing each pass, earning Stephen A's considerable admiration for his ball handling skills. However, it soon became evident that George had his shortcomings. On the defensive end, when a teammate failed to cover, George swiftly rushed to guard the Lakers' Frank Robinson. Although he was not deceived by Robinson's shooting feint, Frank nonetheless accelerated past George with ease. Subsequently, Green seized the opportunity to isolate George, relentlessly engaging in physical confrontations, which ultimately led to George being easily scored upon. Stephen A. began to grasp George's defensive vulnerabilities. While his defensive awareness was commendable, his one-on-one capability was notably deficient. At his height, if tasked with guarding Kobe, he might very well concede 100 points in a single game. George, a player of modest physical talents, finds himself on the court alongside Jeremy Lin, who boasts commendable athleticism. Lin's speed rivals that of the first overall pick, John Wall, and he possesses considerable strength. Upon entering the game, Lin showcased a style of play that starkly contrasted with George's. He relentlessly exploited his speed to challenge opponents, penetrating the paint with precision and determination. Each offensive play executed with purity and seriousness. After Lin scored 4 consecutive points, Mickey expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Another remarkable Asian player." He speculated that Lin, like George, might also be an undrafted talent. Stephen, who do you think has a better chance of making it to the NBA, this guy or Mike George? After pondering briefly, Stephen A. pointed at Lin, remarking the probability leans towards him. His speed is impressive, he possesses explosive power, and he is unafraid of physical confrontations in the paint. He can adapt to the intensity of the NBA, provided he averages a respectable number of points in the Summer League and displays unexpected brilliance. He could secure a contract. Mickey inquired, so you're saying Lin could make it to the NBA by averaging a few points in the Summer League, while Mike George, despite averaging a similar score, might not? No, Stephen A. countered, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he added, it's not just about scoring in the teens. One must achieve higher numbers to guarantee a spot. As the game progressed with both teams locked in a competitive struggle, George returned to the court in the second quarter. The audience in the live stream began to vocally urge George to score, as the viewer count surpassed 100 for the first time. Eager for more tips, George sought opportunities to contribute offensively. The defensive standards in the Summer League remained relatively basic, allowing George to net 4 points. On his third offensive attempt, despite being struck on the wrist by an opponent, he managed to score again, earning an additional free throw. It was this moment that caught Stephen A. Smith's attention regarding George's wingspan. His wingspan is quite impressive, Stephen A. noted. Had it not been for George's long arms, that opponent would have struck the basketball instead of his wrist. With a series of successful scores, George began to accumulate tips, although most were merely 100 coins, resulting in a slow increase. By the third quarter, he barely reached 3,000 coins, which left him feeling anxious. Redeeming a star player required at least tens of thousands of coins, and with only 4 games in the Summer League, he worried that he might finish without the ability to redeem any player at all. What was he to do? George began to feel a sense of anxiety. If he could secure the opportunity to exchange for a star player during the Summer League, he was certain that his suddenly enhanced physical talents would attract the attention of NBA teams, leading to a potential contract. However, if he failed to do so, his chances of entering the NBA would be precarious. Observing George's restless demeanor, Jeremy Lin inquired, "Hey George, are you all right? You seem quite invested in the outcome of this game. The score against the Lakers remains tightly contested. Perhaps we might be heading for overtime." Overtime? George's eyes lit up as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Chapter 9. Sudden Death Game Winner. The athletes in the Cox Pavilion were aware that their performances were under the scrutiny of NBA team executives, yet George was different. His focus was on how to captivate the audience in the live stream and earn tips. To him, the significance of these enigmatic viewers surpassed that of the NBA team managers. When Jeremy mentioned the possibility of overtime, George instantly perceived it as a splendid opportunity to garner tips. This was because the overtime rules of the Summer League diverged from those of the NBA. The Summer League featured sudden death. If I could execute a sudden death game winner, George envisioned the scene and concluded that the live stream would erupt in frenzy. Viewers accustomed to the NBA's overtime rules would find the concept of sudden death both novel and exhilarating. Yet, to achieve a sudden death game winner, the game must first enter a second overtime, and at that moment, it was uncertain if even the first overtime would occur. I must strive to prolong the game into overtime. With a renewed strategy, George decided to manipulate the pace of the game in the fourth quarter. After all, the outcome of the Summer League was inconsequential. Even if he intentionally eased off, it would not harm anyone. Thus, he deliberately slowed the tempo, as a decelerated pace would allow for better control. He would then choose to either attack or ease off based on the dynamics of the game. If the Mavericks trailed by more than 4 points, he would exert himself to score and catch up. If they led by 2 points, he would relax his defense or feign a strong shot that would miss. As anticipated, the game concluded with the score leading into overtime. Mickey yawned in the midday sun, somewhat disinterested, and remarked, "Why are we still heading into overtime? Do we have to keep watching?" Stephen A. shrugged and replied, "Are you that eager to return to your calamari? What sense does it make to watch 4 quarters of a basketball game and not stay for overtime?" In George's live streaming room, the audience count continues to rise, reaching 130 viewers. The overtime has indeed attracted more spectators, yet many harbor grievances against George. They lament that his 2 recent shots were overly forced. Had he opted to pass to his teammates and seek better opportunities, victory would have been secured without the need for overtime. Indeed, George's performance in the fourth quarter was inconsistent, oscillating between brilliance and mediocrity, revealing a noticeable gap from the NBA standard. As George has not disclosed his strategy to the enigmatic viewers, they remain unaware that his earlier subpar display was intentional. He refrains from clarification, merely hoping for a genuine second overtime. If the first overtime was a result of George's deliberate orchestration, the second overtime would transpire regardless of his intentions to maintain the score differential. At this juncture, both teams grow increasingly exhilarated exchanging points in a thrilling back and forth. With each score, the opposing team responds in kind. Additionally, the Summer League's overtime lasts only 2 minutes, 3 minutes shorter than the NBA's, rendering it easier to equalize the score once more. After 2 minutes, the score is tied again at 100. The match proceeds to a second overtime. Incredibly, we have reached a second overtime. The game is on the brink of sudden death. What does sudden death mean? I've only seen NBA regular season games. Could someone enlighten me? Green explains that the Summer League's overtime rules differ from those of the NBA. While the NBA continues to play until one team emerges victorious, the Summer League's second overtime adopts a sudden death format, where the first team to score wins outright. Wow, how exhilarating. Thank you for the enlightening explanation, Green. Host, you must deliver a sudden death buzzer beater. Given the host's current state following the fourth quarter, it may be best to refrain from shooting. George had been attentively observing the barrage of comments. He intended to elucidate the overtime rules of the Summer League to the audience. Yet each time such a situation arose, a Green comment would pop up to provide an explanation, thereby saving him the trouble. After the informative comment, the online audience surged to a new high, leaping from 130 to 160 viewers. My goodness, such a crowd watching sudden death. George realized that the match had reached its zenith. He had only amassed 4,000 gold coins thus far. If the winning shot were to be made by him, with this thought in mind, George approached Jeremy Lin and said, "Lin, for the final shot, may I take it?" Jeremy Lin, having already confirmed that he would be playing alongside George in the second overtime, and having forged a friendship with him over the past few days, smiled and agreed. "Of course. Excellent. Let us execute this play," George whispered into Lin's ear, while simultaneously switching the live stream to a black screen. "What the? Why is it black? There is no sound either. What are you two discussing? Why can't we hear it?" cried the viewers. "The streamer is so despicable. They must be kissing. The streamer is gay." This was not George's first time employing the black screen feature. Sometimes, when he needed to use the restroom, he would switch to black so the audience could not see him, yet he could still observe their comments. George wished to keep his game-winning strategy a secret from the audience, so he switched to a black screen while explaining it to Jeremy Lin. Once he finished his explanation, George returned to the usual live broadcast. Facing the complaints and eager anticipation of the viewers, he smiled and addressed them. "Dear mysterious friends, are you eager to witness the sudden death game winner?" "Of course you are. Isn't that a given?" George declared. "Very well. I shall soon present to you a sudden death moment." The host retorted, cautioning him against boasting. "Be careful not to face the consequences of your words." George, having scrutinized every piece of data from the Earth's basketball archives, found no evidence of a sudden death video. "If you can indeed orchestrate a sudden death in the game, I shall reward you with 10,000. No, 20,000. Go ahead, make your move." Agreed. Filled with exuberance, George gazed at the eclectic lineup of the Lakers, brimming with confidence in his plan for a game-winning shot. While he harbored doubts about executing a clutch play in an NBA match, he believed he possessed the prowess to do so in the Summer League. As both teams returned to the court, George made a beeline for Gerald Green, the player with whom he had clashed earlier, asserting boldly, "I shall dunk over you and deliver a sudden death moment." Before Green could respond, the audience in the live stream began to mock George. "Come now, host. You and your partner together couldn't possibly dunk on Gerald Green. Is boasting all you can do? Can't you be a bit more modest?" The viewers, unable to contain their amusement, began to depart, causing the room's numbers to swell from 160 to 190. With an amused expression, Gerald Green remarked to George, "You shall never achieve that in your lifetime." The second overtime commenced, and the stakes were high. The first team to score would decisively claim victory. In essence, only one scoring opportunity remained in this match. On the sidelines, Aileen held her breath, hoping George would secure the winning shot. As the game commenced, it was surprisingly the Lakers who seized possession first. "Ha ha ha. I sense the host intends to gift us a moment of sudden death instead. If they fail to gain possession and the opposing team ends the game, how embarrassing that would be." George was filled with deep concern as the game progressed into a second overtime, a scenario he had meticulously orchestrated. The thought of ultimately being outdone by his adversaries was utterly intolerable. "Stop him," he urged, observing Gerald Green's powerful drive toward the basket. George anticipated that the final shot would undoubtedly be taken by him, as he was not only the most seasoned player on the Lakers, but also the one most eager to showcase his talents. With a resounding thud, 3 Mavericks players united to block Green's shot. Seizing the opportunity, George swiftly retrieved the ball and passed it to Jeremy Lin, shouting emphatically, "Lin, go for it. No one can catch you." Upon receiving the ball, Lin accelerated with remarkable speed, racing into the front court. The Lakers, fully aware of Lin's rapid pace from the course of the game, quickly regrouped in defense, convinced that the final play would be executed by him. Do not allow him to shoot, they collectively urged as they pursued Lin. His speed was extraordinary. By the time the Lakers closed in, he was nearly at the basket. Aware of Lin's ability to withstand physical contact, they maintained their defensive pressure without faltering. However, at that moment, positioned to the right of the basket, Lin leaped as if to shoot, only to deftly toss the ball beneath the rim. His jump drew two Lakers defenders into the air. In that instant, George sprang up, catching the basketball with both hands. He was now mere inches from the hoop, a sight that would leave Stephen A. Smith astounded, shaking his head in disbelief. No way. He can't do it. Chapter 10. A Frenzied Offering. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Lin, who could cover 100 meters in just 11 seconds, drew the defense toward him as he charged to the basket, all in an effort to create an opportunity for George. Such alley-oop collaborations are commonplace on the basketball court. Yet the question lingering in everyone's mind was, could George convert this into a dunk? The moment George secured the basketball with both hands, the audience, including Mick and Stephen A., erupted with excitement, unable to fathom that a seemingly mundane summer league game could culminate in such a spectacular score. Meanwhile, George's sister, Erin, swiftly removed her Mariners cap, having meticulously watched the game until now. She could no longer afford to conceal her anticipation. If her brother was about to deliver an alley-oop dunk, she wished for no obstruction in her line of sight. It must go in. Erin clasped her hands tightly, her right thumb, painted with cherry red nail polish, pressing forcefully against her nearly bitten right index finger, oblivious to her own anxiety. At that moment, a figure soared behind George, resembling a colossal black bat that blotted out the light, leaping significantly higher than George himself. The individual was none other than Gerald Green. You think you can deliver me a sudden demise? I shall send you on your way first. Gerald Green's extraordinary talent was undeniable. With a vertical leap, reaching an astonishing 73 meters. This statistic was unmatched even within the Summer League, let alone the NBA, with the basketball merely at rim height. One must remember that the NBA hoop stands a mere 3.05 meters. No one doubted that Gerald Green would deliver a resounding block on George. Yet, as Erin observed the stark disparity in their jumping abilities, her heart shattered. However, while everyone else was anxious for George, he remained unfazed. He desired nothing more than for Gerald Green to attempt to block him. At that moment, aside from Green and George, another figure hovered near George's right, Derek Cott. A 6'9" rookie from the Lakers was caught off guard by Jeremy Lin's maneuver. Upon realizing Lin had passed the ball towards the basket, he pivoted to face George just as the play unfolded. In that instant, George did not send the ball towards the basket. Instead, he shifted it to the right, bringing the basketball dangerously close to Derek's face. No dunk? As Green prepared to block George, he suddenly noticed George's deliberate move away from the rim, seemingly abandoning his dunk to evade the impending rejection. However, George had boasted earlier about dunking over Green, and even if he now seemed to relent, Green would not allow it. No matter where you escape, I shall block you. Green extended his arm, pressing against George's body, and emphatically swatted the ball away. Thud! Gerald Green's display was nothing short of bullying. Witnessing George being utterly dominated midair, Stephen A. felt a pang of sympathy for him. Bewildered as to why Jeremy Lin would deliver such a pass to George, it was nothing short of detrimental. Yet, no one anticipated that the block was not the conclusion of this offensive effort. Rather, it was merely the beginning. The basketball, struck forcefully by Green, rebounded directly into Derek's face. Ouch! Derek was momentarily stunned by the ball, letting out a cry of dismay. Gerald Green, too, found himself devoid of excitement, as he had not anticipated that his block would inadvertently strike his teammate's face. He was acutely aware of the force he exerted. The aerial display had come to an end, and the three players descended slowly. At that moment, Gerald Green was engulfed in guilt, his foremost thought being to apologize to his teammate. Derek, having been struck in the face, was rendered incapable of continuing his defense. Unbeknownst to them, after the ball had hit Derek, it had rebounded back into Paul George's hands. What? Mike George had regained possession of the ball. Stephen A. felt goosebumps rising on his skin as he watched Gerald Green approach his teammate Derek, who was shielding his face. Utterly oblivious to the fact that the ball had returned to George, who stood right beneath the basket, unguarded. Eileen was so thrilled she could scarcely articulate her excitement. George executed a swift maneuver with the ball, soaring high into the air. From the opposite side of the hoop, he deftly dunked the ball with one hand. Although his vertical leap was not particularly remarkable, his height of 196 centimeters allowed him to effortlessly perform a dunk from a standing position. As he ascended to complete the dunk, George, confident in his ability to score, lowered his gaze from the hoop. His left hand extended beneath him, fingers splayed wide. Not for any practical purpose, but simply because he found it aesthetically pleasing. Boom! George slams the ball into the hoop. The game comes to an abrupt end. Just 15 seconds into the second overtime, the match reaches its sudden death climax. George delivers an astonishing game winner. Erin can no longer contain herself and shouts with abandon. Just moments ago, witnessing George being blocked, she nearly shed tears of despair. Now, as she sees him hanging effortlessly from the rim, Erin enthusiastically swoons, exclaiming, "My brother is simply stunning." She need not worry that George will hear her cries, for Jeremy Lin, his teammates from the Mavericks, and the spectators present are all fervently cheering for that remarkable shot. However, the most exuberant reactions come from George's livestream. The host has truly delivered a sudden death game winner. Incredible. I must follow this stream. I've never encountered such a mischievous host who managed to direct the ball into an opponent's face, causing Green to inadvertently strike his own teammate. What a spectacle. When I saw the host get blocked by Green, I thought he was done for. I wish to ask the host, was this game winner premeditated or merely fortuitous? Do you believe the shot was intentional or just a coincidence? At that moment, Mickey posed the same question to Stephen A. Stephen A gazed incredulously at George, suspended from the hoop, stating, "Had I not seen his video on YouTube, where he performed even more astonishing feats, I might think this was mere happenstance, that he simply stumbled upon the ball and executed the game winner." However, knowing him to be a player of boundless creativity, how could one possibly consider it a coincidence? This was his design. He understood he could not dunk past Green's defense, so he intentionally directed the ball towards Green's teammate's face. In the chaos that ensued, he completed the game winner. This was undoubtedly the host's plan. His earlier provocation of Green was a tactic to compel Green to block him. Watching the host play is truly a delight. I can hardly wait to see him in the NBA. 1,000 gold coins as tribute. System. User XXX donated 1,000 gold coins. System. User XXX donated 500 gold coins. System. User XXX donated 2,000 gold coins. The audience in a live stream goes wild with donations. George's gold swiftly escalates from 4,000 to 8,000, and then to 10,000. The follower count also reaches 60. Why hasn't anyone donated 10,000? George recalls that a viewer had promised to reward him with 10,000 or even 20,000 gold coins if he accomplished a sudden death game winner. Now that he has delivered, the audience has failed to uphold their promise. It seems that these viewers are no different from the humans in George's world. They too can be deceitful. Yet, this is perhaps for the best. At least George feels a sense of camaraderie with them, alleviating any lingering feelings of inferiority. George gazed at the frenzied live broadcast, yet remained suspended from the rim. Jeremy Lin, eager to celebrate with him, had long been waiting beneath the basket. According to basketball regulations, lingering too long on the rim would typically result in a violation. However, with the game now concluded, George could hang for as long as he pleased, with no one to concern themselves with his antics. George finally descended, shaking hands and embracing Lin Shaheo. In truth, Lin was only partially aware of the earlier strategy. He knew that George intended to execute an alley-oop, but remained oblivious to the fact that the alley-oop was a ruse to lure Green. George approached Gerald Green and remarked, "You are indeed correct. It is impossible for me to execute a dunk over you. Your block was exceptionally executed." As he uttered the final phrase, George cast a glance at the embarrassed Derek. Naturally, Gerald Green did not perceive this as a compliment. Rather, he interpreted it as a subtle mockery. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" George did not respond to him and simply left the scene. As he watched George's retreating figure, Gerald Green thought to himself, "This individual must never enter the NBA, otherwise numerous people would suffer, for he is nothing but a calamity." Meanwhile, in a state of shock, Mitch inquired of Stephen A. "This fellow might soon be joining the NBA. Do you believe he can become a superstar there?" Stephen A. chuckled softly and replied, "Have you ever seen anyone cultivate lilies on an asphalt road?" After the game concluded, the clock struck 12:40 p.m. This was the earliest match of the Summer League. George was eager to return to the hotel to take a shower and call his family. However, these were not his primary concerns. He was mainly keen to return and watch television, curious to see if ESPN would report on this event, considering he had accomplished a sudden-death buzzer beater in his very first Summer League game. George returned to the hotel brimming with excitement. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had dwindled to a mere 60, as the match had concluded and the audience had naturally dispersed. However, George was unperturbed, confident that the viewer count would surge once again for the next competition. George returned to his hotel room, scarcely having time to remove his shoes before he promptly switched on the television. In a live broadcast, someone inquired of the host why he had returned in such a flurry. George chuckled, saying, "Thank you for your commendations on that shot, my friends. Now, I am eager to hear whether the hosts at ESPN are also lauding my game-winning basket." George switched on the television and tuned into ESPN. At the very first glance of the screen, he realized that no one would utter a word to him, even if they did. It would hardly pique the interest of any basketball enthusiast. "LeBron James, I despise you," he exclaimed in frustration, pounding his fists against the soft bedding. The television displayed a special live broadcast by ESPN titled The Decision. On July 9th, 2010, not only did the Summer League commence, but it also marked a momentous occasion when LeBron James announced his decision to join the Miami Heat. LeBron James, a titan in the league, second only to Kobe, was even regarded by some as the greatest player of all time. The fact that such a superstar would abandon the team he had represented for 7 years to join the Heat, alongside Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, was nothing short of monumental. It is essential to note that Dwayne Wade had been the Finals MVP. This was undoubtedly a seismic event in the basketball realm, and George was acutely aware that today, and for many days to come, this would be the sole topic of discussion. No one would care whether George had made a game-winning shot in an inconsequential match. The host, in his naivety, had anticipated that the network would showcase his game winner, only to be thwarted by the timing of LeBron's announcement. With the beginning of the decision, it was evident that the decision, too, would not linger in the wings. If the host wished to contend for a championship in the coming years, aligning himself with the Heat, or perhaps the Mavericks or Spurs, would be prudent. Later on, he could emerge as a leader once his skills had matured. For otherwise, no matter which team he joined, he would stand no chance against the trio of superstars. On the screen, the Heat's formidable trio was seated on 3 wooden chairs, with Wade in the center and James and Bosh flanking him. James held the microphone, uttering the words that would echo through time. Not 1, not 2, not 3. As George sat before the television, he simultaneously observed the live chat, where enigmatic viewers seemed to possess foresight into the future trajectory of the NBA. Should George excel in the Summer League, he would likely receive invitations from numerous teams, prompting him to seek their counsel when the time for decision-making arrived. Why, he pondered, did they mention the Heat, Mavericks, and Spurs, yet neglect to include the Los Angeles Lakers? This observation did not escape George. If one were to speak of championship contenders, the Lakers should undoubtedly be at the forefront of such discussions. After all, they had reached the finals for 3 consecutive years and had secured the championship title for the last 2. A hush fell over the viewers in the chat, as if they were reluctant to divulge any spoilers regarding the future to George. Will this year's championship be Kobe's final one? George inquired once more. Indeed, it was true that since this year, Kobe had not returned to the finals, and the league would subsequently belong to LeBron James. However, in the future as we know it, there seems to be no place for you. Perhaps once you enter the NBA, many circumstances will indeed change. George let out a long sigh. At times, individuals are driven by an insatiable desire to pierce the veil of fate, yearning to uncover the events that await them in the future. Yet, George has come to realize that, knowing what he does now, he would rather remain in ignorance. Kobe was a basketball star whom George held in deep admiration. Although this year, after Kobe's championship victory, an NBA website posed the question of how many more titles Kobe would need to surpass Jordan. George chose the option that declared such a feat forever unattainable. Nevertheless, his affection for Kobe remained profound. Suddenly, there was a knock at George's door, catching him off guard. He inquired, "Who is it?" George faintly heard the affected voice of a woman from the room, responding, "Sir, do you require special services?" Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast burst into laughter. What kind of hotel is this? They even offer in-room services." George furrowed his brow and replied emphatically, "Absolutely not. Host, whether you desire to or not, at the very least, open the door and let us behold the appearance of this woman. Host, heed my advice. You are in dire need of coins. I suggest you conduct a live stream of an intimate encounter. I assure you, there will be generous donations." George was at a loss for words, pondering whether their world was devoid of women, as every individual seemed overwhelmingly eager. The persistent knocking at the door grew increasingly irritating, prompting George to rise and swiftly make his way to open it. To his astonishment, upon swinging the door wide, he was greeted by none other than his sister, Eileen. "Eileen, what brings you to Las Vegas?" George expressed a mix of surprise and delight, though at that moment, the audience in the live stream was even more elated. "Wow, it's wonderful to see my sister. I missed you so much these past few days." With their father absent, the viewers eagerly speculated whether the host might engage in a performance of the Shaq jump with his sister. "Shaq jump! Shaq jump!" The audience clamored for George and Eileen to showcase the dance for them. However, George merely smiled at the barrage of comments. He certainly would not indulge in such antics merely to appease them. As Eileen entered the room, she launched into a spirited monologue. "Joe, I watched your match live. I didn't want to distract you from your performance, but your final dunk was absolutely spectacular. You played so well today. Does this mean you might make it to the NBA? Have any teams reached out to you?" George and Aaron sat together on the bed, chuckling. "It's not certain yet. This is merely one match. If such performances continue for 4 consecutive games, then there should be no issues. You shouldn't keep secrets from me. What if something were to happen to you, being a girl? Oh, how did you injure your finger?" As George spoke, he noticed that Aaron's right index finger was flushed with red, bearing the marks of having been bitten. Aaron lamented, "It was precisely because I feared you would recognize me at the scene that I dared not cry out loudly. I could only resort to biting my finger." George was both amused and perplexed as he gently ruffled Aaron's hair, chuckling, "Should I praise you for your cuteness or your foolishness?" Aaron shot him a disapproving glance and pushed his hand away. She disliked having her head patted by George, akin to how adults might treat a child, for she believed she had already matured into adulthood. George has always been very fond of his sister. With their father absent, he feels an even greater responsibility to look after Aaron. "Aaron, since you just arrived today, have you not yet booked a hotel? Allow me to arrange a stay at the MGM for you. Also, what activities do you wish to partake in while in Las Vegas? Are there any shows you wish to see? Oh, by the way, it seems that Bianca is scheduled to perform here in the next few days." Aaron pondered for a moment and replied, "It appears that father has not allocated much money for you. Perhaps it would be wise for you to save it for yourself. Once you become an NBA star and earn your fortune, you can treat me to the finest hotels and the best dining experiences." At this point, George's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With utmost sincerity, he assured Aaron, "I promise I will make it to the NBA and secure a lucrative contract. When that time comes, I will provide for you and buy you everything you desire." In truth, George has long felt like an outsider within his own home due to the color of his skin. Although he was too young to grasp this sentiment when he was a child, he gradually became aware of the subtle suggestions from classmates and neighbors, who implied that he did not truly belong to this family, and that his presence was merely a stroke of luck. Byron and Tyler treated him as their own son, investing so much into his upbringing, while Aaron cherished him even more than a biological brother. George has long been determined to repay their kindness, and given that their family is already well off, he recognizes that to provide them with the gratitude they deserve, he must become a superstar and amass considerable wealth. With a sweet smile, Aaron linked her arm with George's and said, "Let's not worry about the future for now. Please take me to Mead Lake. I want to feed the pigeons and wild ducks there. And don't forget to invite your friend Jeremy Lin to join us." Chapter 12. The true reason for the draft's outcome? The drive from George's hotel to Mead Lake takes just over half an hour. Before setting off, Aaron deliberately changed out of her bright red tracksuit and donned a dress, as she had a Canon 550D digital camera in her suitcase and believed that wearing a dress would enhance her appearance in photographs at the lake. Aaron changed in George's room, prompting him to discreetly step into the bathroom to allow her privacy. This, however, incited a chorus of complaint from the live stream viewers, who flooded the chat with demands for George to reopen the door. Seizing the opportunity, George inquired about their perspective during the live stream. If there were a camera capturing him, where would it be positioned? Was it fixed in one place, or could it switch angles? Yet, these mysterious viewers were disinterested in discussing such matters, much like soldiers in ancient times clamoring beneath city walls during a siege. "Oh my, she's truly stunning." Upon arriving at Mead Lake, Jeremy Lin was captivated by the sight of Aaron, adorned in her flowing dress, amidst the picturesque backdrop of blue skies and tranquil waters. As George listened to Eileen's joyous laughter, he watched her twirl gracefully along the sandy shore. The wind caressed her, causing her golden hair to dance and her crimson dress to sway, all while a smile illuminated her face. The beauty of the woman and the splendor of the scenery were akin to the legendary pairing of Jordan and Pippen, or Shaquille and Kobe. Each could stand alone in their brilliance, yet when united, their splendor became even more breathtaking. George has always favored the depiction of the azure waters using layers of thick oil paint, and this scene is no exception. The water itself resembles a viscous pigment, while the island rising in the lake's center and the mountains along the shore appear as if meticulously sculpted and then painted. This evokes in him a Chinese phrase, picturesque scenery. Aaron, alone, feeds the seagulls perched on the dock with slices of bread purchased from Costco, while Jeremy Lin engages in conversation about the recently concluded game. The final dunk was indeed spectacular, yet Lin finds himself more intrigued by George's ball handling skills. He turns to George and inquires, "Joe, how is your ball handling so exceptional? You must have practiced diligently. Haven to you?" As a point guard himself, Lin is acutely aware of the disparity in their skills, despite having devoted considerable time to his own training over the years. Thus, he surmises that George must have invested even more time honing his craft. Caught off guard by the question, George gazes up at the cerulean sky, his thoughts drifting back to a rainy night from the past when he was on the basketball court, dribbling incessantly as if entranced, oblivious to fatigue. He recalls that evening vividly, when a classmate derided him, suggesting he should return to Asia and asserting that he was unworthy of living in such a fine American household. This confrontation led to a physical altercation, after which he channeled his emotions through relentless dribbling. Over the years, he has repeatedly used this act as a means of releasing the pent-up feelings within him, as he had vowed never to bring such negativity back to the home that had bestowed upon him so much. It is precisely this commitment that has significantly enhanced George's ball-handling prowess. George was reluctant to bring up such matters with Jeremy Lin. He remarked, "I am unaware of the height of my biological parents. Thus I cannot ascertain how tall I might become. Nonetheless, my passion for basketball drives me to aspire for a professional career. Hence, I dedicate myself to honing my ball-handling skills. I believe that if my height falls short, possessing superior control will at least afford me the means to survive in this arena." Jeremy chuckled. "Both of my parents are of rather average stature. During my freshman year, I was exceptionally short, yet I grew 30 centimeters over 3 years. I'm truly grateful to God. Otherwise, I would certainly not have made it to the NBA. Oh, by the way, I have yet to get in, haha." "You will undoubtedly make it to the NBA," George encouraged Jeremy, having gleaned insights about Jeremy's future from an enigmatic audience. "In this game, you scored 15 points, while I scored 22. In the next match, I shall create more opportunities for you. Together, our statistics will be the finest for the Mavericks." As they conversed, Aaron suddenly called out to them, "Joe, Lin, come over here. I have found a professional photographer who can help us take a group photo." The schedule for the Summer League was not particularly tight, with the Mavericks' next game set for 3 days later. In the meantime, George and Aaron had ample time to explore Las Vegas together. However, due to Byron's private warning to Aaron not to distract George from his training, they refrained from indulging too excessively in their revelries. Soon, the day of the game arrived. In the same venue, the Mavericks faced off against the Bucks, and this time, Aaron made no attempt to hide her support, taking a front-row seat to cheer for her brother. However, unbeknownst to George, 2 other individuals had come specifically to witness his performance. They were not the website editor Mitch and commentator Stephen A., who had already departed the gambling city. Stephen A. needed to return to his program to discuss the implications of LeBron's signing with the Heat on the league's dynamics. The 2 who had come to observe George's game were Hodgins, a member of the Los Angeles Lakers coaching staff, and an associate named Madison. They were sent on the orders of Jeannie Buss, daughter of Lakers owner Jerry Buss, to assess George's capabilities. Although LeBron dominated the basketball headlines on July 9th, some had taken notice of George's game-winning shot and his impressive performance, particularly since the opponent that day was the Los Angeles Lakers. Madison remarked, "With LeBron James joining the Miami Heat, everyone is eager to see a final showdown between him and Kobe. Jeannie Buss believes that perhaps Mike George could provide us with some immediate impact. Do you think he possesses the talent to aid our team?" Hodgins scrutinized George with a neutral expression and replied, "I am uncertain. We shall see." Once the game commenced, George felt his excitement reignite. The online viewership quickly surpassed 100, and in pursuit of tips, he endeavored to deliver an outstanding performance. However, despite playing comparably to the previous game, the tips he received were significantly fewer, leaving George utterly perplexed. Why is it that they are no longer tipping? George felt a sense of helplessness. Lacking experience as a live streamer, he was unaware that such a situation was quite commonplace. Many viewers might choose to offer monetary support during their initial encounter with a live broadcast, yet would refrain from doing so upon revisiting the same repetitive content. Furthermore, in the previous match against the Lakers, the audience was familiar with the renowned dunk champion Gerald Green, whereas this time, the opposing team, the Bucks, featured players unknown to them. The absence of recognizable athletes from the Bucks made the viewing experience rather unsatisfactory. Alas, the meager contributions during this match suggested that the Summer League would likely fall short of accumulating enough coins to redeem for star players, and George began to feel a sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, Hodge, who had watched George's performance for a half, began to shake his head and sigh. This young man indeed possesses a certain level of readiness, he mused, but his physical attributes are rather lacking. We are striving for a three-peat, aiming to reach the finals. He may struggle to withstand the rigors of the regular season, let alone the intensity of the playoffs and the finals. Genie has misjudged. He is not the player we require. Madison nodded in agreement. I share your perspective. However, while he may not be suitable for our Lakers, I believe he should at least attract the attention of some other NBA teams, particularly those that fail to secure a playoff spot. He does possess some level of talent. By the way, do you think he is aware of the real reason for his draft omission? At this, Hodge's body stiffened, recalling the NBA draft held 19 days prior, where the Lakers nearly selected George with the 43rd pick in the second round, but ultimately chose not to for reasons unknown. He is likely unaware, Hodge replied. In fact, the teams at the tail end of the draft, such as the Indiana Pacers, Orlando Magic, and Phoenix Suns, are equally in the dark. They merely hesitated to select him, seeing that we did not. Perhaps he will never enter the NBA and will remain oblivious to the truth. Madison sighed. From the explosive news 3 days ago, I suspect it is perhaps better for him to remain in the dark. Hodge chuckled softly, offering no further comment. Chapter 13. The Final Opportunity. The matchup between the Mavericks and the Bucks lacked the deliberate confrontations of the previous game, nor did it experience any inexplicable sudden demise. Instead, the contest unfolded over 40 minutes of monotony, concluding quietly and without fanfare. In a gesture of gratitude for Jeremy Lin's previous assists, George facilitated numerous excellent passes during this game, aiding Lin in becoming the highest scorer for the Mavericks with 19 points, while George himself contributed 17 points and 6 assists. Lakers assistant coach Hodges, who attended the game specifically to observe George, acknowledged his undeniable readiness for competition. However, he concluded that George does not align with the Lakers' aspirations as they pursue a third consecutive championship. Consequently, the Lakers will not extend a contract offer to George. George remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. Yet as the match drew to a close, a sense of disappointment lingered within him. He had earned a mere 500 gold coins from this contest, totaling 500 coins, which was insufficient to redeem any star players. Following the conclusion of 2 matches, George had received no indications of interest from any NBA teams. Maintaining patience in this city of vice proved to be an arduous task. The splendor and allure here hung like distant clouds, unattainable. George found himself at the nadir of his life, neglected and overlooked. If he were merely a forsaken beggar on the street, it might have been more bearable. However, the enigmatic spectators from otherworldly realms were scrutinizing his every move, and he could not allow them to witness his plight. After the match, George promptly ended his live stream, concluding the day's broadcast. He resolved not to let the lack of financial support sway his emotions. If he truly could not amass enough coins to redeem an NBA star during the Summer League, he must secure his qualification for the NBA through the remaining matches. Now, only 2 contests remained. In 3 days, the Mavericks would face off against the Kings at the same venue, featuring this year's rookie, DeMarcus Cousins, which enlivened the atmosphere in the live stream. The audience appeared quite familiar with Cousins. From this, George surmised that Cousins would likely become an exceptional center in the league, else he would not have garnered such recognition. In this game, George performed commendably, scoring 20 points, while Jeremy Lin excelled even further, achieving an impressive 26 points with a remarkably high shooting percentage and numerous successful free throws. After 3 matches, George had garnered 19,000 gold coins and donations. Lacking a point of reference, he was uncertain whether this achievement was satisfactory. All he knew was that these coins still could not be exchanged for star players, which vexed him. If he could not redeem a star player, what purpose did this livestream serve for him? That evening, as George pondered how to elicit greater donations from his audience, a knock resounded at his door. He was not surprised by Jeremy Lin's visit, as their rooms were diagonally opposite, and Lin often came to see him. However, The frequency of this knock was markedly more urgent than before. Was there an emergency? George mused, hastening to open the door. As he swung it open, he was met with the radiant smile of an exuberant Jeremy Lin, who rushed inside, gripping George's arms with both hands. George, you were right. I'm going to the NBA. Did you know? 3 teams are interested in me. And Roger, my agent, is already in talks with them. George did not exuberantly celebrate like Jeremy Lin. Instead, he regarded Lin as a friend and felt genuine happiness for his success in the NBA. However, he found himself in a similar predicament, yearning to enter the NBA. Yet to this day, not a single NBA team has reached out to him. George gently closed the door and inquired, "Is that so? Which 3 teams?" Jeremy Lin extended his fingers one by one and replied, "The Dallas Mavericks, the Los Angeles Lakers, and a team from the Eastern Conference." George pondered for a moment and casually inquired, "What about the Golden State Warriors?" He recalled hearing from a mysterious spectator that Jeremy Lin was initially signed by the Warriors in the NBA. Just then, Lin's phone rang. It was his agent, Roger Montgomery. After concluding the call, Lin's excitement escalated, and he leaped up before George, exclaiming, "Joe, you truly have a knack for predicting the future. Roger just informed me that the Golden State Warriors have also reached out. They are interested in signing me." In that instant, George felt as though his heart had turned to ice, rendering him numb. He responded somewhat dully, "For NBA teams are eager to sign you." George felt a profound sense of distress. Despite the fact that both he and Lin Shaheo exhibited comparable performances in the Summer League, for NBA teams extended invitations to Lin, while George found himself without a single offer. Unbeknownst to Lin, he assumed that George must have already received calls from NBA teams. With a smile, Lin remarked, "Oh, wait a moment. Why did you suddenly mention the Golden State Warriors?" "Huh, I get it. They must have called you too, right? How wonderful it would be for us to continue as teammates in the NBA. Brother, I want to be able to sleep tonight. After being undrafted, we finally have a chance to enter the NBA. I must celebrate with you over a few drinks. Oh, at last I can relax. I thought I would have to endure the G League before stepping into the NBA." As he spoke, Lin began to search for alcohol in George's room, recalling that George and Aaron had shared a drink there previously. In that fleeting moment, George was transported back to the night of his rejection. He was not one to harbor jealousy, yet Lin's success pierced him like a needle, causing him immense pain. He found himself unable to join Lin in toasting to this celebration. He simply could not bring himself to drink. Meanwhile, the livestream audience empathized deeply with George. Oh, poor streamer. In these 3 games, he performed nearly as well as Lin, yet Lin received invitations from 4 teams, while the streamer received none. Could it be that the streamer's agent was too preoccupied with chasing women and gambling to remember to call him? George spoke softly, "Lin, Aaron has asked me to step out for a moment, so I'm afraid I won't be able to join you for a drink. However, once you officially sign with an NBA team, I promise to celebrate with you properly, all right?" It was only then that Jeremy Lin noticed a hint of melancholy in George's expression. He candidly asked, "Joe, surely no NBA teams have reached out to you yet, right? That can't be the case. I only had this one explosive performance today. The other 2 games were quite similar. In fact, in the first game, you concluded the match with such an exquisite dunk." George chuckled bitterly. "I once thought they were racists. I was mistaken. They do not discriminate against Asians. They simply harbor prejudice against me. Joe, don't lose heart. In the next game against the Wizards, I will pass to you more often. Together, we'll take on John Wall. I am certain you have the potential to make it to the NBA. Your abilities surpass mine." Jeremy Lin sincerely encouraged George. After Lin's departure, George became the one truly unable to sleep, realizing that lying in bed was a waste of time. He donned his athletic gear and sought an empty space to practice, just as he had done for countless years before. He fervently honed various dribbling techniques, undeterred by uneven terrain or lack of light. He knew where the ball was and could still maintain control under any circumstances. Witnessing the scene, the viewers in the live stream were moved. The streamer looks so pitiful and heartbroken, clearly not lacking in talent. What could his talking do? If everyone donated 100,000 with the streamer's current skills, exchanging for a star player would easily secure a spot in the NBA. How ridiculous. You want us to donate while you don't contribute? Enough of the bickering. The streamer is already quite distressed. I'll donate 1,000 for now. Unfortunately, I have no money. It's a pity there are no wealthy patrons in the chat. We must wait for the streamer to enter the NBA to attract them to watch the game. How absurd. Without making the playoffs, how can we entice the wealthy? Why are you so fond of arguing? At midnight, George ceased his dribbling, his hands exhausted from overexertion. Gazing at the night sky of Las Vegas, he saw the barrage of comments floating above the darkness, as if they were conversing with him amidst the stars. Regardless, the next game against the Wizards was his last chance to enter the NBA. He clenched his right hand into a trembling fist. Chapter 14. 50,000 in donations. On July 19th, at the Cox Pavilion, the final day of the Summer League had arrived, and the Mavericks faced their last opponent, the Wizards, led by the first overall pick, John Wall. The realms of sports and entertainment are notoriously difficult for the average person to penetrate. Those who succeed in these fields are indeed exceptional, a rarity among the masses. However, few realize that the gap between geniuses is not less significant than that between ordinary individuals and them. People are inherently different. The first overall pick of 2003, LeBron James, was already well known from the Philadelphia All-Star Game a year before entering the NBA, with many proclaiming he was undoubtedly deserving of participation in that All-Star event. Paul Pierce, the Celtics small forward, was left speechless upon hearing such claims. However, at that moment, Antoine Walker remarked that LeBron might be superior to all of us. This year, the highly touted first overall pick, John Wall, possesses extraordinary talent. His speed, explosiveness, and strength are unparalleled among point guards. He has already entered the NBA and will be groomed meticulously by the Wizards. For him, the Summer League can merely serve as a warm-up, yet for George, this game signifies the essence of his entire life. Is this not the final Summer League game? If, after this match, no NBA team extends an invitation to the broadcaster, where will he go next? Will he return to school? Unfortunately, that seems unlikely, as the NCAA men's basketball will not entertain the prospect of allowing undrafted players to return to campus for at least 5 more years. Thus, today's game is of paramount importance for the broadcaster. If he fails to secure a spot, it will be the end of the road. Hang in there. The live stream boasts over 100 viewers, all intensely focused on this critical battle. Stay relaxed, Joe. Do not succumb to pressure, as the match is about to commence. Jeremy Lin and George are set to start together, with Lin softly encouraging him. Joe, you got this. On the sidelines, George's sister, Erin, and his agent, Matt Ryan, are also rallying their support. The game officially begins, with the Mavericks gaining possession first. Lin takes on the role of point guard, while George plays shooting guard. In this match, Lin intends to provide George with ample opportunities, yet they have also agreed that, prior to that, Lin wishes to challenge the illustrious first overall pick. Upon learning that Jeremy Lin's speed rivals that of John Wall, George has been eager to witness the spectacle of a one-on-one encounter between the two. With the first play, Lin faces Wall, ready to take him on solo. Go for it, and represent us well, as a proud member of the Asian community. George recognizes Lin as a player of considerable talent, and naturally supports Lin, who shares the same heritage. Whoosh! Lin swiftly breaks through Wall's defense. Every time Lin faces Wall, he is filled with excitement, reminiscent of how Lillard feels when matched against Curry. During the Summer League, Lin truly has the potential to outshine John Wall. Wall is taken aback by Lin's audacity to challenge him. In Lin and George's minds, Wall is a significant adversary. Yet in Wall's perspective, they hold little weight. His true opponents are the established NBA stars, not those who have yet to step onto the grand stage. Wall finds himself unable to keep pace with Lin, who is simply too fast. Consequently, Wall instructs his teammate Nemanja Bjelica to obstruct Lin's path to the basket. Bjelica reaches out for the block, as Lin attempts a difficult layup, which rattles off the rim and fails to score. Bjelica secures the rebound and passes it to Wall, who signals for the catch, but just as the ball is about to land in Wall's grasp smack, suddenly, George surged forward and intercepted the pass. What? In a mere span of 10 seconds, Wall was left bewildered not once, but twice, by 2 players of Asian descent. After George intercepted the pass, he surged toward the basket, much like Lin Shaheo had moments earlier. Confronted by the imposing 2.8-meter-tall Bjelica, George refrained from attempting a direct layup, recognizing his disadvantages in both jump height and stature. Instead, he executed a feint, leading Bjelica to leap prematurely. It was only then that George sprang into the air, skillfully utilizing his left hand to complete a successful layup. What a splendid display. Lin Shaheo, brimming with excitement, exchanged high-fives with George in celebration. One had deftly evaded the top draft pick's defense, while the other had thwarted a pass intended for him, ultimately scoring. This was a delightful gift from 2 undrafted players to the number 1 pick. Mike George and John Wall exchanged glances. Both were members of the green room and had acknowledged each other on draft day, thus recognizing one another. Wall had heard of George's remarkable distinction as the first undrafted player in NBA history to join the green room. Secretly, Wall mused, "This guy must feel quite embarrassed to have been undrafted as a green room member, so he is probably eager to challenge me, the top pick. Humph. I can't be bothered with him. I'll teach him a lesson once he makes it to the NBA." Yet, Wall was acutely aware of George's talent. He knew George had performed admirably in the previous 3 games, even assuming that by now, George had secured his place in the NBA. However, as the game progressed, Wall observed that George's intensity was truly extraordinary. He was playing with unrelenting fervor, scoring, grabbing rebounds, and defending. George was giving his all in every possession. Has this guy lost his mind? Wall understood that he possessed superior skills compared to George. Yet today, George's tenacity was overwhelming. While Wall merely intended to treat this match as a warm-up, not wishing to exert himself against George. At that moment, Bjelica, another rookie for the Wizards, approached Wall and whispered that George hasn't been recruited by any NBA team yet. This is his final opportunity, so he is going all out. Be cautious. It's best not to engage with him. Not a single team has recruited him. How do you know this? Wall replied, somewhat skeptical. From his perspective as an opponent, the pressure George exerted was enough for Wall to believe that George deserved a chance to play in the NBA. Bjelica gestured towards a long-haired man on the sidelines, saying, "Look at that guy. He is George's agent. I sat next to him at the bar last night while he was drinking. He was ranting about how the NBA executives lack vision, complaining that not a single team wants to sign George." Now it all made sense. Wall nodded, finally understanding why George was playing with such fervor today. Humph. Wall let out a derisive snort, casting a condescending glance at George. Unable to even secure a place in the NBA, he dares to challenge me? It seems I must show him a thing or two. George exhibited an extraordinary performance during the first half, amassing a remarkable total of 15 points, while the live stream was inundated with continuous, albeit modest, monetary gifts, resulting in George accumulating just over 20,000 coins. The streamer demonstrated commendable skills, raising expectations about a potential NBA career. However, I remain skeptical. It appears that the NBA maintains a more stringent set of criteria for streamers when evaluating the statistics. The streamer's performance is not dissimilar to that of Lin in his initial 3 games, yet Lin has attracted interest from 4 NBA teams. I believe the reason for their lack of interest in the streamer lies in the perception that he may struggle to acclimate to the demanding intensity of the NBA. A player only needs to exhibit even a fleeting glimpse of excellence in speed, strength, defense, or jumping ability to secure a place in the league. I concur with the previous comment. The streamer's weaknesses are glaringly apparent, while his advantages remain obscured. Observing the discussions in the live chat, George is acutely aware that he may still fall short of making it to the NBA. Mavericks owner Mark Cuban certainly harbors an interest in George. Yet his plan involves allowing George to hone his skills in the Mavericks Developmental League for a year. However, George aspires to the NBA, not the NBDL. As the second half commenced, George maintained his earlier momentum. John Wall, this year's #1 draft pick, was his opponent. George believed that a victory over Wall in this game would surely attract the attention of an NBA team. He positioned himself defensively in front of Wall, hands raised in a defensive posture, fully focused. Wall, however, merely smirked, dismissing George in his mind. You have no comprehension of the distinction between the ordinary and the extraordinary. With a swift maneuver, Wall surged past, prompting George to retreat quickly. Despite his immediate reaction, it was evident that Wall's explosive speed far surpassed that of George, enabling Wall to easily penetrate George's defense. Yet he chose not to. Wall abruptly halted, a sudden and unexpected pause that left George in a precarious situation. He had been preparing to fully retreat into defense, but now he found himself compelled to stop. If he halted, Wall would accelerate again, leaving George unable to catch up, thus allowing Wall to lead the dance. As anticipated, once George ceased his retreat, Wall sprang forward, executing a deft change of direction to bypass George completely. George was struggling to keep up, but just as he exerted all his effort to catch up, John Wall came to a halt. How infuriating! John Wall was being deliberately provocative. His speed was astonishing, leaving the broadcaster utterly defenseless. In truth, Wall had no intention of scoring. After 2 feints, he suddenly executed a behind-the-back pass that appeared to be a mere blunder, as it was alarmingly close to George, who could easily intercept it with a mere reach. Regardless of whether this was a trap, George felt compelled to seize the possession, yet the ever-prepared Biyombo was the first to claim the ball. He then deliberately collided with George, and in the instant of their physical confrontation, he assumed a shooting stance and sent the ball soaring towards the hoop. Beep! George was knocked to the ground, yet the referee astonishingly called a defensive foul on him. How could this be? Was Wall in collusion with Bellica? They seem intent on humiliating the broadcaster consecutively. Wall was ruthless. In a mere offensive sequence, he exposed every vulnerability of the broadcaster. The broadcaster's defense, speed, and physicality were woefully inadequate, unable to withstand the intensity of the NBA. After this play, I fear the broadcaster may never set foot in the NBA again. Alas, it's over. The broadcaster's NBA dreams have been dashed. Everyone disperse. Let us reconvene in a year. Sigh, it's truly a pity for the broadcaster. Few spectators are likely to show interest in the NBDL games. The audience of over 100 swiftly dwindled to a mere 20. George sat motionless on the floor, while his teammate Jeremy Lin approached, attempting to lift him up. Yet, George remained indifferent, watching as his audience gradually departed from his live stream, despair washing over him. Just then, a notification appeared. User UUS Xinglu had gifted 50,000 gold coins. Chapter 15. Transforming into Haze. The Crimson donation alert scrolled before George's eyes, and he could scarcely believe what he saw. Just moments before, he had witnessed viewers leaving one by one, convinced that his streaming career was at an end. However, to his astonishment, someone had generously bestowed upon him such a substantial sum. With the influx of 50,000 gold coins, the number of viewers in the live stream surged, and those who had previously departed began to return. Goodness, what a benefactor! To donate such an amount all at once. It was truly remarkable. After all, this was merely a summer league event. All hail the magnate. The streamer must quickly check if he can exchange for a superstar. The past few matches have been utterly frustrating. It's time to unleash a spectacular performance and dominate them. George swiftly accessed the live broadcast backend. Now he possessed 72,000 gold coins, and in the section for redeemable superstars, he finally beheld the display of available icons. George can now transform his physical prowess. Thank you. Fish leaping and stars falling. George was overwhelmed with excitement. After many days of live streaming, he had yet to receive a single donation of 10,000. Yet someone bestowed upon him a generous gift of 50,000. As one viewer remarked in the chat, this is merely a summer league. And perhaps George's performance does not warrant such abundant generosity. Soon, the viewer received a response. Fish leaping and stars falling. I have watched all these recent matches, and with the streamer's talent, it is truly unjust that he has not yet entered the NBA. George was profoundly moved and intended to express his gratitude once more. However, Lin Shiheo called out George's name again, as he had been seated on the ground for far too long. Observing George's vacant expression, John Wall felt a twinge of guilt, reflecting on the fact that George was merely a pitiable individual, a member of the green room who had faced the misfortune of being overlooked, compelled to participate in the Summer League to prove his worth. Despite exerting every ounce of effort in the Summer League, he still failed to capture the attention of NBA teams. With this in mind, Wall cast a glance at Bellica, who had knocked George down, and said, "Go help him up." Bellica frowned, reluctant to comply, yet knowing he must obey Wall's directive, for Wall would soon assume the role of leader for the Wizards, and Bellica needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with the future captain. He approached George, towering over him as he extended a hand and inquired, "Hey buddy, are you all right?" George was aware that Bellica had deliberately collided with him, and he did not accept his feigned goodwill. He grasped his teammate Jeremy Lin's hand and rose to his feet. Bellica, feeling somewhat irked by George's disregard, spoke again, "My apologies, model. Had I known you were this feeble, I would have refrained from making contact." "What did you call me?" George detected the scorn in Bellica's tone, his gaze brimming with fury. In response to George's inquiry, Bellica wore a scheming grin, saying, "Model, just look at your physique. If you were to strut down the runway at Paris Fashion Week, you would surely captivate many young ladies. That would be the most fitting profession for you, wouldn't it?" As George was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of profanity, Jeremy Lin swiftly intervened, positioning himself before George to prevent the situation from escalating further. "Joe, disregard him. He seeks to sabotage your last chance to enter the NBA." John Wall also stepped forward to distance Beal from the fray, his words tinged with reproach towards his teammate. "Why are you even saying that to him? Perhaps after this game, we may never see him again." The live audience had surged back to a count of 100, their anger palpable upon hearing Beal's derisive comments. "Who exactly is this Beal fellow? I scoured the records, but found no mention of him. He is nothing but a fool unable to survive in the NBA. Broadcaster, hurry and redeem a star player to put him in his place. George was eager to acquire a star player immediately. However, he currently possessed only over 70,000 coins, which limited him to a sparse selection of available players. Among this meager roster, he recognized but one, Chuck Hayes, the power forward of the Houston Rockets. George was resolutely determined to exchange for Jordan and Kobe. Sharing a physique similar to theirs, he sought to demonstrate that, given their abilities, he could surpass their achievements. However, this was a protracted journey. He could only gradually transition from lesser stars to elite ones. For no one would bestow upon George a bounty of 100,000 gold coins outright. It was settled. George gazed at the name of Chuck Hayes and made his decision to acquire him. Hayes, possessing a height comparable to George's, may have had lesser leaping ability. Yet he excelled in defense and physicality, qualities that George coveted. Hayes was the shortest starting center in the league, and without a measure of genuine skill. Such a feat would be unattainable. His lower body was as stable as the roots of an ancient tree. Even formidable opponents like Stoudemire and Garnett would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with him. In 2009, Chuck Hayes was valued at 60,000 gold coins. George opted for the exchange on the spot. In an instant, Chuck Hayes appeared in the roster of star players. George then clicked the usage button, and suddenly, he felt an electric shock coursing through his body, as if something had entered him. Meanwhile, the live stream became lively. Haha, the host actually acquired Hayes. It seems this player has never averaged more than 4 points per game in a season, right? While his scoring may be lacking, he excels in defense and possesses remarkable strength. Isn't this precisely what the host is missing? The disparity in strength between the host and Hayes is substantial. If he were to enter the NBA and take down Yao Ming, would he not be met with suspicion? Haha, the host will inevitably be summoned for investigation sooner or later. Whether it's sooner or later makes no difference. Haha. George had no time to ponder the content of the barrage of comments. He clenched his fist, yearning to embody the strength of Hayes. He perceived a weightiness in his fist, and in a moment of experimentation, he extended his hand towards Jeremy Lin. Lin, initially taken aback, reached out to shake George's hand, only to retract it in sudden pain the next second. "Oh, Joe, why are you exerting so much force?" he exclaimed, laughter echoing as the host tested Hayes' strength. Leaving Jeremy Lin utterly bewildered, George felt a surge of joy within. His strength had indeed increased. He quickly apologized to Jeremy Lin, saying, "I was overly excited. I want to thank you for stopping me just now." Jeremy Lin, unfazed, patted George on the back and replied, "Time is running short. You must seize this moment. This is your final opportunity to enter the NBA." George, with an air of nonchalance, declared, "Rest assured, I am destined for the NBA. However, before that, I must first demonstrate my prowess to Bellica. Oh, Joe, do not be foolish. He is taller and stronger than you, offering you no advantage." Lin Shaheo expressed his deep concern. Yet, from the resolute gaze of George, Lin sensed that no matter what he said, he could not dissuade George from his quest for vengeance. Soon enough, the Mavericks initiated their next offensive play. "Give me the ball," George insisted, approaching Lin Shaheo. Hesitation flickered in Lin's heart. He understood that once George received the ball, he would charge toward the paint to exact retribution on Bellica. However, such impulsiveness was unlikely to yield favorable outcomes. "Pass it quickly, Lin. Don't dawdle," the audience urged in eager anticipation. Yet, Lin Shaheo refrained from passing the ball to George, choosing instead to pass it to another teammate. What on earth is Jeremy Lin doing? George understood why Lin Shaheo refrained from passing the ball and did not dwell on it. He quickly dashed in front of his ball-handling teammate, once again extending his hand to request possession. Observing George's fervent desire for this offensive opportunity, his teammate promptly relinquished the ball to him. Alas, George had just been knocked down by Bellica, and his overt eagerness for the ball made his intentions all too apparent. It was evident to everyone that he aimed to score, and Bellica was undoubtedly prepared for it. Thus, achieving success against him would prove to be a formidable challenge. Lin Shaheo recognized that the ball would not return to him and stood by the three-point line, relegated to the role of a mere spectator. The defender assigned to George was unfamiliar to him, and he surmised that, given Hayes' speed, it would be a daunting task to outmaneuver this defender. He thus remarked, "You are not the one I wish to contend with." The Wizards player smiled lightly and made a move to intercept the ball. Upon witnessing the opponent reach for the ball in George's grasp, an understanding smile spread across George's face. Chapter 16. Securing the key to the NBA, this represented a form of synergy that only basketball players truly comprehend. The opponent's attempt to steal the ball was not a genuine effort to disrupt George's possession, but rather an act of leniency. By reaching for the ball, he had forfeited his optimal defensive position. Perhaps his motivation was merely to witness George's folly, yet regardless of his intent, George owed this fellow a debt of gratitude for not wasting his time and for affording him a fair one-on-one opportunity against Bilicka. In the instant the opponent reached out, George accelerated his dribble, evading the defender and swiftly penetrating the lane, confronting Bilicka head-on. Bilicka regarded George's approach with a dismissive gaze, unperturbed by the prospect of retaliation. However, considering George had previously deceived Bilicka with a feint to score, Bilicka adopted a more cautious stance, hesitant to leap for a block for fear of being outsmarted once more. Indeed, George has always excelled in employing feints, a stark contrast to Jeremy Lin, who prefers a fluid and decisive offensive approach. Once Lin eludes his opponent with speed, he takes a shot without hesitation. However, on this occasion, George forwent the feint and soared directly towards the basket. At this moment, he wielded the physicality akin to Hayes, rendering him unafraid of Bellinelli. What? A direct layup? Bellinelli initially mistook George's intent for a feint and hesitated to jump, only reacting too late to attempt a block when he realized George was genuinely airborne. With Hayes as his inspiration, George transformed entirely into a manifestation of Hayes himself, embodying his strength and shooting accuracy, albeit also inheriting his less than impressive vertical leap. The commentator jested about George's lackluster jump, questioning whether Hayes could indeed dunk, despite having participated in a dunk contest during his collegiate years, where he managed to convert only 1 out of 4 attempts. To add to the amusement, the commentator had acquired the 2009 version of Hayes. This was ostensibly an opportunity for an emphatic dunk over an opponent, yet the audience erupted in laughter at George's vertical leap, despite Bellinelli's delayed jump. George had no chance of executing a dunk over him. "Allow me to deliver a block." Bellinelli, confident in George's limited elevation, aimed to swat his shot. At that moment, both players engaged in a contest of strength, with Bellinelli seeking to block George's attempt, only to be surprisingly pushed back by George's 2 arms. What? Bellinelli was taken aback to find himself outmatched in upper body strength by George. Subsequently, George seized the opportunity to shoot, scoring off the glass as the referee blew the whistle, calling a defensive foul on Bellinelli and granting George a chance for an additional free throw. Oh, splendid. The farthest teammate from George, Jeremy Lin, raced towards the basket at breakneck speed, celebrating George's triumphant play with a gesture of vengeance. After scoring the goal, George, in a fit of exhilaration, waved his arm in triumph. This was the first time in his life he felt such immense strength. Due to the significant disparity in physique between Hayes and himself, George refrained from unleashing Hayes' full potential. George cast a cold glance at Bilicka and remarked, "Who did you just suggest should transition to a modeling career?" Bilicka's lips quivered with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words. "Ha, the host is incredible. This is exactly how it should be done." The model interjected, "Please, do not discriminate against our profession. Is there not a soul anticipating the host's Hayes-style free throw?" Rye smiled. "Ha, host, you simply must employ the standard Hayes shooting technique. Otherwise, you shall surely miss." Suddenly, George felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. What truly irked George about the player Hayes was not his leaping ability or shooting percentage, but rather his utterly unorthodox shooting form, which could be deemed the most aesthetically displeasing in the league's history, particularly when it came to free throws, leaving many speechless. When Hayes prepared to shoot a free throw, his body would abruptly spring forward, leading many to mistakenly believe he had already released the ball. In truth, the ball remained firmly in his grasp during this motion, resembling a deceptive feint that could easily mislead onlookers. Only after this moment of pretense would Hayes finally take a shot. George approached the free throw line, with a barrage of comments urging him to adopt Hayes' classic free throw stance. Sighing, he lamented, "Why did I buy Hayes?" The referee had already placed the ball in George's hands, and with time slipping away, he had no opportunity for further contemplation. Mimicking the shooting motion he recalled from Hayes, George slowly raised the ball above his head and then abruptly propelled it upward. Everyone anticipated that George was about to take the shot, their eyes fixated on the hoop. To their surprise, players from both the Mavericks and the Wizards were momentarily bewildered. The player most eager to seize the rebound, Bilicka, even ventured into the lane prematurely. The commentator chuckled, remarking on how flawlessly George executed this free throw feint, deceiving both his opponents and teammates. "You and Hayes are indeed a match made in heaven." He laughed. How mischievous of you all not to inform the commentator that he could effortlessly switch to Hayes' form for the free throw. George only realized he could switch to his own body upon seeing the barrage of comments. He could only blame his nervousness during his first use of the star ball for his oversight regarding this aspect. At that moment, not only the viewers in the live stream, but also those present at the venue, erupted in laughter at George's free throw antics. His sister, Erin, couldn't contain her amusement, bursting into laughter. "Haha, brother is in such a crucial game and still has the energy to be playful." Bellica, on the other hand, was livid. "Are you possessed by Chuck Hayes?" Hearing this, the live stream became even more raucous. The truth, which even the planet's top experts could not uncover, was unexpectedly articulated by this young man. The streamer better make a run for it. He has already seen through your secrets. Upon hearing this, George found himself both amused and exasperated. Finally, it was the Wizards' turn to attack. After Bellica was subjected to a 2-1 play, he was further humiliated and yearned for vengeance against George. "I must reclaim my honor, but alas, while he can easily penetrate from the perimeter to find me, I cannot dash from the paint to confront him." Bellica expressed the frustration of an interior player. If a conflict were to arise between Kobe and Howard, Kobe could directly charge into the paint and dunk on Howard. However, it would be challenging for Howard to retaliate against Kobe, as Kobe would seldom be found in the paint during defensive plays. Just as Bellica lamented his unfortunate predicament, he was taken aback to discover that it was none other than George defending him in this very possession. George took the initiative to step forward and replace his teammate, personally defending Bellica. "What? You're defending me?" Bellica was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that George would dare to do such a thing. With a smile, George addressed Bellica, saying, "I am aware of your desire for vengeance, and I shall grant you this opportunity." Such audacity! Bellica swiftly assumed his stance and reached out to John Wall for the ball. Upon noticing that he was matched against George, a clear mismatch, Wall promptly passed the ball. In the arena, nearly everyone anticipated that George was destined for defeat this time. Bellica received the ball, turning his back to George, and proclaimed, "You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. Enough with the chatter, let us proceed." George adopted a demeanor as if he were unfazed by the impending challenge. Bellica, no longer courteous, engaged in a post-up against George. With the first push, George quickly retreated a step. This fellow is inadequate, unable to withstand the force. Does he truly believe he can defend the paint? Has he lost his senses in pursuit of the NBA? Observers in the crowd expressed their disdain upon witnessing this. However, the commentary in the live stream told a different tale. The host displayed remarkable theatrics, feigning weakness despite possessing Hayes' strength. It was a ploy to mislead, perhaps to summon the trophy for the illustrious long-haired actor from Hayes' team. The host's performance was, after all, a means of self-preservation, as he appeared less formidable. Indeed, George initially pretended to falter, not solely to conceal his prowess, but also to lower Bellica's guard. After successfully fending off George once, Bellica attempted to drive towards the basket again. Yet on this second attempt, he realized it was becoming increasingly arduous. As he neared the hoop, the threat to the basket intensified, prompting his opponent to defend with greater vigor, a natural occurrence. Undeterred, Bellica pressed on for a third attempt. At that moment, he was taken aback. He could not budge. Just as astonishment etched itself across Bellica's face, George seized the opportunity to snatch the ball away. In his desperate attempt to reclaim possession, Bellica found himself unceremoniously toppled in the clash with George. Meanwhile, George swiftly tossed the ball to Jeremy Lin, who, with remarkable speed, engaged in a race against Wall once more. Ultimately, Lin executed a layup successfully, triumphing over Wall yet again. George was acutely aware that, with his offensive and defensive prowess, there was no longer any reason to impede his journey to the NBA. None at all. Chapter 17. Elizabeth Olsen during this year's Summer League. George and Jeremy Lin showcased remarkably similar performances. However, Lin had caught the attention of NBA teams early on, whereas George had not. George attributed this discrepancy to their physical attributes. Lin possessed both speed and the ability to withstand physical confrontations, which reassured team managers. Yet now, George also had qualities that would instill confidence in them. As the competition drew to a close, it signified the end of George's Summer League journey. Throughout the 4 games, George averaged 20 points, while Lin averaged 18, making them the standout players for the Mavericks. On the final day of the Summer League, George finally received a call from an NBA team. Within just an hour, 3 NBA teams had contacted George's agent, Matt Ryan, expressing their interest in signing him. Which team called? George eagerly inquired of Matt Ryan as they returned to the hotel, accompanied by Aaron and Jeremy Lin. After hanging up the phone, Matt Ryan, with a triumphant expression, declared the place all NBA superstars dream of playing, the New York Knicks. Wow, New York called too. Joe, you should go to the Knicks. I want to go to college in New York as well. That way, we can live together, Aaron exclaimed joyfully. George had already received offers from the Dallas Mavericks, Washington Wizards, and New York Knicks, and Aaron's excitement only grew with each opportunity. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Jeremy Lin also shared in George's joy, saying, Joe, now you have the dilemma of choosing which team to join. Having such a dilemma was certainly preferable to having no options at all. It was a burden that George was more than willing to bear. Moreover, he now had a formidable advisory team, well-versed in the future prospects of various NBA teams, who would undoubtedly provide him with the most prudent advice. Thus, George silently pondered, addressing the audience in the live stream. I suspect that only these 3 teams will sign me: the Dallas Mavericks, the Washington Wizards, and the New York Knicks. Which one do you think I should choose? Such a question was met with enthusiastic responses. Didn't you hear your sister just say she wants to go to New York for college? You must choose the Knicks. We haven't seen you do the Shaq jump yet. For my sister, it has to be the Knicks. Go to the Mavericks. You'll win the championship next season. Whatever you do, don't go to the Mavericks. If you do, I'll unfollow you. Even without the streamer, the Mavericks will still win the championship. What significance does it hold whether the streamer is there or not? I agree. Going to the Mavericks would be disappointing. The streamer cannot replace Nowitzki and earn the finals MVP in just 1 year. I suggest New York. It's a major city that would greatly aid the streamer's personal development. And of course, the most critical point is that there are many beautiful women in New York. It must be New York. After the streamer joins the NBA, he can independently develop his skills for several months. Carmelo Anthony will not join the Knicks until February next year, but he might possess the capability to challenge the Heat's formidable trio in his very first season. The Wizards, however, are too weak. Even if the streamer were to acquire a peak Kobe Bryant this season, they would still be unable to contend with the Heat. Observing these comments, George slowly processes the information and realizes that Anthony will indeed be joining the Knicks next year. Meanwhile, his contemporaries, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, have already formed a united front, aiming for the championship. George had long suspected that Anthony would not remain with the Nuggets for much longer. George had made up his mind. He would choose the New York Knicks. However, he did not directly disclose his decision to his agent. Instead, he said, I need to discuss it with my father before making a final choice. No problem, Ryan replied, clapping his hands before rising from his seat and stretching lazily. Yet, this stretch inadvertently seemed to aggravate some discomfort in his body, prompting him to reach for his back, eliciting laughter from everyone present. You didn't have another wild night, did you? George chuckled. Ryan remarked, that punk girl is like a version of Avril Lavigne. Oh no, an upgraded version. I actually spent the whole night listening to her sing. She is quite talented. At that moment, Jeremy Lin chimed in with a joke. Did she sing just one line all night long? And repeat it? This sparked another round of laughter among the group. It was indeed a moment worthy of celebration. Ryan never minded being teased about such matters, but the physical toll began to make him feel somewhat embarrassed, so he changed the subject. Hey Joe, Lin, you're about to become the first American Asian players to enter the NBA since that guy Walter, or whatever his name was, back in 1947. Lin will be the first player from Harvard to make it to the NBA in 60 years. If we consider those born in America, you too will be the pioneers. Therefore, tonight we must celebrate you both. You choose the place and I'll treat. Ryan was the most generous agent George and Lin had ever encountered. Being a privileged heir, he never concerned himself with money. George even wondered whether the share of the substantial contract he would eventually sign would hold any allure for Ryan. I want to go to Spago. Erin has always excelled in matters of indulgence and leisure, and she was the first to vocalize her enthusiasm. Everyone promptly agreed to visit the renowned Spago restaurant in Las Vegas, which has been a culinary gem for 18 years. The establishment, helmed by world-class chef Wolfgang Puck, is among the earliest fine dining venues in Las Vegas and has since expanded to numerous locations across the globe. That evening, George, Aaron, Matt Ryan, along with Jeremy Lin and his agent Roger Montgomery, entered the restaurant together, pushing open the sleek black door to reveal the upscale bar area. The bar buzzed with the clinking of glasses and lively conversation, complemented by a row of elegant sofas. After traversing the bar, the group arrived in the dining hall, where an awe-inspiring wine display was visible, and the fully transparent kitchen showcased chefs diligently preparing exquisite dishes. The atmosphere was both visually captivating and reassuringly comfortable. Once seated, as they were perusing the menu, George inadvertently noticed a stunning woman at the adjacent table. To be candid, he possessed an innate talent for recognizing beauty, a skill that even the notorious playboy Matt Ryan admired. Ryan had always considered himself discerning when it came to attractive women, yet after meeting George, he realized what true expertise entailed. Whenever a lovely lady graced their surroundings, George seemed to possess a sixth sense, instantly lifting his gaze in her direction and subsequently informing Ryan, who would inevitably express his astonishment. How on earth did you spot that so quickly? The audience in the mysterious live stream could attest to George's uncanny ability. He merely glanced up and immediately noticed a remarkably beautiful girl sitting directly across from George. Matt Ryan was engrossed in the menu. However, when he caught sight of George's entranced expression, his past experiences informed him that a captivating woman was undoubtedly behind him. "Oh, no way," Ryan exclaimed, setting down the menu and swiftly turning around, utterly taken aback by the woman's allure. "Joe, you've got a gift. This girl is truly something special." Encouraged by Ryan's remark, everyone turned their attention to the source of fascination, a girl dressed elegantly, with a sweet smile that radiated warmth. From a distance, it was evident that she possessed an enviable figure that many women would admire. George was enamored by her, experiencing an instant attraction and a desire to learn her name, yet he recognized his lack of courage to approach her. However, the audience in the live stream revealed her identity. "Isn't that Elizabeth Olsen, the Scarlet Witch?" He chuckled. "I just finished watching her in Avengers 2, 5 years later." The host should seize the moment to greet her. She is not famous yet, making it easier to connect now than in the future. Upon researching, it appeared that Olsen's trajectory in stardom was not overly bright, but in terms of beauty and physique, she was certainly captivating. George's gaze was transfixed on her, and the viewers encouraged him, sensing his shyness around women, unlike his confidence on the basketball court. "Her name is Elizabeth Olsen. She will be an actress?" George continued to watch her discreetly. She seemed to be of a similar age, in fact, only a year apart, though Olsen was the elder. Yet with her sweet, youthful demeanor and minimal makeup, she appeared far younger than George, who spent his days drenched in sweat. Eileen, upon seeing Elizabeth, initially compared herself to her. Once assured that she surpassed Olsen in both beauty and figure, she patted George encouragingly, saying, "Good things come in pairs, brother. You should find a girlfriend. Go and introduce yourself." Chapter 18. The art of flirting. Had this been just a few days prior, when George had first arrived in Las Vegas, he might not have felt such a strong inclination to meet her, as his thoughts were solely consumed with when he would enter the NBA. Now that he had confirmed his place in the league, a significant burden had been lifted, allowing him to indulge in other pursuits. The adage "a full stomach breeds a happy heart" rang true. Even Eileen urged George to approach her, yet he hesitated, saying, "She is dining. It would be too forward of me to just walk over." Dining with Olsen was a rather unremarkable female friend, seemingly of similar age. Eileen remarked, "What does that matter? For women, as long as they are well-dressed and exuding beauty and allure, there is no such thing as an inappropriate time. It is only when they are less attractive that it becomes so." Roger Montgomery, Jeremy Lin's agent, perceived George's interest in the girl and recognized his bashfulness. He suggested, "George's concerns are valid. Why don't we order first? You can observe them while you eat, and if you see them finishing up and preparing to leave, that would be the perfect moment for you to introduce yourself." Upon hearing Roger's advice, Matt Ryan chuckled and pointed at him, saying, "Roger, you are quite the sly fox. Your experience shows." Roger humbly replied, "Oh, I dare not compare. When it comes to approaching women, I am no match for you. It's like comparing Andrew Bynum to Shaquille O'Neal. We are not even in the same league." Roger offered a valuable suggestion, which George did not explicitly acknowledge, but tacitly accepted, and proceeded to place their orders. His thoughts, however, were entirely consumed by the presence of Miss Elizabeth Olsen, to the extent that he forgot what he had ordered after completing the selection. During the appetizers, George, as Roger had predicted, kept his gaze fixed on Olsen, anxious that if he let his attention waver for even a moment, she might finish her meal and leave. The conversations of his dining companions, Lin Shaheo and Ryan, went unheard amidst his distraction. When the delectable tuna sashimi was served, Aaron suddenly interrupted Lin Shaheo and the others, instructing them to cease their discussions, and directed a question at George. "Joe, may I pose a question to you? What was the amuse-bouche you just consumed? Everyone else, please refrain from speaking." George pondered for a moment and indeed realized he had forgotten. The sight of George unable to respond elicited laughter from Ryan, Jeremy Lin, and others. Aaron, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "No way. Brother, is that girl truly so enchanting that you forget what you just ate? She is certainly not as lovely as I am." Aaron pouted, seemingly quite displeased with her brother, and her appetite diminished instantly as she set down her utensils. It seems my sister is upset. I ought to soothe her. Are you feeling a bit jealous, dear sister? Let me make it up to you." A few seconds later, George suddenly regained his composure and replied, "Amuse-bouche consisted of bacon cheese macarons and sea urchin risotto. How could I forget what I just ate? Of course. She isn't as beautiful as you. With such a stunning sister, I hardly perceive other beauties as remarkable anymore. Now, let us enjoy our meal." Aaron, upon hearing that George was not captivated by the unfamiliar woman and received a compliment in return, found her previously diminished appetite restored in an instant. Meanwhile, in the live stream, someone was cursing, which scoundrel sent a message revealing the answer to the host. Indeed, it was through the timely messages from the audience that George learned what the appetizer consisted of. Byron, George's father, once engaged in a heartfelt conversation with his son regarding matters of the heart. He imparted wisdom to George, stating that if one day he encounters a girl who makes his heart race to the point of being utterly captivated, he should learn to savor such moments. Even if they occasionally bring discomfort, those instances epitomize the beauty of love. As time passes, such feelings tend to diminish, fade, and may ultimately vanish altogether. Thus, George took his father's advice to heart, relishing the moment as he sat at a distant table, gazing at her from afar, cherishing every smile she cast in his direction. In all honesty, George wished that such moments could linger indefinitely, even if she remained oblivious to his existence, for he harbored uncertainties about the potential outcomes of their acquaintance. However, he soon observed her finishing her meal, engaged in cheerful conversation, and gradually preparing to depart. "Hey, they are leaving. Perhaps I should go and introduce myself, at least to learn her name." Matt Ryan, mindful of George's predicament, was not solely preoccupied with his meal and conversation. Jeremy Lin jestingly remarked, "Joe, if you don't go, I certainly will." Given George's own desire to meet her and the encouragement from friends and viewers in the live stream, he mustered the courage to approach her. As he drew nearer, he gained a clearer view of Elizabeth Olsen. She donned a white striped blouse paired with high-waisted white casual trousers, exuding a fresh and charming demeanor. Her sweet smile felt like a gentle breeze, yet the thought of her future as a renowned Hollywood star made George's heart race with anxiety. "Hi," George greeted as he approached Olsen directly. It was then that she noticed the man who had been observing her for quite some time. A hint of nervousness washed over her as she politely acknowledged him, awaiting his next words. I initially thought you were an old friend of mine, but upon closer inspection, I realized I was mistaken. However, seeing you, I felt compelled to continue my approach. Hello, I'm Mike George, and I would truly love to meet you." As he uttered these words, George felt his ears grow warm. Elizabeth Olsen, merely 21 years of age and yet to embark on her acting career, was presently studying performance at the Tisch School of the Arts at New York University. Much like George, both of them poised to step into their respective professional journeys. As a striking beauty who had captivated many since childhood, Olsen quickly grasped the intent behind George's approach. She felt delighted to discover that she had garnered the admiration of someone from Asia. After sizing him up, she remarked, "Hello, you're quite tall. Are you an athlete?" George nodded and said, "Indeed, I am here in Las Vegas to participate in the Summer League, as I am on the cusp of entering the NBA." "Oh, is that so? Which team do you play for?" Olsen was pleasantly surprised to discover that her conversation partner was an NBA player. "The New York Knicks," George replied. "Elizabeth, we should be on our way," he added. Just as the two engaged in their casual conversation, George was preparing to seize the opportunity to request her contact information when suddenly, Olsen's female companion stood up, insisting on taking Olsen away. At that moment, George finally took a proper look at Olsen's companion. Her appearance was rather ordinary, and her physique paled in comparison to Olsen's. Yet, as soon as she spoke, Olsen followed suit and stood up, and the two were poised to leave. George gazed at Olsen with a look of reluctance. Before departing, Olsen turned to George and said, "It was a pleasure to meet you. We must be going now, but I will come to Madison Square Garden to watch you play when I have the time. Goodbye." With that, Olsen walked away from him. The failed attempt at flirting sent the audience in the live stream into a frenzy. Who is that unattractive woman accompanying Olsen? The host was trying to speak to Olsen. Not her. Why does she have the right to drag Olsen away? Don't worry, host. I just did some research. She is also in New York. studying acting at the Tisch School of the Arts at NYU. You can go find her directly when you arrive in New York. George returned to his seat with a face full of disappointment, and Ryan and the others had witnessed the unfolding events. Ryan patted George on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation, saying, "It's my fault for not teaching you the proper approach. You must have rushed towards that beautiful girl without even glancing at her friend." The neglected girl was offended, which ultimately sabotaged your chances. Typically, when I engage with attractive women, regardless of how unremarkable their friends may appear, I always compliment them both. Eileen chimed in, "My brother isn't exactly a seasoned flirt like you. He doesn't have the slightest clue about such things. In truth, every stunning girl usually has a less attractive friend, and sometimes even several. I have experienced this at school, where they actively seek my company. We occasionally venture out together, drawing attention, and they relish that sensation. However, if someone completely disregards them, they may impede my interactions with others under the pretense of protecting me. Frankly, I find this behavior quite bothersome. Perhaps that beautiful girl genuinely wanted to get to know you, but felt compelled to act that way due to her friend." At that moment, the table was served steak, and George smiled, assuring them, "It's all right. I already know who she is. I believe we shall meet again." Chapter 19. What is the gesture of the shack jump? Following this enchanting encounter, George departed from Las Vegas, feeling immensely fulfilled by his visit to the gambling city. He had secured a passage into the NBA and met a future Hollywood starlet. His instincts hinted that their story was far from over. Subsequently, George officially signed a 2-year contract with the New York Knicks, with the first year's guaranteed salary set at $500,000 and an option for the second year. On the same day, Jeremy Lin also finalized his contract with the Golden State Warriors, mirroring George's agreement. 2 individuals of Chinese descent were set to enter the NBA, each assuming a minor role within their respective teams. Time swiftly passed, and by August, with the new NBA season commencing in October, George had to exercise patience for 2 more months. He and Eileen had returned to Seattle, a city notorious for its rain, which deterred many from its charm. However, during July and August, Seattle was blessed with clear skies and temperate weather, rarely exceeding 30 degrees, particularly enjoying cool evenings. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, George and Eileen were playing basketball in the yard. George's home lacked a full basketball court, merely featuring a hoop, which was adjusted to accommodate Eileen's height. At that moment, George was backing down against Eileen, and both were enjoying themselves, much to the delight of their live-stream audience. "Your sister looks stunning in anything she wears. Those pink athletic shorts are utterly captivating. Her legs are like 2 meters long. By the way, it seems you forgot to apply sunscreen on her today. Will she get sunburned? You are quite the negligent brother. Allow me to step in." And when she ties her hair up, she resembles Haruko Akagi. Who is Akagi Haruko? I need some enlightening information. I can't believe it. I just watched an episode of Slam Dunk, and now I can't stop. I'm foregoing the live broadcast to binge-watch the series. As George practiced basketball with his sister, he simultaneously monitored the barrage of comments on the screen. Gradually, he began to apply pressure on Erin, fully aware that she would be unable to defend against his shots, as she was a girl and stood a whole 25 centimeters shorter than him. Nevertheless, George approached each movement with utmost seriousness. Just as he executed a couple of backing moves and was about to proceed to the next maneuver, the live chat erupted with a cacophony of insults. "Streamer, your arm touched your sister again. Was that intentional? You lewd streamer. I shall report you." George found himself in a rather awkward situation during his back-to-the-basket plays. His arms inevitably brushed against his opponent's body. In truth, George could not deny that he felt something, particularly due to Erin's remarkable physical development. George paid no heed to the distractions around him. After a feint, he executed a graceful backward jump shot. Swish! The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before settling into the net. The broadcaster's back-to-the-basket maneuver and fading jump shot mirrored the legendary Michael Jordan's technique with astonishing precision. Indeed, once the broadcaster acquires Jordan, his skills will flourish. However, lacking a million gold coins, the prospect of obtaining Jordan remains a distant dream. Does purchasing Jordan truly require over $1 million? George wiped the sweat from his brow, finding the prospect of earning even $10,000 an insurmountable challenge. During the Summer League, had it not been for the generosity of a viewer who bestowed upon him a $5,000 tip, he would have never experienced such fortune. $1 million? It would take countless years to amass that sum. With an elegant shot made, he retrieved the ball and continued play. Aileen jogged over to collect the ball and passed it back to George. "Let's not tire my sister out. I'll reward you with $100. Could you perhaps hire a practice partner with that?" Indeed, it's already 7 in the evening, and my sister hasn't had dinner yet. Hurry, take her out for a lavish meal. George, feeling somewhat helpless, noticed that those in the live stream cared for his sister even more than he did. He turned to Aaron and said, "It's getting late. We should stop practicing. Dad must be preparing dinner." Unlike many girls who merely enjoy dressing up, shopping, and posting photos online, Aaron genuinely relished this sport. Besides, her role was simply to retrieve the balls, which required minimal exertion. Glancing at the still bright sky, she replied, "It's only 9 o'clock. Why stop so early?" In summer, Seattle basked in long daylight hours, from 6 in the morning until 9 at night. However, winter painted a different picture, with dusk arriving shortly after 3 in the afternoon and the sun not rising until 10. Coupled with the incessant rain, one could easily feel as though living in a dreamlike realm. Thus, George's nature was tinged with a cautiousness akin to the gentle patter of drizzle. One might even describe him as possessing a hint of artistic temperament, a trait shared by his father, Byron. In contrast, Aaron and her mother lacked this quality, prompting Aaron to frequently jest, "You must be Dad's biological child. I must be the adopted one." When the sounds of basketball ceased for a moment, Byron opened the window and called out to the yard, "Hey, you two rascals, come in for dinner." Aaron chimed in, "No, Dad, we're going to eat at Alki Beach." With that, she took George's hand and led him inside to change for their outing. At 10 o'clock that evening, George and Aaron returned home, the night just having fallen. As Aaron emerged from the car clad in a youthful red dress, she linked her arm with George's, resting her head against him as they walked slowly. The evening breeze was cool and tranquil. After a few steps, Aaron remarked, "Brother, you'll be leaving us soon. I want to be able to go to college until next year. I can only come in New York to find you then. You must have a girlfriend by now, right? What if when I come to see you, you and your girlfriend are already living together and don't need me anymore?" George followed closely in Aaron's petite footsteps, always enamored with the summer in Seattle, which he deemed unparalleled. He gently caressed Aaron's hair and consoled her, saying, "You need not fear the absence of a girlfriend. I could never let you go, Aaron. Starting tomorrow, why not spend more time with your friends? I worry that if you remain by my side incessantly, you may feel a profound sense of loss when I depart." Aaron turned her head away from George, her laughter ringing as she opened the door, exclaiming, "You even care about whether I've applied sunscreen. If I'm not clinging to you, whom else would I cling to?" George felt helpless. His concern was hardly genuine, but rather a response to the incessant chatter of the viewers in the live stream. Upon returning home, Byron was already fast asleep. George first escorted Eileen to her room, gently detaching her clingy hands from himself, and softly murmured, "It's time for bed. I shall return to my quarters." Suddenly, Eileen's enthusiasm surged as she exclaimed, Wait, I want to see the shack dance." The previously quiet live stream erupted with excitement. "Finally, we've been waiting for the shack dance. If the host doesn't agree to it, he is not a real man. I'll donate 100 gold coins. So hurry and agree." George has always enjoyed tantalizing his audience, and after such an extended live broadcast, they remained oblivious to the true nature of the shack jump. However, when his sister eagerly requested to see it, George, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, consented, saying, "All right, let's go." The live stream erupted into a frenzy once more. "Ha. After waiting for over a month, I finally got to see it. What inappropriate content awaits us? Hurry up and reveal it." Amidst the salivating anticipation, Aaron's face lit up with joy as she rushed towards George. Just then, George switched the stream to a black screen, leaving the curious viewers in darkness, unable to see anything but an abyss. Meanwhile, George and Aaron had already completed the shack jump. You scoundrel. How could you black out the screen? Unsubscribe. I must unsubscribe. It's bad enough that you blacked out the screen, but please turn off the sound too. All I can hear is my sister's laughter. Yet I am deprived of the visuals. It's utterly exasperating. Perverse streamer, I will report you." Before long, George resumed the broadcast normally, and Aaron, looking thoroughly satisfied, smiled and said, "You can return to your room." From the content expression on his sister's face, I realized that this action was undoubtedly no trivial matter. Could the shack jump have any connection to Shaquille O'Neal? Yet, how could such a brutish figure possibly be associated with anything ambiguous? I have my suspicions, but I shall not divulge them. All I can say is, dear streamer, when you engage in this with your sister, be sure not to let Dad catch you. Otherwise, you will be in for a world of hurt. What on earth is it? That black comment, please clarify. Chapter 20. I'm the most gifted one before entering the NBA. George had much preparation to undertake, one of the most crucial being to enhance his physical conditioning. Although he now possessed Hayes' abilities, He lacked the robust physique that Hayes boasted. Thus, even after joining the NBA, he dared not fully unveil the extent of Hayes' strength. George must enhance his strength. Otherwise, the 60,000 Hayes he purchased will merely become a decorative object. However, George is acutely aware that such transformation cannot be achieved in a mere 2 months, and rapid weight gain would inevitably diminish his scoring ability. He would never allow a trivial matter like the Hayes to compromise his inherent skills. Time swiftly passed, and September 23rd arrived. Tomorrow, George would embark on his journey to report to the New York Knicks, followed by a media conference with the team. After media day, the preseason would commence, heralding the official start of the new NBA season. Unless Byron and Aaron traveled to New York, George would find himself with little opportunity to return for an extended period. During these past 2 months, Aaron had been inseparable from George, accompanying him from the moment he awoke, unwashed, until the night enveloped them in slumber. On this particular evening, as George prepared to depart, Aaron was reluctant to part ways, even turning down numerous invitations from dear friends. However, at 10 o'clock, Byron insisted that Aaron retire to her room. On this final night before his departure, George belonged to his father, not to her. George could discern that Byron had something to convey. Once Eileen departed, the room fell into a profound silence. Byron stood in George's chamber, surveying the posters adorning the walls. There was the legendary Michael Jordan, whom George idolized, the heir to Jordan's legacy, Kobe Bryant, and the overwhelmingly dominant Shaquille O'Neal. These posters had been affixed for many years, and Byron could evoke some memories of the past from these somewhat faded images. However, on this significant day, Byron refrained from sentimentality or reminiscence. After forcefully suppressing the emotions that would hinder George's progress, he inquired earnestly, "Tomorrow, you will report to the New York Knicks. Are you aware of who your teammates are?" George sat upon his bed, responding thoughtfully, "Amare Stoudemire has recently signed with the Knicks this summer for a 5-year contract worth $100 million. He will undoubtedly serve as the leader of the team in the upcoming season. Additionally, there is Wilson Chandler, who averaged 15 points last season, alongside Danilo Gallinari, Raymond Felton, Ronnie Turieff, Anthony Randolph, Timofey Mozgov, and my fellow rookie Landry Fields. Oh, and let us not forget the small forward Sean Williams, whom the team has just signed today." Byron nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Quite impressive that you can name them all. Although many may perceive your position within the team as tenuous, perhaps even believing you might see limited playtime before being reassigned, I still hope you can view yourself as an integral part of the team, understanding your teammates like a leader and recognizing the support they can provide is essential. Joe, as you prepare to depart tomorrow, I have a few important points to discuss with you." George listened attentively while Byron, a former NBA player, had once played for the Los Angeles Lakers in 1988. Regrettably, his professional career was exceedingly brief, lasting merely a few days with the Lakers, during which he had little opportunity to showcase his talents. Subsequently, due to injuries, he was compelled to conclude his athletic career prematurely. George has always held Byron in high regard, and he hopes to help him fulfill the dreams that Byron was unable to accomplish in the NBA. Byron remarked, "First and foremost, strive to speak less. Many Asian players have faced challenges in the NBA due to their reserved personalities, which hinder their ability to communicate with teammates. A prime example is Yi Jinlian, who recently transferred to the Washington Wizards, and his struggles can be attributed to this issue. However, you're different. They grew up abroad and faced a language barrier upon arriving in the NBA, making it difficult for them to integrate. In contrast, you were raised in the United States, and integrating into the team will require no effort at all. Therefore, your primary consideration should be how to avoid causing any trouble." As Byron spoke, he casually pulled over a chair and continued, "You must understand that your team boasts a superstar. Stoudemire is an MVP caliber player, and upon his arrival, he will undoubtedly take charge of everything in New York. Additionally, there are several seasoned veterans who have little patience for rookies who speak too much, especially in the locker room." George nodded and replied, "Rookies are not entitled to dominate the conversations within the locker room. I shall remember that." Byron continued, "The second point pertains to respect and etiquette. Many rookies have been cut before even stepping onto the court. It is crucial to show respect towards coaches and veterans, as well as to all team personnel, such as the massage therapists, equipment managers, public relations staff, and assistant coaches who will stand by you throughout the entire season. Treat them as you would your own family." The third point, in fact, relates to your teammates. I understand you have a stubborn disposition. If your teammates seek to trouble or embarrass you, endure it. Your true adversaries lie beyond the New York Knicks. Direct your fists toward opponents, not your fellow teammates. George gazed at Byron, naturally imprinting his words upon his memory. However, a sudden curiosity stirred within him. Was Byron's concern for his relationships with teammates, coaches, and even staff rooted in past grievances during his time with the Lakers? Yet, the memories of that era were a topic Byron was unwilling to discuss. So George refrained from inquiring further, merely nodding with a smile and assuring, "Rest assured, Dad, I will foster good relations with my teammates." Satisfied, Byron rose and patted George on the shoulder, saying, "Get to bed early. If Eileen seeks you out in the middle of the night, simply ignore her." All right," George replied, somewhat dazed. George did not hear Eileen knocking on his door during the night, and upon waking in the morning, he discovered that Eileen had already risen early. It was uncommon for her to wake at such an hour. She had done so to prepare breakfast for George, as he needed to leave for the airport shortly after his meal. At 5:30, George descended the stairs with his suitcase in hand and saw Eileen bustling about in the kitchen. He playfully inquired, "Dear sister, what delicious dish are you preparing?" Eileen, while slicing mushrooms, turned to him with a smile and replied, "It's your favorite. Wash your face and wait a moment. It will be ready soon." "Thank you, Eileen." George expressed his gratitude before heading off to freshen up. At that moment, Byron had also risen. Eileen prepared a full English breakfast for George, chopping mushrooms and tomatoes, frying eggs and bacon, and toasting bread. After a considerable effort, she finally presented a mouth-watering feast on a plate. Just as George and Byron took their seats at the dining table, Eileen glanced at George with a smile, ready to serve the plate to him. However, in an unfortunate mishap, Eileen stumbled and fell, causing the meticulously prepared delicacies to scatter across the floor. In an instant, Eileen felt a pang of sorrow. She crouched down, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. George was taken aback by the suddenness of her tears. George hurried over, crouched down, and inquired, "Eileen, how are you?" "It's merely a breakfast. I can forego it without any issue." George could not fathom the emotions that stirred within Aaron at that moment. In truth, Aaron had longed to converse with George in the depths of night, just as Byron had foretold. However, she refrained from disturbing his slumber and thus spent the entire night in her room, consumed by her thoughts. George is leaving today, and Aaron has not slept a wink all night. It is not that she rises early. Aaron weeps uncontrollably, seemingly without reason. She cares little for whether she has ruined breakfast. Suddenly, she embraces George and, in a fit of tears, exclaims, "I do not want you to leave." George had just awakened and had not yet begun his live stream. Thus, the audience in the streaming room had not witnessed this poignant scene. Otherwise, even from billions of kilometers away, they would surely have been moved by Aaron's sentiments. In that moment, George found himself at a loss for words. Aaron clutched him tighter, expressing her fears. "In the past few days, I've been haunted by dreams of you suffering an injury while playing in the NBA, bleeding profusely, unable even to walk, being carried off the court on a stretcher. I am terrified of the idea of something happening to you, Joe. I understand your eagerness to join the NBA. You wish to earn money to repay us, but we do not require such sacrifices from you. Promise me, if they no longer want you, you'll come home, all right?" Byron, witnessing Aaron lay bare her concerns, felt a surge of anger. All along, George had harbored his own thoughts, which his family had recognized but pretended to ignore, silently supporting each of his decisions. Yet now, Aaron's candidness seemed excessive. Byron interjected, "Aaron, your brother hasn't even played a single game in the NBA yet. How can he find the confidence to face the challenges of the league when you speak to him in such a manner?" At that moment, George realized that Byron and Aaron had long been aware of his inner turmoil. This sudden exposure of vulnerability made him feel like an outsider in their midst. George gently wiped away the tears that continued to cascade down Eileen's face, softly assuring her, "Eileen, I promise you, without your consent, my body shall endure no harm. Furthermore, you underestimate your brother. I am the most gifted player in the NBA, unmatched by anyone." Eileen gazed at George with a dazed expression, her eyes flickering with confusion over the meaning of his words, and the flow of her tears began to diminish. In that moment, as he beheld Eileen's extraordinary beauty from such close proximity, George suddenly realized that she was no longer the innocent little girl she once was. She was increasingly resembling their mother, evolving more and more into a woman. Chapter 21. Team Training. George has secured a modest apartment in New York, situated in a rather secluded area, with the rooms being quite cramped. After all, in New York, every inch is precious, and acquiring property here is not something one can achieve in a short span of time. Furthermore, George is uncertain about the duration of his stay in New York. More specifically, he is unaware of when the New York Knicks may no longer require his services. although George possesses the abilities of Chuck Hayes. He himself falls considerably short of Hayes' prowess. For the sake of his own security, he dares not fully reveal Hayes' capabilities. Furthermore, George primarily plays as a shooting guard or small forward, while Hayes' main role is to defend against opponents in the paint. It is inconceivable that the Knicks head coach would assign George such responsibilities. Thus, George's future in the NBA remains shrouded in uncertainty. In New York, at the Knicks training facility, today marks the team's reporting day. All players and coaches have gathered on the basketball court. The Knicks head coach, Mike D'Antoni, a former basketball player himself, once excelled as a point guard and was recognized as the best guard in the Italian league. During his time in Italy, the league's premier player, Kobe Bryant, happened to be there as well, which made D'Antoni one of Kobe's favorite players during his youth. Upon retiring as a player, D'Antoni transitioned into coaching in the NBA, leading the Phoenix Suns in 2003. By the 2004-2005 season, he earned the title of NBA Coach of the Year, as the Suns showcased the most dazzling offense in the league at that time. Unfortunately, the Suns struggled in the playoffs for several consecutive years, leading to D'Antoni's departure from the team. Nevertheless, the audience in the mysterious live stream showered him with praise for having pioneered the small ball, fast-paced era of basketball, albeit without ever clinching a championship title. This pattern held true during his tenure with both the Suns and the Rockets. During D'Antoni's coaching stint with the Rockets, the NBA had already reached its climax. Losing was to be expected. However, this coach frequently guided his star players to regular season MVP awards, and perhaps the streamer could also ride along to secure one. As George read the comments, he gathered that D'Antoni would soon coach the Houston Rockets and assist one of their stars in attaining the MVP accolade, though he remained oblivious to how many years into the future that would occur or who that MVP-winning player might be. At this moment, D'Antoni, sharply dressed in a suit, appeared before everyone. As the head coach, he simply smiled and made a few brief remarks. With the new season yet to commence and no specific demands, he permitted everyone to engage in free practice. After stepping aside to rest, the spotlight shifted to Amare Stoudemire, the most prominent figure on the court. A five-time All-Star, Stoudemire had averaged 23 points and 9 rebounds last season with the Suns, even leading his team to the Western Conference Finals, only to ultimately fall to the Lakers. As Stoudemire entered the new team, he was eager to establish his authority. On this first day of training, he felt a sense of familiarity reminiscent of his time with the Suns, as D'Antoni was his former coach there, although he was not yet well acquainted with his new teammates. I am the only all-star caliber player on the team. Gaining their recognition as a leader should pose no challenge, Stoudemire thought to himself, exuding confidence. From the moment he joined this team, he regarded himself as the primary figure. George, adhering to Byron's counsel, chose to speak less and act more, refraining from forging relationships actively. At present, he has yet to earn the coach's endorsement and lacks a solid position within the team, rendering his actions somewhat hasty. Conversely, for Stoudemire, whose status within the team is unassailable, such endeavors are imperative. On the basketball court, while everyone was engrossed in practice, Stoudemire exhibited a degree of nonchalance, cradling the basketball and engaging in conversation with his new teammates, seeking to forge bonds through dialogue and to have his peers yield to his magnetic charm more swiftly. Wilson, how's your injury? You can sit out the preseason. I'll speak to Mike for you. Ronnie Turieff, my friend, I absolutely adore your braids. Could you share where you got your hair done? I too intend to grow mine out and braid it like yours. That way, when I pivot for a dunk beneath the basket, no one will dare to impede me. For an extended period, Stoudemire focused on establishing his authority through conversation, while George quietly practiced, choosing not to engage or respond. The atmosphere soon became invigorated by Stoudemire's efforts. By the end of the first day of training camp, the group began to resemble a cohesive team. To George's surprise, after a considerable time, Stoudemire approached him. Hey buddy, I know you, Mike George, right? I'm aware you were invited to the green room, but ultimately did not get selected. That must have been quite a disheartening experience. I fully understand how much your family wished to see you chosen at the draft. I can relate to that feeling, truly. You know, when I participated in the draft, my mother was on bail and could not leave Florida, yet she made the journey to New York just to witness my selection. Oh, your mother truly loves you. George began to respond to the all-star leader. George had never heard of this matter, and it was not merely to placate his superior that he felt genuinely moved. He was certain that had it been his sister Erin, she would have acted similarly. Stoudemire nodded and remarked, indeed, it is unfortunate that upon returning to Florida, she was apprehended and spent 4 months in confinement. Ha ha! Why do I find this amusing? What a magnificent display of maternal love. And yet what is there to find humorous? However, I am more curious about the nature of her mother's transgressions. According to the records, Green indicated that it was theft. Her mother had engaged in larceny since childhood, and though her circumstances improved after marriage, the early demise of little Stoudemire's father forced her mother to revert to her former ways. George gazed at the barrage of comments, gaining a deeper understanding of Stoudemire before him, information he had not previously delved into. Ah, by the way, I have seen your video on YouTube. When will you showcase that move on the court for me? No one in the NBA has ever attempted such a feat. Stoudemire suddenly chuckled. At that moment, the audience in the live stream grew curious. Host, what exactly did you perform in that video? We cannot find it on YouTube at all. I too am intrigued by the nature of the shot that has garnered such admiration from Stoudemire. Host, since we are unable to locate your past materials, could you open YouTube on your computer and show us live? Indeed. Yes, we eagerly request the host to broadcast your extraordinary performance. George did not readily acquiesce to the audience's demands. Although his ascension to superstardom hinged entirely on their support, he wished to tantalize them a little longer. George quietly responded to the audience, saying, "Watching videos is rather tedious without any sense of awe. If you continue to follow my live broadcasts, I assure you that during a particular NBA game, I will recreate that moment." He then turned to Stoudemire and said, "I would love to collaborate with you, but unfortunately, you are the leader of the team, and your playing time is predetermined, while I am uncertain if I will even have the chance to share the court with you." Stoudemire chuckled, acknowledging the truth of the situation. It is indeed challenging for a star player and one who cannot even be considered a substitute to be on the court at the same time. Stoudemire replied, "Keep training hard, and opportunities will arise." George chuckled, "I certainly will." George believed that Stoudemire would leave after making his statement. In truth, Stoudemire indeed did not wish to engage in further conversation with George. However, after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly recalled something, turned around, and posed a rather uncomfortable question to George. "My friend, I would like to ask you a question. Who do you think is stronger, me or Yao Ming?" Chapter 22. The regular season commences. George was perplexed as to why Stoudemire would pose such a question to him. Perhaps he believed that both George and Yao Ming shared some connection to China. However, until that moment, George had never considered comparing the two. Both Stoudemire and Yao Ming entered the NBA in 2002, with Yao being the first overall pick, yet Stoudemire claimed the Rookie of the Year title that same year. Over the years, the two had been in a quiet rivalry, with Stoudemire viewing Yao as a competitor from the outset. Witnessing Yao secure the top draft position, make the All-Star team, and become a leader in All-Star votes, Stoudemire felt a pang of envy. Believing himself to be superior, yet lacking the status and influence that Yao enjoyed, the host needed to tread carefully in his response, as Stoudemire was known for his sensitivity. Suggesting he was inferior to Yao could provoke resentment. In truth, the topic could now be broached, given that Yao had retired after playing merely 5 games that season, eliminating any possibility of their direct confrontation. Indeed, this was Yao's final season in the NBA, and I almost overlooked that fact. Upon reviewing their head-to-head statistics, it appeared to be a close match, 18-10 for Yao versus 19-9 for Stoudemire. One could argue they were evenly matched. Yet, it was evident that Stoudemire possessed greater prowess, as he had made the All-NBA first team. That season also marked Yao's statistical peak, showcasing the suppression during his prime. Could Stoudemire attract double or triple teams in defense? Yao certainly could. It's clear that if the 2002 draft were to be held 100 times, the first overall pick would still be Yao Ming. The audience in the live stream began to engage in heated debate. With George now in the NBA and facing renowned players and coaches, opportunities for growth in the live stream's activity were bound to increase. George has only recently learned of Yao Ming's impending retirement. He has always held a fondness for Yao, and the thought that he may never have the opportunity to compete against him on the NBA court fills him with immense regret. Thus, even if he genuinely believes that Yao does not measure up to Stoudemire, he would refrain from belittling Yao merely to appease the team's star player. However, George finds himself in a position where he cannot afford to offend him. George pondered for a moment and remarked, "This is indeed a challenging question. You are both among the finest big men in the league today. However, if we are speaking of this season, I believe you hold the upper hand." Chuckling, he added, "The host is quite cunning. After all, Yao Ming has only played 5 games this season, so naturally, he cannot compare to Stoudemire." Stoudemire, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight. At the very least, George had unequivocally stated that he was superior to Yao Ming, without any vague or evasive language. Yet, he could not comprehend why George insisted on referring to the upcoming season. With a satisfied smile, Stoudemire walked away, considering George to be a reasonably good teammate. Though whether George possessed the requisite skills to remain his teammate would ultimately depend on his own capabilities. As the team's media day approached, it became apparent that it would be Stoudemire's moment in the spotlight. Media outlets, camera flashes, and reports would solely focus on him, paying little heed to the lives of the lesser-known players. The preseason was imminent, serving as a warm-up for teams before the commencement of the NBA regular season. Given that team rosters undergo significant alterations at the conclusion of each season, the purpose of the preseason is to foster cohesion among the team and its players. For George, the preseason also represented an opportunity to acclimate to the NBA. However, the games were often played half-heartedly, and viewers in the live stream showed little interest, resulting in a sparse audience and minimal contributions during these exhibitions. George understood that the regular season marked the true commencement of his professional career. As the days drew closer to the start of the season, he found himself increasingly anxious. Autumn in New York is the most delightful of seasons, bustling with a myriad of activities. Whether one is a connoisseur of culture, a sports enthusiast, a foodie, or music lover, New York offers an array of the world's most prestigious and grand events awaiting participation. Recently, the New York Film Festival was underway, and George made it a point to attend each evening while in the city. However, this year's festival showcased a lackluster selection of films, with one mysterious viewer dismissively labeling them as a collection of mediocrity. Indeed, compared to the film Inception, which he and Aaron had seen in Las Vegas upon its release, and which remains his favorite, the current offerings were disappointingly inferior. The audience in the live stream echoed this sentiment, asserting that even years later, no comparable film would emerge. Yet, George was not drawn to the festival for its cinematic excellence. Rather, he held a lingering hope of encountering Elizabeth Olsen, who was studying acting in New York. Since their last parting, George had not forgotten about her. Now, both were in New York, and he felt the weight of solitude. How delightful it would be to have a beautiful girlfriend like Olsen to share meals, watch movies, or simply enjoy each other's company. Regrettably, despite multiple attempts, he had not crossed paths with her again, and he lacked the courage to seek her out at the Tisch School of the Arts, especially since he was merely a substitute player for the Knicks. Nevertheless, George was resolute. Once he secured a place in the Knicks' regular rotation, he would pursue her. As the leaves withered and the autumn winds grew colder, the date swiftly approached. October 25, 2010, the day of the NBA's 2010 to 2011 season opener. The New York Knicks were not featured in the opening matchups. On this day, 6 teams would compete, with the most anticipated clash undoubtedly being between the newly formed Miami Heat, boasting their own trio of stars, and the Boston Celtics, who also fielded a formidable trio. In this inaugural game, LeBron James, recently joined by the Heat, scored 31 points, but his fellow stars, Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, delivered lackluster performances, resulting in a defeat to the Celtics. Post-game discussions echoed the sentiment that the trio appeared strong only on the surface. The equation of 1 + 1 + 1 did not necessarily equate to 3. Yet, George was acutely aware that the Heat were indeed the strongest team in the East and would undoubtedly claim the Eastern Conference Championship. The following day, in Toronto, Canada, at the Air Canada Centre, George prepared for the first game of his professional career. Go streamer. In your debut match, just score, and the rewards will surely follow. Can the debutant secure 30 points? Is that a jest? With Hayes' abilities, can he really achieve 30 points? It's uncertain if he'll even step onto the court today. As of now, there are 200 individuals captivated by George, with the current online count reaching 270. The NBA regular season undoubtedly captivates far more interest than the summer leagues or preseason games. I wonder when I will have the opportunity to step onto the court. As George sits on the bench, eagerly awaiting the summons from Coach D'Antoni. At this moment, D'Antoni gazes intently at the starting 5 on the court. Stoudemire, Raymond Felton-Gallinari, Landry Fields, and Mozgov, completely oblivious to George's yearning gaze beside him. George gazed intently at his 5 teammates on the court, resolute in his determination to secure a position among the starting 5 this season. The only players he could potentially replace were the point guard Felton or the shooting guard Fields. Although George is capable of playing both the point guard and shooting guard positions, he is currently designated as a shooting guard by D'Antoni. This means that in order to secure a starting position, he must displace Landry Fields. Like George, Fields is also a rookie this year. Dear host, I took the liberty of researching Fields' statistics. He burst onto the scene with remarkable prowess, averaging 9, 7 points, and 6, for rebounds this season. However, his performance has declined yearly, and he has not played in the NBA since 2015. How could a player who has only spent 5 seasons in the league possibly pose a challenge to the host? Keep pushing forward, host, and swiftly eliminate him to claim your starting position. Indeed, host, you must strive to become a starter. The game has commenced. Yet there is uncertainty regarding when you will take the court, and it feels quite unsettling. Surprisingly, the audience in a live stream is even more anxious than George himself. At this moment, not only is George not replacing Fields as the starter, but he's also not even considered for the backup role. After nearly 10 minutes into the first quarter, Knicks coach D'Antoni substituted Fields, but the player who entered the game was not George, but Wilson Chandler. What is going on? Why isn't the host stepping in for Fields? Wilson Chandler was a starter for the team last season, and in terms of skill, he currently outmatches Fields. However, the team has chosen to develop the rookie Fields, which is why he has been given the starting role. Is D'Antoni unwell? Even if the goal is to nurture a rookie, shouldn't the focus be on the host? The host possesses Hayes' defensive capabilities and enjoys the support of our well-informed advisory group, making him far more promising than Fields. Host, go confront that old man. I can no longer tolerate this. George did not take the court for an entire period, and the audience in the live stream, which once numbered 270, gradually dwindled to a mere 200. George rubbed his hands together, his emotions growing increasingly anxious. He thought to himself, surely the next substitution will be for me. However, to his surprise, as the second quarter dwindled down to its final minute, it was not him, but rather another guard, Roger Mason, who replaced Wilson Chandler on the court. Damn it, I am not even in the rotation. It dawned on George that Coach D'Antoni might not intend to play him at all during this game. Chapter 23, one-on-one with the starting shooting guard. In the current lineup, the starting point guard, Felton, is backed up by Douglas, while the starting shooting guard, Fields, has Wilson Chandler as a substitute. These 4 players are guaranteed to appear in every game. Following these 4, there are 2 additional candidates for the guard positions, Roger Mason and George. D'Antoni's choice of Mason indicated that, barring an injury to one of the others, George would be deprived of any opportunity to step onto the court. For 3 entire quarters, George remained benched as the viewership in a live broadcast dwindled, leaving only a mere 100 spectators. If the game entered garbage time in the final moments, perhaps George would get a chance to play. However, the match between the Knicks and the Raptors was fiercely contested, marked more by sloppiness than intensity, as both teams struggled to find their rhythm early in the season, leading to frequent turnovers and missed shots devoid of entertainment value. D'Antoni was eager to secure a victory in the season's inaugural game. Thus, he refrained from putting George in until the very last second of the fourth quarter. In the end, the Knicks fell to the Raptors with a score of 93-98, suffering defeat in their first regular season match. Upon returning to the locker room, D'Antoni's expression was grim, deeply disappointed by the players' performance. He felt a pressing need to assert his authority over this young team. Otherwise, they would continue to repeat their mistakes. Standing before them, D'Antoni admonished, "When Chris Bosh left Toronto to join LeBron and Dwayne Wade, I knew this season's Raptors would be a poor team. Now, thanks to you, I realize we were just as wretched." This was D'Antoni's initial reprimand of the new team, having barely raised his voice to the players in the preceding days. What a fool D'Antoni is. He didn't utilize the broadcaster throughout the game, forcing me to wait 4 entire quarters for nothing. He deserves to lose. Had the broadcaster revealed to D'Antoni that he possessed the ability to guard positions 4 and 5, D'Antoni would have undoubtedly made him a starter. Alas, the broadcaster was too cautious, fearing being subjected to experiments, and hesitated to demonstrate his capabilities. Yet, broadcaster, after all your effort to acquire Hayes, do you intend to leave him unused? At this moment, George sat in his chair, absorbing the reprimands from the head coach while simultaneously perusing the barrage of comments in the live chat. A sense of melancholy enveloped him as he reflected, "They are right. I invested $60,000 in Hayes, and to not fully capitalize on that would be a grave loss. However, how can I unleash Hayes' potential without inciting suspicion? Surely, there must be a solution to this intricate dilemma. Perhaps, indeed, there exists an answer to this convoluted issue. Yet, under the stern atmosphere orchestrated by D'Antoni, George found himself devoid of inspiration. D'Antoni was particularly loquacious today, for the team leader was Stoudemire, a player he had previously coached and with whom he shared a certain camaraderie. Without hesitation, D'Antoni admonished the young star, Amare, as the leader of this team. You must unite your teammates and foster a sense of togetherness. Look at the disarray on the court today. The entire team managed fewer than 10 assists. Are you all merely here to collect a paycheck, to play this game and leave? With his head bowed, Stoudemire, burdened by the responsibilities of leadership, acknowledged the defeat. I apologize, coach. I have not performed adequately. Grant me some time, and I will ensure we evolve into a cohesive unit. Though he outwardly accepted the blame, inwardly he resented. What does D'Antoni expect? The lack of unity is hardly my fault. These guys, aside from Ronnie Turieff, hardly exchanged a glance with me on the court. Stoudemire felt a profound disappointment in the team. All right, let us all take today's lesson to heart. The regular season has only just begun, and our next game is at home. Let us strive for victory. D'Antoni swiftly concluded the discussion after singling out Stoudemire, the best performer of the day. On the flight from Toronto to New York, Stoudemire enthusiastically proclaimed, "Guys, let me share something with you. In the NBA's new season, the real start is when we play at home." The rookie starting guard, Fields, appeared perplexed and asked, "Why? Why doesn't it count when we're on the road? Why?" This is a sentiment I've garnered from years in the NBA. There's no definitive answer, Stoudemire replied, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the plane had crossed into American airspace, and George glanced out the window before responding on Stoudemire's behalf, because playing at home carries a greater sense of ceremony. Upon hearing this, Stoudemire clapped his thigh in approval. "Well said, Mike. Life ought to be filled with ceremony, and playing in the NBA should embody that spirit too. Fields, your game is commendable, but your insights on life fall short compared to Mike's. Ha ha." Fields shot George a glare, silently thinking, "I know you're vying for my starting position, but don't get your hopes up." George disregarded the malice emanating from Fields' gaze. It was not fear, but rather disdain. He had heard the live audience mention that during Jeremy Lin's sensational run in New York, he shared a cordial relationship with Fields, who had even allowed Lin to stay on his couch. Thus, it seemed that this individual was not inherently wicked, but merely possessed a competitive spirit akin to George's own. Upon returning to New York, the team had only one day to practice before they faced the Portland Trail Blazers, led by Roy, at home the following day. After the training session, George and Fields took the initiative to hand towels to seasoned players such as Amare Stoudemire and Wilson Chandler, adhering to the team's tradition whereby rookies are expected to provide towels to veterans after games and practices. Furthermore, just days prior during their trip to Toronto, they were required to prepare food for the flight, ensuring that the veterans had sustenance when hunger struck. Additionally, on non-game days, they were tasked with procuring meals for the entire team. Alas, when did the broadcaster become so formidable? Feeling like a subordinate was truly disheartening. "Go ask that old man D'Antoni if he will allow you to play against the Blazers. If not, I shall cease to watch. If he continues to deny you, then give him a good thrashing." This incessant urging to incite a brawl bewildered George as he read the comments on the screen. His expression a mixture of resignation and amusement. After a long day of practice, the veteran players prepared to leave. According to an unspoken rule within the team, the rookie duo of George and Fields were not permitted to depart alongside the seasoned players. Instead, the rookies were expected to remain after practice for additional training, engaging in shooting drills or other exercises of their choosing. George realized that only he and Fields remained in the room. Considering the viewers in the live stream might be feeling somewhat constrained, he turned to Fields and said, "Hey, Fields, what content do you wish to practice further? Do you require one-on-one assistance? I can accompany you in your practice." George calmly issued a challenge to Fields. Just as Little S was preparing to leave the court, he interjected with unexpected interest, "Oh, you two rookies are going one-on-one? I want to stick around and see this." However, Fields chuckled and replied to Little S, "Sorry, but I fear you won't be able to watch today. I wish to practice my three-point shooting. After all, I missed 2 open threes in the last game." Little S nodded, not feeling particularly disappointed. After all, how thrilling could a duel between 2 novices possibly be? Yet, the viewers in the live stream were incensed. Fields is such a coward. As the starting shooting guard, he doesn't even dare to take on a mere substitute streamer. They scoffed. "Our streamer is at least a recognized member of the green room. What does he amount to?" 10 minutes later, everyone had departed, leaving only Fields and George on the court, each engaged in shooting drills on opposite halves, neither interfering with the other nor exchanging a single word. During one shot, the basketball ricocheted far away. George failed to chase after it in time, and, as the ball rolled past midcourt towards Fields, he called out, "Fields, could you toss the ball back to me?" In the vast emptiness of the court, his voice reverberated, yet Fields pretended not to hear, allowing the ball to roll to the base of his hoop while continuing his practice. Fields was insufferably arrogant. What was so impressive about being a starter just after entering the NBA? Such a miser, refusing to let Lin Shaheo sleep in his bed. surely out of fear of being exposed. George let out a light snort, uttering no further words. As someone destined to become an NBA superstar, he deemed Fields unworthy of his ire. Since Fields chose not to retrieve the ball, George decided to fetch it himself. As he returned to his half of the court after collecting the ball, Fields suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment." George halted his steps and gazed at Fields. With a smile, Fields inquired, "If you were to start in the game against the Raptors, how many points do you believe you could score?" In his NBA debut, Fields secured 10 points, a commendable achievement for a second-round draft pick. George replied dismissively, perhaps a 5 or 6. Fields, with an even broader smile, approached and snatched the ball from George's hand, holding it in his own. George, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" Phil smiled and replied, "I have completed my training in 3 segments. Now, I require your assistance for the next subject." George remarked, "Oh, splendid. What do you wish to train?" Fields, with an air of pride, declared one-on-one. Chapter 24. I shall never master your pretentiousness. Ha ha ha. Fields is daringly seeking the confrontation himself, challenging the host to a one-on-one match. Surely, he is courting humiliation. Although Fields stands a tad taller than the host, the latter possesses Hayes' defensive prowess, and I anticipate the host will leave Fields in tears. Just a mere 10 minutes ago, Fields had declined George's challenge for a one-on-one duel, yet astonishingly, after everyone had departed, he proactively requested to engage with George, albeit under the guise of training. Fields' presence has relegated George to the sidelines in the shooting guard position. The audience in the live stream is acutely aware that, in terms of both skill and potential, Fields pales in comparison to George. Furthermore, Fields has displayed an arrogant demeanor in front of George on several occasions, prompting the viewers to eagerly wish for George to teach him a lesson. George observed the number of viewers in the live stream gradually rise from dozens to 100, a smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, "Great. Shall we play a few rounds?" Fields, watching the confident George, felt a twinge of apprehension. Although George was an undrafted player, he was nonetheless a member invited from the green room, and his performance in the Summer League had surpassed Fields. In truth, when George confirmed his decision to join the Knicks, Fields had briefly believed that George would receive more attention than he did. However, to his surprise, D'Antoni chose him as a starter. After a moment of contemplation, Fields replied, "You've misunderstood. I merely wish to engage in some one-on-one training without keeping score." George sensed that Fields harbored a slight fear of him, so he inquired, "Would you prefer to practice offense or defense?" Fields paused for a moment, contemplating internally. His scoring ability was undoubtedly his greatest asset. During the Summer League, he had even humiliated Gerald Green in one-on-one situations. Conversely, his defense was a glaring weakness, providing an opportunity for him to exploit his offensive prowess to thoroughly embarrass George. He wanted George to recognize that his position as the starting shooting guard was well-deserved. Although Fields had already made up his mind, he pretended to hesitate before responding. "Today, I wish to train offense, and you will handle the defense, if you please." Upon uttering these words, the live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha! Fields was seeking a confrontation. The host's most formidable weapon was Hayes' defense. This was bound to be entertaining. The host must not show any mercy. "All right, let us go." George instantly transformed into Hayes, adopting a defensive stance. Fields, ball in hand, beamed at George, thinking, "I'm taller and stronger. Backing him down will be a breeze. If I start from the three-point line and force him all the way to the basket, will he develop a psychological scar after this? Ha ha! With just one basket, I can crush this kid." The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Although it might seem somewhat bullying, he was now the starting guard. What was wrong with asserting dominance over a substitute? The one-on-one challenge commenced. Fields positioned himself beyond the three-point line, first bouncing the ball to George, who promptly returned it in a street-ball-esque manner. Subsequently, Fields received the ball and immediately opted to back down George. What? Fields is starting his post-up from the three-point line? Has he lost his mind? He intends to bulldoze the host all the way to the basket. He seeks to humiliate him. Huh, a commendable ambition, but does he possess the requisite skill? As Fields initiated his first move, he exerted force to push George back to within the three-point line, intending to gradually drive him back to the free throw line and finally into the paint. However, what on earth was happening? Fields suddenly found himself in shock. The three-point line was just behind George's heels. A single step back would suffice to force George into the three-point arc. Yet despite Fields exerting all his strength, George remained unmoved. He stood before Fields like an immovable mountain. Am I backing down George or LeBron James? Fields, undeterred, attempted to use his body to intimidate George. But Hayes' strength was far beyond what Fields could contend with. Ha ha ha. This scene is utterly comical. Fields appears quite foolish. System. User XXX has gifted 500 coins. Fields internally lamented. I feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Perhaps within Fields, a profound sense of despair has truly taken root. While George is intent on compounding the despair with further disarray. You think that simply because you cannot back me down, the matter ends here? No. The consequences of provoking me are far from trivial. Witness George, after fully absorbing Fields' offensive force, takes the initiative to thrust forward, using his body to collide with Fields. Under George's relentless push, Fields not only fails to advance a single meter, but is instead forced to retreat repeatedly. What? Damn it. Fields grows increasingly anxious, as this turn of events is entirely unforeseen. Moreover, as George simultaneously pressures Fields, he also seeks to intercept, causing Fields to lose focus on the ball following their physical tussle. Just as Fields steadies himself, George steps forward once more, nudging Fields back, resulting in yet another retreat. After being shoved several times, Fields is astonished to realize he has crossed beyond the half-court. Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. I am beside myself with laughter. Fields, starting his post-up from the three-point line, has somehow ended up at midcourt. Ha ha. Tears of laughter are streaming down my face. The commentator is so mischievous, pushing Fields all the way to the center line. Fields stands bewildered in the center of the court, gazing toward the distant and unattainable restricted area, questioning himself. Did I truly intend to force George into that position? Ha ha ha. Fields is momentarily dumbfounded, unable to process the situation as the ball has now drifted beyond the half-court, which by one-on-one rules should be deemed out of bounds, prompting Fields to come to a halt. The viewers in the live stream are mocking Fields, but George would never stoop to such behavior. He is a good person, and his father, Byron, has advised him to maintain harmonious relationships with his teammates. Thus, George feigns ignorance and inquires, "Why aren't you attacking?" Ha ha ha, commentator. I cannot emulate your pretentiousness. Fields, seething with indignation, retorts, "Why am I not attacking? Is it not because you shoved me back?" Upon hearing this, Fields' face flushes with embarrassment. He feels an overwhelming sense of shame, relieved that no onlookers are present. Were this scene to be witnessed by the coach, his starting position would surely be jeopardized. Fields awkwardly attempts to explain. My hands seem inexplicably slippery. I was inattentive while dribbling, resulting in a turnover, and in my pursuit of the ball, I ended up at half-court, and you were indeed closely trailing me. George chuckled. I can accompany you in training, but I fear that my defense might not suffice to aid your practice. After all, you are the starting shooting guard of the team, facing off against defenders of the caliber of Ron Artest, Paul Pierce, and Kobe Bryant. How could I not take this seriously? Indeed, you are correct. Let us continue. I shall wipe my hands first. Shall I fetch you a towel? No, I can manage it myself. Fields pretended to wipe sweat from his hands with a towel while internally reflecting on the previous play. This fellow is not as weak as I presumed. He appears to have grown stronger since the physical tests. I no longer hold an absolute advantage over him. After drying his hands, Fields returned to the court, seized the ball, and swiftly broke through. At that moment, George shifted his body to pursue him. As Fields approached the free throw line, preparing for physical confrontation with George, he transitioned again, this time to Hayes to absorb the challenge. Standing at an impressive height of 2.01 meters, Fields realized that mere speed would not suffice to evade George. He would need to employ his physicality to score. Glancing at the hoop, so close at hand, he thought, "Let me try once more." Thus, Fields once again leaned into George, unexpectedly managing to push him back. With a quick pivot, he surged toward the basket, ready to attempt a left-handed layup for the score. Smack! George deliberately allowed Fields to enter, then exerted all his strength to block the shot, sending the ball ricocheting off the backboard and back into Fields' hands. A splendid block. First blood. Undeterred, Fields positioned himself beneath the hoop, determined to score, yet at that moment, George, harnessing Hayes' strength, staunchly resisted, preventing Fields from leaping, and delivered another block. Double kill. George intentionally refrained from moving the racket far, deliberately allowing Fields to seize the ball once more, thus enabling him to continue his assault on the basket. Fields, predictably, fell for the ruse. After being blocked twice, his anger boiled over, prompting him to recklessly attempt another shot, the outcome of which was all too evident. In the live stream, the screen was awash with the words, "Triple kill." Ha. The streamer is quite the trickster, purposely not deflecting the ball far to continue thwarting him. The basketball lay tantalizingly close to Fields, yet he hesitated to retrieve it, fearing that he would be blocked a fourth time upon doing so. Consequently, Fields approached the basketball, suddenly squatting down, clutching his stomach with his right hand, his expression one of considerable discomfort. Chapter 25. The Entrance. This act by Fields elicited laughter from the live stream audience once more. Ha! Fields is too afraid to shoot. He has begun to feign illness. The young man is putting on quite the performance. He could very well pursue a career in Hollywood. George observed Fields, who was disguising his embarrassment after a disheartening defeat, along with the lively comments streaming in the live broadcast, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Fields truly was a wellspring of joy for the audience. Previously, in an effort to amuse these enigmatic viewers with their elusive tastes, George had painstakingly streamed comedic films such as American Pie and Mixed Dormitory alone in his room after Aaron had gone to sleep. Yet none of those efforts could compare to the charm that Fields effortlessly exuded. Fields was not an overly assertive character in comparison to some other NBA players. He was far from rude. George was well aware that it was only a matter of time before he would usurp Fields' position as a starter on the team. Thus, seeing that Fields had commenced his performance, George felt compelled to intervene and approached him with concern, asking, "Oh, Fields, what seems to be the matter?" Fields, clutching his stomach and emitting sounds of distress, replied, I'm not quite sure. Ever since we returned from Toronto, I've been feeling a bit unwell. I even trained today despite being sick. Perhaps I overexerted myself." George understood that Fields could no longer continue, so he graciously offered him an exit. "Ah, no wonder I sensed something amiss with you from the airplane. Perhaps you ought not to join us for the ride through Don Valley to admire the autumn foliage. Surely, the harsh autumn winds of Toronto have seeped into your very being." "Indeed, I only just returned from there, which is why I feel unwell," Fields replied, struggling to concoct a plausible excuse for his ailment. To his surprise, George kindly provided one for him. Slowly rising, Fields said, "The vibrant maple leaves have transformed the earth into a flowing river of scarlet, rendering my body as fragile as the fallen foliage. Let's conclude our training for today." "Very well, you may head back. I shall take care of these things," George generously offered. However, despite George's display of camaraderie akin to the best teammates in the NBA, the audience in the live stream was not convinced. The host is clearly feigning benevolence. Just moments ago, he pushed Fields to the midline and deliberately failed to pass the ball far, even blocking him 3 times. I've never seen someone so wicked, though I risk being silenced. I must say, the way the host pushed Fields just now resembled a teddy bear. What a fitting image," exclaimed one viewer. "If you think the host resembles a teddy bear, you better stand still." I nearly burst out laughing. Upon hearing this, George appeared quite embarrassed and retorted in the live stream, "How dare you compare my pristine self to that of the raucous Teddy, who knows no bounds?" Following his proclamation, laughter erupted in the streaming room. Meanwhile, Fields was preparing to depart, but paused to inquire of George, "Will you inform the coach about our one-on-one encounter today?" It was evident that Fields wished to keep the fact that George had effectively shut him down from D'Antoni, for if such news were to circulate, losing face would be trivial compared to the potential loss of his starting position. George assured, "Rest assured, I shall not divulge today's events to anyone within the team." Fields began to admire George. Despite his considerable talent, he had faced continuous neglect since the draft. Many would have succumbed to a fracture mentality. Yet George remained remarkably composed and magnanimous. After Fields departed, George exuberantly executed a slam dunk, having dismantled the starting shooting guard's defense with 2 precise maneuvers. Given the opportunity to play, he was confident he would shine in the NBA. "D'Antoni, I refuse to believe you will forever deny me the court." George seethed inwardly, forcefully slamming the basketball onto the floor. The following evening at 7:30, Madison Square Garden in New York City welcomed the Knicks for their inaugural home game of the season. New York, a world-class metropolis, possesses an allure that, despite Los Angeles and Boston boasting more championship banners, remains unparalleled in its ability to captivate both city and fans. Though the Knicks may not rank among the league's elite and might struggle to reach the playoffs this season, a considerable audience gathered, filled with fervent anticipation for this rejuvenated team. As the game approached, fans settled into their seats, awaiting the action. Suddenly, the arena plunged into darkness, followed promptly by exhilarating background music, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers amidst the shadows. This marked the commencement of the player introduction ceremony, a sentiment described by Stoudemire as a ritual, felt most profoundly at home games. The entire Knicks squad had assembled at the entrance tunnel, ready to sprint onto the court at the behest of the DJ, announcing their names. "NO30 Mike George." The DJ's resonant voice boomed, instantly igniting a fervent cheer from the audience. George was overwhelmed with excitement and anxiety as he jogged into the arena. The deafening cheers that resonated in the darkness made him question the very reality of the moment. Merely 4 months prior, his experience here during the draft had been one of desolation. Surely, the crowd that erupted in applause and adulation for him was unaware of his personal struggles. They simply recognized him as a player for the Knicks, and, as such, he was deserving of their encouragement. Nevertheless, the exuberance of the crowd was intoxicating for George. Upon entering, his gaze was drawn to the brightly illuminated logo at center court, where 4 cheerleaders clad in alluring outfits waved large banners emblazoned with the Knicks emblem. The air was filled with the thunderous beat of bass drums, creating a spectacle reminiscent of grand military processions from ancient times. George felt an undeniable urge to perform, his gaze drifting to the colossal screen suspended above the arena. This magnificent display, visible from all angles, had cost nearly $10 million and was currently showcasing the player portraits captured during a media day a few days prior. Immersed in this enchanting grandeur, George clenched his fists and silently vowed, "D'Antoni, if you don't let me step onto the court this time, I will." At that moment, a viewer in the live chat sent a message that seemed to resonate with his thoughts. "Host, if D'Antoni doesn't let you play, you should confront him." Upon reading it, George's excitement momentarily diminished, a fleeting smile breaking through. One by one, the players took to the court, culminating with Stoudemire, whose entrance elicited the loudest cheers from the audience. The host coming out so early lacks prestige. When did being the final act become impressive? Someone quipped, "Is the last one always the strongest?" Let's not forget that Durantula from the Warriors was the first to step out, and regarding the season's Miami Heat, it was Dwayne Wade who took the final bow. Wade is the soul of the Heat. Naturally, he should be the one to close. George was still uncertain about who they referred to as Durantula. After a brief warm-up, the match commenced, yet George remained tethered to the bench, uncertain if he would be called upon. As the game unfolded, the Trailblazers played aggressively, particularly Brandon Roy, whose fierce drives resulted in a foul on Stoudemire, forcing him to exit the game prematurely. Observing Roy's performance, the viewers lamented. It was revealed that Roy would officially retire the following year, much like Yao Ming, as injuries had curtailed his career. "I have not only lost the chance to compete against Yao Ming, but I may also miss the opportunity to face Roy. I must play." George could hardly bear to remain on the bench for even a minute. The players he admired and longed to challenge were departing the court one by one, while he, despite having entered the NBA, found himself unable to compete against them, relegated to merely observing from the sidelines. This feeling was profoundly disheartening. On the court, the Knicks continued to struggle in disarray, with teammates failing to establish any semblance of rapport, both during the game and off the court, where communication was equally absent. Watching the Knicks fall behind by a significant margin, D'Antoni sat despondently on the bench, lamenting that Amare lacked the ability to unite these players. Alas, the team was missing Steve Nash, who alone could weave the entire squad into a cohesive unit, both on and off the court. Soon enough, the Trailblazers' Roy and Aldridge relentlessly extended their lead, and by the fourth quarter, the deficit had ballooned to 27 points. The game had already descended into garbage time, prompting many disappointed spectators to exit the arena. However, for George, this was a piece of fortuitous news. "My George, you're up," D'Antoni said, marking the first time he had directly addressed George since his arrival with the Knicks. Chapter 26. Welcome to the NBA. In Seattle, Washington, much like the rain that sporadically graces the city, Aaron's mood fluctuated wildly, a state of affairs that had persisted since George's departure. As the game between the New York Knicks and the Portland Trail Blazers slipped into garbage time, Aaron and Byron found themselves increasingly animated on the couch, not concerned with the outcome, but rather with George's performance. Suddenly, Aaron's shriek shattered the stillness of the room. "Oh my God, George is on the court." In New York, at Madison Square Garden, George, donning the Knicks number 30 jersey, made his inaugural appearance in the NBA. This moment had been long awaited. Finally, he was playing in the NBA. Even though it was garbage time, a successful shot would undoubtedly merit rewards from the commentators. His first basket must be nothing short of spectacular. For this was the inception of a legend. Once he ascended to stardom, this initial point would surely become a cherished memory for countless fans. Agreed. I once watched a compilation of the first baskets by various superstars. After viewing it, one cannot help but marvel at the intricacies of life. MJ's first shot was a fluid drive followed by a graceful jumper. Shaq's was a thunderous dunk. AI's was a brilliant penetration, and Dwayne Wade's was a lightning-fast layup. Truly, witnessing a player's inaugural basket provides a glimpse into the future of their stardom. At this moment, George could no longer be described merely as excited. He stood on the stage he had longed for, marking the official commencement of his professional career. From this point forward, George aspired not only to secure a position in the rotation and to become a starter, but also to garner greater recognition and appreciation, exchanging his efforts for enhanced stardom. On the Knicks bench, the bald African-American assistant coach, Mike Woodson, sporting a slight beard, leaned in with a smile to whisper to head coach Mike D'Antoni, "You finally decided to put this kid from Seattle in the game." Recently appointed as the Knicks assistant coach, Woodson had played for the team in 1980 and had spent the past few years at the helm of the Hawks, only to be dismissed following a sweep by the Magic in May. He had trained under Larry Brown, specializing in defense, and had once collaborated with the smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, at Indiana University, where Thomas had even risen to coaching under Woodson's mentorship. In Woodson's eyes, D'Antoni should have tested George's capabilities in the previous game, especially considering George had outperformed Fields in the Summer League, not to mention his impressive college career. Woodson often fantasized about whether George might be an unrecognized gem. However, D'Antoni wore a serious expression. The team had suffered 2 consecutive losses, and today's substantial deficit left him in no mood for celebration. He remarked coolly, "I have never been fond of Seattle. I lived there for a time, and the incessant rain muddles one's perception of reality. I hope this young man can discern the line between reality and illusion." Woodson understood that D'Antoni harbored some biases against George, or perhaps held him to a higher standard, and chose not to respond further. The game resumed with the Knicks trailing by 27 points, with merely 3 minutes remaining. The outcome was no longer of consequence, and the players on the court were mainly substitutes. Among them, 2 types emerged, those who played earnestly and those who did not. The latter comprised seasoned players already established in the NBA, treating this time merely as a means to pass the hours and pad their statistics. Conversely, those who played with sincerity, like George, had just entered the NBA and were eager to demonstrate their worth to avoid being traded or sent down. In these fleeting 3 minutes, would George manage to achieve his inaugural basket in the NBA? Once George made his entrance, the first to strike was the Trailblazers. Little did anyone anticipate that within a mere 6 seconds of his arrival, George would seize the basketball. The Trailblazers executed a rather casual pass beyond the 3-point line, with Gardemon Johnson intending to deliver the ball to Rudy Fernandez from Spain. The intention behind the pass was unmistakable, and perhaps due to their substantial lead, they had grown complacent. They could not have foreseen that George would swiftly intercept the pass. Snap! George swiftly intercepted the ball from Fernandez, immediately launching a rapid counterattack. My goodness, the commentator has seized the momentum so quickly. Go, go, go. Despite Fernandez's failure to secure the ball, he felt an intense sense of regret and hurriedly pursued the action. Although his team was enjoying a resounding victory, he was unwilling to allow a rookie to so easily snatch the ball from him and score. Fernandez, an exceptionally athletic white player, possessed both speed and vertical leap. With his swift strides, he quickly closed the gap and caught up with George. The NBA draft did not select me. Upon receiving the ball, George sprinted towards the front court with a fervor that resembled madness. His strides were swift and powerful, propelled by a seething anger. They refused to sign me unless I endure the Summer League until the very last game. George continued to dribble rapidly down the court. At this moment, Fernandez had caught up from behind and overtaken him, positioning himself in front of George. However, George disregarded his opponent entirely. The frustration and indignation within him burned fiercely. How could it be that I'm not allowed to step onto the court in the NBA? The anger surged within him. Oh no, the commentator is going for it. This is reckless. Fernandez once dunked over Dwight Howard at the Olympics. You can't leap over him, a spectator kindly warned in the comments section. Yet George remained unfazed. Currently, I am not yet standing on the NBA stage. The numerous obstacles to entering the NBA had culminated in this moment of George's furious sentiment. Approaching the basket, he executed a jump step to bypass Fernandez and then leapt, poised to deliver a one-handed dunk. What? At this moment, even the Portland Trail Blazers bench, who had already begun to celebrate, were left in shock. Within mere seconds of stepping onto the court, he intercepted the ball, then raced down for a fast break, jumping and preparing for a one-handed slam. Goodness, this rookie has orchestrated such a wildly audacious play. Fernandez was taken aback. He had not anticipated the rookie's momentum to be so formidable. He resolved that even if it meant committing a foul, he could not allow George to dunk. Fernandez lunged towards George, initiating physical contact between them. This would be a foul. For him, as long as he could disrupt George's balance and prevent the dunk, that was all that mattered. The outcome of the game was already decided. What was one more foul? Yet, he never expected that in an instant. George transformed into Charles Barkley, and Fernandez's foul did nothing to disrupt George's balance. George possessed the extraordinary ability to instantaneously switch bodies with the power of his mind, a phenomenon he had anticipated would lead to physical contact between the two. Thus, after leaping into the air, he was well prepared. Nevertheless, George feigned indignation, executing a graceful mid-air turn while angling his body to the left and deftly tossing the ball towards the basket below. Thud! The basketball struck the backboard and swished through the net. The referee blew the whistle, declaring a remarkable 2-1 play. Incredible. This first basket of the broadcaster's career surpassed even that of Jordan in its elegance. George's inaugural basket in the NBA garnered an abundance of accolades. Byron and Aaron, located far away in Seattle, also erupted in joyous exclamations for George's remarkable achievement. After scoring, George exuberantly raised his arms in celebration, as if this single moment released the pent-up frustrations of the past few months. His teammates had yet to reach him, and with no one to exchange high-fives, he began to speak to himself. NBA, here I am, I'm Mike George. Hey guys, remember my name? I'm number 30, Mike George. Standing nearby, Fernandez wore a puzzled expression, as it seemed George was addressing the fans. However, most of the spectators had already departed, and George's position beneath the basket was far from the stands. With his soft-spoken words, who among the audience could possibly hear him? Hey kid, Fernandez called out, as George prepared for his free throw, remaining rooted in place. George had little inclination to engage with him. Casting a glance at Fernandez, he remarked, "Welcome to the NBA." Ha ha. The commentator has become quite inflated. Is this not a phrase more befitting you? What? Fernandez replied, utterly bewildered. I've played in the NBA for 2 years. You are the novice here. George remained immersed in a state of exhilaration, responding unperturbed. Oh, is that so? Well, welcome to your 3rd year in the NBA. Fernandez remarked in jest, chapter 27, standing shoulder to shoulder with the starters. Ha ha ha. Host, I cannot emulate your flamboyance. The debut basket in the NBA is already so spectacular. I am eager to witness your encounters with Kobe, LeBron, and Curry. The host ought to have declared, "Welcome to the NBA with me." There is still room for improvement in the host's showmanship. The number of viewers in the live stream has surpassed 300 for the first time, with donations pouring in incessantly. Meanwhile, on the bench of the Trail Blazers, the players expressed their disappointment for Fernandez. Roy, seated, stated Rudy should not have committed that foul. Number 30 lacked the ability to dunk over Rudy. From the outset, he was merely driving for a layup. Had he intended to dunk, he would have slammed the ball into the hoop even after the foul, yet he did not. His swift change in direction raises doubts about his actual intentions. Aldridge concurred with a nod. Indeed, Rudy fell for it, but that kid still managed to score despite Rudy's foul, which shows he has some skill. Roy scoffed. It was merely luck. On the Knicks bench, upon witnessing George's score, Coach D'Antoni maintained a stoic expression while assistant coach Woodson radiated joy. Observing the players' lackluster response, he urged them. This is your teammate's first basket in the NBA. You ought to applaud him. His intention was to awaken their sense of team spirit. Stoudemire, aware of this, was the first to rise and applaud George, yet he soon realized he was the only one standing. This bunch has no sense of teamwork. How am I to unite them? Should I take them out for a night of revelry? If that would benefit the team, he would gladly spend the money. Little did he know, he was gazing at a bench devoid of hope. On the court, George approached the free throw line for his initial shot in the NBA. At that moment, comments appeared on the screen urging him to adopt Hayes' style of free throw shooting. Having fallen for their trick during the Summer League, George was determined not to allow such an unsightly technique to mar his performance again. He confidently sank his first free throw, marking his entry into the NBA with 3 points. As the Trail Blazers initiated another offensive play, Fernandez, having crossed half court, actively sought the ball. This time, he was noticeably more cautious, ensuring that George was closely shadowing him. Once he secured the ball, the resolute gaze of Fernandez indicated his intent to return the favor to George. At present, George's prowess lies not in scoring, but in his formidable defense, rendering him unperturbed by Fernandez. With an excited gaze fixed upon his opponent, he remarked, I surmise you wish to say welcome to the NBA to me. I eagerly anticipated. Fernandez, taken aback, had not anticipated that George would so effortlessly discern his intentions. Indeed, Fernandez had harbored the desire to score over George and then utter those words, a phrase traditionally reserved for seasoned NBA players to welcome newcomers. To have George preemptively claim it left Fernandez feeling somewhat embarrassed. In truth, prior to entering the NBA, the phrase welcome to the NBA had invaded George's dreams on multiple occasions. Initially, it appeared as a harbinger of sorrow and fear, as he dreaded the prospect of being schooled by veteran players, fearing it would be a source of humiliation. However, after enduring the disappointment of being undrafted and going unnoticed in 3 summer league games, he found himself smiling in a subsequent dream where someone greeted him with those very words. To hear welcome to the NBA meant that he had indeed arrived in the league he had long yearned for. Unbeknownst to Fernandez was the profound longing George had harbored for someone to utter those words in the month following the draft. With the ball in hand, Fernandez confronted George, his expression one of disdain, for he was a 2-time MVP of the Copa del Rey. With a swift change of direction, Fernandez attempted to break past George. Sensing Hayes might struggle to keep pace, George proactively closed in on Fernandez, offering a measure of physical contact to impede his advance. Fernandez, realizing George was engaging in a battle of strength, became even more dismissive and opted to back down against George. He believed that dealing with a rookie who appeared physically unimposing would pose little challenge. Yet, as they clashed, Fernandez's countenance betrayed his struggle. He found himself lacking the absolute advantage to maneuver past his opponent. Nevertheless, he persisted, backing down twice before taking a foreshot, which George anticipated would surely miss. Confident that Fernandez's ill-fated attempt would yield no favorable outcome, George immediately retreated upon Fernandez's release. Should his teammate secure the rebound, he could swiftly initiate a fast break. Indeed, the ball clanged off the rim. Knicks power forward Ronnie Turiaf seized the rebound. Ronnie, at that very moment, upon Turiaf's acquisition of the ball, George called out for it. Recognizing George's advantageous positioning, Turiaf promptly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, George launched into a fast break. Once again, the rookie astounded the Trailblazers' Roy, having executed consecutive fast breaks since his entrance onto the court. On this occasion, no one anticipated that George would retreat so early, and Fernandez was unable to catch up, allowing George to effortlessly score with a layup. On the Knicks bench, assistant coach Woodson remarked to D'Antoni, in less than 30 seconds, he has already accumulated 5 points. I must concede, he possesses the innate talent of a shooting guard. D'Antoni remained silent, withholding any commendation for George's 2 offensive plays, instead praising his defensive efforts. His defense is commendable. After scoring again, George could not resist taunting Fernandez, saying, "If you wish to utter that phrase to me, you might need to summon your strongest player." Fernandez scoffed, recognizing George's desire to confront Roy, and retorted with a mix of Spanish and trash talk. "Is scoring in garbage time something to take pride in? I wasn't even trying. Furthermore, if you wish to go up against our best player, you must first elevate yourself to a starter, rather than merely a bench warmer who only plays during garbage time." The broadcaster chimed in, "He is the real waste." How hypocritical of Fernandez, which shot had he not taken seriously just moments ago. George felt no anger. The exhilaration of competing in the NBA allowed him to forget the pain of rivalry. He relished every moment, savoring the challenge posed by each opponent of NBA caliber. Even amidst the insults exchanged, George remarked, "You are correct. The next time we meet, I shall be the starter. Let's wait and see." The outcome of the game seemed inevitable, yet George persevered, striving to excel with every play. In a mere 3 minutes, he amassed 10 points, a feat that Fields had only achieved in 27 minutes as a starter in the previous match. A nagging thought crossed George's mind. Could I possibly lose my starting position? Surely not, for he had scored during garbage time. Fields, witnessing George's stellar performance, began to feel a sense of unease as they were rivaled for the same position. Should George continue to shine, his own place on the team might be in jeopardy. If Fields was merely anxious, Roger Mason was engulfed in despair. It's over. I have no future with this team. After Fields and Wilson, Mike George will inevitably join the rotation, and I shall be cast aside. Like George, Mason was also a substitute who typically entered the game near garbage time, yet he lacked the prowess that George displayed. George's personal debut has concluded. Although he played for merely 3 minutes, he garnered a remarkable 7,000 gold coins and tips, bringing his total to 20,000 coins. With time, it is certain that he will eventually surpass the monumental threshold of 100 0.000 coins. By that time, there will undoubtedly be even stronger players available for George to exchange. Chapter 28. Challenge the Bulls. After the match, all the players returned to the locker room. George, despite his happiness, could not fully express it, as the team had suffered yet another defeat, marking 2 consecutive losses. The atmosphere in the locker room was rather somber, and thus, he kept his feelings to himself. D'Antoni once again broached the topic of team cohesion, but the players simply lowered their heads and listened in silence, seemingly devoid of the insight to reflect on their situation. Upon returning home in relatively good spirits, George immediately called Erin. In fact, he had received a congratulatory text from her right after the game ended, wherein she insisted that he call her as soon as he got home. Erin, who was in Seattle, had already calculated the time it would take George to return from the arena. The moment George's call connected, she answered with palpable excitement in her voice. "Joe, my dad and I watched your game today. We should have been there to cheer you on. What a pity." Indeed, Erin and Byron had contemplated coming to New York to support George in person, but he had declined their visit. On one hand, they had commitments to their studies and work in Seattle. On the other hand, George was concerned that D'Antoni might continue to bench him, rendering their trip futile. "Haha, once I secure a stable position on the team, I will definitely invite you both to witness the game from the best seats." George chuckled, reassuring his affectionate sister. "Joe, how are you doing over there? Do you feel fatigued from the away games? I've heard that players transitioning from college to the NBA often struggle to adapt to the rigorous schedule of their first season. I know you. You've never been fond of traveling. It always takes you time to adjust when flying to unfamiliar places. George, have you forgotten that I only received my chance to play today? And it was merely for a fleeting 3 minutes. The issues you raised are utterly non-existent for me. In truth, I yearn to play 30 or 40 minutes each game consecutively. Regardless of whether my stamina can truly endure it, at the very least, it would hone my skills. Eileen, when you play, you truly resemble a madman. It's no wonder you never had a romantic relationship with any girl during college. I had long urged you to pursue Fiona, a girl from your class. Yet you declined, citing your impending transition to the NBA after just 1 year of college. Just the other day, I encountered her at Pacific Place, and she already has a boyfriend who, I believe, plays football. Don't you feel a twinge of regret? Even if you had dated for just a year and then parted ways, it would still be preferable to having experienced nothing at all, wouldn't it? As for Fiona, the mere thought of her makes me want to swoop in. What does Fiona look like? Does the host have any pictures? Ah, sister, could she be a lesbian? Indeed, Fiona was a girl George admired during his college years. Her figure may not rival Eileen's, but she possesses a greater height. Eileen claims that Fiona's most enchanting quality is her ability to appear quite vulnerable, which even stirs feelings in Eileen. Unbeknownst to Eileen, George had previously pursued Fiona in college, but she did not reciprocate. As a person of Asian descent, George faces inequalities not only in the NBA, but also in matters of love. A Caucasian individual undoubtedly holds a competitive edge over an Asian. Eileen, oh, by the way, you should purchase a PS3 while in New York. I've recently begun playing Red Dead Redemption, and just yesterday, I reached a point in the game where they surprisingly played a short film. A man was hilariously engaging with a tree, which had me in stitches, much like your beloved poodle. Goodness, so the host's favorite dog is indeed a poodle. No wonder that day, move mimicked a poodle S. I always said it resembled a poodle, and now I have proof. Wait, brother, weren't you silenced? Red Dead Redemption is a game released in May of this year, and it was actually recommended to George by the viewers of the stream. Due to time constraints, he has only played a little. George, upon seeing the barrage of comments, promptly retorted to Erin, "When did I ever express fondness for Teddy? My preferred breeds are Huskies and Samoyeds." Erin, perplexed, inquired, "Haven't you always found Teddy adorable?" She was bewildered by George's sudden change in preference. "Well, take good care of yourself over there. Dad doesn't allow me to chat with you for long. He wants me to remind you to maintain your patience and avoid impatience. Oh, and he mentioned that your biggest rival at position 2 is not the current starter, Fields, but rather Wilson Chandler." With that, she concluded the call. After hanging up, George pondered Byron's words. Indeed, Fields posed little threat to him. Based on recent performances, Fields had been merely average, while George exhibited none of the naivety associated with a rookie. The reason Fields held a starting position was that D'Antoni believed in his potential. But once D'Antoni realized Fields lacked a promising future, he would likely be dismissed. Conversely, Wilson Chandler, who averaged 15.3 points last season and had been in the league for 3 years, warranted George's vigilance. The Knicks' next adversary was the Chicago Bulls. A team that had secured the top position in the league this season, with Derrick Rose becoming the youngest regular season MVP in NBA history. A formidable opponent indeed. During the 2 days of training leading up to the match, Roger Mason, who also played the shooting guard position, appeared increasingly despondent, seemingly awaiting a trade notification from the team. Meanwhile, Fields, feeling the pressure from George's 3-minute performance, trained with particular intensity. On game day, the entire team arrived at the United Center, the Bulls' home ground, which was one of the venues George most desired to visit, largely due to the legendary Michael Jordan. The arena was adorned with the 6 championship banners he had secured for both the team and the city. Since Jordan's departure, the Bulls had not produced another superstar, and the thought that Derrick Rose was the successor to Jordan evoked a tinge of jealousy in George. Before the game commenced, the viewership in the live stream exceeded 350. George posed a question to the audience. I wish to inquire, will Michael Jordan forever be regarded as the GOAT, the greatest player in history? Is there anyone who might surpass him in the future? You mentioned that Kobe hasn't reached the finals since this year, so he surely has no hope. What about LeBron James? The audience, aware of future events in the league, recognized that George's question was one that every basketball enthusiast yearned to explore. Having entered the NBA at 18, LeBron established himself as a leader from day one, shattering numerous records as the youngest player. With the formation of the current trio, achieving 6 championships at his age to equal Jordan's tally seemed plausible. MJ remains unparalleled. He will forever be celebrated as the greatest star in NBA history. James's accolades are encapsulated in 3 championship titles and 4 regular season MVP awards. Since 2018, he has not graced the finals again. Although he has secured only 3 championships, his career total points have surpassed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, marking him as the all-time leader. A remarkable achievement indeed. At this moment, George glanced up at the arena, where the retired number 23 jersey hung majestically, a smile blossoming on his face. Should the broadcast inform him that an unfamiliar individual would eclipse Jordan's legacy, George would undoubtedly feel a profound sadness. The match commenced swiftly, with George remaining a substitute, while Fields retained his starting position, despite George's commendable performance in the previous game. As Fernandez noted, those points were accrued during garbage time. Unless George could replicate such brilliance during regulation play, he would struggle to usurp Fields from the starting lineup. In this contest, Fields exhibited a markedly enhanced effort compared to the previous 2 games. Having diligently practiced his shooting over the last few days, he found his rhythm early, scoring consecutively. By the end of the first quarter, he emerged as the leading scorer for the Knicks. Excellent. The coach must recognize my performance and will surely not consider me inferior to Mike George. Fields believed he had played well, and as the first quarter concluded, he cast a proud glance toward George while resting on the bench. George perceived Fields as juvenile, akin to a high school student. For a starting shooting guard of NBA caliber, having a good shooting touch while lacking in defensive prowess and managing to score consecutively was hardly impressive. George could easily achieve the same. However, there was one aspect in which George far surpassed Fields: defense. Chapter 29, the first block of his career. After Kyle Korver, a bench player for the Bulls, took the court, he swiftly became the team's primary offensive threat, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers over Fields, causing the Knicks to lose the hard-fought score they had maintained. Damn, how can this guy be so accurate? Who on earth is he? Fields found himself utterly flustered as, being a rookie, he had no knowledge of who Korver was. After all, Korver was not an exceptionally famous star. Aside from a brief stint as a starter with the 76ers, he had primarily been a bench warmer. Seeing this, D'Antoni decided to substitute Fields, bringing Wilson Chandler onto the court. The dynamics of the game had shifted since the first quarter. The Bulls had intensified their defense against Fields, leaving him unable to score as effortlessly as he had in the opening period. Meanwhile, he was incapable of containing Korver, rendering him virtually ineffective on the court. What a stroke of bad luck. Fields returned to his seat, wearing an expression of bitter dissatisfaction. George sat beside him, casting a cold glance before addressing the audience in the live stream. What caliber of player is Kyle Korver? Are you familiar with him? His three-point shooting is remarkably consistent, and he possesses a robust inclination to shoot. A record of 127 consecutive games with successful three-pointers. Could it be that he holds the historical record? George vaguely recalled that the current streak for consecutive three-pointers was over 90 games. Ha! With Coup Dation around, all three-point records belong to him. No one else can claim any title. Coup Dation? George heard this unfamiliar moniker again. Who is he? And who is that player you mentioned earlier? the one who loves to carry a backpack. Could you please refer to them by their full names rather than their nicknames? Coup d'Etion and Backpack are already in the league. When you encounter them, we shall inform you. On the court, witnessing Korver's exceptional shooting touch, Rose and his teammates continued to feed him the ball. Although Wilson Chandler possessed superior athleticism compared to Fields and was ranked above Korver, Korver's off-ball movement drained Wilson's stamina considerably. Furthermore, Wilson's reliance on his physical abilities, rather than employing a bit more strategy, led to Korver drawing 2 fouls from him, one of which was a foul on a 3-point shot. By the end of the first quarter, Wilson had accrued 2 fouls, totaling 4. Assistant coach Woodson glanced at D'Antoni, aware that a substitution for Wilson was imminent. He wondered who would replace him. Fields? No. Previous performances had already demonstrated that he could not contain the cunning and incredibly accurate Korver. Coach, I assure you, I will not allow him to score again. Seeing the situation, Fields realized that a substitution was about to occur and was prepared to vow to return to the court for battle. However, D'Antoni did not look his way. Instead, he turned to Mike George and said, "You're in." Finally, the old coach has opened his eyes. He is sending the broadcaster into the fray. This is not garbage time. This is a crucial moment in the second quarter when the score is tightly contested and the Knicks are trailing. George was taken aback. Although he had been called upon during moments of the team's adversity on 2 occasions, the significance of this instance was strikingly different from the last. In the previous game, his entry was merely during garbage time, whereas this time, with the second quarter still unfolding and the team trailing by a mere 7 points, surrender was out of the question. George hesitated for a heartbeat before swiftly replacing Wilson Chandler on the court. Despite his impressive feat of scoring 10 points in just 3 minutes during the last match, an accomplishment that went unacknowledged by Coach D'Antoni, he was certain that the head coach had taken note of it in silence. However, unbeknownst to George, D'Antoni's decision to deploy him at this moment was not motivated by his scoring prowess, but rather by his defensive capabilities. During the Summer League, George exhibited commendable scoring performances in several games. However, it was his exceptional one-on-one defense against Belica in the final match against the Wizards that truly garnered him an invitation from the New York Knicks. That pivotal defensive play instilled a sense of daring in D'Antoni, prompting him to take a chance on signing George. Assistant coach Woodson, who placed a greater emphasis on defense, also developed an admiration for the player after witnessing that remarkable defensive effort. Consequently, whenever Woodson encountered George on the practice court, he would greet him with a smile and frequently extol his virtues in D'Antoni's ear. Once George took to the court, D'Antoni fixated on the expanse of George's back, silently contemplating, "Mike George, let me witness the extent of your abilities. Should you fail to deliver a commendable performance, I shall have no qualms about relegating you to the developmental league, and you shall have no grounds for grievance against me." George was unaware that this appearance was, in fact, a perilous trial of considerable magnitude. Upon stepping onto the court, he beheld his teammates and adversaries, including stalwarts such as Stoudemire, Derrick Rose, Luol Deng, and Joakim Noah. Excitement surged within him as he partnered with an all-star like Stoudemire, while facing off against an MVP-caliber player like Rose. No longer was he contending against mere minor players. As the game resumed, George was tasked with defending the currently hottest shooter, Kyle Korver. Upon seeing George, Korver's face betrayed a look of disdain, thinking to himself, "Has the Knicks team depleted their roster to the point of sending him to guard me?" Korver was confident that George posed no real threat, and he boldly called for the ball, positioning himself for a one-on-one at the 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Fear not. Dear commentator, for Korver has never been a prolific scorer. His prowess lies in his ability to move without the ball and catch and shoot from beyond the arc, while his threat in ball-handling situations remains minimal. George was well aware of Korver's exceptional prowess as a three-point shooter, thus he hesitated to allow him too much space. Ever wary of the potential for a long-range shot, the rookie surely believed that George would persist in his three-point attempts. After all, the initial defender assigned to him had been so intimidated by his shooting that he had retreated from the court altogether. With this in mind, Korver resolved to take a different approach. As he faced George, he boldly attempted to drive past him. Korver appeared quite robust, at least more so than George, standing 5 centimeters taller, and although his speed was not remarkable, he aimed to leverage his physicality to overpower George. How naive! In an instant, George adeptly transformed into Hayes' physique, effectively obstructing Korver's advance. George was convinced that Koval must have encountered unexpected obstacles. However, to George's astonishment, Koval showed no signs of hesitation and seemed determined to execute a layup in one fluid motion. What? George felt a sense of indignation. Koval dared to attempt such a straightforward maneuver against him. He had anticipated that Koval, upon sensing the resistance, would momentarily pause to reassess his offensive strategy. Yet Koval was resolutely intent on pressing forward. George sensed that the moment for his first career block was finally upon him. With a resounding smack, Korver, unable to fully escape George's defense, attempted a forceful layup, only to have it swatted against the backboard by George from behind. Such a block required no extraordinary leap. Well done. The broadcaster celebrated his inaugural block with enthusiasm. The chat room erupted in jubilant cheers. Logically, one would expect the Knicks bench to applaud George's defensive prowess. However, Fields and Wilson Chandler held a different sentiment. Fields remarked with a hint of incredulity, "How did Korver become so foolish?" Implicitly, he criticized Korver's poor offensive choice, suggesting that had Korver approached him with the same strategy earlier, Fields would have blocked him countless times. Wilson silently concurred, thinking, "This is not fair. Mike George's offensive encounters on the court are entirely different from ours." George was oblivious to the grievances of the two individuals. In an instant, he seized a rebound that had ricocheted off the backboard. Just as left, point guard Raymond Felton was already extending his hand, eager to receive the ball and initiate a fast break. However, George chose not to pass to Felton at all. Instead, he delivered the ball directly to Stoudemire, stationed at the perimeter. What? Felton, D'Antoni, Fields, and even Stoudemire himself were taken aback. "Apologies, but while you may have employed every conceivable tactic to hinder my entry into the NBA, now that I have truly arrived, the dynamics of this game will be dictated by me." George has commenced his advance toward the front court. Chapter 30, Toying with Korver. George's basketball philosophy has been profoundly shaped by his father, Byron. From an early age, Byron impressed upon George the importance of becoming an irreplaceable presence on the court. To achieve such a status, every action and movement must embody a unique essence. Without it, one risks being relegated to the ranks of the NBA's role players, categorized merely as 3D, three-point shooters and defenders, rebounding blue-collar workers, or other similar types, akin to a machine. Players are vibrant human beings, not automatons, and should not be confined to labels. Consequently, George's performance in college stood out distinctly. He was a leader, capable of commanding every aspect of the game. Yet now he finds himself as merely a substitute. George did not believe that one should be timid and compliant simply due to a lack of status within the team. Such behavior contradicted his usual demeanor. Moreover, during the days of being sidelined within the team, George had persistently contemplated that should D'Antoni dare to demote or trade him, he would undoubtedly forge a legendary career with another team and subsequently bring disgrace upon him. George passed the ball to Stoudemire, who found himself compelled to initiate a fast break on his own. Standing a height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, he possessed considerable speed. However, after years of executing fast breaks without the ball, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to dribbling down the court. The relentless pursuit of the defender behind him added to his anxiety. Observers in the live stream scrutinized Stoudemire's less than rapid pace, mistakenly believing that the commentator merely intended to pass the ball to him for the offensive play. And they began to voice their complaints. Wasn't Stoudemire's height comparable to that of LeBron James? If it were LBJ, he would have already soared to the basket for a thunderous dunk. How could one compare a small forward to a player in the paint? A prodigy like James emerges once in a generation. Surely the commentator understands this, and so should you. Giannis Antetokounmpo is also a player in the paint, taller than Stoudemire. And if he were in that position, even with 2 defenders closing in, he would similarly execute a powerful dunk. In the chat, viewers began mentioning names that George had never heard before, but he had no time to appreciate the comments. He recognized that Stoudemire was unable to make the shot, so he hurried to the front court. "Here," George called out to Stoudemire, who was ensnared in a double team. At that moment, Stoudemire was nearing the basket, yet his speed was insufficient, and the Bulls' defenders had already blocked his path. As Stoudemire hesitated about whether to attempt a shot, he realized that George was positioned just behind the three-point line, wide open. Swiftly, Stoudemire passed the ball to George. As George seized the ball, his gaze fixated on the hoop, poised to take a shot. Observing this, Korver rushed over, but just as he approached, George deftly passed the ball to the left. At that moment, point guard Felton had just arrived at the arc's three-point line, unnoticed by anyone. Felton found himself wide open on the sidelines. Fields was taken aback by this pass, marveling at how George had perceived Felton's movement. Felton caught the ball and shot. The three-pointer sailed through the air, successful. One exquisite pass. The commentator mused that George must have orchestrated this play when he passed to Stoudemire in the backcourt. The roles had seemingly reversed, with George taking on the point guard duties while Felton transitioned to shooting guard. How amusing. On the Knicks bench, although the team executed a splendid play, Fields lacked the enthusiasm to applaud. Instead, he cast a glance at Coach D'Antoni, hoping to discern his thoughts on this offensive maneuver from his typically inscrutable expression. In Fields' mind, he pondered that George's orchestrated attack was perilously audacious. Though the shot succeeded, the coach would surely disapprove. D'Antoni stood there, his demeanor as stoic as ever. Yet internally, he was tumultuous, stirred by George's actions. That's the momentum I have always sought in the Suns, he reflected silently, recognizing the significance of ball movement and spatial awareness that he consistently emphasized, yet which eluded most players. Had George opted to return the rebound to Felton, who was poorly positioned, by the time Felton dribbled past half-court, all defenders would have been set, and the advantage of a numbers mismatch, along with the plethora of open shots, would have dissipated. Upon reflecting on the recent play, D'Antoni did not deem George's approach erroneous. In fact, it resonated with his philosophy. Just a few years prior, D'Antoni's 7-second offense emerged, designed to confound defenders and complicate their decision-making. George's recent actions mirrored this very strategy. When the ball was in Stoudemire's hands, it necessitated two defenders to shadow him. Upon the ball returning to George, the defenders had no choice but to continue their pursuit, allowing George just enough space to distribute the ball once more, leaving the Bulls powerless to respond. The ball will find the most vibrant player, D'Antoni often conveyed to his team, a principle he upheld in both the Suns and the Knicks. Regrettably, it seemed that only George truly comprehended this notion within the Knicks. George, is this team not the most suitable for the players embodying D'Antoni's system? Should he still be disregarded? This inquiry is one that assistant coach Woodson is also eager to explore, for only he can decipher the astonishment and delight that resides within D'Antoni's heart, as reflected on his countenance. Is this knowledge imparted by that individual? D'Antoni murmurs softly to himself. George was utterly unaware that D'Antoni was fully cognizant of the existence of George's father, Byron, and that Byron had once been a member of the Lakers. The Showtime Lakers profoundly influenced D'Antoni. Without having experienced their era, the current D'Antoni and the subsequent 7-second offense would not have come into being. As it was an away game, George's defensive and offensive maneuvers did not elicit much reaction from the crowd, and the Bulls remained indifferent, with Rose continuing to orchestrate the offense. This time, Rose executed a pick-and-roll with center Noah, subsequently passing to Noah as he cut to the basket. However, Noah's attempt at a layup was thwarted by a resounding block from Stoudemire. The Knicks swiftly initiated a fast break. Push it, D'Antoni shouted from the sidelines. In the past 2 games, the players' performances resembled those of veterans in their 30s, which greatly displeased him. Felton had already secured the ball and immediately surged towards the frontcourt. His speed was remarkable, and his physique robust, yet at a modest height of 185 centimeters. Scoring independently amidst defenders posed a considerable risk. Thus, upon noticing George trailing behind and reappearing at the three-point line, he promptly passed the ball. The moment George seized the basketball, he deftly faked to the left. The position and the movement mirrored precisely that of the assist he had just delivered to Felton. Consequently, as George executed this maneuver, Korver swiftly turned his gaze to the left, yet George had no intention of passing the ball. George outwitted Korver and, without any interference, soared to sink a three-pointer. My goodness, the broadcaster's deceptive pass was exquisite. It completely bewildered Korver. Ha ha ha, the broadcaster has only just entered the NBA, and today marks his first appearance in regular time. Astonishingly, within less than 2 minutes on the court, he managed to deceive Korver, who has been in the league for 7 years. No further words are needed. That was incredible. The audience erupted in astonishment. Such maneuvers are typically beyond the capability of most, yet it was executed by a rookie who has only played in 2 games. Bulls head coach Tom Thibodeau, hands on his hips, inquired in surprise, "Who is this number 30? An assistant coach stepped forward, explaining, "He is this year's rookie, Mike George, the one who went undrafted and was part of the little green room. We discussed him in our team meeting a few months ago." Oh, Thibodeau pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling George, and quickly asked, "Check how many minutes he played in the previous games." The assistant coach glanced at the records of the Knicks' first 2 games and replied, "He didn't play in the first game, and in the second, he was on the court for 3 minutes during garbage time." "What did you say?" Thibodeau could hardly believe his ears. He gazed at the assistant coach with shock and even anger, exclaiming, "You mean to tell me that a guy who has played less than 5 minutes in the NBA is making a fool of my sixth man of the year?" Chapter 31. Rose's counterattack. The notoriously defensive-minded Coach Thibodeau, disregarding the situation, began to shout from the sidelines, prompting the previously unimpressed Bulls bench members to regard George with newfound respect. It is no wonder Thibodeau reacted so sensitively to a rookie. Before becoming a head coach in the NBA this year, he had served as an assistant coach for 18 years, excelling in identifying and nurturing new talent. Notably, Chuck Hayes, a current Rockets player, was one of his prized discoveries. Since taking on a role of head coach for the Bulls, his responsibilities have increased, leaving him with less time to focus on newcomers. Thus, he did not dive deeply into understanding this year's draft picks. Could it be that in my first year as head coach, I have overlooked a prodigy? Thibodeau pondered to himself. On the court, Korver, feeling humiliated, was quite furious. He was not one to engage in trash talk. Had he been toyed with by Chris Paul or Dwayne Wade, he would have had no complaints. However, why should George, a rookie just entering the league, dare to perform such a stunt against Korver? Korver felt he had been disdained and even insulted by this novice. Consequently, he looked at George and declared, "This is not the way a rookie survives, kid. If you dare to continue playing like this, I assure you, you won't last a month in this league." Laughter ensues as Cowell confronts the host with a barrage of insults, only to be met with a retort. Cowell's proficiency in trash talk is as lackluster as Shaquille O'Neal's free throws. While the host's skill in banter remains uncertain, I have faith that the host will emerge victorious in this exchange. Indeed, the arrogance of a rookie often invites disdain, a truth echoed throughout history. Consider how Michael Jordan faced isolation during the All-Star game. I am reminded of the process Joel Embiid, who, in just a few years within the league, has become exceedingly brash, confronting Russell Westbrook and mocking DeAndre Jordan. Following a formidable block or a thunderous dunk, he invariably fixes his gaze upon his adversaries. Though, in this instance, the host refrained from glaring at Cowell post-shot, an act of mercy, perhaps? Speaking of Embiid, the most amusing moment was when, during a series down 0-3, he dared to hurl insults at his opponents, only to be met with a dismissive gesture of 3 fingers in response, leaving him momentarily speechless. I recall an incident where Embiid attempted to hoist Anthony, but Russell Westbrook intervened, swatting his hand away. Who is this process Embiid that his name ignites such fervent discussion? Paul George gazes at the flood of comments, aware that the future of the NBA will unfold with numerous intriguing events and personalities. He understands that to encounter and experience these moments, his career must be sufficiently prolonged. George did not retort harshly to Korver, but remaining silent was not in his nature. So he replied, "Kyle, you are truly kind. As a fellow rookie, you have treated me with such sincerity." What? Korver furrowed his brow, bewildered. When did he become a rookie? Had he been mistaken for someone else? Korver exclaimed, "I am not a rookie. I've been in the league for 7 years, kid." George remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so? I had thought only rookies could be deceived by such a simple feint." Korver responded with laughter. "Huh, splendid. Broadcaster, your bravado is something I could never replicate. Language is an art, and the exchange of barbs is imbued with delight." In this regard, Korver clearly lacked expertise. Left speechless by the retort, the Bulls, buoyed by George's performance, surged ahead with 6 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to a mere 1 point as the game continued to ebb and flow. Soon, the first half concluded. In the visitors' locker room, Stoudemire took the initiative to sit beside George, draping an arm around him with a smile. "Mike, your performance today was commendable, particularly the feint that left Korver bewildered. You hardly seem like a rookie." Although Stoudemire did not explicitly state that George surpassed Fields, the implication was not lost on Fields, who found himself puzzled as to why George dared to act thus. After all, he had yet to secure a place in the regular rotation, and the coach could easily demote or release him. One would expect him to be more anxious and cautious on the court than Fields. At that moment, D'Antoni suddenly turned to George and inquired, "George, do you have a Chinese name? I always find it somewhat peculiar to refer to an Asian by their English name." "Oh, I assure you, I mean no offense. Please do not misunderstand." Given that both D'Antoni and George shared the name Mike, he sought to distinguish George by suggesting an alternative appellation when addressing him. George chuckled and said, "No worries, everyone can call me Joe. That's what my family and friends call me. Hey Joe, have you considered the consequences of toying with your opponents?" Wilson Chandler, who had spent 3 years with the Knicks, gazed at George with a rather unfriendly demeanor. George was acutely aware that once he showcased his prowess, both Fields and Wilson Chandler, who played in the same position, would perceive him as a formidable rival. Consequently, he adopted a more cautious demeanor. The repercussions? Huh, I just praise you for not appearing like a rookie, yet here you are, truly embodying that novice essence, laughed Stoudemire, elucidating when playing away. You are bound to encounter unforeseen circumstances, such as the absence of hot water in our visitor's locker room, or perhaps the bus tire bursting on the return journey. Moreover, they might even ambush you here after the game to teach you a lesson. Are you frightened? Stoudemire's increasingly outrageous remarks were evidently intended to intimidate George. George chuckled. We are such a united and loving team that even if someone were to trouble me, you all would stand up to help. I certainly would not be afraid. His words made the entire team lower their heads in shame. They were far from a cohesive and affectionate unit, exhibiting little coordination on the court and even less communication off it. If someone truly were to confront George, they likely would not step in to assist. D'Antoni sighed inwardly. If only this team were as George described. The game swiftly progressed to the third quarter, and, as per tradition, the starters were the first to be sent onto the court. Despite George's commendable performance in the second quarter, it was Fields who took the court. I must strive to excel and surpass Mike George, Fields thought, feeling the mounting pressure. Rookies inherently require a period of adaptation, and they often grapple with numerous flaws. The adage haste makes waste rang true, as Fields' eagerness for a good performance only served to expose his vulnerabilities further. Consequently, he missed shots, made errant passes, and most embarrassingly, faltered on defense. Korver, facing Fields, audaciously employed the very move that George had just used to humiliate him. After a feint that deceived Fields, he launched a three-pointer, swish. My goodness, he had turned George's recent humiliation back upon Fields. Turiev and Mozgov on the sidelines were left dumbfounded. It was plainly evident that Fields could not compare to George. It was settled. The commentators mocked Korver, who in turn retaliated against Fields with the same maneuver. Even the blind could perceive who was superior between the commentator and Fields. The commentator was surely destined to start next. Let the celebrations commence. George couldn't help but stifle a chuckle on the sidelines. Korver truly was an extraordinary playmaker. On the court, Fields had already been making numerous errors, and after being humiliated by that maneuver, his composure further deteriorated. Observing this, D'Antoni promptly substituted him out, bringing George back into the game. George rose from the bench, poised to replace Fields, who approached him with a countenance marked by frustration. George extended his hand, yet Fields, avoiding his gaze, weakly and gently offered a brief clap of acknowledgement. This seemingly simple handover imbued George with a profound sense of historical weight. Would this moment signify the dawn of a new era, with George assuming the role of a starter while Fields resigned to that of a substitute? George stepped onto the court, elated. Upon his return, he addressed Korver, saying, "My friend, employing my own moves against my teammates is rather unsporting. You could have simply retaliated against me directly." Korver scoffed in response. "Shouldn't I have assisted you? At the very least, I want your coach to recognize who the true rookie of the year is on your team." To his surprise, Korver seemed to be intentionally offering his support. George was taken aback. "Should I express my gratitude to you?" Korver did not respond further, as the match continued. The intensity of the third quarter escalated beyond that of the previous two. This time, George was not merely on the court for a fleeting 2 or 3 minutes. The pressure he faced was significantly greater than during his earlier appearances, making it nearly impossible for him to deliver a dazzling performance with every offensive play. During one such offensive attempt, George effortlessly evaded Korver's defense and drove toward the basket. His teammate Felton, recognizing the opportunity, swiftly passed the ball to him. George received the pass and quickly attempted a layup. However, to his astonishment, the basketball was ruthlessly pinned against the backboard with 2 hands. The resounding thud echoed as if it were destined to shatter the backboard itself. This brutal act was not executed by a towering giant standing at 2 meters 10, but rather by Rose, who stood at a mere 1 meter 91. Chapter 32. In sync with the divine 15 minutes earlier in the Bulls' locker room, the atmosphere was laden with awkwardness. Korver, having been outplayed by the rookie George, sat dejectedly on a bench in front of his locker, enveloped in frustration. Having recently joined the Bulls that summer, Korver felt the weight of his embarrassment keenly. Rose, as the team leader, bore the responsibility of mentoring the newcomers, and he held Korver in high regard. He appreciated Korver's three-point shooting skills, especially since he himself struggled with long-range shots, making Korver a vital asset to the team. Standing by his locker, Rose glanced at his phone to check for messages before placing it back in the lower compartment of his two-tiered locker. He then approached Korver and said, "Don't take it too hard. I know you're still thinking about that play where the rookie deceived you." Korver sighed, feeling despondent. "I've been in the league for 7 years. It's utterly humiliating to be outsmarted by a rookie playing only his second game. That shot he made might even make the top 10 plays of the day." Seeing Korver's distress, Rose was eager to alleviate his woes. "How about we teach him a lesson?" he suggested. He then turned to Thibodeau and inquired, "Coach, could you help us devise a strategy to lure that rookie number 30 into a trap?" Upon hearing this, Thibodeau moved toward the entrance, retrieving a small blackboard hung there. "This is quite simple. We merely need to open the gates of the paint and feign a defensive lapse. He's clever enough to drive in and attack the hoop. Once he does, we can swarm him, ensuring he won't even have the opportunity to pass the ball." "No need for so many," Rose interjected, stepping closer to Thibodeau. "I can handle it alone. I intend to pin his shot against the backboard." Feeling a warmth in his heart at the support from his team leader and coach, Korver expressed his gratitude. "Derek, Coach Tom, thank you. But he is merely a bench warmer. What right does he have to warrant Derek's personal involvement or for you to design a strategy specifically for him? He doesn't deserve such treatment. Besides, I suspect he won't have many opportunities to play in the second half." Ross remarked, "It's quite simple. You merely need to exploit his deceptive movements to outmaneuver Fields. Their coach will undoubtedly substitute Fields out." Thibodeau swiftly sketched a strategy on the blackboard designed to draw the opponent in, then chuckled, "I must be the first coach to devise a tactic specifically to counter a substitute. I hope this fellow achieves something noteworthy. It would be a shame to go to such lengths for nothing." Upon uttering these words, Thibodeau casually lifted his gaze, fortuitously locking eyes with a locker situated to the left of the shower area. In that instant, the smile vanished from Thibodeau's face, as if his heart was responding to an unspoken signal emanating from that very locker. Observing Thibodeau's peculiar fixation, Ross quickly turned his head to follow his line of sight. It was a locker that had lain dormant for 12 years, shunned by all, with no one possessing the right to use it, not even Ross himself. The second half of the Bulls and Knicks game commenced. What a block! Ross executed a magnificent rejection against George, inciting a chorus of cheers from the home crowd. "Welcome to the NBA." Following the impressive block, Ross extended a warm greeting to George, acknowledging him as a rookie. "Wow, the broadcaster has learned a lesson," someone exclaimed. "Still too inexperienced. I'll come back when they're truly formidable. I'll also return when the broadcaster acquires star players with scoring prowess. Since you all refuse to watch or contribute, how can the broadcaster purchase stars? With dollars? Ridiculous. If I'm not enjoying the show, why should I donate? If you let the broadcaster unleash a beating on Ross, I'll donate 10,000. I want to go back on my word." Due to this latest block, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted. George, already agitated, grew even more distressed upon witnessing the heated exchanges in the comments and promptly disabled the chat feature. After Ross's block, the ball was swiftly knocked out of bounds by George. At that moment, Ross was celebrating with Korver, exchanging high fives. "That was a brilliant block. Thank you." "Derek," Korver remarked. "It was the least I could do," Ross replied. From the expressions of the two, George suddenly realized that this block had been meticulously planned. Korver's defense wasn't that poor. He had deliberately allowed me to penetrate, knowing Ross was poised to reject me. No wonder he dared to use both hands. Since this was evidently premeditated, their coach must have been in on it too. Suddenly, George cast a glance towards Thibodeau on the sidelines, who, upon meeting George's gaze, quickly averted his eyes in a moment of uncharacteristic trepidation. "Goodness, why should I fear a rookie?" Yet, as he turned away, Thibodeau instantly regretted his reaction. George's eyes had been piercing, unlike anything he had ever encountered in a player. It evoked a memory from months prior, when he had just been appointed head coach of the Bulls. The former Bulls general manager, Jerry Krause, had invited him to his home, and after sharing a couple of bottles of pure Chivas, Krause reminisced, placing his arm around Thibodeau's broad shoulders, and said, "Have you ever seen a gaze that could kill? I have. During the 1987 draft, I disregarded that individual's wishes and chose Joe Wolf from North Carolina. Do you know what he said to me? He glared at me with a look that could slay, berating me for not selecting him in Dean Smith's player, and instead opting for an imbecile. Can you believe it? He referred to my pick as an imbecile." Krause, having indulged a bit too much that day, shared many tales, and Thibodeau thought these drunken reminiscences would soon fade from memory. Yet today, George stirred those recollections anew within Thibodeau, deepening their resonance. Twice now, Why does this number 30 continually evoke thoughts of that legend? Thibodeau found himself perplexed by this connection. George was exceedingly irate, not because he felt humiliated by being outperformed, for which rookie has not encountered an embarrassing moment. Rather, it was the realization that he had been outmaneuvered that rendered him unable to let go of his resentment. George reopened the barrage of comments, addressing those in the live stream. If you believe I am inadequate, feel free to leave. However, I assure you, I shall avenge the grievances between Korver and Rose, whether it takes a year or 3. The streamer encouraged. Which rookie hasn't faced adversity? Yao Ming has been brought to the ground. Kobe has missed consecutive shots, and Shaquille has been dunked on. If we sought out superhumans, we wouldn't be paying attention to you. Motivated by the streamer's determination, 1,000 was generously given as a reward. Sante Antoni, observing that both of his rookies were being targeted by the opponents, cast a glance at Thibodeau and soon substituted George, bringing Wilson Chandler, who had already accrued 4 fouls, onto the court. As George exited, visibly disheartened, Fields felt a surge of satisfaction, inwardly declaring, "I've been played, yet you're not faring any better. Our competition has merely commenced. Do not presume a single game can secure your starting position." Wilson Chandler, a seasoned veteran in the league, demonstrated experience beyond that of George and Fields, collaborating with his teammates to maintain the score. The contest remained fiercely competitive into the final moments of the fourth quarter, with the score at 198 in favor of the Knicks. Unfortunately, as the game approached its climax, Wilson Chandler incurred his 6th foul, necessitating his departure from the game. Damn it, Wilson seethed, aware that only a minute remained. If he could endure just a bit longer, victory would be within reach. This would mark the team's first triumph of the season. Wilson's frustration was palpable. No one wished to see a hard-won victory snatched away at the last moment. The outcome hinged on the player chosen to replace Wilson. Who would D'Antoni select to re-enter the fray, Fields or George? At this juncture, D'Antoni found himself in a quandary. Both were rookies, neither having faced such a pivotal moment. Whom to trust? Fields and George both turned their gazes towards D'Antoni, who ultimately fixed his eyes on George. He chose George, for he believed George could better contain Korver. Your task is to prevent Korver from scoring. Do you have confidence? For the first time, D'Antoni held hope for George, placing his hand on George's shoulder. I will surely guard him. The fire of determination ignited within George's heart. Chapter 33. Teddy Joe takes the stage. As the game entered its critical climax, George was once again summoned to the court. D'Antoni's first genuine hope for him, with no alternatives left. Wilson Chandler earnestly urged George, "You must defend. Otherwise, all our efforts throughout the game will be in vain." From Wilson's serious demeanor, it was evident that if the game were to slip away due to George's actions, there would be consequences. Fields remained silent, contemplating. Perhaps not being called upon is a blessing. At least I won't bear the blame for a loss. George reappeared on the scene. As the Bulls fervently sought to reclaim the point they had lost, the audience remained on the edge of their seats, eagerly anticipating a thrilling climax. Time raced by. From a mere 50 seconds, it swiftly dwindled to 30 and then to the final 10 seconds. Both teams unleashed their most formidable defenses, rendering scoring nearly impossible. In these last 10 seconds, possession belonged to the Bulls. Should they score 2 points, the match would extend into overtime, and a 3-pointer would secure their victory against the Knicks. Conversely, a missed shot would hand the triumph to the Knicks. Defend this shot at all costs. D'Antoni fretted from the sidelines, yearning for his team to achieve their first victory of the season. The beauty of success often begins with that inaugural win, and the sooner it is secured, the smoother the season may unfold. The ball was in Rose's hands, who had already amassed 27 points. But his performance had waned in the fourth quarter, having missed 4 consecutive attempts. He glanced at Korver, who was second in scoring on the team, having made 6 out of 8 3-pointers for a total of 24 points. Neither Fields nor Wilson Chandler could contain his shooting prowess. It was the rookie defending Korver. Rose also noted George, the defender on Korver. Sensing Rose's hesitation, Korver yearned to deliver a game-winning shot to teach George a lesson. Though he had achieved revenge earlier, it was Rose who had blocked George, not Korver himself. Thus, Korver maneuvered outside, positioning himself at the 3-point arc to receive the pass. Rose confidently entrusted the ball to Korver, hoping he could exploit George's inexperience within a few seconds. Should George falter defensively, the entire offensive strategy would unravel, paving the way for Rose's drive or an inside play, both of which would guarantee success. Korver caught Rose's pass and faced George one-on-one at the arc. "Oh no, Tom Thibodeau is still targeting our rookie," D'Antoni observed, recognizing the Bull strategy, which highlighted their experience. All 5 players on the court had played for at least 2 years, and the one with the least experience was still the Bulls' strongest player. "Stay calm," D'Antoni urged, concerned that George might succumb to nerves, as rookies are prone to such mistakes. At that moment, George was indeed quite anxious. The rookie, Korver, deliberately provoked George, executing a feint to deceive him. George despised this sensation. He was utterly perplexed by what Korver might do next. However, he was acutely aware that Korver's most formidable threat lay in his three-point shooting. Suddenly, George lunged forward, closely shadowing Korver, and reached out to seize the ball from his grasp. This rookie was bound to make a mistake. Rose observed George's actions, recognizing them as a typical overzealous reaction of a newcomer. It was evident that George could not possibly intercept Korver's ball. Such a move would only lead him to lose his optimal defensive position. Indeed, he was a novice. Korver, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight. He aimed to swiftly maneuver his body past George, intent on driving to the basket to draw defenders, subsequently passing the ball to an unguarded teammate. At that moment, a player clad in a red jersey would surely deliver a decisive blow. However, as the two engaged in physical confrontation, George suddenly utilized the strength of Hayes to shove Korver aside. This time, George exerted his power without reservation, fully aware that Korver would also be employing all his might. And Korver was indeed robust. To Korver's astonishment, he felt the overwhelming force of George for the first time. A mere push from George left his balance precarious. Just as Korver was reeling from shock, George's hand extended toward the basketball, striking it with force. To everyone's astonishment, he actually made contact. Korver became exceedingly flustered, but fortunately, he had secured the ball well. Despite George's presence looming behind him, he could not seize the ball. However, the impact had sent it bouncing away, forcing Korver to retreat, moving away from the three-point line. After taking a step back to regain possession, with only 6 seconds remaining, he intended to continue driving past George. Little did he expect that George would again close in, pressing against him with another shove. Frustrated, Korver found his grip on the ball loosening after this unexpected jolt, causing him to stumble forward once more. He was compelled to half-crouch, regaining the ball while George stayed right on his heels, not reaching out to snatch it, but rather spreading his arms wide, as if herding sheep. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. "This is just like when a streamer was goading Fields a few days ago, haha. The way you used goad was simply exquisite. Teddy George truly lives up to his reputation. Now I understand why the streamer acquired Hayes. It was from moments like this. Ha! Who came up with such an apt name for the streamer? Teddy George? Ha ha! Hayes may only be considered an A-level player, but his lower body strength is of S-grade caliber, making him unparalleled in physical confrontations." The streamer was delightfully wicked. Observing Korver being relentlessly pursued by George, the thousands of spectators were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding drama. What on earth was happening? Seated on the bench, Fields was the sole individual who comprehended the unfolding events. He suddenly felt an uncomfortable pressure beneath him, as if something was jabbing at his backside. He rose abruptly, astonished, realizing this was precisely how he had been pushed from the three-point line all the way to the center circle that day. Thibodeau, witnessing the scene, shouted in exasperation at the referee, "Foul! He committed a foul!" At that moment, George raised both hands high, merely to indicate to the referee that he had done nothing wrong. The referee, unconvinced that George's robust physique could render Korver in such a disheveled state, perceived it as a mere mishap on Korver's part. Moreover, given the critical juncture of the game, he deemed it essential to exercise caution in his rulings, lest it sway the outcome, a scenario neither the fans nor the league commissioner wished to witness. Thus, no foul was called. Time dwindled away, ticking down second by second, and soon only 3 seconds remained in the match. The ball remained firmly in Korver's grasp, yet he was now a full 3 meters away from the three-point line. "Give me that damn ball," Rose exclaimed, nearly springing from his seat in urgency. He had been incessantly imploring Korver for the ball, but Korver struggled to maintain his grip on it, retreating further away instead. With his impatience mounting, Rose could no longer stand idly by. He dashed towards Korver to receive the pass. Time was of the essence. Thibodeau shouted from the sidelines, his round belly almost straining against his shirt as he spoke. Seeing Rose approach, Korver realized he had no other option but to relinquish the ball to him. George was closely positioned next to Korver. In truth, he could have easily intercepted the pass had he wished to do so. However, he refrained, His intention was to ensure the basketball reached Rose's hands. At that moment, only 1 second remained on the clock, and once Rose obtained the ball, he had to release his shot without delay. George stood directly in front of Rose, and with his height, even lacking extraordinary vertical leap, blocking Rose's shot would have been a trivial task. He sought vengeance. Rose, having secured the ball, stood well beyond the three-point arc. Should he make the shot, it would be a game winner. The entire audience rose to their feet, just as Rose released the ball. Crack! George leapt into the air, forcefully slamming the basketball away with one hand. George, in this instance, utilized all of Hayes' strength for the block. The basketball was propelled towards the opposite half of the court, aimed directly at the Bulls bench. Astonishingly, it hurtled straight towards Thibodeau, who stood furthest out. Oh no! Thibodeau, witnessing the incoming ball, had his pupils dilate, unable to evade in time, as the basketball collided forcefully with his round belly, followed by a horrified cry. Chapter 34. The Joy of Victory. Beep. The final buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. Thanks to George's pivotal defense, the Knicks triumphed over the Chicago Bulls on their home turf with a score of 100-98, securing their first victory of the season. Coach, are you all right? Meanwhile, Coach Thibodeau, having been unintentionally struck in the stomach by the basketball, was met with concern from the surrounding Bulls players. In this instance, George utterly humiliated Kyle Korver, Derrick Rose, and Tom Thibodeau with his defense. During the third quarter, these three conspired against George. The system announced a generous donation of 5,000 gold coins from a user, followed by an additional 3,000 from another. The live broadcast was inundated with substantial contributions, and the number of followers surged rapidly. The host, however, seemed somewhat dishonest. Only moments ago, he claimed it would take a year, even 3, to exact revenge, yet in the blink of an eye, he had avenged himself. Remarkably, he accomplished a trifecta with one stroke. This defense not only humiliated Korver, but also Rose and Thibodeau. How did the host conceive such a notion? Teddy George is truly magnificent. From now on, let no one dare provoke you. Just crush them. Who bestowed this moniker upon me? George, feeling exhilarated, finally noticed the nickname being used. Though he may not be fond of it, he indeed exhibited a rather wicked demeanor when confronting Korver. At that moment, Korver stormed towards the referee, indignantly exclaiming, "He was constantly pushing me. Why did you not call a foul?" The referee, observing Korver's furious expression, remained unfazed, possibly perplexed by what Korver meant by pushing. He responded, "Are you implying that he made an inappropriate advance towards you? Would you like me to contact the chairman of the Exodus, the largest anti-gay organization in America? I am quite familiar with Chambers." Korver, infuriated by the referee's mockery, was about to continue his protest when Rose interjected, "Enough, let it go. This is already embarrassing enough." Now, Rose felt even more frustrated than Korver, as the esteemed team leader had been overshadowed by a rookie who had blocked a shot, and it was evident that this rejection would become the highlight of the day. Korver, sensing that Rose did not believe him, continued to explain, "I am serious. I did not lose control of the ball. That guy was pushing me from behind. You cannot imagine the strength in his lower body. My goodness, I cannot even find the words to describe it." The referee, upon hearing Korver's words, chuckled. "Mr. Korver, it appears I should not have recommended Chambers to you. You seem to be enjoying this." "What did you say?" Korver pursued the referee, who was no longer inclined to engage in further debate. "If you have objections to my call, you may file a complaint with the league." "Damn it." Korver stormed back to the locker room, still attempting to justify himself. "It is truly not my fault. I did not slip. I was not nervous. That guy's thighs are incredibly powerful." "Are you in love with his thighs? Why do you keep talking about him?" Rose, caught in Korver's turmoil, also felt exasperated. Thibodeau's expression was no better than theirs, as he remarked, "I do not know how strong that guy's thighs are, but the ball he sent my way had considerable force. It nearly propelled the pasta I had for lunch right out of my stomach." The match today concludes here. No further discussion is permitted. John, destroy the recording of today's game. It is one I never wish to revisit. Furthermore, accompany me to the general manager's office, for I have matters to inquire of you. Thibodeau and assistant coach John arrived at the general manager's office, where Bulls GM Gar Forman observed Thibodeau's furious countenance and inquired, "Tom, why the grim expression? It is merely a regular season game. There is no need for such concern. I firmly believe we shall achieve commendable results this season." To this, Thibodeau concurred, swiftly articulating his purpose. "I was informed by John that prior to the draft, you convened a meeting here to assess this year's rookies. I wish to know if you still possess those evaluation documents." Foreman nodded affirmatively. It was not long ago. They should still be available. After a brief interval, Foreman retrieved a substantial stack of documents from his cabinet and tossed them to Thibodeau. Without sifting through each one, Thibodeau directly located George's file, which contained his physical data and statistics. The final line bore several assistant coaches' assessments, prominently declaring insufficient defense, physicality inadequate for NBA adaptation. Nonsense. Upon reading this evaluation, Thibodeau erupted into laughter. Insufficient defense? How could he force Korver into a mistake at a critical moment? Throughout the game, neither Fields nor Wilson Chandler could contain Korver, yet he managed to do so. I dare say he is the best defender on the Knicks. Assistant coach John appeared somewhat disheartened and remarked, "He has certainly bulked up considerably over the past few months." By how much? 50 pounds, or perhaps 100? Thibodeau, sensing John's continued denial of his earlier misjudgment, began to lose his composure. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the oversight was not exclusive to the Bulls. George entered the NBA as an undrafted player, which piqued Thibodeau's curiosity further. You mentioned he was invited to the green room. Under such unimpressive physical metrics, what warranted the invitation? Allow me to show you a video. John replied slowly, proceeding towards Foreman. May I use your computer? Oh, certainly. Foreman offered his seat. John accessed YouTube on the computer, entered Mike George into the search bar, and opened a video with hundreds of thousands of views. Tom, take a look at this. Upon viewing the video, Thibodeau gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, what extraordinary maneuvers. He was left speechless, finally comprehending why George had received an invitation to the green room. After watching, Thibodeau's confusion deepened. Why did no team select him? We may not have deemed him necessary as a shooting guard, but surely other teams could have used him. Why was he overlooked? At that moment, Gar Foreman, leaning against the desk, remarked, I recall that the Los Angeles Lakers had significant interest in him at the time. As for why they ultimately did not select him, I cannot say. Thibodeau remarked, John, immediately investigate the reasons behind the Lakers' decision not to select him. Not only the Lakers, but also the teams that showed interest at the time, including those that picked shortly after him. I want to know why they overlooked George. This league cannot conceal its secrets. Foreman wholeheartedly agreed with Thibodeau's final assertion, saying, You are absolutely correct. If you seek the reasons, answers will come swiftly. However, I am curious as to why you are so concerned about a rookie. Thibodeau chuckled and replied, Because I wish to witness the spectacle. A spectacle? Both Foreman and John echoed in confusion. Thibodeau gently touched his still aching abdomen and said, Indeed, a spectacle. It may very well be an unparalleled performance. In the Knicks locker room, Stoudemire exclaimed, Joe, your defense was impressive. You managed to thwart the most crucial shot, having secured their first victory with the Knicks. He was elated and praised George, who had shown in the final moments. In truth, George had played only a few minutes, and the true hero of the game was Stoudemire, who had valiantly maintained the scoreline. Teammate Turiev chimed in with a laugh. The highlight was George's block on D-Rose, which hit their coach. Did you see Tom Thibodeau's expression? It was utterly gratifying, haha. This was the first time the new team had experienced such joy this season. Observing the atmosphere, Stoudemire promptly suggested, Since we've secured our first victory, let us unwind at a nightclub later. I am well aware of which places have the most beautiful women. D'Antoni also sensed that the team's cohesiveness was lacking and added, You can go out and relax, but don't stay out too late. You must return to the hotel by 2 in the morning. Many NBA players enjoy unwinding at nightclubs after games, and 2 a.m. is typically regarded as the cutoff time for revelry. A considerable number have reached a consensus that one should not exceed this hour. It is not merely a matter of fearing the impact on performance the following day. The paramount reason is that all NBA players who have encountered incidents during the night have done so after 2. D'Antoni need not worry or remind them. For after Stoudemire's declaration, no one seemed inclined to respond. Chapter 35. The reporter's interview as the pivotal contributor to the team's victory. George was undoubtedly eager to celebrate. However, neither Fields nor Wilson Chandler exhibited much enthusiasm. Mozgov, accustomed to the tall, alluring beauties of St. Petersburg, seemed unimpressed by the women roaming the streets of Chicago that night and displayed a lack of interest as well. Point guard Felton and the others remained silent, while only Turiev chimed in with, Cool, we should unwind a bit. Observing this, Stoudemire, with a hint of disappointment, suggested, Forget it. I think we should all head back to the hotel and get some rest. The team quickly boarded the bus back to the hotel, and upon their return, Aaron called, clearly aware of George's performance that day. Joe, you were incredible. That final block was so impressive. Derrick Rose was the #1 pick in 2008. Aaron exclaimed, her excitement evident as one could almost hear her joyfully bouncing on the other end of the line. George pondered to himself, is Derrick Rose merely the first overall pick of 2008? He is also the most valuable player of this season. Aaron spoke briefly before the voice on the other end of the line shifted to Byron. Byron praised, Joe, your performance today was commendable. That successful defense at the end should earn you the trust of the coach, solidifying your position within the team. Everything will become different. Today marks a splendid beginning worth celebrating. You should unwind with your teammates, as it will enhance your camaraderie. Perhaps indulge in a visit to a strip club. It's on me, huh? As Byron was speaking, Aaron interjected a remark. Indeed, my sister is quite generous. And you, host, can hardly refuse, can you? George smiled awkwardly upon hearing Byron admonish Aaron to cease her antics, and replied, Amare originally intended to unwind, but since no one responded, we all returned. Byron remarked, it appears your team has yet to coalesce into a unified whole. Not even a small circle has formed, which bodes ill. However, let that not trouble you. You may celebrate on your own, perhaps at the finest hotel in Chicago, and indulge in a couple of drinks. After hanging up with his family, George indeed contemplated having a drink. However, he deemed it unnecessary to change hotels. The establishment where he currently resided, while not extravagant, was partnered with NBA teams. Consequently, the beds were quite spacious, and the showerheads were sufficiently high, features specifically tailored for NBA players. George worried that a new hotel might not offer such comfort. Before long, a waiter delivered a bottle of Jack Daniels. George, accustomed to drinking, found solace in it, as both Byron and Tyler were fond of libations, and Aaron occasionally partook as well. Alcohol possesses a peculiar magic. Whether in moments of joy or sorrow, it seems to be a necessary companion. As George savored his whiskey, he gazed at the tally of gold coins backstage, his heart brimming with joy. He had already amassed 30,000 coins. Although this time he might not receive a colossal tip of 50,000, he was confident that he would soon gather 100,000. More importantly, following this match, he would be granted greater opportunities to perform. The viewers in a live stream would only reward George during his spectacular moments. Once he secured a regular slot, it would not be far-fetched for him to acquire stronger star players based on his capabilities. Meanwhile, on the same floor, Coach D'Antoni and assistant coach Woodson were enjoying a drink together, sipping margaritas. Woodson knew that D'Antoni had long awaited this victory, and the narrow win had caused him quite a bit of anxiety. With a chuckle, Woodson remarked, those last 10 seconds nearly gave me a heart attack, especially when Joe attempted that steal. I was genuinely afraid that all our hard work could vanish in an instant. Who would have thought Joe would emerge as the hero, blocking the Bulls' strongest star and hitting the ball right into Tom Thibodeau's stomach? Ha ha ha. At the memory of that moment, D'Antoni couldn't help but laugh, recalling how serious he had been at the time, sternly telling George after the game that he should apologize to Thibodeau. In truth, he was the one who found the situation most amusing. After sharing a few laughs, Woodson suddenly posed a question. Mike, after this game, it's clear that Joe is better and adapting to the NBA faster than Fields. What are your plans for the next game against the Washington Wizards? Should we start Joe? Upon hearing this, D'Antoni's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I have always recognized that Joe's immediate combat effectiveness surpasses Fields, but I truly did not anticipate his defensive prowess. Fields simply isn't cut out for this, yet I don't intend to make Joe a starter. Wilson Chandler? Woodson suggested. Yes, Wilson currently possesses more experience and skill than Joe, but perhaps Joe is more worthy of development? D'Antoni turned to Woodson and replied, you saw it yourself. During his brief time on the court, his contributions on both offense and defense were completely beyond our control. I fear he may disrupt not just the opponents, but also his teammates. We'll see when his performance can outshine Wilson. So, you are continuously honing his skills? Woodson inquired. D'Antoni took a sip of his cocktail, shook his head, and said, he is not my primary concern. My biggest headache is the dismal team cohesion, a collection of exceptional talents, yet apart from Amare and Turiev, one can hardly discern any emotion on the faces of the others. Woodson wholeheartedly agreed. The team needs a figure to unite the players. It seems Amare is unable to fulfill that role. If Joe has the potential to become a leader, I believe he possesses that capability. D'Antoni shook his head once more, remarking that one had overestimated him. To speak candidly, for a person of Asian descent to forge even a couple of genuine friendships within an NBA team is a remarkable feat. It is utterly inconceivable that Amare and the others would regard him as a brother. His words would hold no sway in their presence, let alone unite the players. Woodson found D'Antoni's analysis to be quite reasonable. Perhaps George's series of astonishing performances had clouded his judgment. He lifted his glass to clink with D'Antoni's, conceding, "You are correct." It became evident that the consumption of alcohol should be approached with caution, particularly when alone. The following day, George awoke feeling somewhat unwell, even questioning whether the waiter had served him counterfeit liquor. Fortunately, this did not lead to any serious repercussions, aside from George forgetting to initiate his live stream upon waking. It was not until he was en route back to New York from Chicago that he recalled this oversight. Although it was not a game day, he had grown accustomed to engaging with his audience, so he activated the live stream. To his surprise, the instant he opened it, the barrage of comments left him feeling quite awkward. "Wow, Teddy Joe is live. Why are you streaming so late today? Did you go out and stir things up again last night?" One viewer quipped, "Host, after witnessing your formidable lower body prowess against Hayes, it appears you only target men. First Fields, then Corver. I now harbor serious doubts about your orientation." Another viewer chimed in, "I don't quite grasp that last comment. What kind of celestial beast is Teddy? What difference does it make between genders when one can conquer the heavens and the earth?" George sighed in resignation, realizing that this group of viewers were indeed his ardent fans, having generously rewarded him with numerous coins, yet they relished in jesting at his expense. Upon returning to New York, while the entire team diligently prepared for their upcoming match in the training facility, a well-dressed man approached, holding a recording device. It appeared that the team's head coach, D'Antoni, recognized him and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Howard, don't come interview me. I have nothing to say at the moment." The man, evidently a journalist named Howard, replied with a grin, "Mike, I'm not here to interview you today." He then turned his gaze toward the tall, unfamiliar players on the court and inquired, "Could you please tell me which one is my George?" George was momentarily taken aback. The reporter had come to interview him? Chapter 36, The Provocation of John Wall. Although George had not yet garnered ample playing time with the team, his recent spectacular block had brought him into the limelight, earning the top spot among yesterday's 10 best plays. This morning, George watched that highlight numerous times on the NBA's official website. Among the myriad of players, it was not difficult to identify the sole Asian among them. Howard swiftly located George and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm a reporter from the New York Times. My name is Howard Beck. May I have a moment of your time for a brief interview?" George was quite astonished that someone wished to interview him, and it was none other than a reporter from the New York Times. As he and Howard Beck engaged in conversation, Fields and Wilson couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Beck shook hands with George and remarked, "Mike George, first and foremost, congratulations on your spectacular play yesterday. Even the first overall pick, John Wall, who has had significantly more playing time than you, has yet to achieve a spot in the top 10 plays. Could you share some insights about that remarkable shot?" George was acutely aware that this was an opportunity to promote himself and to familiarize the basketball fans of New York with his presence. Thus, his articulation was notably cautious. "Thank you. This is the result of the entire team's efforts. It was Amare and Felton who persevered throughout the game. I merely stepped onto the court at the last moment to defend that shot." George's humility elicited an appreciative gaze from Baker. However, as a journalist, he still harbored a desire to uncover some sensational news. He deftly steered the conversation towards the dynamic between George and John Wall, stating, "It is widely acknowledged that both you and John Wall are esteemed members of the green room. Yet, while he was the first overall pick, you unfortunately went undrafted. Following your performance yesterday, there are whispers suggesting that you have been gravely underestimated. How do you perceive such claims? In tomorrow's match, do you believe you will outperform John Wall?" Georgetown hesitated for a moment before saying, "Indeed, I differ from John Wall. My focus is not on who performs better in tomorrow's match, but rather on the success of the team as a whole." George's words were as impenetrable as a fortress, leaving no room for Baker to embellish the narrative. Undeterred, Baker persisted in his quest to unearth sensational revelations from this exceptional rookie. He pressed on with his inquiry. "We observed that during the Summer League, there was a match in which you inadvertently caused Lakers' Gerald Green to injure a teammate. After the last game, a Bulls player also complained that your blocks were deliberately aimed at their coach. Is that true? This reporter demands clarity. Which Bulls player made such a claim about our broadcaster? I wish to address that individual directly." "You are absolutely correct. Yes, indeed. We instructed the broadcaster to act in that manner." "What of it?" George, upon hearing such slander, quickly denied, "Hey, my friend, you cannot write such things recklessly. I am undoubtedly a good person. How could I intentionally harm my opponents? I hold immense respect for each competitor, especially Coach Thibodeau. I have already apologized to him, and I assure you that such incidents will not occur again when facing the Wizards or any other team. Baker was taken aback by the rookie's surprisingly seasoned demeanor during the interview and, after a brief exchange, decided to leave it at that. The following day at Madison Square Garden, the atmosphere was even more electric for the Knicks matchup against the Wizards. As George took the court, he was greeted by an even more enthusiastic roar from the crowd. During warm-ups, Spike Lee, the renowned filmmaker and die-hard Knicks fan seated in the front row of the VIP section, shouted to George, "Yo, Mike, that block from the last game was simply phenomenal. You managed to block the number 1 pick from 0-8. Today, make sure to teach that fellow number 1 pick from your draft class a lesson." George was well aware of Spike Lee's illustrious reputation as a fervent Knicks supporter. Ever since Spike first attended a game at Madison Square Garden at the tender age of 8, the team had become an indispensable part of his life. Over the years, Spike had shared numerous stories from his seat, the most famous being his encounters with Reggie Miller. In a memorable game, Miller scored 25 points in the final 12 minutes and famously mimicked the throat-cutting gesture towards Spike. George could not overlook such a distinguished Knicks fan. He approached him, extended a handshake, and expressed his gratitude. He yearned for prominent fans of his own, akin to how LeBron James boasts Jay-Z and Kobe Bryant has Beckham. "Give John Wall a good kick in the rear." Spike Lee, clad in an orange hoodie, remarked to George. Orange symbolizes New York, much like purple and gold represent the Los Angeles Lakers, and green embodies the Boston Celtics. At that moment, the Wizards were also warming up on the court. Despite being 53, Spike Lee's voice resonated powerfully, enough for John Wall, the first overall pick, to hear, which irked him. He stepped forward and declared, "Hey, I'm not some pushover rookie." However, as soon as Wall issued his warning, teammate JaVale McGee swiftly intervened, pulling him back. "John, don't provoke him. Don't you know who he is?" He asked Spike Lee. "You won't win a battle of wits with him." It was indeed astonishing that it was McGee who had pulled Wall away. Shouldn't he be the most foolish one on the team? Spike Lee, undeterred by the first overall pick, continued to taunt Wall, even after McGee had intervened. "Hey kid, listen up. You're a bust. We could easily outshine you with an undrafted player. The old man is on fire. 1 black, 2 black." Spike Lee certainly had the credentials to boast. Years ago, the Pistons' bad boys had shattered his glasses with a basketball during warm-ups. On one occasion in the playoffs, Scottie Pippen dunked and humiliated Ewing, prompting Spike Lee to leap up in anger, complaining to the referee, only for Pippen to retort, "Sit your ass down." It seems the stories narrated often revolve around his humiliations. George let out a sigh. Thanks to Spike Lee, Wall must be harboring a deep resentment towards him now. It seemed inevitable that something would transpire between the two during this match. The game commenced swiftly. The Knicks starting lineup consisted of Stoudemire, Gallinari, Felton, Mozgov, and Wilson Chandler. The Wizards' starting 5 included Blatch, John Wall, Al Thornton, McGee, and Kirk Hinrich. Remarkably, the broadcaster was not among the starters. Once you ascend to the position of authority, the first order of business ought to be to dismiss D'Antoni. It appears that the broadcaster faces a challenging path to securing a starting position. After all, Wilson is averaging 15.6 points per game, whereas the broadcaster currently possesses only Hayes' level of skill, making it exceedingly difficult to compete. George silently resolved to diligently amass gold coins in order to exchange them for a star player with exceptional scoring abilities. According to the viewers in the live broadcast, John Wall's rookie season statistics were 16.8 points and 8.6 assists. In the previous games, Wall had failed to surpass 15 points. However, in this match, he immediately showcased the prowess of a number 1 draft pick, scoring continuously and accumulating 8 points within a mere 3 minutes. George mused that Spike Lee's pregame remarks must have ignited Wall's performance. How Spike Lee could be so counterproductive. On the court, as Wall executed a mid-range shot to secure his 10th point, an amusing scene unfolded. Wall cast a triumphant glance at Spike Lee before gesturing towards George on the Knicks bench, beckoning him with a finger. The gesture seemed to challenge George, as if to say, "Come on, step onto the court." Goodness, he was provoking him. Was he daring Michael George to confront him? The audience was taken aback by this spectacle. Even D'Antoni was startled, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, as many spectators began clamoring for George to enter the game, following Wall's provocation. Initially, D'Antoni had not intended to send George in so early, yet he found himself compelled to comply. As George prepared to take the floor, D'Antoni remarked, "You are the first player to compel me to field you due to the demands of both the opponent and the audience." George wore an expression of innocence, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with me?" It was all instigated by Spike Lee. However, George ought to express gratitude toward Spike Lee, for without him, he would not have had the opportunity to showcase his talents so early on. Upon George's entrance into the NBA, he made his debut in the first quarter, met with rapturous applause from the audience, who fervently cheered him on. George looked up at the sea of spectators, pondering to himself, I wonder if Elizabeth Olsen is somewhere in the arena watching me. Chapter 37, Undrafted Versus. First overall pick. George lifted his gaze to the vibrant audience before him. Even though the woman he longed for, Elizabeth Olsen, was truly present, identifying her among the sea of thousands would prove as challenging as finding a needle in a haystack. With Olsen's distinctive charm and striking beauty, had she occupied a seat in the front row or even the third row, he would undoubtedly recognize her at a glance. Alas, Olsen was merely a student at present, likely unable to afford a VIP ticket. As George made his entrance, it was not shooting guard Wilson Chandler who was replaced, but rather the starting point guard Raymond Felton. D'Antoni's intentions could not be more apparent, since the first overall pick was set to challenge George, and George was eager to accept. They might as well face off in the same position, especially since George had previously declared himself a dual threat guard. At last, D'Antoni accomplished something commendable by allowing the broadcaster to take on the role of point guard, engaging directly with Wall. The ensuing match promised to be thrilling. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that D'Antoni had ulterior motives in this decision. Why ponder such matters? As long as it's entertaining, that's all that matters. Go, broadcaster. Dominate the first overall pick. Show those teams that overlooked you what they missed out on. The live audience was buzzing with anticipation for the showdown between George and Wall. Although they had faced each other in the Summer League, anyone with a modicum of basketball knowledge understands that the Summer League and the NBA regular season are entirely different arenas. As the crowd cheered for George, John Wall regarded him with disdain, stating, "Let me clarify something. I didn't take the Summer League seriously." "I know," George replied, fully aware that Wall's previous performance was not a true reflection of his capabilities, rendering any victory in that encounter somewhat hollow. "Good," Wall nodded, his eyes now glinting with determination. The Wizards initiated their offense, with John Wall holding the ball, facing off against none other than George. While George's greatest asset at present lay in his defensive prowess, the effectiveness of his defense depended on the opponent. Against a powerful player like Hayes, a more interior-focused defense would be apt, but contending with Wall's speed posed a significant challenge. Once Wall drove with the ball, neither I nor Hayes would be able to match his pace. George understood that to defend against Wall, he must restrict his drives and entice him into physical confrontation. The entire Wizards squad spaced out, signaling that Wall intended to engage George in a one-on-one duel, with no one stepping in to set screens for him. For Wall, there was no need for a pick against George. In an instant, Wall accelerated, poised to break past George. Anticipating this, George retreated rapidly, maintaining a distance that prevented Wall from easily shaking him off. Defend against the drive, but not the shot? Wall recognized George's defensive strategy and promptly leaped to take a shot. Swish! With a scorching touch, he secured his 12th point. Well done. The Wizards bench erupted in applause for their new leader, Wall, as this marked his best performance at the season's onset. Among those cheering were the former General Johnson and the Chinese player, Yi Jianlian. Oh, and there was also Nick Young. Spike Lee was the catalyst for this clash. Without him, George would not have had the opportunity to face Wall one-on-one. He was deeply dissatisfied with George's defense. "Mike, what are you doing? Don't let him score so easily." Not only Spike Lee, but even the spectators present and his Knicks teammates believed that George could never rival John Wall. In a desperate bid for playing time, he dared to provoke Wall. Soon enough, he would comprehend the meaning of a Pyrrhic victory, Fields mused quietly from the sidelines. At that moment, George, with a serious expression, inquired of the live audience, "Pray tell, what is John Wall's shooting percentage this season?" The audience swiftly provided the answer. His shooting percentage stands at 49, with a three-point shooting percentage of 29.6. It appears the host intends to guard against drives rather than shots. Although his shooting percentage is not particularly impressive, especially from beyond the arc, he is currently in exceptional form, capable of making shots from any angle. George gazed at the barrage of comments, acknowledging the reminders that had long occupied his thoughts. However, at this moment, he had yet to acquire a sufficiently swift player to turn the tide. Faced with one-on-one defense, he found himself devoid of alternative options. As it was the Knicks' turn to inbound the ball, George, assuming the role of point guard, approached to receive the ball, intent on advancing it up the court. Unexpectedly, the moment he grasped the ball, John Wall surged forward, closely marking him. Was Wall opting for full court pressure? He aimed to provoke a mistake from the broadcaster, If the broadcaster could not even advance the ball, it would indeed spell utter defeat. George gazed at the formidable Wall before him, unperturbed, though his speed did not match that of his opponent. It would be an egregious underestimation for Wall to believe he could intercept the ball or prevent him from crossing the half-court line. George once remarked that even the previous league's steals leader, Chris Paul, would find it exceedingly difficult to snatch the ball from his grasp. Over the years, he has dedicated countless nights and days to relentlessly honing his dribbling skills, a commitment that has not been in vain. Mozgov, hailing from St. Petersburg, initially intended to assist George by setting a screen, allowing George to easily advance the ball across half-court. However, George gestured to Mozgov, indicating that his assistance was unnecessary. Once Mozgov departed, George commenced a measured offensive dribble to the right, with Wall closely pursuing him. Just as Wall seemed poised to confine George to the far right, George executed a swift back-to-the-basket move, transitioning the ball to his left hand as he veered towards the left side. At that moment, Wall prepared to attempt a steal. Yet George remained unperturbed, effortlessly performing a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball back to his right hand, and continuing his advance to the right. His pace remained steady, and as Wall caught up, George replicated his previous maneuver, using his body to shield the ball while switching hands once more, swiftly reaching the mid-court area. Wall's strategy had fallen flat. This rookie's ball-handling skills were remarkably steady. In fact, after that last behind-the-back move, George could have accelerated past Wall, who had no real chance to intercept the ball. The audience, well-versed in the game, recognized Wall's realization of George's exceptional ball-handling and shielding abilities. He had no opportunity to steal the ball. However, George's expertise lay solely in ball control. He had no confidence in his ability to score against Wall in a one-on-one situation. Viewers in the live stream urged George to take on Wall directly. Yet George was acutely aware that should he attempt such a play and ultimately miss, it would not only disappoint the audience, but also let down Coach D'Antoni. At present, George found himself overlooked. Should he continue to indiscriminately shoot, Coach D'Antoni would be even less inclined to grant him playing time. Thus, George endeavors to emulate Felton, striving to direct the ball towards the most advantageous position, which in most instances is none other than Stoudemire. Stoudemire effortlessly scores, positioning himself among the top 5 candidates for this season's MVP, exhibiting commendable form. As the Wizards embark on their offensive, George adopts a defensive strategy against Wall, focusing on thwarting drives rather than jump shots. Wall, emboldened, decisively launches a three-pointer right before George. Oh! The crowd gasps in unison as he releases the ball. George gazes at the hoop, contemplating that if this shot were to succeed, he would truly be at a loss. Nevertheless, he holds faith that Wall is not that extraordinary. Clang! The ball ricochets off the rim. On the next attempt, Wall's shot again fails to find its mark. George gambled on probability and emerged victorious. Unable to humiliate George in a one-on-one encounter, Wall felt a surge of urgency. He was determined to penetrate the defense. Even though George was clearly poised to thwart his advance, Wall was resolute in his attempt to drive through. With George maintaining a safe distance, Wall forcefully sought to outpace him. But regardless of George's speed, it was implausible for him to falter under such circumstances. As Wall made his initial breakthrough, George swiftly closed the gap, and the two engaged in a physical confrontation. At this moment, relying solely on speed was no longer feasible. Wall contemplated using his strength to push through his opponent. However, after exerting force against George, he realized just how formidable his adversary truly was. Damn! Wall discovered he could not budge George. Simultaneously, George, embodying Hayes, swiftly swatted the ball from Wall's grasp. What? He just stripped the ball from John Wall. On the Knicks bench, Felton sat in disbelief. Chapter 38, Assist Competition. Raymond Felton had just faced John Wall for 3 minutes, allowing Wall to score 10 points over him. Felton found himself utterly powerless against this exceptionally talented rookie. Yet, George not only managed to halt Wall's scoring spree, but astonishingly intercepted the ball as well, which was utterly unexpected. After George intercepted the ball, he sought to launch a swift counterattack. Observing this, Wall rushed forward to thwart George's attempt, resorting to a foul to halt him immediately. Wall's approach seemed rather excessive. It appears that Wall is quite indignant. Following Wall's foul, the game momentarily came to a standstill, and the fervent cheers from the crowd left Wall feeling utterly embarrassed as he had been outmaneuvered by his opponent. It was truly a blow to his pride. George was forcibly intercepted by Wall, and he cast a displeased glance at him. The two men stood locked in a fierce stare, their eyes brimming with palpable animosity. Was a confrontation imminent? The broadcaster encouraged, "You possess Hayes' strength. You can certainly outmatch him." The audience expressed a fervent desire to witness a clash. Yet, given the broadcaster's temperament, it was evident he would refrain from engaging, especially as his position within the team remained precarious. "What are you staring at, you undrafted player?" Wall retorted, a fierce glare directed at George as he unleashed a torrent of trash talk. This was Wall's inaugural foray into such banter since entering the NBA, and one could discern his nervousness from his otherwise restrained demeanor. This was Madison Square Garden, George's domain, and with a throng of fans rallying behind him, he had no reason to allow a fellow peer from his draft class to act so brazenly, regardless of his status as the first overall pick. George remarked, "I wonder, during our next encounter, will you still say, 'I wasn't taking it seriously last time'?" His laughter was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "When will you ever take things seriously, John?" Wall seethed with indignation, retorting, "You were merely fortunate today. Had my shooting been more accurate, I would have utterly overwhelmed you." Wall held George's defense in contempt. Although George's scoring had not maintained its fervor since his entry onto the court, Wall believed it was not due to George's defensive prowess. He perceived George's defense as merely a barrier against drives, neglecting to contest shots. If Wall found his shooting rhythm, George would not dare to engage him in banter. On the sidelines, General Arenas observed the tense atmosphere on the court and commented, "John doesn't need to be so focused on that number 30. He is the first overall pick, known by everyone, while not many recognize that number 30 fellow. It will be wiser to challenge him once he has truly made a name for himself." A year prior, Arenas had been the team's leader, a formidable presence in his prime, celebrated for his iconic game-winning celebrations and scoring 60 points against Kobe. Regrettably, his career was marred by a gun incident last year, leading to his downfall. George was acutely aware that it would not be long before Arenas was traded to the Magic. Hearing Arenas' words, Wizards head coach Flip Saunders called out to Wall from the sidelines, urging him to calm down and organize the offense. Although Wall had firmly established himself as the team leader, his time in the league was still brief, and he had yet to prove himself. He was unwilling to jeopardize the entire game for personal vendettas, prompting him to play with greater discipline. Before long, during a Wizard defensive play, McGee positioned himself beyond the three-point line, drawing Mozgov out, while Hinrich occupied the same space, luring Wilson Chandler as well. Meanwhile, John Wall initiated an attack from the opposite three-point line, with George prioritizing his defense against Wall's drive. As Wall penetrated the defense, he halted at the free throw line. Unexpectedly, Wizards small forward Al Thornton slipped along the baseline and surged to the basket. At that moment, Wall executed a behind-the-back dribble, transitioning the ball from his right hand to his left. In that instant, he delivered a precise pass to Thornton for a layup. Wall's assist was exquisite. His passing speed rivaled that of his footwork, akin to a cannonball. Should his accuracy be sufficient, he could provide remarkable assists. Wall relished the flair of his pass. Noticing that George had been caught off guard, mistakenly believing he was preparing to shoot. As he retreated on defense, Wall jested, "No need to envy my passing ability." George scoffed in response. "Envy? You want to compare passing skills instead of defense?" Wall is rather audacious. "Fear not, dear host, for I shall share with you a pass that is tenfold more magnificent than this one. It is the renowned pass by Manu Ginobili during the 2014 Western Conference Finals, where he delivered a ball from the left corner directly to the opposite corner, assisting a teammate in scoring a three-pointer. If you could execute such a pass, not only would you overshadow Wall, but you would undoubtedly secure the title for the season's best assist. That pass is incredibly challenging, isn't it? The host has not practiced it, and it is certainly beyond reach. If it were to go awry, one can only imagine how irate D'Antoni would become. In reality, to make a pass appear aesthetically pleasing, one of the simplest methods is to disregard the defender while passing. If the host receives the ball at the free throw line or in the low post, they could turn their back to the basket upon receiving it, tossing the ball behind their head at the moment of reception, delivering it seamlessly to the interior. George gazed at the barrage of comments, astonished by the plethora of ingenious assist ideas presented by the think tank. The passing maneuvers suggested were yet to be witnessed in the NBA. Well, why not give it a try? Since the audience had generously offered their assistance, George graciously accepted their help. However, the ethereal pass by Ginobili sent a shiver down his spine at the mere thought. For if he were situated in the left corner, he doubted he could execute it well, as Ginobili was left-handed and he was not. Thus, George opted for another suggestion from the audience, swiftly executing a behind-the-back pass from a position not far from the hoop. Whoosh! At the moment George received the ball, he swiftly passed it back to Stoudemire beneath the basket. This unexpected pass caught the Wizards defenders off guard, even surprising Stoudemire. Nevertheless, he seized the ball and scored with remarkable speed. Goodness, what a splendid pass. This rookie has secured yet another spot in the top plays. Mike George, remember his name? The fans in attendance erupted in applause. However, D'Antoni felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing this play. This kid, not yet a starter, is already showing off. What troubled D'Antoni further was that he had never provided George with a sense of security to remain on this team. Yet George exuded confidence, as if he were destined to be a key player. Both the live audience and viewers at home cheered enthusiastically, and the online rewards began to pour in. George was starting to relish the competition with Wall. If he continued to play this way throughout the game, his total rewards might reach unprecedented heights. Wall understood that George's pass was specifically directed at him, and his mood soured considerably. He thought to himself, I'm a first overall pick, and he is merely an undrafted player. If I cannot even surpass him, how can I lead this team? Arenas would look down upon me. Wall was determined to outshine George, yet he knew that George was no easy opponent. How about that, kid? I told you. You simply cannot compare to our number 30. The Rookie of the Year belongs to him, haha. Spike Lee observed Wall's frustration and stood up from his seat to further provoke him. Wall longed to react as Pippen once did, cursing at this irritating old man to return to his seat, but being a rookie, he refrained from such actions. Before long, as the first quarter neared its conclusion, the coach substituted Wall for a break. Returning to the bench, Wall remained somewhat dejected. Wizards coach Saunders found this perplexing. Wall had scored 14 points and made 3 assists in the first quarter, marking his best performance since joining the NBA. Yet he was disheartened by an undrafted rival. Why are you so concerned about that number 30 over there? Saunders inquired, bending down to look at Wall. Wall did not respond. He did not even lift his gaze to meet Saunders. Yet, Saunders gleaned the reason from Wall's eyes. Perhaps this matter was related to Bjelica, the Wizards rookie from the same draft class as Wall. Chapter 39. I will humiliate Wall. Bjelica is no longer part of the Wizards. His confidence severely shaken following his defeat by George in the Summer League, leading to a disappointing performance that left the coach disheartened. Wall has always believed that Bjelica's departure was linked to George, as the two had forged a friendship during the Summer League. And Bjelica was more than willing to submit to Wall, recognizing him as the leader. Consequently, Bjelica's exit left Wall feeling quite discontented, and upon encountering what he deemed the source of his friend's misfortune, George, he naturally sought retribution for Bjelica. In the realm of sports, many tend to only see the triumphant facade of successful individuals, often overlooking the plight of those who have been overshadowed by their accomplishments. Once, there was a prodigious young talent named James Felton, a favorite contender for the NBA's first overall pick. At that time, even future NBA stars like Lamar Odom, Ron Artest, and Elton Brand did not possess the same renown as he did. However, during an Adidas training camp, a 17-year-old named McGrady burst onto the scene, delivering a breathtaking dunk that extinguished Felton's passion for the game. This pivotal moment led Felton down a path of alcoholism and eventual decline, tragically culminating in the end of his career and ultimately his life. Had James Felton foreseen McGrady's emergence as a league superstar, perhaps he would not have succumbed to despair. Similarly, had Bjelica been aware of George's future achievements, he might have maintained his confidence. Coach Saunders did not wish for an undrafted player to shatter the confidence of the two promising rookies they had painstakingly acquired. So he patiently sat before Wall and reassured him, John, a victor should not feel disheartened. You could potentially score 20 points by halftime, while he may not surpass 10 points throughout the entire game. Isn't that a form of victory as well? Saunders believed Wall was overly fixated on dominating George in a one-on-one scenario, thus prompting this reminder. After Saunders' words, Wall's spirits indeed lifted somewhat, and he contemplated. The coach is right. I know just the trash talk I should unleash upon Mike George next. Wall had prepared a barrage of taunts for George, and had George been aware of this, he would have dismissed it with disdain, for in his view, a true master of trash talk does not require prior preparation. In the second quarter, Wall refrained from provoking George, leading many to assume he had conceded. Yet, it was not until the third quarter, after he had reached 20 points and set a personal scoring record, that he spoke up again. With a smug expression, Wall declared to George, as you can see, I have already scored 20 points. You might not even reach that mark this season. Wall had been quiet for a quarter. I thought he wouldn't dare to taunt George again. After comparing defensive skills and assists, was scoring next on the agenda? This first overall pick seemed to lack ambition. persistently measuring himself against an undrafted player. Even if he won, was it truly a matter of pride? Triumphing over a player with a golden touch. Was that not something to boast about? Upon noticing George's silence, Wall became increasingly self-satisfied and aggressive, taunting, "Hey kid, why the silence? It's too late to pretend you don't understand English now. Didn't you have quite the verbal sparring with Jellica during the summer league?" It was only then that George observed the absence of Jellica on the Wizards bench. Wall had not engaged in any fierce confrontation with George during the summer league. His current hostility seemed to stem from something related to his teammate Jellica. How juvenile. George surmised that Wall's pointed remarks were likely fueled by Jellica's plight. In the realm of sports, the rise and fall of individuals is a commonplace occurrence. Jellica was traded after being bested by George. What did that have to do with him? As Wall continued his incessant chatter, the audience in the live stream began to express their discontent. The host's scoring abilities were evidently lacking. Otherwise, in response to Wall's provocations, he should have at least retaliated with a basket to silence him. I never knew Wall could be so loquacious. Throughout his lengthy 17-year career, he has been a quiet, handsome figure. Yet, how could one forget his boastful claim to humiliate Klay Thompson? Now, not only did Wall look down upon George, but even the viewers were questioning George's scoring prowess. The reason was simple. George had but one star, Hayes, whose strength lay in defense rather than scoring. In this context, George could no longer repress the flicker of indignation within him and address the viewers. What if I told you I could humiliate Wall with a nutmeg and then score? Would you believe me? Laughter erupted in response. Are you joking? A nutmeg on Wall? Are you sure you mean this, John Wall? The host was met with disbelief. Wall's speed is not something you can rival. Even if you managed to slip the ball between his legs, what would you use to claim it? Let alone score. The host, pushed to the brink, retorted, "Wake up. Your star is Chuck Hayes, not Aaron Brooks. It's impossible for you." Under the mounting skepticism and insults in the comments, George remained unfazed and continued, "Fine, none of you believe me, but what if I actually pull it off? If I manage to nutmeg Wall and score in a single possession, I'll give you 10,000. I'd reward you 100,000. Just boasting," came the reply. "I'd also pledged 10,000. From past encounters, George understood that these viewers who promised grand rewards would hardly fulfill their promises. They merely used such declarations to spur him into action. George calmly remarked, "I do not require such generous tips from you all. If I truly accomplish this feat, a mere 500 gold coins will suffice." "Very well, it is settled. Streamer, go forth. I have faith in you." Suddenly, the screen went black, and even the sound vanished. Has the streamer made grand claims only to vanish? They laughed. Wait, could it be that the streamer is secretly conferring tactics with teammates, keeping us in the dark? It was just like last time during the Summer League, when they devised the sudden death miracle. A flicker of belief began to stir within me. Am I losing my mind? Indeed, George transformed the live stream into a black screen mode, solely to strategize with his teammates. Although the audience's comments were somewhat impulsive, they were not foolish. George lacked the requisite speed to accomplish everything alone. Thus, he sought assistance. Before long, George returned the stream to its normal state. What had the streamer been up to during that time? Had he perhaps bribed John Wall? How much did you give him to let you off easy, huh? The barrage of comments jested at the impossibility of such a scenario, for Wall was still taunting George, even speaking in Chinese. "Hey, and I how? CSCNI." Wall incessantly prattled in George's ear, growing ever more smug. "Haha, Wall is speaking Chinese, saying hello and thank you," though his pronunciation leaves much to be desired. The streamer, having engaged a Chinese tutor from a young age, surely knows the correct pronunciation. Since he is speaking Chinese, why not respond in kind? The more George remained silent, the more Wall felt that George had succumbed, prompting him to desire a continued clash. "Can't you understand Chinese? Speak up, kid. I relish your words, don't you know?" George remained silent, acutely aware that mere words would pale in comparison to the efficacy of tangible action. On the sidelines, assistant coach Woodson observed George's muted response to Wall's bullying, and he couldn't help but reflect. How brazen of John Wall, yet not a single teammate rises to support Joe. When shall we truly function as a cohesive unit? Soon, George found himself beyond the three-point arc, confronting Wall's defense alone. The viewers in the live stream were growing impatient, eagerly urging, "Aren't you going to execute that through-the-legs maneuver and score as you promised? Go on." "Huh, I doubt you have the courage to do it now." George slowly dribbled the ball, casting a casual glance to the left, before suddenly launching into an attack. Chapter 40, Mocking Wall. Here it comes. George's actions have stirred immense excitement among the viewers in the live stream. George advanced a step from beyond the three-point line, yet was swiftly obstructed by Wall, compelling him a halt. The broadcaster's pace was simply insufficient to surpass John Wall. Pay heed to the details. The broadcaster pledged a nutmeg maneuver, yet had no such intention moments ago. He merely aspired to accelerate forward. Executing a nutmeg followed by a score is exceedingly challenging. Who would allow themselves to be nutmegged while watching their opponent score? It would be too late for the broadcaster to acquire Dwayne Wade and attempt this move. Is this not precisely what sets the broadcaster apart? Wall forced George to a standstill, prompting George to perform a series of between-the-legs dribbles, transitioning the ball from his right to left hand and back through his legs to his right. Wall displayed disdain. "Humph, no matter how flashy you show off, you cannot surpass me." After two consecutive between-the-legs dribbles, George executed a behind-the-back dribble, and as the ball returned to his left hand, he took his shot. Silently, he bounced the ball through Wall's legs. With George's gaze fixed ahead, this maneuver was intricately concealed, catching Wall completely off guard. A nutmeg. My goodness. The audience erupted in astonishment. The over 300 viewers in the live stream were equally electrified. The broadcaster truly dared to attempt it. He succeeded. The broadcaster could only accomplish one action. He could not retrieve the ball. Wall, momentarily stunned, could scarcely fathom that George would dare employ such a technique against him. Wall had previously mocked opponents with similar moves and was acutely aware that George would surely pursue the ball to score. Wall's reflexes were swift. As the ball passed through his legs, he turned immediately, ready to contest George for possession. With his superior speed, he was confident he could seize the ball first. Should he beat George to it, the incident would not be deemed an embarrassment for him, but rather a mere error on George's part. However, upon turning, Wall was taken aback. What? He observed Danilo Gallinari, the Knicks' small forward, inexplicably sprinting in from seemingly nowhere, promptly securing the ball that had traversed Wall's legs. And in that instant, Gallinari launched the ball towards the basket. The two-handed throw resembled a volleyball player executing a forearm pass. Only then did Wall, along with the live audience, realize that George had no intention of contesting the ball. At that moment, he had already dashed towards the basket. Indeed, the viewers in the live stream were correct. After being humiliated by a nutmeg, few would passively allow their opponent to score, even resorting to a foul to prevent it. Yet, did Wall have an opportunity to foul George now? George had silently penetrated the paint. McGee. Wall shouted the name of the team's interior defender, placing all his hopes upon McGee. Many spectators rose to their feet, realizing that Gallinari had delivered not just an ordinary pass to George, but an alley-oop. The moment George received the ball, he was poised to conclude this offensive play in midair. Standing at 2 meters and 13 centimeters with long limbs, McGee, if he had anticipated George's advance, could have easily thwarted him with a formidable block given their respective strengths. Alas, his reaction was too slow. George had already leaped, missing the optimal opportunity for a block. Even if it meant committing a foul, he had to impede George. Wall silently recited a prayer in his heart. In truth, McGee was doing the same. He leaped, deliberately fouling George's body, determined to prevent him from scoring. However, to his dismay, George, in midair, transformed his body alignment to that of Hayes, rendering McGee's physical challenge utterly insufficient to disrupt George's balance. George made his move. The basketball struck the backboard and gracefully swished through the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a 2-1. Madison Square Garden erupted in a frenzy. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? An undrafted player humiliating the first overall pick from his draft class with an astonishing between-the-legs maneuver. He executed a 2-1 over a 7-foot center. It's hard to believe this is real. He isn't even a second-round pick, but rather an undrafted gem. Every team that overlooked George during the draft ought to reflect on their choices, including us. We nearly missed out on a prodigy. This will undoubtedly be a contender for the day's best play. He has only played 3 games and already boasts 2 highlight-worthy moments. Although John Wall scored 20 points, none of his shots can rival George's spectacular play. The roar of the crowd enveloped George, lying on the floor, making him feel as though he were in a dream. He hadn't intended to fall, yet he feigned it to meet the crowd's expectations. As he lay on the court, he gazed up at the 2 championship banners hanging above and beheld the flurry of transparent comments and continuous gifts. System, 10,000 coins donated from a 90-degree aerial view. System, Vanilla donated 5,000 coins. System, XX donated 2,000 coins. The streamer is truly remarkable. He has managed to humiliate John Wall. especially with only Hayes as the sole star on the team. Who would have thought the streamer would achieve this feat? Though aided by teammates, this basket is indeed monumental. At least in the many years to come in the NBA, we have yet to witness such an extraordinary play. I donated 3,000 coins, eagerly anticipating a dunk from the streamer. If only he possessed the ability of a super dunker to obliterate McGee with a thunderous dunk. How spectacular that would be. I agree. Let us wait until the streamer acquires a player with superior jumping ability and dunking prowess to replicate this move. Viewers in the live stream suggested George acquire a player who excels in jumping and dunking. In fact, George had already contemplated this. When the time comes to exchange for a star player, he intends to select a dunking specialist. Presently, George's total coins have surpassed 50,000. The regular season has just begun, and he is confident that before long, he will be able to exchange for an extraordinarily talented dunker. His Italian teammate, Gallinari, approached with a smile, helping George to his feet, while viewers in the live stream praised Gallinari for his impressive assist, sharing in the joy of contributing to such a highlight play. Team captain Stoudemire also came over, affectionately ruffling George's hair, saying, "You should have come to me for that pass. Well done." As it was now George's turn for free throws, everyone remained still at the half-court. Upon rising, George did not immediately walk toward the free throw line, but instead approached John Wall. Wall had been criticizing the streamer for his silence earlier, but now the streamer has the confidence to speak. What do you suppose the host will hurl in the way of banter at Wall? I venture to say it might be something as kitsch as, "Hey, buddy, you been played?" Yet such a phrase lacks finesse. Instead, the host ought to remark, "Were you just dozing off?" Wall has persistently pressed George to speak, yet George has remained resolutely silent. Upon noticing George approaching, Wall was acutely aware that George was about to utter something, though he harbored a million hopes that George would refrain from doing so. George approached Wall and came to a halt. Wall, filled with shame after the humiliation, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Uncertain of the disparaging remarks George might unleash upon him, beads of sweat forming on his brow, George gazed at Wall, pausing for a few seconds before speaking. Contrary to what everyone expected, this was not a particularly humiliating taunt, but rather a playful exclamation of "You howl" and crab mud. I burst into laughter at the host's unexpected response. It was truly remarkable. The host, who clearly could pronounce Mandarin correctly, chose to mimic Wall's less-than-standard accent. Could this be construed as a form of ridicule? Just look at Wall's expression. It was the first time I realized that one could provoke such anger without resorting to direct insults. The host is incredible. Have you ever watched American comedian Eddie Griffin stand up? He also recited those two phrases in Mandarin, mirroring Wall and the host's accent. Hilarious. Indeed, I've seen it. That segment about Bruce Lee had me in stitches. On the court, Wall was rendered speechless by those two lines, while Wizards coach Saunders, in despair, covered his face with his hands, muttering that John Wall was no match for that kid and that he must be substituted. Otherwise, that kid would obliterate all the rookies they had drafted this year. Chapter 41. Should George be a starter? Among these two teams, Stoudemire and Arenas are the true, established stars. However, the protagonists of today's match are the rookies George and John Wall. No one could have anticipated that the showdown between the first overall pick and an undrafted player would be so exhilarating. Nor could anyone foresee that the one who dominated in terms of momentum would be the latter. Whether in defense, assists, or scoring, George appeared to excel beyond Wall. Some might argue that Wall's scoring surpassed George's by a significant margin, but those who witnessed the 3/4 of play could truly appreciate that the victor was George. George exhibited behavior far removed from that of a rookie, be it in his movements, demeanor, or the exchange of banter between the two. In contrast, from the moment Wall was provoked by George's taunting gesture, he revealed his impatience. His face, filled with anxiety and confusion, reflected his inability to cope when events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Coach Saunders refrained from directly substituting John Wall, mindful of his pride. For a superstar, being humiliated on the court often leads to thoughts of redemption in the next play. During his time with the Magic, Tracy McGrady once executed a stunning fake, leaving Kobe Bryant in disarray. In the subsequent play, Kobe retaliated with a thunderous dunk. Likewise, the young Andrew Bynum, having been schooled by Shaquille O'Neal, who had since moved to the Miami Heat, did not shy away from the challenge, demanding the ball and delivering a dunk in return. Coach Saunders was willing to afford Wall the opportunity to redeem himself. However, as anticipated, Wall's emotions spiraled out of control due to George's provocations. In his haste, he could offer little more than turnovers and erratic shots. Thus, Wall was promptly benched by the coach. Meanwhile, D'Antoni substituted George, instructing him, "You come in when John Wall is on the court." George discerned the underlying intent of Coach D'Antoni's remarks and couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, John Wall struggled to regain his composure, remaining seated on the bench throughout the entirety of the fourth quarter. While George made his entrance in the latter half of the period, contributing to the team's seamless performance and securing victory. The Knicks celebrated their second win. "Well done, Mike George. Mike George, may I have your autograph?" After the game, as George returned to the locker room with his team, fans lining the corridor recognized his name, eagerly requesting his signature. Remarkable, even if fans are asking for the broadcaster's autograph. Unbelievable. Back in the locker room, Stoudemire noticed George drenched in sweat and affectionately embraced him, saying, "Joe, you've never played from the first quarter to the fourth in the NBA. You must be exhausted. Go take a shower." At that moment, playful banter appeared on the screen. Impressive. The broadcaster is the first to shower. Unbelievable. Once the broadcaster becomes famous, they won't care about us anymore. George gazed at the barrage of comments with a sense of helplessness. Could it be that they feared he would become a star? Solely engrossed in reveling in the adoration of the audience and fans, thereby neglecting them? George addressed the viewers in the live stream, saying, "Please refrain from teasing me. I have always been your host, and even if I were to earn $1 billion in a year, I would still diligently embrace the role of a broadcaster." He then turned to Stoudemire and remarked, No, I'm not tired. You all can shower first." According to the unwritten rules of the Knicks locker room, rookies are never allowed to shower first. They must wait for others and do so expeditiously, without any lingering. In the past few games, George had always been the last to shower. Stoudemire, seemingly keen to befriend this promising rookie, chuckled, "What does it matter? Who says rookies can't shower first? Just do as I say, my friend. And next time we have a play like that, you should call on me. I want to join you in the highlight reel." Even Stoudemire, who had spent years in the NBA, had to admire George's knack for making the top plays, consistently ranking first. Today, after outsmarting Wall, unless another game featured a buzzer beater or an even more astonishing move, George would undoubtedly take the top spot again. Since the team leader commanded George to shower first, he complied respectfully. As he walked toward the shower, he noticed Fields watching him with a look of envy. In this game, George demonstrated talent and ability that rivaled that of a first overall pick, witnessed by thousands of fans, including the Knicks management. Later, Knicks general manager Donnie Walsh summoned D'Antoni to his office. At 59, Walsh had played college basketball during his time at the University of North Carolina, where he encountered Dean Smith in his inaugural coaching year, who later became the pivotal mentor to basketball legend Michael Jordan. Although Walsh had once been drafted by the Philadelphia Warriors, he never played in the NBA. He took the helm at the Knicks in 2008 and swiftly resolved several long-term contracts to create sufficient salary cap space to pursue superstars like LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, who became free agents in 2010. Unfortunately, these players were snatched away by Pat Riley. As the weather turned colder, Walsh greeted Mike, "Have a seat. Would you like a cigar?" He retrieved one from a Churchill-branded cigar box and offered it to D'Antoni. D'Antoni waved his hand, coughing slightly as he settled into the chair, replying, "No, thank you. I've been coughing quite a bit lately." Walsh reiterated, "As the weather grows colder, Mike." Placing the cigar he had intended for D'Antoni into his own mouth and pulling closer a limited edition porcelain ashtray adorned with Winston Churchill's likeness from his desk, he added, "Therefore, we need something to warm the hearts, preferably something that can warm the entire city." It must be acknowledged that Donnie Walsh is indeed exceptional, possessing a formidable aura. His hair is flecked with gray, styled in a slicked-back manner, yet his gaze remains remarkably clear, and his demeanor is exceptionally vibrant. The way he puffs on his cigar is reminiscent of Cardinal Auerbach. He also harbors a fondness for the British politician Churchill, who is well known as a cigar aficionado. D'Antoni picked up on some of Walsh's intonations, but chose not to respond. Walsh swiftly steered the conversation to the main topic. "What do you think of the rookie, Mike George?" D'Antoni, seated with his arms crossed and leaning slightly back, replied, "Well, based on his performance in these 3 games, he is already akin to a first-round pick." Walsh smiled. He was meant to be a first-round pick. Who could argue otherwise? D'Antoni concurred, noting that George had outperformed Wall to the extent that Wall did not dare step onto the court in the fourth quarter. To deny this fact would be unprofessional. Assuming they were in agreement, Walsh proposed, "In the next game, let him start. If given ample opportunity, he will undoubtedly surprise us even more." "No." D'Antoni swiftly dismissed the notion. "Why not? It's too early." D'Antoni's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "I have my own plans. The regular season has only just begun, and he is not yet suited for a starting role. Walsh appeared displeased. That underwhelming fellow, Fields, can start. Why can't he? You could let him start like Fields, then allow Wilson Chandler to play longer, or even have him take on the point guard position. No, absolutely not. Raymond Felton's position as starting point guard must remain unshaken. D'Antoni became animated by these suggestions. Donnie, you should not interfere in my matters. Who starts is not your concern. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Walsh, taken aback by the argument, sat back and took a couple puffs from his cigar, allowing silence to envelop the room for several moments. He then sought to ease the tension, saying to D'Antoni, "You must have heard of Bennett Miller. Like me, he is a New Yorker. He is currently working on a sports-themed film titled Moneyball, starring Brad Pitt. I believe you would find the story quite intriguing. I can share more about it." D'Antoni Siga, aware that Walsh was about to embark on another lengthy discourse, and replied, "Just hand me a cigar." Chapter 42. Encounter with the runner-up. D'Antoni deftly used a cigar cutter to snip the cap of a cigar, holding it in his left hand while igniting an elongated match with his right. After pausing for several seconds, he gently circled the foot of the cigar, maintaining a distance of 3 centimeters, allowing it to warm gradually. The initial puffs were not for inhalation, but rather for blowing out, resulting in a plume of smoke that emerged from the foot like a uniformly colored cherry. Smoking a cigar is an art, and D'Antoni clearly possessed an appreciation for such etiquette. There are numerous aficionados of cigars around the globe, yet none could rival the elegance displayed by the NBA's red-clad Bishop and Michael Jordan. Nowadays, after a championship season, players, whether habitual cigar smokers or not, celebrate with a cigar clenched between their teeth. D'Antoni took a drag from his cigar, letting the smoke swirl within his mouth, allowing to mingle with his saliva before he exhaled slowly. His gaze shifted to Walsh, patiently awaiting his lengthy discourse. Walsh began his narration promptly. The character played by Brad Pitt holds a position akin to mine. He is the general manager of the Oakland Athletics. Due to financial troubles, he is forced to part with 3 star players. He pleads with the owner for funds, but the owner is powerless to assist. Consequently, he scours for alternatives and soon encounters a graduate in economics. Together, they devise a formula to unearth undervalued players. "Perhaps you should consider enlisting someone with an economics background to assist you," D'Antoni interjected. Walsh continued, "The players were acquired, yet the coach remained skeptical of their potential, consequently sidelining them, which led to a series of defeats." D'Antoni suddenly interjected, "I believe I can predict the ensuing plot. Inevitably, the coach will employ those players, and the team will go on a winning streak, perhaps even breaking records. Are you implying that I should place my trust in you general managers, while perceiving myself as a mere incompetent coach?" Walsh responded calmly, "Do not be agitated, Mike. The conclusion of the story indeed aligns with your prediction, but that is not the message I intend to convey. Your success with the Phoenix Suns is unparalleled. I cannot possibly possess greater insight into personnel management than you. My reference to the film was to illustrate why the coach within it ultimately decided to utilize those players. His characterization was even more obstinate than yours." "Why?" D'Antoni inquired. Walsh opted not to provide a direct answer, instead suggesting, "Take a guess." In that moment, D'Antoni discerned the answer from Walsh's elevated gaze, rising in indignation. "Are you threatening me? If I do not utilize Joe, will you trade away both Fields and Wilson?" Walsh remained non-committal, finally adopting the demeanor of a general manager. "Do not keep me waiting too long. If Joe can maintain such performance, he should be made a starter immediately. The ticket manager has specifically called to commend him. Also, please ensure the door does not slam too loudly upon your departure." D'Antoni extinguished his cigar forcefully in a porcelain ashtray adorned with Churchill's likeness, then turned to depart. The following day, at 10 in the morning, upon arriving at the Knicks training facility, George was engaged in shooting drills when the team's trainer, Chris Brickley, approached him. "Joe," he began, "I've observed that in the past 2 games, you've managed to score and defend effectively even amidst physical confrontations with your opponents. It appears you've gained some weight since your rookie measurements a few months ago. Would you mind stepping on the scale for me?" "Sure thing," George replied, setting down the basketball and following the tattooed young trainer. After weighing him, Brickley discovered that George had indeed gained 8 kilograms. He then remarked, "Joe, I've reviewed your daily meal plan, and it seems you're still attempting to bulk up. This approach is not advisable. Gaining weight should be a gradual process. If you increase your weight too rapidly, the risk of injury escalates. From today onwards, I will regulate your weight gain and monitor your diet closely." Impressive. Even the broadcasters have personal trainers now. "I can't keep up," George mused, finding Brickley's insistence rather bothersome. After all, he was not just an ordinary player. The following day, The Knicks hosted the Philadelphia 76ers, a franchise that had once boasted legends like Wilt Chamberlain, Julius Erving, Moses Malone, and the ever-popular Allen Iverson. However, since Iverson's departure, the team had struggled to reclaim its former glory. Leading the 76ers were Elton Brand and Drew Holiday, who, despite being on the road, appeared in high spirits, perhaps buoyed by their unbeaten streak since the season commenced. During warm-ups, George could hear this year as second overall pick, Evan Turner, serenading Holiday with the lyrics to Madonna's famous song, Holiday, dancing playfully in front of him. This jovial display elicited laughter even from the usually stoic, dark-skinned Holiday, who, despite his cheerful demeanor, had an expression that often resembled that of someone in distress. "Rookie, aren't you feeling any nerves?" Holiday chuckled, addressing Turner, who had entered the league a year later. Even John Wall was outmaneuvered by that young fellow, and his play even ascended to the pinnacle of the top 10 highlights. Are you not concerned that you might also be schooled by that undrafted player today? After all, you're the second pick in the first round. Evan Turner holds a profound admiration for Madonna. He perceives her as a true enchantress of the world. He often daydreams about being born a decade earlier, to play during the era of Rodman. Naturally, he yearns to share a more intimate connection with Madonna, much like Rodman did. However, despite Evan's robust physique, his buzz cut gives him an innocent and youthful appearance akin to that of a high school student, which starkly contrasts with the raw and untamed style of Rodman. Perhaps he simply does not align with Madonna's tastes. With a carefree demeanor, Evan remarked, if John Wall was outplayed, that it wouldn't be particularly shocking if I were to be as well in this game, would it? After all, John Wall is ranked ahead of me. Evan maintains a commendable mindset and harbors no animosity towards George. In fact, he is genuinely pleased with George's performance. D'Antoni, witnessing the harmonious atmosphere within the 76ers, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, for such lighthearted banter was absent from the Knicks. On the sidelines, Spike Lee, the Knicks' most ardent supporter, made his presence felt again. He was thoroughly impressed by George's previous performance, and, just before the game commenced, he leaned in to tell George, "What fate has ordained cannot be refused. Look, you just schooled the first overall pick, John Wall, and now you face the second overall pick, Evan Turner. My go. I hear everyone calls you Joe. Joe, go out there and give Evan Turner a run for his money." George was eager to avoid creating any animosity with Spike Lee and quickly responded, "Do not speak in such a manner. John Wall has scored more points than I have without receiving any reprimand from me, and Evan Turner is not my adversary." Spike Lee chuckled, "Do not be anxious. I am simply looking forward to the surprises you will continue to bring us. With Stoudemire on the team, we should be poised for a glorious resurgence." The game commenced swiftly, with George still occupying the bench, while Evan Turner took to the court as a starter. The first score for the 76ers came from him, executed with a stunning alley-oop dunk. George observed the graceful Evan Turner from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of nostalgia as he remarked to himself, his physique and even his smile bear a striking resemblance to McGrady's. It is a pity that he has not ascended to the status of a superstar like McGrady. Chapter 43. Old Flames Evan Turner is often referred to as Little McGrady. Among this year's rookies, he is not the only one to earn such a moniker. Paul George, selected by the Pacers, has also been called by that name. In fact, a considerable number of players have been likened to McGrady, including Gerald Green, Trevor Ariza, Danny Granger, Rudy Gay, Nicholas Batum, Perry Jones, and the most renowned of them all, Kevin Durant, who upon entering the league was also dubbed Little McGrady. George also learned through the audience in the live stream that Evan Turner would not be a superstar in the future. Shortly after, George was called to the court. At that moment, the outstanding Turner had yet to leave the game. When George entered the arena, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted, clearly indicating that many Knicks fans were already familiar with him. "Go, Mike George." George heard his name being called from the audience, though he did not recognize these individuals. He noticed someone holding up a sign with his name on it, which filled him with joy. It appeared that his fame had grown quite rapidly following his previous match against the first overall pick. Once on the court, even Evan Turner kept his gaze fixed on George, yet there was no hint of jealousy typically seen among rookies. Instead, he wore a smile. It was remarkable that this fellow rookie had already been featured twice as a guest in the top 10 plays. Turner held George in high regard and eagerly anticipated their confrontation. By coincidence, both players were shooting guards, setting the stage for an immediate matchup. As Turner faced George while in possession of the ball, the crowd erupted in cheers, eager to witness the clash between the second overall pick and an undrafted player, especially after just witnessing the first overall pick's performance. "How do you plan to toy with me today, buddy?" Turner inquired of George. Confused, George could not comprehend the question. Without further ado, Turner leaned into George, standing at 2 meters tall, enjoying a slight advantage. With a commendable shooting touch, he opted to back down for his first encounter with George. George, not exerting his full strength, attempted to block the shot, but was still unable to prevent Turner from scoring. After making the basket, Turner chuckled. An undrafted player schooling the first and second picks. This isn't the script you're concocting, is it? Only then did George realize that Turner believed he would use this game to promote himself. If an undrafted player were to consecutively defeat or even toy with both the first and second picks, the media would certainly inundate the headlines, requiring minimal games to catapult George into the limelight. Given Turner's comment, the broadcaster might as well have some fun at his expense, chuckling to himself. Turner was more manageable than Wall. If the broadcaster could handle Wall, dealing with Turner would surely be no challenge. George addressed the audience in the live stream, saying, "This kid is quite endearing. I have no intention of humiliating him. It is rather amusing that a contestant who did not make the cut would express such sentiments toward his second overall pick, and I find it entirely reasonable." Ha ha ha. George certainly had no intention of embarrassing Turner. However, after Turner had played a shot against him, he felt compelled to retaliate. Soon, George mirrored the same approach, striking against his opponent, while the other players willingly participated, seemingly intent on facilitating this burgeoning rivalry between the two newcomers. George relied on his confrontation with Turner. Initially, he did not exert much force in the first two attempts, but on the third, he suddenly unleashed his power, causing Turner to retreat in an instant, filled with trepidation. George swiftly turned and made a basket, scoring triumphantly. What a splendid play. Our rookie can hold his own against Evan Turner. He is not inferior to the first overall pick, and today he certainly matches the second overall pick. This undrafted player is truly remarkable. Numerous fans in attendance were thoroughly entertained, even though they knew George might not score many points today. Witnessing a few of such outstanding plays had already instilled in them high expectations for George's future. Evan Turner's average points per game in his rookie season were merely 7, less than half of Wall's scoring. George's scoring ability is still developing. Thus, this match was destined not to become a scoring duel between the two rookies. Throughout the game, they managed only this one exchange of baskets. There was no animosity between George and Turner. The entire match passed without incident, aside from some trivial banter. It was precisely this lack of tension that led George to realize, upon the Knicks' defeat to the 76ers with a score of 90-102, that he had only earned a mere 5,000 in tips from this match. Earning 5,000 gold coins for one game means 50,000 for 10. And it would take 100 games to reach 500,000. Although in the end, it would be a one-time endeavor. Once he acquires a superstar, George's future would undoubtedly shine bright. He still hoped to rise from his rookie season. How could he garner more tips? George pondered this question as he walked back to the locker room with his teammates. Despite the eventual loss, the spectators in the player tunnel remained enthusiastic towards the Knicks players. Naturally, they were eager to shake hands with stars like Stoudemire, and acquiring their jerseys or shoes would be an even greater delight. As George approached, others also called out his name. Mike George. George noticed a young boy fervently calling out his name, extending his hand from the audience. Enjoying this interaction, George reached out and exchanged a light touch with him. Following this young boy, another spectator reached toward George's hand. However, instead of a simple clap, this individual opted for a handshake, or rather, discreetly placed an object into George's palm. George's complexion swiftly changed as someone slipped a note into his hand. He looked up at the individual, momentarily taken aback. Fiona? The person who had handed George the note from the audience was none other than Fiona Hawkins, his university classmate and a girl he had admired for quite some time last year. Who is Fiona? Why did the host suddenly freeze? I know. Fiona is the object of the host's unrequited affection from university, the one even his sister wishes to swoon over. TSK, this girl certainly possesses an admirable figure. I can only imagine the tantalizing scene if his sister would be atop her. Haha, Fiona belongs to the host. She must have come specifically to watch him play basketball. George was taken aback to see Fiona. How could she possibly be in New York? Moreover, it appeared that there was no rugby player boyfriend by her side. Fiona bore a striking resemblance to Blake, who played Serena in the popular series of the past couple of years, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Both George and his sister found themselves irresistibly drawn to her enchanting gaze. Of course, aside from her captivating eyes, her beauty and figure were equally commendable. Hey, George, over here. As George momentarily lost himself in thought, another fan approached, eager to exchange a high five with him. given the current time and setting. It was neither appropriate nor conducive to engage in conversation with Fiona. Since she had handed him a note, it was reasonable to assume that her thoughts were already inscribed upon it. With a mere nod to Fiona, George swiftly aligned himself with the team's momentum, making his way towards the locker room. Why doesn't he, the host, take a moment to converse with an old flame? Did she not provide a note? One can't help but wonder what she wrote. Surely, Fiona must have inscribed the name of her hotel along with her room number. Oh, host, you simply must go. All I ask is this. When the host reads the note, could we please avoid a blackout screen? How on earth did I overlook this detail? I beseech you, no blackout. I fervently implore. George, reluctant to further torment the viewers in the live stream, understood their desire for content. He unfolded a slip of paper revealing a series of digits, beneath which lay the name Fiona. To his surprise, it was her phone number. He contemplated calling her to discover her response. Yet, should he disregard it? After all, during their university days, she had shown him indifference. Moreover, she was currently in a relationship. How delightful it would be, he mused, to complicate matters further. Green, green, green. How amusing that they all grasped the implication. The green hat metaphor was hardly a concern. He was also aware of the 666 and the law of true fragrance. Suddenly, a flurry of green comments flooded the live stream, leaving George bewildered. At that moment, he too was enveloped in uncertainty. To call or not to call? Chapter 44. Can you close your eyes? Even upon returning to his residence in New York, George clutched the slip of paper, hesitating. While the viewers in the live stream were frantically urging him to make the call, George indeed harbored feelings for Fiona. Yet at that time, Fiona had spurned him, leaving George in a state of profound sorrow. Since then, he gradually let go of the memory of that unattainable woman. As his freshman year came to a close, George entered the NBA draft, overcoming numerous challenges to finally secure a place in the league, accompanied by an extraordinary live streaming system. He had long since forgotten about the woman who had once captivated his dreams. However, today, she appeared before him without any forewarning, leaving George uncertain of how to respond. On the other hand, George has since developed affections for another girl, Elizabeth Olsen, whom he had serendipitously encountered in Las Vegas. With each passing game, George's performance has improved remarkably, and he has already devised plans to visit the Tisch School of the Arts at New York University to seek her out soon. George is unwilling to allow Fiona to impede his progress with Olsen. George addressed the audience in the live stream, stating, "Currently, my affections lie with Olsen. Fiona is merely a chapter of the past. Her previous rejections have made it abundantly clear that she possesses no genuine interest in me. Now, having arrived in New York, I suspect her motives are driven by the allure of my recent performances, which she believes may herald my ascent to NBA stardom. Therefore, I see no necessity to engage in this call. Host, contacting Fiona and pursuing Olsen are not mutually exclusive. We're not asking you to revisit old flames. After all, this woman has moved on to a passionate affair with that football player since her rejection of you. She hardly deserves your attention. Indeed, we are merely curious about her intentions for reaching out to you. Don't you wish to uncover her motives?" The viewer's comments struck a chord with George. He too was intrigued to discover what Fiona would have to say. Consequently, he picked up his phone and dialed the number. Upon connection, the voice on the other end was, as expected, Fiona. "George, yes, it is I. I did not expect you to come to New York. Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Fiona, could we meet in person? There are matters I would like to convey to you directly." "George, very well. Where shall we meet? Alternatively, you could share your location, and I shall come to you." "Fiona, how about I come to you instead? Please send me your address." "George, my location is somewhat secluded and rather small, I fear." "Fiona, no worries. We are university classmates. Why so distant? I too wish to experience the ambience in which NBA basketball players relax." "George, very well then." George did not hesitate and sent Fiona his address. Half an hour later, Fiona arrived at the location. As George had described, the place was small and chaotic, with rather mediocre decor and only a few decent pieces of furniture, starkly contrasting with the glamorous and polished Fiona. After all, she was the goddess he had secretly admired during their university days. Observing the simplicity and disarray of his surroundings, George felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "I apologize for the state of my living environment. It seems rather shabby for an old classmate." Fiona, however, displayed no hint of disdain. Instead, she grasped George's hand warmly and comforted him. "Say, Mike, everything will get better. I believe you will soon have a grand apartment in New York. You undoubtedly have the capability." This was the first time Fiona held George's hand, and with such heartfelt words, He nearly forgot the pain she had once caused him, were it not for the reminders from the comments. What a hypocritical woman. Though her facade was somewhat insincere, Fiona's presence in this dilapidated place indeed accentuated a certain nobility, one derived from her figure and attire, rather than her essence. Let us get directly to the point. No need for nostalgic reminiscence, George said, releasing Fiona's hand and inviting her to take a seat. He poured her a cup of coffee, and they both settled onto a worn-out sofa. George gazed at Fiona and inquired, "How have you been lately? Do you have a boyfriend?" Fiona hesitated for a moment, then playfully brushed her hair aside and replied with a laugh, "No, I've been single all along." "Your sister must have been mistaken. Fiona might still be a virgin." "Haha, where do you place your football boyfriend? And what about you?" Fiona clasped her coffee cup, directing her gaze towards George. George shrugged and said, "I just entered the NBA. Where'd I find the time to meet girls?" Fiona had no doubt about the veracity of his words. A smile gradually spread across her face. She then took the initiative to reminisce about the past. "Mike, I felt guilty about what happened before because I really liked you. Ha ha ha. Let the celebrations commence." She actually said it. "Ha ha, just as we expected. Calling in a football player's boyfriend. I'm a football player's boyfriend. What do you need from me? Green, your girlfriend has a hat to be delivered to you. Please keep an eye out for it." Logically, one would expect to be overjoyed when their former crush confesses their feelings. Yet the teasing comments from the audience left George utterly unmoved, instead feeling quite repulsed. Fiona once again took George's hand, her voice becoming softer and more melodious. "Mike, perhaps we could try dating." However, as soon as Fiona touched him again, George instinctively withdrew his hand and firmly replied, "Fiona, everything has changed. I'm now a professional athlete, and I already have someone I admire." Upon hearing that George had feelings for another girl, Fiona's expression suddenly shifted. Being a woman with a strong sense of jealousy, she inquired, "Is she more beautiful than me? Does she have a better figure? Is she a model? A celebrity? Or is she an athlete like you?" "She is just a student studying acting, and we have only met once," George replied truthfully. Fiona felt the flames of jealousy intensifying within her. How could she possibly lose to a woman he had only met once? Love at first sight is often driven by looks or physique. Fiona had experienced the phenomenon of men falling for her at first glance numerous times, and she was acutely aware that the woman George referred to must be exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, he would not still be thinking of her. "Mike, you have no idea how beautiful I am," Fiona thought to herself. Then, Fiona made a rather peculiar request of George. "Mike, could you please close your eyes?" "Close my eyes?" Why would she want the host to close his eyes? Could it be that George was immediately reminded of Fiona's forthcoming actions. Thus, as he closed his eyes, he also transformed the live stream into a black screen. The host is being unreasonable. You refuse to look, nor do you allow us to see." Surely, Fiona will seize the moment to undress while the host's eyes are shut. "Oh, esteemed host, we wish to bestow our gifts. Is it not sufficient to offer our support? How can you leave us in darkness at such a pivotal moment?" System. Classmate Gu Chunshin has donated 1,000 gold coins. System. XL8912 has donated 2,000 gold coins. If you cannot provide a visual, we would settle for an auditory experience. However, if you silence even that, it is utterly barbaric. All right, you may open your eyes now. Fiona's sweet, melodious voice drifted into George's ears, simultaneously reaching the audience in the live stream. Listening to that voice, it seemed as though she was teasing him. Alas, the host wishes to enjoy this moment alone, leaving us with naught but a dry mouth. 10 seconds later, Mike could only hear Fiona calling George's name several times, yet George remained utterly unresponsive. What is happening? Why isn't the host replying? What is that sound I hear? Is someone snoring? Ha ha! Could it be that the host is feigning sleep? Fiona Hawkins, standing at 175 centimeters, possesses a physique and beauty that could easily rival Blake Lively, allowing her to become the beloved figure of countless young admirers, reminiscent of Gossip Girl. George considered himself a man of ordinary disposition, albeit with a tendency towards a weaker self-control. In other words, if Fiona were to truly employ such measures to entice him, he feared he might succumb to temptation. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to avert his gaze entirely and feign slumber. Fiona found herself ensnared in the most exasperating predicament of her romantic endeavors, for she could never awaken one who pretended to be asleep. Chapter 45. I am the guardian of the team. Fiona possessed her own sense of pride, after calling out to him twice. Uncertain whether she had discerned George's deliberate pretense of sleep, she promptly donned her attire and departed from his abode. After George resumed the live broadcast, The audience expressed their dissatisfaction, lamenting that he failed to take decisive action against the women who presented themselves so readily, causing them to miss out on an exquisite spectacle. George has completely lost any feelings for Fiona and wishes to sever all ties with her. However, after her provocative remarks, he increasingly senses the need to embark on a romantic relationship. The Knicks' upcoming game is an away match against the Bucks, and the temperature in Milwaukee has plummeted below freezing, mirroring the chilly atmosphere of the game itself. The Knicks suffered a disappointing defeat, losing to the Bucks by 24 points. With no superstar on the opposing team, George failed to deliver the dazzling performance he had previously showcased, resulting in a lackluster reward of just over 60,000 coins. At this rate, when will I be able to exchange for my next superstar? He pondered melancholically on the return trip to Milwaukee. Although his popularity is steadily rising, the accumulation of coins is painfully slow. Currently, he remains a backup to Wilson Chandler, uncertain of the general manager's intentions regarding D'Antoni. He fears that if things continue this way, he may spend the majority of the season not starting. Yet, George possesses only Chuck Hayes' skill set and is hesitant to fully unleash his potential. How can he secure substantial rewards and enhance his performance to earn a promotion to the starting lineup? The very thought of Andrew Bogut infuriates him. He longs to confront him physically. On the plane, the team leader, Stoudemire, suddenly expressed his indignation. George was acutely aware that in this match, Bogut had been a source of considerable trouble for Stoudemire in the paint. The physical confrontation between the two was intense, and in a moment of inadvertence, Bogut had elbowed Stoudemire, igniting his fury. Yet, in the aftermath of this incident, no one on the team stepped forward to defend Stoudemire, mirroring the dismal performance throughout the game, rendering the entire team as fragmented as a scattered puzzle. This left both Stoudemire and D'Antoni utterly disheartened. However, upon hearing Stoudemire's grievances, George experienced a sudden epiphany. It seemed that in recent games, there had been verbal or physical altercations with every opponent, yet therein lay the essence of competition. In recent matches, George has garnered substantial tips, each time following a conflict with his opponents, as the audience revels in such dramatic narratives. Undoubtedly, the tension and excitement of a Hollywood blockbuster are far more captivating than the mundane nature of a domestic drama. However, it is impractical for George to engage in conflict at every turn. Individuals like Wall and Corver, who provoke others, are rare. A sudden epiphany struck George. He could transform his teammates' disputes into his own. Given the current disunity within the team, with Stoudemire and the coach lamenting the lack of cohesion, George resolved to embody the angel of unity and support. Moving forward, he would step in to assist anyone in trouble, especially since he possessed Hayes' strength. Unless he encountered a formidable adversary like Arteist, he would generally emerge unscathed. Moreover, the audience in the livestream has consistently urged George to engage in a brawl. Should he indeed fight, the tips might surpass the fervor displayed over that spectacular block on Rose. If that were to transpire, George's accumulation of coins would accelerate dramatically, bringing him closer to acquiring the next star player. The only downside to this plan was the potential worry it would instill in his family, particularly Erin, who constantly fretted about George's safety. If he were to engage in a fight on the court, her anxiety would likely keep her awake at night. Yet, George felt he had no alternative. Indeed, Andrew Bogut had been excessively arrogant. The next time they faced the Bucks, he would join in addressing him. George turned to Stoudemire and declared that from this moment forward, he would be the guardian of the team, ready to assist anyone in need. Stoudemire found George's words heartwarming. Although George was merely a rookie with limited prowess, it was commendable for him to express such sentiments. "Thank you, mate," Stoudemire said, bumping fists with George. At that moment, Field scoffed, believing George was merely feigning camaraderie to please Stoudemire, and bluntly remarked, "Hey, George, when our captain was elbowed by Andrew Bogut, I recall you were on the court, yet you showed no response." D'Antoni sensed the tension in the air and interjected, Hey, enough. I don't expect you to become as close as brothers on and off the court, but don't act like enemies either. Do you want to lose by 20 points again next game?" After D'Antoni's admonition, silence enveloped the room. George observed D'Antoni, arms crossed and eyes shut in frustration, and silently reassured him, "Coach, from the next game onward, you need not worry about this matter. I shall rescue this team." Upon arriving in Minnesota, the Knicks were set to face the Timberwolves. Just as they disembarked the plane, a flurry of snowflakes greeted them. Goodness, it was snowing in November. Small forward Gallinari stepped down the ramp, tightening his coat against the swirling snow and biting cold wind. George disembarked just behind Gallinari and, looking down from his height, playfully patted Gallinari on the shoulder. He introduced a humorous quip about Minnesota, stating that the state experiences only 2 seasons, winter and not winter. Gallinari chuckled in response and glanced back at George, noting that it was the first time George had ever patted his shoulder. I have also heard that it snows here for half the year, he remarked. In Seattle, the rain can be just as relentless. How was the weather in Italy, Danilo? Is it similarly unreasonable? George continued to steer the conversation with Gallinari. Gallinari replied, not quite. In my region, once winter arrives, there is a continuous drizzle. And while there is heating, it is rather optional. Moreover, my mother informed me that this year, the Roman government, in an effort to curb expenses under the guise of reducing air pollution, has shortened the heating hours by 2. At this moment, Schumpert interjected with a quip. Oh, do you still have heating there? Didn't the ancient Romans go without clothing? I recall they only wore undergarments. Gallinari laughed, explaining perhaps the climate was indeed warmer back then. Moreover, only the slaves in ancient Rome wore undergarments, typically wrapped in a piece of cloth. The masters went without. George teased. No wonder the people from your region have such abundant body hair, Danilo. It's for warmth. Gallinari discerned the implication. Are you suggesting I resemble an animal? He retorted with laughter. Schumpert joined in, as it is widely acknowledged that animals are indeed covered in fur and do not require clothing in winter. Upon arriving in Minnesota, a wave of laughter and joy erupted, leaving Coach D'Antoni in astonishment. He had anticipated that the colder climate of Minnesota, even more frigid than Milwaukee, would freeze the team's morale. Yet rookie George seemed to infuse warmth into the atmosphere. How strange, he mused, for George, who typically spoke little, to suddenly be so loquacious. Had Walsh made some promise to him? D'Antoni speculated that this might be connected to the team manager's influence. Not only D'Antoni, but others also began to notice George's newfound verbosity. He was not merely conversing with Gallinari. He engaged with everyone, including those with whom he had strained relations. Like Wilson, Chandler, and Fields. At the Timberwolves' home court, the Target Center, during pre-game warm-ups, George practiced while joking with Mozgov, saying, I've heard that St. Petersburg is teeming with beautiful women, each more enchanting than the last. After the season, I plan to accompany you to Russia and perhaps find a Russian girlfriend while I'm there. Haha, Mozgov chuckled, no problem. In St. Petersburg, not only are there an abundance of beautiful women, but the gender ratio is also severely skewed. The women there toil diligently to retain their husbands, juggling the responsibilities of earning a living and managing household chores. Even with such efforts, many women still fail to keep their partners. It is quite common for men like me to marry once a year in St. Petersburg. My goodness, it is truly a paradise for men. You are incredibly fortunate, Timofey. George exclaimed loudly. The Knicks players were momentarily stunned by the conversation between the two, and even the Minnesota Timberwolves players on the opposite side of the court were drawn in by George's voice. Kevin Love from the Timberwolves whispered to Michael Beasley. What place were they just talking about? Is it far? Chapter 46, The Shortcut to Wealth. Why is the host so talkative today? From the start of the broadcast of the game, his mouth hasn't stopped. He used to be such a quiet, handsome man. Vanilla remarked, this isn't the host I know. Previously, Fiona offered herself to him, and he didn't even glance her way. How could he now wickedly desire to hunt in Russia? This must be an imposter. I think the host seems fake today as well. Not only the viewers in the live stream held this opinion, but the Knicks teammates also found George's behavior peculiar. It seemed he was intentionally trying to forge closer connections with everyone, and they could probably guess his motives to secure a more stable position within the team and encourage his teammates to pass him the ball more on the court. The game commenced swiftly, with the Timberwolves boasting players like Michael Beasley, Kevin Love, and Wesley Johnson. According to the viewers in the live stream, Kevin Love had experienced a breakout season, winning the Most Improved Player award with an impressive average of 22 points and 15, 2 rebounds per game, successfully entering the ranks of elite power forwards. Furthermore, he had achieved a remarkable streak of 53 consecutive double-doubles, surpassing the previous record of 50 double-doubles set by Moses Malone. Before entering the league, George had not paid much attention to the player Kevin Love. However, upon hearing the spectators' evaluations and while waiting on the bench, he began to focus more on him. Soon, George replaced Wilson Chandler on the court. Although Kevin Love could be considered star, I surmised that this match would lack excitement. Indeed, Kevin Love has never been synonymous with flair, save for his long passes. Those in the live stream understood that George possessed only the capabilities of Hayes, and they could roughly predict what George would accomplish on the court, resulting in a low level of engagement and a modest viewership. Conflict. I crave conflict, regardless of whose it is. I must transform it into my own. George was determined to garner tips. He had meticulously prepared for this moment, and now, with any spark on the court, even if neither side intended a clash, George would ensure they did. George was fortunate, for among his opponents in this match was a fellow named Michael Beasley. Beasley, a self-proclaimed prodigy, had garnered whispers in the commentary that he often triumphed over LeBron James in one-on-one duels. As of now, the two had yet to share the court as teammates, making such a prospect more likely for the future. However, it was also noted that Beasley boasted an impressive average of 19.2 points per game this season, showcasing an exceedingly aggressive offensive prowess. It wasn't long before he revealed this facet of his game on the court. As the Knicks faltered, Beasley seized the opportunity, igniting a fast break from the backcourt, with Danilo Gallinari in hot pursuit. Yet, Beasley exhibited utter disdain for the Roman youth's defense, leaping high and, with a flourish of his arm, delivering a thunderous dunk in the face of Gallinari's attempted block. The Timberwolves fans erupted in applause for Beasley's audacious display. Filled with pride, Beasley landed and gestured to Gallinari with a finger wave, reminiscent of Dikembe Mutombo's taunts after rejecting an opponent, signaling to Gallinari that he was simply no match for his prowess. The referee appeared oblivious to Beasley's provocative gesture, and no foul was called. The Knicks, battling on enemy territory, felt the sting of humiliation as they witnessed Gallinari being dunked on and subsequently insulted. Despite their discomfort, none dared to step forward on behalf of Gallinari, not even to utter a word. Beasley had already heard rumors of the Knicks' lack of cohesion, emboldening his arrogance. After taunting Gallinari and receiving no retort, he smugly turned to return to defense. However, just as he pivoted, a figure emerged, hands thrust forcefully against Beasley's chest, pushing him back with great force. Startled, Beasley anticipated it was Amare Stoudemire coming to Gallinari's defense, only to discover it was the undrafted rookie, Mike George. Who do you think you're pointing at? George challenged Beasley with an air of dominance. The entire arena fell silent, stunned that George would stand up for Gallinari. Their camaraderie seemed to have blossomed in less than 24 hours. The live broadcast suddenly ignited with excitement. "Wow, the commentator is bold," someone exclaimed. "He dares to confront Beasley." Another chimed in, "Ha, take him down, commentator. I've been annoyed by him for so long, daring to tease LeBron's mother. What a beast." Yet a voice cautioned, "Before you hurl insults, perhaps distinguish between Michael Beasley and Delonte West." The chatter continued. "This has to be a fake commentator. The one I know would never be so audacious." Beasley, taken aback, was astonished that it was a rookie daring to confront him. What right did he have to defend Gallinari and speak such words to him? Had it been Stoudemire, perhaps he would have remained silent, for his actions were somewhat excessive. Much like the incident when Kobe Bryant dunked over Dwight Howard, prompting Howard's teammate, Francis, to intervene and push Kobe out of indignation. There was no foul called, and Kobe bore no grudge against Francis. However, if such an act had been committed by an obscure rookie, the narrative would have shifted entirely. Michael Beasley, pointing a finger at George, menacingly exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? When I entered the league, you were still a mere thought." It is worth noting that Beasley entered the NBA in 2008, just 2 years prior to George, and is only a year his senior. Listeners in the live stream remarked that the subsequent star, Embiid, is a year younger than Drummond, yet he often speaks to the latter with a condescending tone. Much like a mentor instructing a younger prodigy, George, undeterred by the trouble at hand, retorted firmly, "Gallinari is my brother. It would be wise not to provoke him." When did the host and Gallinari become brothers? They hadn't exchanged a word in recent days. Enough of this. The host is clearly itching for a fight. Who do you think would prevail in a clash between the host and Beasley? I place my bets on the host. I wager on Beasley. He appears far more intimidating. And while the host possesses haze strength, he may lack the requisite skill. Beasley let out a derisive laugh. "Your brother? Who the hell are you?" Beasley regarded George as utterly presumptuous. If he was unafraid of George himself, why would he hesitate to challenge his brother? At that moment, the referee and teammates from both sides rushed over, managing to restore order. Once separated by their teammates, Gallinari turned to George and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." George responded with a smile. "We are teammates. It is only right to do such things." On the sidelines, Fields and Wilson Chandler were quite astonished, never expecting George to genuinely stand up for his teammate, particularly against such a formidable opponent as Beasley. D'Antoni was equally surprised, yet he felt a warm sense of comfort. It was the first time he witnessed someone in this team truly caring for their fellow players. "That scoundrel Mike George dared to yell at me. I must teach this rookie a lesson." After being pulled back, Beasley grew increasingly agitated. He had been intimidated by George and regretted not having thrown a punch at him to establish his dominance. However, the game was far from over, and he deliberately requested more playing time from the coach to create an opportunity for revenge against George. From the fierce glint in Beasley's eyes, George could sense the intentions directed towards him, yet he was blissfully unaware that George not only feared him not, but would actively seek him out. Inciting conflict was merely the first step. The next would be to reap the rewards. George seized the opportunity to drive into the lane for a layup. Beasley, disregarding gallantry, rushed in to provide defensive support, undoubtedly prepared to unleash a fierce defense. However, George had already transformed into haze to confront him. Indeed, Beasley resorted to a foul. But George was ready, releasing the shot early, resulting in a successful 2-1. Is this all you're capable of? George taunted Beasley after scoring. System, XXX donated 1,000 gold coins. System, XXX donated 3,000 gold coins. The streamer is incredible. Ha, well done. The donations in the live stream poured in continuously. George realized that without the preceding conflict, his achievement of this 2-1 would have garnered at most a few hundred gold coins in donations. However, following the altercation, the donations would double. I think I've discovered a shortcut to earning gold coins. George rejoiced inwardly. Chapter 47. Can you recommend me? Conflict, excitement, allure, beauty. These are the elements that drive the viewers of the live stream into a frenzy akin to modern society's obsession with drugs and sex. Only the most extreme experiences can captivate the audience. Since the inception of the broadcast, George had received 3 substantial donations. One during the final game of the Summer League, when he found himself in dire straits. Replicating such a feat would be exceedingly challenging unless he once more thrust himself into a predicament, such as losing the coach's trust and facing the threat of demotion. Yet, even if he were to confront danger again, George remained uncertain whether anyone would be moved to donate out of pity. George initially received a substantial sum of $50,000 due to the audience's belief in his potential to enter the NBA, despite his failure to do so. Now, however, with the capabilities akin to Hayes, if George still cannot establish himself in the NBA, the nature of the situation would be fundamentally different. The second and third instances of receiving significant tips occurred after he blocked Rose and toyed with John Wall, which evidently stemmed from conflict. Conflict possesses a replicable nature. Yet, there lies a complication. Byron had cautioned George to exercise discretion in the NBA, and George himself is not one to instigate trouble. Nevertheless, the allure of transforming into a star is immensely tempting. In the hands of others, they might resort to extreme measures without a second thought. But George maintains some semblance of moral boundaries. Furthermore, George's actions are ultimately beneficial to the team, as he merely stands up for his teammates when they are being bullied. Coach D'Antoni and team leader Gasol have long lamented the lack of unity within the team. George's actions exemplify the notion of sacrificing one for the greater good of the team. He transforms his teammates' conflicts into his own. Every discord and strife becomes intertwined with him. This enables him to continuously receive tips. Perhaps his exuberance led to a missed free throw, yet at this juncture, a single free throw's outcome has become inconsequential for George. Following 2 confrontations with George, Beasley has descended into a state of frenzy, marking the first time he has reached such a state without relying on the substance. This emotional trigger rekindles memories of the euphoric haze he once experienced. In truth, he has abstained for a while. During the 2008 rookie training camp, he was caught smoking with several newcomers and penalized $5,000. In his 2 years with the Heat, he was even compelled to undergo drug rehabilitation. I must exact revenge on Mike George. Otherwise, I risk relapsing. Beasley understands that the resentment within him can only be addressed through retribution and the substance. However, Beasley and George do not directly oppose each other, as their opportunities to face one another are limited. Additionally, Beasley is a starter while George plays as a substitute, resulting in differing playing times, which hinders Beasley's chance for vengeance. George, being astute, recognizes that should he drive to the basket again, Beasley might resort to malicious tactics to harm him. Thus, he refrains from providing any such opportunity. Unable to find an opportunity for revenge, Beasley resorts to verbal outbursts to vent his frustrations. You coward. I'll come and guard you. Why don't you dare attack? Ignoring the coach's directives, Beasley abandons his matchup with Gallinari to seek revenge on George. Yet, George is aware that Beasley may unleash his aggression upon him, so he does not grant him that chance, often not actively seeking the ball during offensive plays. Soon, a timeout arises in the third quarter, and as Beasley leaves the court, he continues to berate George, You rookie, you coward. If you're afraid to play, don't step onto the court. Beasley is rather arrogant. The host should teach him a lesson once more. It was indeed quite satisfying to witness the host reprimand Beasley earlier. Yet this has now made things difficult for the host. Once provoked, Beasley is not one to let things go easily. Indeed, Beasley is far from virtuous. He has been involved in various transgressions, including substance abuse, speeding, driving without a license, and even sexual assault. George had grown weary of Beasley's trash talk. However, since he was the one instigating the conflict, he must bear the consequences. Byron had always taught George to consider the repercussions before undertaking an action, for once it is done, one must possess the courage to confront and accept the outcomes. George is willing to confront the troubles posed by Beasley, and he possesses the means to resolve them. Well done, my friends. Fields, who has unfortunately become a mere towel-bearer on the bench, rose from his seat after the coach called for a timeout. He draped the towel over his shoulder like a waiter in a Chinese tea house, clearing a spot for the 5 starting players descending from the court. As he brushed past George, a smile graced Fields' face. The onlookers could clearly see the incessant chatter of Beasley in George's ear. Fields noted the targeting of George, who had repeatedly been overlooked in several offensive plays. Even D'Antoni contemplated whether to temporarily substitute George. However, as soon as George took his seat, he looked around and said, "Can you all assist me?" D'Antoni paused for a moment and inquired, "How can we help you?" Previously, George had stood up for Gallinari, which had deeply moved D'Antoni. At that moment, Gallinari immediately responded, "Speak up, Joe. What would you have me do?" George gazed at Stoudemire, who understood that George was seeking his assistance. Stoudemire promptly replied, "My friend, I am undoubtedly on your side. What would you have me do for you?" "Oh, and by the way, engaging in a brawl is out of the question." George chuckled. "I want you, regardless of how I request the ball later, to refrain from passing it to me." "What?" Stoudemire and the rest of the players were utterly perplexed. The live broadcast was engulfed in confusion. What did the host mean by this? I perceived the situation. The host had succumbed to pressure. Hasn't Beasley continually mocked the host for his reluctance to take risks? The host feigned a desire for the ball, adopting an assertive stance. Yet with teammates withholding it, the blame could hardly fall on him. A clever ploy, indeed, allowing him to evade injury while denying Beasley further ammunition for his relentless taunts. How curious. Do you not find the host's actions rather cowardly? Stoudemire might not relish this arrangement either. Such a tactic merely shifts the animosity onto him. Oh, why has the host's screen gone black again? The sound has been muted as well. By the time George resumed his normal broadcasting mode, the pause had concluded, and he had returned to the court. What prompted the sudden blackout? Typically, during a match, a blackout indicates the host is devising strategies unbeknownst to us. Infuriating. It only piqued my curiosity further. Is it possible the host has no intention of conceding? Yet, he had explicitly instructed Stoudemire not to pass him the ball. Indeed, this aspect of the host is rather exasperating. However, when he ultimately succeeds, the sense of surprise is undeniably exhilarating. George gazed at the transparent barrage of comments and addressed the audience in the live stream. "I shall certainly not back down. Watch me as I outmaneuver Beasley." To contend with an individual engulfed in fury and emotional turmoil, one need not possess extraordinary strength. A mere application of strategy suffices. Upon re-entering the fray, Beasley indeed stormed forward, unleashing a torrent of taunts at George. "You coward! How dare you step onto the court? Do you have the audacity to take the ball? Are you brave enough to confront my offense?" George let out a cold snort, choosing to disregard the situation. Subsequently, during the offensive play, he proactively called for the ball from Felton. However, Felton adhered to the strategy and passed it to Stoudemire instead. Before long, Stoudemire found himself double-teamed in the low post. George rushed over, eager to receive the ball, yet Stoudemire opted not to pass to him, instead directing the ball to the more distant Gallinari. Damn it, why wouldn't his teammates pass him? Beasley, who had been diligently shadowing George, recognized his intent to call for the ball this time, but regrettably, his teammates did not oblige. In the end, Gallinari took a direct shot from beyond the arc and successfully made the basket. George let out a resigned sigh and remarked to Beasley, "You see, it's not that I lack the courage to take action. It is merely that my teammates do not place their trust in me." Beasley, rendered speechless, could not fathom that the Knicks were intentionally orchestrating such a situation. Once again, during another offensive play, George found himself devoid of his teammates' trust, as the ball was not passed to him. He sighed once more and quietly confided in Beasley, "In truth, there is something I ought not to share with you. I am subjected to unfair treatment within this team. You are aware of my block on Duel and my playful antics with John Wall, aren't you? Yet, despite this, the coach still refuses to make me a starter. And the team's leader, Amare, looks down upon me for being of Asian descent. You deserve it, Beasley retorted sharply. George nodded. I apologize. But the opportunity for revenge has slipped away. Aside from Gallinari and myself, the rest of this team looks down upon me. Perhaps it is time for me to contemplate a change of teams. Could you possibly recommend me to your coach? Beasley, who had been closely following George, immediately stepped back, declaring, You scoundrel, there is no way you're joining my team. Chapter 48. Hey buddy, you've been played? In just a few words, George earned the trust of Beasley, who himself harbors deep-seated racial prejudices and looks down upon athletes of Asian descent. Thus, if Stoudemire were to dismiss George, Beasley would not be the slightest bit surprised. He is well aware that Stoudemire's disposition towards anyone associated with China or Yao Ming is far from amicable. Furthermore, the fact that George has been sidelined by the coach appears to be an evident truth. Beasley has observed the top plays from the past few days, noting that George has claimed the title twice, surpassing even elite superstars like Kobe and LeBron in this regard. For an undrafted player, this achievement is nothing short of remarkable, and he is more than capable of starting. However, the Knicks coach has not arranged for such a role. Consequently, Beasley genuinely believes that George wishes to join him. How could he possibly allow someone who has previously insulted him to join the Timberwolves? I find myself somewhat perplexed by this narrative. What does the host mean by saying these things to Beasley? It is certain that the host is attempting to ensnare Beasley in a trap. I have noticed a pattern. The more amiable the host appears towards an opponent, the more dire their fate becomes. Indeed, I have also observed this. It is a cunning ploy. The host is certainly not a benevolent figure. Ha. Indeed, George was merely acting, and this time, he was joined by his teammates in this performance. Since it was a play, the script had to align closely with reality. Otherwise, it would raise suspicion. The truth is that once George was sent onto the court, the coach could not afford to leave him unused, nor could his teammates perpetually withhold the ball from him. Hence, they had long orchestrated a scene where the ball would be passed to George. Stoudemire attracted a double team, and in a moment of urgency and hesitation, he passed the ball to George with considerable force, albeit at an awkward angle. Coupled with George's less-than-ideal position to receive the ball, it went out of bounds, causing him to miss the catch. Damn it, Beasley was utterly frustrated. Initially, upon witnessing Stoudemire pass to George, he thought his opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. Once George secured the ball and initiated his offensive, Beasley planned to unleash a series of fouls against him, feigning a block while delivering a brutal hit. Beasley had envisioned it landing squarely in George's face. Unfortunately, Stoudemire's poor pass thwarted George's chance. However, what Beasley did not anticipate was that Stoudemire, despite his own misstep, would place the blame on George. After the ball went out of bounds, Stoudemire stormed towards George, fury etched on his face, and shouted, How did you not catch that ball? I will never pass to you again. Upon hearing Stoudemire's clear declaration of withholding future passes from George, Beasley felt a surge of panic. If you won't pass to George, how am I supposed to exact my revenge? In a moment of desperation, Beasley shouted back at Stoudemire, You fool. It was your poor pass, and yet you blame your teammate for not catching it? Is this how a leader behaves? The audience in the live stream was taken aback by Beasley's defense of George. What on earth is happening? Beasley is arguing with Stoudemire for the sake of the streamer. Hilarious. The streamer is incredible. He is the first player in NBA history to have an opponent defend him. Laughter erupted as viewers questioned Beasley's intelligence. Timberwolves head coach Kurt Rambis, witnessing the altercation on the court, inquired, What on earth is going on? Why are Beasley and Amare arguing? The entire Timberwolves team looked bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. The most amusing part was that George stood between Stoudemire and Beasley, attempting to mediate the dispute, pulling Beasley back and saying, Come on, let it go, Mike. Hilarity ensued as viewers marveled at the absurdity of the scene. What an unprecedented narrative. Never had they witnessed an opponent standing up for a streamer while the streamer attempted to calm the situation. Who exactly were the teammates here? As George intervened in the escalating situation, Kevin Love, who was preparing to assist, found himself perplexed. Why did it appear as if Mike Beasley and George had conspired together? Stoudemire, suppressing a smile, addressed Beasley, saying, I discipline my teammates. What business is it of yours? In his role as a leader with the Knicks, Stoudemire held an authoritative stance, and Beasley, equally a leader during his tenure with the Timberwolves, was not inclined to yield. Pass that damn ball to this kid. You fool. He knows how to receive it. The one who faltered is you. Enough, brother, George interjected once more, playing the peacemaker as he guided Beasley backward. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the unfolding scene. As Beasley was nudged away from Stoudemire, he turned and walked off, while George casually glanced to his right, where a tall, fair-skinned individual stood, looking utterly bewildered, none other than Kevin Love. George extended his hand towards Le Fou, reassuring him. "It's all taken care of, my friend." Le Fou, somewhat dazed, returned the gesture with a high five, only to realize the next moment that something felt amiss. Why did I consider him a teammate? George left the Timberwolves players utterly perplexed regarding whether he was an ally or an adversary. Fortunately, Love had not yet succumbed to the point of passing the ball to George during the offensive play. He secured an offensive rebound and effortlessly completed a putback. Yet at that moment, the Timberwolves still trailed. Subsequently, it was the Knicks' turn to attack, with the ball initially placed in the hands of their tactical linchpin, Stoudemire. George made a beeline for him, eager to receive the ball, but Stoudemire remained obstinate. "For heaven's sake, pass him the damn ball." Beasley relentlessly pursued George, vociferously imploring Stoudemire. However, once again, Stoudemire directed the ball towards Gallinari. "Damn it." As Stoudemire released the ball, George halted in his tracks, and Beasley, filled with disappointment, followed suit. Engulfed in frustration, entirely oblivious to George's movements, he assumed the culmination of this offensive sequence would be Gallinari. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the true spectacle was just beginning. While Beasley lamented to Stoudemire, George had stealthily slipped past him, darting from the left baseline to a position at the left wing three-point line. Gallinari, fully aware of George's imminent arrival, swiftly delivered the ball to him the moment he secured it. George found himself with an open opportunity beyond the arc. "Mike." Upon noticing George slipping away, Kevin Love pointed at him and called out to Beasley. Goodness. Beasley had always been tightly glued to George, never daring to relax for even a second, yet he was unexpectedly outmaneuvered this time. Beasley accelerated furiously, but he was still a moment too late. The ball was already in George's hands. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to concede, fully aware that George intended to shoot a three-pointer, and he dashed forward with great speed. Leaping to block the shot, Beasley charged with remarkable intensity. He leapt impressively high. Alas, the commentator did not take off, haha. George executed a feint before shooting, waiting until Beasley soared past him before releasing the ball. George's three-point shooting may not be extraordinary at the moment, yet his open shots demonstrate a commendable accuracy. Swish! The basketball gracefully kisses the net. Splendid. I have discerned the broadcaster's strategy. The broadcaster intentionally allowed Stoudemire to withhold the ball, leading Beasley to believe that his teammates lack confidence in the broadcaster. Just as the ball is passed to another player, the broadcaster seizes the moment to unexpectedly receive the ball and launch an offensive. Poor Beasley, so easily manipulated by the broadcaster's cunning. Stoudemire's performance was quite impressive. When he chastised the broadcaster earlier, I genuinely believed it was sincere, only to discover it was mere theatrics. This particular three-pointer may seem trivial to the game's outcome, yet it exhilarated the entire Knicks bench, for they all recognized that it was a meticulously orchestrated play by George. Stoudemire and Gallinari approached with enthusiasm, exchanging high-fives with George. As Stoudemire praised, "Perfect," George was overjoyed. Wasn't Beasley constantly taunting him for his lack of aggression? Now he had taken the initiative, scoring a goal, not only thwarting Beasley's scheme, but also nearly sending him sprawling to the ground in humiliation. George turned around and exclaimed to Beasley, who had been sent sprawling several meters away, "Hey buddy, you've been played." Chapter 49, Encounter with Curry. The laughter emanating from the Knicks bench during the away game struck Beasley's ears like the piercing whistle of a train slicing through the silence of a late-night sky. The triumphant high-five shared among George, Stoudemire, and Gallinari served to validate Beasley's conjecture. They had all been merely performing. Little Stoudemire, harboring disdain for George, refused to pass him the ball. After a turnover, he brazenly declared he would never pass to George again. All of this was nothing but an elaborate ruse, a complete fabrication. The most absurd part was that Beasley had just offended George moments ago. George even played along, attempting to mediate between the two. The mere thought of this ignited a fury within Beasley, compelling him to storm towards George, hands poised to deliver a forceful shove. How could George be foolish enough to allow Beasley to chastise him? He immediately utilized Hayes' abilities to defend himself, and as they faced off, each pushed against the other, resulting in both stepping back a pace. However, the true outcome was a resounding victory for George. One was a once-enchanted athlete, lost in the delusions brought forth by substances. while the other was a grounded player dedicated to training and focused on strength. The disparity in their confrontation was unmistakable. Upon observing Beasley's intent to engage George, the referee swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the two. Yet, even through the referee, Beasley continued to shout at George, "I'm going to flatten you, you scoundrel! How dare you put on a show in front of me?" "Enough, Mike, calm down, you must remain composed." Kevin Love, a teammate, stepped in to restrain Beasley, hoping to prevent the situation from escalating, as the outcome of the game was still undecided and the team needed Beasley to rally for points. However, Beasley, incensed by George, refused to relent, incessantly trying to break free from his teammate while hurling insults at the referee. The official, observing the scene, decided to take action, issuing Beasley a technical foul and expelling him from the game. George's remarkable goal not only outwitted Beasley, but also led to Beasley's ejection from the game, marking a significant triumph for the Knicks. D'Antoni could hardly contain his delight, knowing that securing this victory was a manageable feat, unfortunately, as the game progressed. Kevin Love struggled alone to turn the tide, ultimately failing to prevent the Knicks from clinching victory on their opponent's court. Following the conclusion of the match, George's total coin count surged beyond 70,000. "If I could earn 10,000 coins per game over the course of 82 regular season games, that would amount to 820,000 coins. Such a sum would correspond to the caliber of legendary players like peak Kobe or peak LeBron, suggesting that within a single season, I could ascend to become the premier player in the league." The mere thought of this exhilarated George, yet he was acutely aware that this was the most optimistic calculation. The willingness of the audience to reward him and the extent of their generosity were beyond his control. Moreover, the lengthy season made it implausible for George to participate in all 82 games without missing a single one. In the Knicks locker room after the game, Stoudemire, while removing his shoes, chuckled, "Tonight, that kid Mike Beasley was thoroughly toyed with. The funniest part was when I pretended to be angry and scolded Joe, and he actually stepped in to defend Joe. Haha, I nearly burst out laughing. It was a struggle to maintain my composure." Gallinari chimed in with a laugh. The most amusing moment was when Joe went to break up the scuffle, siding with Beasley. "I noticed several Timberwolves players were utterly bewildered." Turieff added with a grin, "In my years in the league, I've never witnessed such a comical scene. Today's game was simply delightful." The players engaged in a lively conversation, their laughter echoing throughout the locker room, with no one in a hurry to shower, reveling in the camaraderie that had blossomed, significantly enhancing the team's atmosphere compared to before. D'Antoni, who had long been troubled by the lack of unity within the team, wore a satisfied smile. His assistant coach, Woodson, cast a proud glance at D'Antoni, reminiscent of their previous margarita toast, where Woodson had remarked that perhaps George could bring the entire team together. At the time, D'Antoni had dismissed this prediction with a laugh, and even Woodson had questioned his own foresight upon rational reflection. However, it seemed that George might indeed possess that capability. D'Antoni clapped his hands and declared, "Excellent work, everyone. Today, you all exhibited remarkable unity and performance. As we return home for the next game, we must strive to defeat the Golden State Warriors. Now, everyone, hurry up and wash off that sweat. A game against the Warriors next?" The broadcaster was already anticipating a showdown with Curry the God. It was only at this moment that George realized that the figure frequently mentioned in the comments, Curry Tion, was none other than a mixed-race player resembling an underage youth from the Warriors, Stephen Curry. Later, George's sister, Erin, called him, her concern for his health palpable. Having watched the altercation between George and Beasley, she was considerably alarmed. Similarly, Byron was taken aback by George's performance that day. Erin questioned him over the phone. "Joe, why did you provoke someone like Mike Beasley? He nearly assaulted you today." From Erin's tone, George could discern the depth of her worry for him. He had resorted to such actions solely to earn gold coins, and the last thing he desired was for his family to be anxious. Moreover, he was unable to divulge the true reasons behind his actions. George said, "Erin, Danilo Gallinari is the teammate I share the closest bond with. When I witnessed him being bullied, I simply could not stand idly by." Erin paused for a few seconds on the other end of the line, suddenly ceasing her reproach of George, and instead praised him, saying, "Brother, you did the right thing. This is how true friendship should be." George smiled reassuringly, saying, "You need not worry about me. Just take care of yourself." Erin responded, "All right, I understand. Dad has something to discuss with you. I'll hand the phone over to him now." Shortly thereafter, the voice on the other end transformed from Erin's to Byron's. George, having been raised by Byron, embodied all the skills, mannerisms, and even the thought processes imparted by him, rendering him far less susceptible to manipulation than Aaron. Byron, stepping into the yard with the phone in hand, addressed George. This is not typical of you. Given the brief duration, I find it hard to believe that you could forge such a close bond with Danilo Gallinari. What prompted you to engage in such matters? George was unable to speak the truth to Byron. He could not reveal the secrets of the live broadcast system to his father. Instead, he could only say, "Dad, I am employing an alternative approach to gain the team's trust and solidify my position within it." "Oh," Byron responded, perplexed. George elucidated, "As you have observed, our team lacks cohesion, and D'Antoni has been troubled by this issue. Therefore, when a teammate encounters difficulties, if I can step forward to offer assistance, it could enhance the team's atmosphere. United in purpose, we can prevail in our endeavors, and in doing so, I would also earn the respect of my teammates." Upon learning the truth, Byron remarked, "Though your words ring true, your actions are undeniably fraught with peril." George was aware of Byron's concerns about his ability to contend with Beasley or opponents of similar caliber. He reassured him, saying, "You and Aaron need not worry. I'm merely putting on a show. I have no intention of truly engaging in a fight. If they wish to teach me a lesson, I shall simply retreat." Byron felt somewhat relieved by this assurance. On November 10th, at Madison Square Garden, during the Knicks versus Warriors game, George was struck by the sight of Stephen Curry, who stood at 6 feet 3 inches and weighed less than 200 pounds. In a live stream with merely over 400 viewers, the comments flooded in incessantly. "Wow. Curry. Respect. The greatest three-point shooter in NBA history. A player who transformed the league. The most underrated player. Great. Legendary." The accolades bestowed upon Curry left George in awe, momentarily rendering him speechless. He gazed at Curry, struggling to reconcile the image of this slender, seemingly unremarkable young man with the greatness he would one day achieve. At 22 years of age, Curry was 2 years older than George, yet his youthful appearance made him seem even younger. George mused that if Curry were to attempt purchasing beer, the clerk would likely refuse him. The juxtaposition of Curry's current ordinariness with his future achievements ignited in George a yearning to witness the passage of time and uncover what extraordinary events lay ahead in the coming years. Chapter 50. Curry's past. According to American law, individuals under the age of 21 are prohibited from purchasing alcohol in bars or stores. Although Curry was now 22, he clearly did not present as a typical adult of that age. George could hardly fathom that this young man could one day be compared to legends like Jordan and Kobe. However, upon reflection, one must not judge by appearances. George himself hardly seemed destined for legendary status, yet he now possessed a streaming platform, suggesting that his future accomplishments in the NBA would be formidable. Hailing from Ohio, Curry soon noticed a stranger intently watching him, which struck him as odd, for he did not recognize George. Despite George's impressive performances in recent games, his influence had yet to reach the point where every player in the league was familiar with him. Curry was not one to follow highlight reels, after all. "That guy is peculiar," Curry murmured, having never encountered an opponent who regarded him in such a manner. He even questioned if George might be gay. In truth, the NBA encompassed a number of individuals with such orientations, though many were hesitant to publicly acknowledge it. At that moment, the Warriors' Jeremy Lin approached and said to Curry, "That's Mike George, a friend of mine. He must have heard me mention you." "Oh, is that so?" Curry replied, dismissing his previous curiosity. After Lin interceded to clarify George's presence, he made his way across half the court to greet him. "Hey, Joe. Long time no see. You've adapted to the NBA remarkably quickly. Though your playing time has been limited, you've already made several spectacular plays. You're truly impressive." Jeremy Lin's remarks are undoubtedly not mere flattery, but rather a heartfelt admiration. Both he and George share a similar starting point. They are both American-born individuals of Chinese descent, undrafted talents who ascended to the NBA through the Summer League, and both have experienced the role of a benchwarmer. However, in the brief moments Lin finds himself on the court, he is unable to make any significant impact, whereas George is able to demonstrate his prowess. George was aware of Jeremy Lin's future. He clasped Lin's hand and encouraged him, saying, "My friend, you will undoubtedly prove yourself in the NBA. Be patient. You are absolutely capable." Lin, with a smile, expressed his gratitude and turned to glance at Curry, who was practicing with his back to them. He inquired, "It seems you have been watching our teammate, Steven, intently. Do you know him?" George recalled his earlier blunder and replied, I would like to meet him." At that moment, his teammate Turiev, having overheard their conversation, approached and placed a hand on George's shoulder, saying, "You wish to meet Steven? I can assist you with that." We were teammates last season. However, I can only introduce you after the game. By the way, what piqued your interest in him?" George found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lin Shaheo, standing nearby, kindly stepped in to alleviate George's discomfort, stating, "I often mention Steven to George during our phone conversations. George and Jeremy Lin do occasionally converse over the phone, yet they have never discussed Curry." Lin, being astute, perceives George's unique sentiments towards Curry. Turiev cast a glance at Lin, who was clad in a Warriors long-sleeve practice shirt, and retorted brusquely, "Who are you? Move along." Lin, lacking the stature to assert himself, reluctantly exited the territory belonging to the Knicks. George offered an apologetic glance, yet he understood that despite Turiev's fierce appearance, he was an exceptionally good teammate, displaying neither discrimination nor bullying towards George. After Lin departed, Turiev refrained from further inquiries and began to introduce Curry to George. "That fellow, Stephen Curry, is truly remarkable. Do not be deceived by his diminutive stature, for his spirit is immensely robust." In April of this year, while I was still with the Warriors, we faced the formidable playoff team, the Trail Blazers, and during that match, we had only 6 healthy players. 6? Good heavens! How can we play with that? George pondered, recalling that the league mandates a minimum roster of 8 players. He had not witnessed the game Turiev mentioned. As he was in college at the time, and with a multitude of regular season games, it was impossible for him to be aware of every single one. However, the commentators seemed remarkably well informed regarding matters pertaining to Curry. "I know which game that little braid is referring to. Curry is truly remarkable. Last season was his rookie year, and he was already astonishing. I simply cannot endure you Curry fans. If Stephen Curry is so great, why don't you tell the host how many finals MVPs he has garnered in his career?" George cast a fleeting glance at the barrage of comments, but chose to disregard them, instead focusing on Turiev's narrative, which he deemed far more authentic and credible. Turiev recounted, "Indeed, our coach included both Morrow and me in the lineup, which was quite absurd considering we were both injured at the time." From Turiev's tone, George could sense his underlying frustration and offered words of comfort. The coach had no alternative. He was aware of your injuries. Even if he included you in the lineup, he wouldn't have put you on the court. The other 6 players could manage to play the entire match. Turiev scoffed, replying, "I thought the same initially, but who could have predicted that shortly after the match commenced, the center would sustain an injury? This left only 5 healthy players on the team, who were then compelled to play the entire game, yet one of them fouled out." George could not help but feel that Turiev's account was akin to a theatrical performance. Such a situation was utterly unprecedented in his experience. According to the rules, in the absence of sufficient players, those who had committed 6 fouls could continue to play. George remarked. Turiev shook his head, explaining that their coach had engaged in a lengthy discourse with the referee, asserting that both he and Morrow were injured. Yet the referee remained obstinately indifferent, insisting upon their participation. Consequently, both of them took the court, but neither could endure beyond 15 seconds, prompting the referee to finally allow the 6 foul players to re-enter the game. It was truly a lamentable tale. George could envision the frustration Turiev felt while playing through his injury. No, it was a narrative that allowed us to witness a miracle. Turiev's expression abruptly shifted from sorrow to joy, for under such circumstances, Stephen Curry and his 4 teammates managed to triumph over the Trail Blazers. Curry himself achieved an astounding performance with over 40 points and nearly a triple-double. "What? You won?" George could hardly believe it. The Warriors were inherently a subpar team, devoid of any chance against playoff contenders, especially with only 5 players able to participate. Upon hearing Turiev's account, George began to embrace the sentiments expressed in the comments. Perhaps Curry was indeed an extraordinary talent. It seemed that engaging in a confrontation with him today was no longer an option. George's scheme for instigating conflict remains in motion, and he intends to engage in a fierce confrontation with a certain opponent, much like the previous encounter with Beasley. Given Curry's endearing nature and the respect he commands from the audience, George has decided to exclude him from consideration. The match commences swiftly, with the Warriors starting lineup consisting of Monta Ellis, Curry, White, Biedrins, and David Lee, while George continues to serve as a substitute for the Knicks. George had been attentively observing Curry's performance from the bench. After the match commenced, Curry indeed took a considerable number of shots, surpassing both David Lee and Monta Ellis. However, not a single one of his attempts was from beyond the arc. The comments on the screen proclaimed Curry to be the greatest three-point shooter in history, a sentiment that George found difficult to accept. In his first 3 seasons, Curry's three-point attempts were rather modest, only beginning to increase in the 2012 to 2013 season. By the 2015 to 2016 season, he averaged an astounding 11.2 three-point attempts per game, successfully sinking 402 of them. 402? George could hardly fathom such a figure. He recalled that the current record was held by Ray Allen of the Seattle Supersonics, who had made 269 three-pointers, a staggering increase of 133 shots. Soon, George was called to enter the game, while Curry remained on the court, setting the stage for a direct matchup between them. At this point, Curry had yet to evolve into the god of basketball. Even if he were to defeat him, it was unlikely that the audience would shower him with accolades. George was elated to have foreseen Curry's future achievements. Yet for him, the paramount concern remained amassing more gold coins to exchange for star players. He wondered who would engage in conflict today. As he observed his teammates and opponents, his heart brimmed with curiosity. Chapter 51. The fight begins. George has always been the epitome of a gentleman on the basketball court, exuding grace akin to that of a noble figure. He plays with elegance and never instigates conflict. Thus, in order to maintain his established persona, George either waits for others to provoke him or resorts to transforming his teammates' disputes into his own. The Warriors, however, harbor no animosity towards George. In fact, he boasts a good friend in Jeremy Lin. Consequently, it proves challenging for him to anticipate trouble from his adversaries, leaving him to silently hope for some discord among his teammates. Fortunately, in every NBA game, players inevitably encounter a modicum of friction. Such was the case between the point guards, Raymond Felton and Monta Ellis. Monta Ellis, known for his remarkable speed, stands at a reported height of 191 centimeters, yet appears scarcely taller than Felton, who is around 185 centimeters. Time and again, Ellis attempts to use his swiftness to breach Felton's defense, aiming to dismantle the Knicks lineup. However, Felton presents a formidable challenge. Despite his shorter stature, he possesses a robust physique, embodying the archetype of a stocky point guard. With their heights being comparable, he shows no trepidation in contesting Ellis's shots, particularly when guarding against his drives, and often engages in minor physical contact during defense. In the midst of this physical confrontation, Ellis finds himself at a disadvantage, feeling increasingly powerless. Felton's constant antics further exacerbate Ellis's frustration. It seems inevitable that a confrontation may soon ensue between the two. George keenly observes their interactions, unwilling to miss even a single exchange of banter, eager to plunge into the fray should conflict arise. Upon reflection, he realizes that he has never been so fervently hopeful for his teammates to engage in a brawl. However, George appears to underestimate Ellis's composure on the court. While Felton's antics are certainly irksome, Ellis maintains control over his emotions, refraining from escalating the situation into verbal insults or physical altercations. Although the anticipated conflict fails to materialize, influenced by Felton, Ellis's actions become increasingly exaggerated during their matchups, both offensively and defensively, occasionally resorting to fouls when the referees are distracted. During one instance, the Warriors executed an out-of-bounds play with merely 2 seconds left on the shot clock. Seizing an opportunity while Felton was momentarily unguarded, Ellis elbowed Felton in the stomach before swiftly gliding towards the corner three-point line to receive the pass. The subtlety of his movement went unnoticed by the referees, whose attention was fixed on the player inbounding the ball. However, although the officials remained oblivious, George, who had been vigilantly observing the two, witnessed the underhanded maneuver. How dare he lay hands on my teammate? A surge of righteous indignation coursed through George as he beheld Felton's pained expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted towards the corner, heading straight for Monta Ellis. Time was running out, and Monta Ellis, upon receiving the ball, was undoubtedly poised to shoot. Even if there was sufficient time for Ellis to pass to Curry, George was unconcerned. He charged in not to defend, but to advocate for his teammate. As Ellis positioned himself in the corner, George was already rushing towards him. Just as Ellis was fraught with uncertainty about whether to take the shot, George resolved this dilemma for him. Without hesitation, George barreled in, colliding with Ellis and sending him careening out of bounds. The referee promptly blew the whistle, calling a foul on George. Viewers were left astonished. Wow, the broadcaster is clashing with Monta Ellis. Is he standing up for Felton? When did the broadcaster and Felton become such good friends? What a commanding presence. However, broadcaster, you ought to have charged head on. That would align more with Teddy Joe's style. The fans in the arena were equally surprised, initially believing there to be some lingering animosity between George and Monta Ellis. Yet, after reviewing the replay, they discovered that Ellis had committed a foul against Felton prior to receiving the ball, which the referee had overlooked. George's actions were purely a matter of standing up for his teammate. This Mike George truly possesses a sense of justice. I recall he was the first to step up when Gallinari was dunked on last game. Indeed, such team-oriented players are exactly what we need. Well done, Mike George. This is the Knicks' home court, so the fans rally behind George. Meanwhile, Felton, clutching his stomach, wore an expression of disbelief. He collided with Monta Ellis for my sake? Felton was acutely aware that their connection was hardly profound. George had no obligation to act on his behalf. Stoudemire, the team leader, remarked in astonishment. This guy is truly unafraid of making enemies. George harbored no desire to offend others. However, should offending them grant him the extraordinary talents akin to those of Jordan or Kobe, he would not hesitate to antagonize every individual in the league. Monta Ellis, feeling aggrieved after being knocked to the ground, recognized that George, much like Jeremy Lin, was merely a rookie who had earned his place in the NBA through the Summer League. As a seasoned veteran of 5 years, he found it intolerable to be admonished by a newcomer. Despite his own missteps, he believed it unjust to be chastised by a rookie. In his frustration, with the ball still in hand while lying on the ground, Monta unleashed his ire by hurling the ball directly at George's face. Goodness, watch out, commentator. Things are about to escalate. In the NBA, when a player engages in a confrontation while possessing the ball, they typically launch it towards the opponent's head or face to incite conflict before the brawl ensues. Just as Charles Barkley initiated a scuffle with Shaquille O'Neal by throwing the ball at his face. Or Tracy McGrady did the same with Jackson before gracefully opening his arms to await retribution. Would Monta Ellis's action, reminiscent of Barkley and McGrady, herald the commencement of a personal battle? In truth, it did not. George is more astute than O'Neal and possesses a heightened sense of awareness. The moment he perceived Monta Ellis's intention to pass him the ball, George immediately extended his left hand to intercept it. Before the ball even reached him, he deftly swatted it back. Consequently, rather than striking George's face, the basketball inadvertently hit Monta Ellis, who was lying on the ground. With a resounding smack, the ball made contact with Ellis's nose, albeit with minimal force. System notification. XXX has gifted 1,000 gold coins. System notification. XXX has gifted 1,500 gold coins. The broadcaster is incredible. I thought the host was about to get hit. Haha, let us go. Host, take him down. As George had anticipated, the audience in the live stream thrived on conflict. The more ferocious the altercation, the greater their willingness to bestow rewards. However, at that moment, teammates and referees rushed over. And despite his teammates attempting to restrain him, Monta Ellis showed no inclination to engage George further. Frankly speaking, George had no desire to escalate the situation either. A real fight could lead to a suspension, which was hardly worthwhile. Regarding the earlier skirmish, George had indeed committed an error in intentionally colliding with another player, resulting in a flagrant foul. However, he faced no repercussions for the ball striking Ellis's face, as it was clear to all that it was Ellis who had thrown the ball at George, who merely attempted to block it and inadvertently sent it back. This minor incident concluded swiftly, yet in those fleeting moments, George garnered more rewards and attention than he had accumulated in all other instances combined. Thank you, George. Felton expressed with genuine gratitude. No need for thanks. We are teammates, George replied with a smile. In truth, George's assistance to Felton was not contingent upon Felton's gratitude. Even if Felton were unappreciative, it mattered not, for George had already attained what he sought. D'Antoni observed this interaction, pondering. Is he attempting to win hearts through such means? Curious, if his aim is to secure a stable position within the team, he ought to be appeasing me instead. This young man can hardly be bothered to greet me, let alone offer me anything. Chapter 52. The Four Giants of the Celtics. Since the inception of the Team Cohesion Initiative, George has engaged with each teammate more frequently and intimately than before, yet he maintains a reserved demeanor towards the head coach. No opponent would be audacious enough to provoke the opposing coach. Thus, in the absence of conflict with D'Antoni, George sees no need to feign camaraderie. Moreover, he harbors a certain disdain for this coach, believing that once he achieves a status akin to Kobe's within the team, he may very well part ways with him. Alas, the altercation between Joe and Monta Ellis weighs heavily on the heart of Jeremy Lin, who has been deprived of playing time. Unbeknownst to George, he is not the sole friend of Lin. Monta Ellis is also a confidant. Just days prior, Monta generously gifted Lin 20 pairs of jeans, each valued at approximately $200. At this juncture, Lin's finances are rather constrained. He does not hail from a wealthy background, and during his formative years, his mother even dipped into her retirement savings to provide for his needs. Consequently, Upon joining the Warriors, Lin leads a frugal existence, often donning the same pair of jeans both on and off the court. Upon noticing this, Monta's generosity moved Lin deeply. In Lin's eyes, George is also a commendable individual, which makes the conflict between the two all the more troubling for him. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed in the match, with Monta undeterred by his clash with George, growing increasingly emboldened as he sunk consecutive three-pointers. In stark contrast, Stephen Curry, lauded as the greatest three-point shooter in history, managed only a single three-point attempt throughout the game, predominantly opting for two-point shots. By the end, David Lee, Stephen Curry, and Monta Ellis each surpassed 25 points, while the Knicks narrowly succumbed on their home turf. Despite the loss, George received a reward of 10,000 coins, bringing his total to 80,000. In the section for redeemable stars, new options emerged. Yet they consisted of players of the same caliber as Chuck Hayes, offering little assistance to George. He must continue to amass coins to exchange for more formidable players. As soon as the game concluded, Jeremy Lin, who had played a mere 3 minutes, swiftly made his way to the Knicks bench. "George," Lin called out as he approached. Upon seeing George, Lin Shaheo assumed he was merely there to bid farewell and approached him with a handshake, expressing, "It is truly regrettable that we had no opportunity to compete today." Lin, accustomed to being overlooked, bore no grievances regarding his limited playing time. Instead, he earnestly remarked, "Joe, I wish to convey that Monta Ellis is a genuinely good person. Just the other day, he gifted me 20 pairs of jeans. He truly is kind-hearted. You both ought to be friends rather than adversaries." 20 pairs of jeans? Surely he could have included a few pairs of casual sports pants. Lin was indeed facing financial hardships, crashing on teammates' sofas in New York and relying on them for even a single pair of pants during his rookie season. In truth, George harbored no animosity towards Monta Ellis. His focus on Ellis was solely to provoke a confrontation for personal gain. Monta's kindness towards Lin exemplified his character as a leader who embraced newcomers without prejudice. However, George found it impossible to directly approach Monta to apologize, for doing so would render all his actions on the court absurd in the eyes of the audience and Felton. Thus, George could only state, "Lin, I believe he is a commendable teammate, but from the perspective of a rival, it is quite the opposite. Conflicts on the basketball court are commonplace. You need not take it too much to heart." Jolin Shuahao suddenly felt that George had become a stranger, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Upon returning to the locker room, despite the team's defeat, the atmosphere was not entirely bleak. Felton even engaged in light-hearted banter with George. In the past 2 games, George had taken shots for both Gallinari and Felton, who had begun to regard him as a friend. Meanwhile, George noticed that Stoudemire perceived him as a potential threat, as taking up for teammates is typically the prerogative of a leader, and George had arguably overstepped his bounds. However, the issue lay in the fact that Stoudemire would not assist his teammates in such matters. George was not usurping, but rather acting on his behalf. Moreover, George would not limit his assistance to role players while neglecting the stars. As a prominent all-star, Stoudemire was often targeted, and should he face any unfair treatment, George would be the first to rush to his aid. Later that evening, upon returning home, George spent a considerable amount of time on the phone with Eileen, soothing his concerned sister. Clearly, Eileen's worries had resurfaced due to George's altercation with Monta Ellis. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Once the next star player was acquired, George would no longer need to engage in such conduct, and he firmly believed that day was not far off. As the clock struck 11, George had already concluded his live stream. After hanging up the phone, sleep eluded him. He rummaged through the soul cabinet at home and found a sheet of letter-sized paper. After unboxing a new set of Papermate gel pens purchased from Costco, he extracted one and began to inscribe several names on the pristine paper. Paul Pierce, KG, Rajon Rondo, Shaquille O'Neal, Nate Robinson. These 5 names belonged to players of the Boston Celtics, and the Knicks' next adversary was indeed the Boston Celtics. Little did anyone anticipate that as George gazed upon these 5 names, he would be drooling with excitement. Ha ha ha! These 5 individuals were all notorious troublemakers. George currently finds himself in a competition, dreading the prospect of a lack of conflict on the court. If the game unfolds as monotonously as tepid water, the audience in the live stream will inevitably succumb to drowsiness, making it unlikely for them to offer him any financial support. In this match, had it not been for the clash between Monta Ellis and Raymond Felton, it would have undoubtedly devolved into a rather tedious affair. However, in the forthcoming game, George need not harbor such concerns. Paul Pierce can ignite his fiery temper with but a single remark. As for Kevin Garnett, even if we refrain from provoking him, he will still unleash his ire upon us all. Rajon Rondo possesses a notoriously foul temper as well, frequently clashing with Ray Allen, the coaching staff, and management, making it quite effortless to incite his rage. Nate Robinson is similarly impulsive, and then there's Shaquille O'Neal, who requires no introduction. He is arguably the most ostentatious character in NBA history, and weaving an amusing tale with him is remarkably simple. George twirled his pen with his right hand, lost in contemplation of the magnificent scenes that might soon unfold, ultimately concluding that he would earn no less than $20,000 in the next encounter. A day later, at Madison Square Garden, home of the New York Knicks, the arena buzzed with anticipation for the game between the Knicks and the Boston Celtics. Since the summer of 2007, when the Celtics united the formidable trio of Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen, the team swiftly transformed from the worst in the league to the very best, culminating in a victory over the Lakers to claim the championship. Regrettably, they fell to the Magic in the 2008 to 2009 season and faced revenge from the Lakers in the finals last season. Although they had acquired Shaquille O'Neal this season, the emergence of a younger Miami trio made it apparent that their era was drawing to a close. The game commenced swiftly, with the starting lineup for the Boston Celtics featuring Rajon Rondo, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Shaquille O'Neal. The Celtics now stood as the top team in the Eastern Conference, having even defeated the Miami Heat star trio in the season opener. Today, they regarded the Knicks with indifference. Moments into the game, the Celtics quickly established a commanding lead. The backcourt duo of Rondo and Allen overwhelmed Felton and Wilson. Previously, George had showcased remarkable defensive prowess against Korver, but now faced Allen, arguably the finest three-point shooter in the league. Mike D'Antoni was eager to see if George could contend with him, prompting his early entry onto the court. As George took the floor, he surveyed the star-studded lineup opposite him, the live commentary buzzing with excitement. This marked his first encounter with such illustrious opponents since joining the NBA. What splendid adversaries! Alas, I am not here to play with you today, but rather to stir up trouble. Chapter 53, Not to be Provoked. In Seattle, at the Capitol Hill Villa, Erin eagerly watched George's silhouette on the television screen, her face alight with joy. Since George remained a bench player, Erin felt a thrill whenever he was called to play. However, following the past 2 games, where George had nearly engaged in fights, her excitement was now tinged with worry. Oh, how I hope my foolish brother does not continue to defend his teammates at the cost of offending others and potentially harming himself. It's simply not worth it. Eileen pouted, casually clutching a cushion from the sofa to her chest. Byron sat beside her, watching the live television broadcast. He understood that George's actions were intended to assist the team, yet he felt that George's sacrifices were excessively great. Byron remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen as he reached for the coffee cup resting on the table before him. However, in a moment of distraction, he failed to secure his grip, and the cup slipped from his hand. With a resounding crash, it landed on the cream-colored carpet, instantly staining it a rich brown. Eileen stared at Byron in astonishment. In her memory, this marked the first time she had witnessed her father drop a cup. At Madison Square Garden, the atmosphere was electric. Come on, Mike George. Show us the determination you displayed in your previous matches. Best rookie. Make the Celtics Big Four remember your name. Recently, George's reputation in New York had surged, attributed not only to his talent, but also to his courage in standing up for his teammates. Unlike any NBA rookie before him, who typically relied on veterans for protection, George had turned this dynamic on its head. This was the so-called undrafted player. Paul Pierce and his companions turned their attention to George, having certainly heard of his burgeoning notoriety. Shaquille O'Neal smirked, remarking, I hear he wants to be the big brother of the Knicks. He is always the first to step up when a teammate is in trouble. In the last 2 games, he has already taught both Michael Beasley and Monta Ellis a lesson. Kevin Garnett chuckled lightly, adding, nowadays, rookies will go to any lengths for fame and to secure a place on the team. Pierce, O'Neal, and Garnett regarded George with disdainful expressions. To them, he was merely a clown seeking attention. In their eyes, the weak had no right to play the hero, and George was evidently categorized among them. Given George's fiery performances in recent games, coupled with the fact that today's opponent was the star-studded Celtics, the live broadcast audience swelled to over 500 as soon as he took the court, marking a record high for him. Go, brother! Eileen cheered silently from Seattle, pleasantly surprised that her brother was competing alongside Shaquille O'Neal so soon. Elated to see George alongside the towering O'Neal, she eagerly grabbed her phone to capture a photo of the two. O'Neal was Eileen's favorite NBA star. After George's arrival on the court, he remained vigilant regarding the matchups. He was paired with Ray Allen, who was renowned for his gentlemanly demeanor and would not engage in any conflict with George. Meanwhile, the matchup between Pierce and Gallinari resembled a scenario where an adult bullies a child. Although Pierce's actions were somewhat excessive, Gallinari, possessing a timid disposition, dared not voice his objections against a superstar of Pierce's caliber, who had previously been named Finals MVP. In the duel between Mozgov and O'Neal, the latter, being the most dominant center in the league, did not exhibit overwhelming ferocity during their exchanges, likely due to his advanced age of 38, which had significantly diminished his athletic prowess. Fortunately for him, the younger Mozgov, at 24, lacked aggressive intent. Otherwise, O'Neal would have resorted to extreme measures to thwart Mozgov's offensive attempts. O'Neal was one of the players George understood most well, as he was his sister's favorite NBA athlete. In George's estimation, the most probable source of contention lay within the pairing of Garnett and Stoudemire. During their respective tenures with the Timberwolves and Suns, the two had faced each other numerous times, consistently delivering thrilling performances. Today's confrontation remained the focal point of the game. Stoudemire exhibited no fear of Garnett, decisively penetrating his defense and executing powerful dunks. He had already completed several such feats in this match. Indeed, during their earlier encounters, Stoudemire had employed a similar approach against the younger, swifter Garnett, who was unable to thwart Stoudemire's beastly style of play. Stoudemire, knowing Garnett would not engage in physical confrontation, played with reckless abandon. Currently, Stoudemire was still in his prime, while Garnett had reached the age of 34. Well done, Amare. You shall be this year's MVP. Dominate KG. Spike Lee, observing Stoudemire's tenacious performance from the sidelines, could not help but praise him. As a veteran player who entered the NBA in the last century, Garnett was no stranger to Spike Lee and his tales involving NBA players. During halftime, he could not resist calling out to Spike, "Shut your mouth, you old man." To which Spike, unfazed, chuckled, recognizing that Garnett had earned the respect of all fans throughout his lengthy career. He took it as playful banter, replying, "You're getting old too. Buddy, perhaps it's time to consider retirement or transition to New York for some leisurely basketball." George stood on the court, observing the unfolding dynamics of each matchup. And in his mind, he had already formed a judgment. Today's conflict might very well arise around Stoudemire. His performance had been outstanding, and Garnett, or other members of the Celtics, might resort to excessive measures to hinder him. Should such a situation arise, I would have to step in on his behalf, diverting the conflict toward myself. However, George gazed at the formidable figures on the court, each exuding an unmistakable aura of a gang leader, and a sense of trepidation settled within him. To put it bluntly, he feared that provoking them could lead to dire consequences. In simpler terms, he realized he was outmatched. Previously, whether it was Michael Beasley or Monta Ellis, should they have been incensed enough to confront George, he would have been at a disadvantage against Hayes' formidable prowess. However, the individuals he faced now were entirely different. Paul Pierce, the epitome of toughness, was a man known for his ferocity, having once escalated a brawl into the stands. Even the likes of Ron Artest would think twice before challenging him. George had also heard tales of Pierce surviving 11 stab wounds in a nightclub incident, a testament to his resilience. Alongside Carmelo Anthony, he possessed the commanding presence of a gang leader, unmistakable at first glance, and clearly someone to be avoided at all costs. George, relying on Hayes' strength, stands little chance against Pierce and is likely to be overwhelmed. Kevin Garnett, the master of trash talk, has consistently lamented to the media that the current league resembles an AAU baby format, referring to the AAU Basketball League, which is an amateur league in the United States for players aged 9 to 18, implying that these youngsters lack ferocity. Garnett is undeniably unafraid of provocation or confrontation. Despite not possessing a particularly robust physique, he boasts a height of 6 feet 11 inches and an impressive wingspan of 7 feet 6 inches. In contrast, George measures only 6 feet 5 inches, and in a real confrontation, Garnett's punches may prove difficult for George to evade. George may not necessarily have the upper hand when facing Garnett. Shaquille O'Neal stands as the most untouchable star in NBA history, without exception. As one of the most ostentatious players ever, he places immense value on his image and dignity. Ever since his rookie season, when he was once dunked upon, no one has dared to act recklessly in his presence. Charles Barkley would not dare, neither would the formidable Dennis Rodman, nor the ever-loyal protector of Jordan, Oakley. As for the younger generation, including Yao, McGrady, and Iverson, it goes without saying that they lack the audacity to challenge him. Despite George's speed advantage against the imposing O'Neal, he feared being overwhelmed. The presence of 3 opponents rendered George ineffective, leaving him to only dominate Rondo. However, as a point guard, Rondo had minimal chances of clashing with Stoudemire. Just as George's anxiety peaked, the anticipated scenario unfolded. Stoudemire once again breached Garnett's defense, charging into the paint, poised to deliver another ferocious dunk. Yet, O'Neal, no longer complacent, nimbly pushed Mozgov aside, recognizing that he could not leap over Stoudemire. With his immense strength, he forcefully propelled Stoudemire from midair. Thud! Stoudemire crashed heavily to the floor. A malicious foul against a teammate marked the moment George had long awaited. However, this time, his target was none other than O'Neal. George's heart raced with unease. Far away in Seattle, Eileen felt a sudden flutter of anxiety as well. Chapter 54, Fearless. Ouch. That scoundrel Shaq. Little Stoudemire, maliciously knocked to the ground by O'Neal, cursed him inwardly. His back throbbed painfully, yet fortunately, he was not seriously injured. Had it been someone with lesser physical prowess, the force with which O'Neal had struck could have easily led to injury. However, to Stoudemire, O'Neal was a senior figure. They had once been teammates on the Suns. Even as he rose, Stoudemire dared not utter any harsh words or take retaliatory action against O'Neal. O'Neal often engaged in such antics with those he knew well. During a game between the Suns and the Rockets, when Nash and Yao Ming clashed, O'Neal, as a Suns player, had forcefully pushed both McGrady and Yao Ming to the ground. It was well known that O'Neal and McGrady were close friends, and he had long since reconciled with Yao Ming. His fierce treatment of Stoudemire today was similarly motivated. He relied on the respect and camaraderie that Stoudemire held for him, taking on the role of an adversary to curb Stoudemire's arrogance, fully aware that Stoudemire would not harbor resentment. Naturally, O'Neal was mindful of the force he used, ensuring Stoudemire would not be harmed. The referee had already called a foul on O'Neal, who promptly raised his notorious right hand in acknowledgement. Everyone assumed the matter would end there, leaving Stoudemire to silently endure this indignity. For who could truly confront O'Neal? Damn it, no one even came to help me up. Lying on the ground, Stoudemire glanced toward his teammates and noticed George was the closest, gradually making his way towards him. Finally, a teammate was coming. Stoudemire felt a flicker of solace. Yet, from his unique vantage point on the floor, he realized that George was not approaching him. Instead, he halted as he neared O'Neal. This revelation sent a jolt through Stoudemire's heart. George hesitated for a brief moment, caught in the duality of his admiration for Shaquille O'Neal, a player both formidable and untouchable, and the fact that O'Neal was Aaron's most cherished NBA star, one whom George himself greatly admired. The inspiration behind their exclusive Shaq dance stemmed from O'Neal himself. Nevertheless, George's fervent desire for tips to acquire more talented players compelled him to persist with his plan. As a rookie and an undrafted player, George approached the four-time champion and three-time Finals MVP O'Neal, who had been inducted into the NBA's 50 greatest players merely 4 years into his career. And with a sudden burst of energy, he shoved O'Neal from behind, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, this was deliberate. Oh my heavens." The host dared to provoke O'Neal. I can scarcely believe my eyes. The host is truly audacious. Even Stoudemire would not dare to confront O'Neal in such a manner. Yet the host had the audacity to do so. The live stream erupted in excitement, with the online viewer count soaring to 600. The atmosphere in the arena mirrored this frenzy, as Spike Lee, momentarily taken aback, leaped from his seat, shouting with elation, "Haha, well done, George. Show that big shark a lesson." His delight was palpable, having followed O'Neal since his rookie days. Back then, the rookie O'Neal had once collided with the illustrious Knicks star Patrick Ewing, sending him sprawling several feet before executing a dunk. Spike had never witnessed such ferocity in a rookie, yet as a die-hard Knicks fan, he had always stood up for Ewing. Time had turned, and years later George, a newcomer from New York, dared to provoke O'Neal. The crowd was equally astonished, particularly the young man sprawled on the floor. George, he dared to offend Shaq for my sake? Aaron, situated in Seattle, was momentarily stunned as well. All eyes were on O'Neal, eager to see how he would respond. Standing at 6 feet 10 inches and weighing over 325 pounds, O'Neal felt the push from behind. Yet, even if George summoned the strength of Hayes, it was insufficient to topple O'Neal, especially since he was not exerting his full force. The stark contrast between O'Neal's imposing physique and George's diminutive stature was evident. It was clear they were not of the same caliber. Had it been during O'Neal's prime, he would have effortlessly lifted George with a single hand and tossed him into the stands like a mere feather. However, in the twilight of his career, O'Neal sought to avoid such vigorous confrontations, particularly against a player so much smaller and relatively unknown. To take the matter too seriously would only serve to honor George. O'Neal, without displaying anger, turned around and quipped, "Which little ant dares to shake this towering tree? Ha ha. When it comes to bravado, I only bow to O'Neal." O'Neal was quite amusing, glancing to either side of the host, seemingly unable to see him at all. O'Neal often employs such metaphors to exhibit his prowess. During a prior interview with ABC, he likened Kobe to a battleship, while he himself compared his presence to that of an imposing brick wall. When the battleship charges towards the brick wall, the outcome is all too predictable, much to the amusement of all. Poor host, reduced to the stature of a mere ant. Confronted by the towering O'Neal, George retorted, "If I were an ant, you wouldn't even feel me shaking the tree. Since you do feel it, it proves I'm not an ant, but rather a lion." A splendid comeback. There is no denying it. O'Neal indeed sensed the push that prompted his turn. However, to George's surprise, O'Neal laughed and replied, "No, you are not a lion. You are merely a cockroach. I detected the foul odor and turned to investigate." Ha ha ha. O'Neal truly excels in banter, even daring to call the broadcaster a cockroach. Hold your ground, broadcaster. George found himself somewhat at a loss. After all, O'Neal had navigated the league for many years, and in terms of bravado and trash talk, George was undoubtedly outmatched. Before their verbal exchange could escalate, O'Neal's teammates, Garnett and Pierce, could no longer tolerate George's actions and rushed over in fury. Garnett pointed an accusatory finger at George, declaring, "What are you, rookie? How dare you push Shaq?" Pierce went a step further, physically shoving George, asserting, "You think you can stand up for your teammate? Do you possess the standing for that?" In an instant, the trio encircled George. Each one towered over him, their muscular frames dwarfing his own. In that moment, George resembled a desperate youth cornered by a group of adults, feeling utterly helpless. Fear began to grip him. It was the first time since joining the NBA that he felt such anxiety confronted by three opponents of his caliber at once. Any rookie would feel a sense of trepidation. At that crucial juncture, Stoudemire noticed George was about to be overwhelmed. Without waiting for assistance from teammates, he rose from the floor. As the leader of the team, he could not stand idly by while his teammate was bullied, especially since George was targeted because of him. Stoudemire approached, forcefully pushing O'Neal aside, then similarly moving Garnett and Pierce away, leading George away from the scene. The three had not intended to escalate the situation. They merely sought to intimidate George. Seeing Stoudemire intervene, they refrained from further confrontation. Pierce, speaking on behalf of O'Neal, warned, "Kid, if you dare to make such moves against my teammate again, I will not let you off lightly." George retorted without hesitation, "If you dare to harm my teammates, I shall not spare you." To his surprise, George stood his ground, prompting Pierce to feel his authority was being challenged. "We won't trouble your teammates. We will trouble you," he declared, as if George were in any way intimidated by them. The broadcaster was truly remarkable, displaying an audacity that seemed boundless. What had transformed him into such a formidable presence over these two matches? Surely, it was the regret from the day he let Fiona go, as the pent-up desires within him found their outlet on the basketball court. Regardless, the spectacle of the game was all that mattered. Well done. You got guts. Consequently, George had not only become an adversary of O'Neal, but also a primary target for Pierce. In the next round, Pierce shifted his focus from guarding Gallinari to George, determined to ensure this rookie would score not a single point from that moment onward. Chapter 55, Escalation of Conflict. Paul Pierce is undoubtedly one of the finest defensive players in the league today. His formidable physique and exceptional anticipation of opponents' movements grant him a commanding presence, exerting tremendous pressure on the ball handler. Even when defending against the likes of Kobe, LeBron, and Anthony, some of the league's most prolific scorers, he has made them suffer greatly. If Pierce truly wished to target George, given George's current scoring ability, he would likely prove ineffectual against Pierce. Thankfully, George was merely a substitute, even as a starter. The true leader was Stoudemire. His scoring was of little consequence. Even achieving a score of 0 would not be particularly shameful. After a few rounds of defense against George, Pierce discerned that George held no core position in the offense, serving merely as a facilitator, often not even touching the ball. This realization led Pierce to deem his efforts in guarding George as an overestimation of his talent, deepening his disdain for the rookie. "Rookie, I suspect your current average score is barely 5 points. What gives you the audacity to act in such a manner?" Pierce began to verbally educate George. The broadcaster interjected, "It's Fish Leong. Fish Leong is a Malaysian singer, renowned for her song Courage." "Fish Leong," George replied to Pierce. The chat room erupted in laughter at this unexpected response. Wow, the broadcaster actually replied like that. What an unexpected turn. Pierce was left bewildered, utterly perplexed by George's words. George was reluctant to engage further with Pierce. Having just redirected the conflict between O'Neal and Stoudemire onto himself, he now needed to interact more with O'Neal to garner additional rewards. However, as an interior player, George had to penetrate the defense to confront him, which necessitated first evading Pierce's guard. Defense hinges on attitude. While Pierce was an adept defender, he approached George with a sense of disdain, convinced that George would not dare to take him on one-on-one. This allowed George to launch a surprise attack. Soon enough, he seized an opportunity. As he received the ball on the right wing, he executed a swift spin move, bypassing Pierce and charging toward the basket. Damn! Pierce momentarily stood dumbfounded, failing to grasp the situation before George slipped past him. This lapse was not due to George's speed, but rather Pierce's excessive carelessness. Once free from Pierce's grasp, George faced O'Neal, who had been anticipating his arrival. No one dared to attempt a dunk over O'Neal, should George decide to leap. O'Neal would undoubtedly send him crashing to the floor, along with the ball. Currently, George lacks the ability to perform a dunk over O'Neal. Instead, he showcases a Euro step against O'Neal, momentarily pausing with the ball in both hands. He first feints to the right, drawing O'Neal's attention that way, before swiftly transitioning to the left for a layup. O'Neal, with his cumbersome physique, struggles to counter such playful maneuvers from a guard, and he realizes that George is employing a layup technique reminiscent of his former teammate, Dwayne Wade. Upon recognizing the deception, O'Neal swiftly extends his right arm to intercept as George approaches the left side for the layup. O'Neal's large hand strikes George with considerable force. Yet, George withstands the impact and successfully completes the layup. 2-1. Incredible. George demonstrates his prowess. Scoring against a defensive lineup featuring Paul Pierce and Shaquille O'Neal is quite an achievement for this rookie. The live stream is buzzing with donations. The host remarks on George's Euro step, noting its similarity to Wade's move against Garnett, joking that he might consider acquiring a Wade jersey in the future. O'Neal seems to have aged, his reflexes dulled. The host reflects on how fondly they remember the young O'Neal, who could execute fast breaks with remarkable speed. In this instance, George scored while enduring a fierce foul from O'Neal. Had he not possessed Hayes' physique, one might question whether he could even attempt the shot, let alone achieve a 2-1. Consequently, following his basket, George executed a celebratory gesture, flexing his arm muscles in front of O'Neal. This is a rather commonplace display of bravado, reminiscent of the occasional muscle flaunts by legends like Karl Malone and Alonzo Mourning. However, George's physique pales in comparison to theirs. O'Neal, having faced Malone and Mourning as rivals for many years, is acutely aware of their muscular definition. If either of them were to perform such a display before him, O'Neal would have little to say. Yet, what gives George the right? His physique is among the least impressive of all players I have encountered. There is no need for him to showcase it before me. O'Neal was decidedly displeased. This rookie may have scored, but how dare he celebrate? George did not disguise his pretentiousness, much like the former Shaquille O'Neal. In response to O'Neal, he remarked, "Pretentiousness is an art form, a concept you evidently fail to grasp." O'Neal, incensed, retorted, "Do I not understand? When I was engaging in such antics, you were still weaning." Setting aside all else, O'Neal was undeniably a master of pretentiousness, having mentored the new generation of pretentious virtuosos, such as Dwayne Wade. In pursuit of greater accolades, George escalated the conflict between them. Despite his profound respect for O'Neal, he uttered words that were among the most piercing the latter had ever heard. George gazed at O'Neal and remarked, "Shaq, you are merely a pitiable imitator, devoid of creativity. Your so-called dominance is merely an echo of our esteemed New York Knicks legend, Patrick Ewing. 18 years ago, when you first graced this arena, you foolishly aspired to shake Ewing's hand. Yet what transpired? Ewing completely disregarded you. Ironically, you remained oblivious to the reality, foolishly extending your fist in a vain attempt to fist bump him. Indeed, Ewing did retaliate with a punch that nearly shattered your joints, uttering, 'Rookie, I'm going to annihilate you.' In that moment, Ewing's words reverberated in O'Neal's ears, transporting him back to that fateful encounter 18 years prior. O'Neal experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if he had been transported back to the aged Madison Square Garden, where he had first played as a visitor and laid eyes upon the idolized Ewing. His excitement had led him to commit the very acts George described, only to be met with Ewing's harsh rebuke. Ewing's disdain for O'Neal stemmed from the incessant chatter that proclaimed O'Neal as the next behemoth. especially after he topped the All-Star voting in his rookie year, a title he believed he rightfully deserved. "Rookie, I am going to annihilate you." O'Neal momentarily lost his focus, quickly snapping back to the present, where he now faced the Knicks rookie, channeling Ewing's words toward George. At that instant, as George prepared for a free throw, no one anticipated that their banter would escalate once more. The referees and teammates rushed to restrain O'Neal. While even D'Antoni couldn't help but reflect, George truly has a talent for igniting conflict. George had not finished speaking when he continued to address O'Neal, saying, "You pilfered the commanding style of play from Ewing and appropriated the nickname from Charles Shackelford, who was known as Shaq. You dare to call yourself Shaq and don knee pads identical to his? How utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, your signature dunk was learned from Ronnie Cycli of Syracuse University. Shaq, throughout your 18 years in the league, you have contributed nothing of your own. Your 4 championships, 3 were earned with Kobe and 1 with Dwayne Wade. You have never claimed a title as the sole star. I know you aspire to be regarded as the most dominant player in history, but let me disabuse you of that notion. Would you like to know why? I can tell you. I am acquainted with a group of individuals who possess foresight. They have informed me that your career scoring will never surpass Chamberlain's, and you will eternally remain beneath him." Initially, O'Neal dismissed George's words, but after hearing this, he lunged at George in a frenzy, shouting, "I will kill you. I will kill you." A once proud player, arguably the highest-ranked active athlete, found himself utterly dismantled by George's words, igniting O'Neal's ire. Calm down, calm down. Garned disperatelli his troned O'Neal. Meanwhile, the live-stream audience surged past 700 viewers. Chapter 56, The Enraged O'Neal. Since the broadcast began, this was the most intense scene the audience had witnessed. The host's trash talk was indeed remarkable, managing to belittle a player of O'Neal's historic caliber to insignificance. Such an accomplishment was not within the reach of the ordinary. The host seemed intimately familiar with every detail of O'Neal's narrative, striking with precision. And while O'Neal had previously regarded the host with disdain, he was now agitated. In Seattle, Erin watched in distress as George and O'Neal clashed once more, her heart heavy. She gripped the pillow in her arms tightly, torn between her affection for her beloved brother and her admiration for her favorite basketball player. At that moment, she was uncertain how to process this farce. It must be that big guy who said something offensive to George. I can no longer support him. That Maji La, gorilla, chubby Albert. I'll tear your poster to shreds. Erin exclaimed angrily at the screen. Byron, standing nearby, understood Erin's feelings and sighed, shaking his head as he turned his gaze back to the television. I hope their conflict remains merely banter and does not escalate further. In New York, Madison Square Garden had not seen such a lively atmosphere in ages. Following this series of events, nearly every fan in New York became acquainted with George. Those who were initially unaware of him began to inquire, who is this player? After witnessing his fierce confrontation with O'Neal. Subsequently, everyone came to remember the illustrious name of George. The first quarter swiftly concluded, and upon returning to the bench, O'Neal remained seething with fury when one gazed upon him. It was evident that his flushed face was practically emitting smoke from his indignation. O'Neal, being a person who adored pretense and valued reputation above all, had, during his college days when finances were scarce, taken to feigning wealth. He had procured a telephone from his dormitory, connected a phone line, and affixed it to his Mustang, creating the illusion of a car phone. He would ostentatiously simulate phone calls to anyone who passed by, despite the device being utterly non-functional. His actions were purely an exercise in vanity. On another occasion, he received a scholarship of $2,500, which, if exchanged for $100 bills, amounted to a modest sum. However, in his desire to flaunt, he converted $2,000 into $1 bills featuring George Washington. To disguise this ruse, he placed a single $100 bill atop each stack, concealing the majority of $1 notes beneath. He then drove around, exuberantly waving this substantial sum out of his car window to those on campus. It is easy to imagine how infuriated such a proud individual would be when George dismissed him as worthless. Anger was merely one aspect. The crux of the matter was that George's assertions were grounded in truth, and O'Neal feared that others might share George's perspective. Seated on the player's bench, O'Neal exclaimed to his teammates, "Do not be deceived by that little brat's nonsense. I have never imitated that guy Ewing. I've always held a disdain for him. 18 years ago, during our first encounter, I received the ball, knocked him aside, and executed a dunk over him. If you do not believe me, you may pull down that fellow's jersey and inquire directly. We absolutely believe you, Shaq." "You could annihilate the strongest player on the New York Knicks even in your rookie season," replied Paul Pierce, the team leader, feeling a pang of guilt for the resentment directed at O'Neal. The others remained silent, and Nate Robinson, upon hearing O'Neal's final remark, felt a smirk forming, pondering why one would need to retrieve a retired jersey to ask Ewing, who was, after all, still alive. Yet, Robinson understood that if he posed the question, O'Neal would undoubtedly unleash yet another prepared boast. No one posed the inquiry, which disheartened O'Neal as he lost an opportunity to extol his own virtues. He continued, "Do you know why I chose to attend college in Louisiana? There were countless schools vying for my attention. However, they knew of my passion for football and invited me to a game where tens of thousands of spectators gathered. Suddenly, the lights went out and a spotlight illuminated me. The announcer bellowed my name, declaring me the first high school student in America. The crowd erupted, chanting my name in a frenzy, and those unfamiliar cheerleaders beside me promised that they would date me once I arrived. Wow, Shaq, your charm in high school is unparalleled. Truly, few can compare to you. Shaq is incredibly cool, and it is utterly absurd for that guy, Mike George, to attempt to undermine your prowess. Every teammate around the Celtics, including stars like Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce, fawns over you, eager to placate O'Neal's spirit." O'Neal, feeling somewhat relieved, continued, "I won't even delve into my glorious youth. But even when I departed from the Lakers to join the Miami Heat, what do you think Pat Riley did upon learning I was signing on? He dismissed all the marketing personnel. Indeed, he made the right decision. With you on board, ticket sales need not be a concern. You are the guarantee of box office success." Shaq, and we all recognize that. Garnett echoed the sentiments. Celtics coach Doc Rivers remained silent, casting a glance at George and thinking, a mere rookie has compelled a player of Shaq's caliber to invoke his illustrious past in defense of himself. Clearly, this young man's trash talk is formidable. Fortunately, the Knicks are not a championship contending team, or we would indeed face considerable trouble in the playoffs. Coach Rivers addressed his players. It will be prudent to ignore that rookie with number 30. Best not to engage him in conversation. Pierce was the first to voice his disagreement. "Why? We are not afraid of him. I must teach this fellow a lesson, avenging Shaq. Indeed, he must be educated." Kevin Garnett shared the same indignation. As seasoned veterans of the league, how could they bow to a newcomer? If word of this got out, encountering Kobe or Arteist in the future would be utterly humiliating. It is worth noting that Pierce held great respect for O'Neal, who was invited to the Celtics by him. During the summer, while the Celtics had already signed Jermaine O'Neal, Shaquille O'Neal initially believed he could not join the Celtics. It was Pierce who repeatedly called Shaq. "Shaq is my invited guest, and this may be the final season of his career. As the team leader, if I fail to protect him, I shall forever hold myself accountable." Pierce had resolved to seek vengeance for Shaq. Hence, in the second quarter, Coach Rivers kept O'Neal seated on the bench for an extended period, instructing him, "Leave it to Paul and the others." O'Neal expressed no dissent, for he was well aware of his advancing age, and moreover, George's credentials were insufficient. It was indeed fitting for a senior to assist in chastising a junior. D'Antoni was convinced that George had already unsettled the morale of the Celtics. Thus he elevated George to prominence early on, instructing his players to seize the opportunity to widen the score gap. With Pierce defending George, scoring opportunities were diverted to others. Although George refrained from offensive maneuvers, it did not imply that Pierce would grant him any respite. When George made his off-ball runs, Pierce adhered closely, and when the referees were distracted, he resorted to underhanded tactics against George, pushing him out of bounds repeatedly, with the officials turning a blind eye. The plethora of Pierce's antics was egregious. The referee's silence was astonishing. The commentator urged George to retaliate and not allow Pierce to bully him so mercilessly. Meanwhile, Aaron and Byron, situated in Seattle, voiced their discontent for George, believing he must be enduring great torment. However, the truth was that George felt anything but anguish. He was, in fact, quite elated, as the anticipated confrontation had once again arrived. Chapter 57. Toying with Pierce. In his previous matches, George had always shied away from conflict with opponents, as it severely disrupted his thoughts and emotions. Under the influence of anger, while his rebounding and interior offense might intensify, his proficiency in outside shooting and passing would invariably diminish. Such conflicts, even after the game concluded, could linger in his mind like the weather in Seattle, affecting him until the late hours. Yet, the current circumstances had shifted. Conflict now represented a lucrative opportunity for George, enhancing the spectacle of the game and providing greater enjoyment for the viewers in the live stream. as well as enabling George to receive more tips, an invaluable boon for him. On the sidelines, within the Celtics bench, Nate Robinson observed George being mercilessly harassed by Pierce for several minutes, and chuckled to O'Neal, "Shaq, Paul Pierce has avenged you. That kid Mike George has been at the receiving end of Pierce's every move without a single foul called against him." The events of the past few minutes had not escaped O'Neal's notice, who smiled and replied, "Paul has been in the league for 12 years. It's exceedingly easy for him to teach a rookie a lesson." The seasoned veteran Pierce against a newcomer was deemed an unassailable contest, with everyone anticipating George's utter defeat at Pierce's hands. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that George's retaliation was about to commence. "Pierce has employed so many underhanded tactics against me, and yet he has evaded a single foul call. If I do not profit 1,000 gold coins from you, then all this suffering would be in vain." George has commenced plotting his revenge against Pierce. Given Pierce's formidable defense, scoring over him presents a considerable challenge. However, George possesses the capabilities akin to Hayes, a player adept at guarding the center position. Thus, George can also take on the task of defending Pierce. Although Pierce is a formidable offensive force, George's physique exudes a deceptive strength, and it is believed that within a few exchanges, Pierce will undoubtedly find himself stifled by George's defense. "Paul, it would be wise for you to refrain from interfering. This is a matter between Shaq and me, and your involvement serves no beneficial purpose," George finally spoke up after enduring considerable provocation. Upon hearing this, Pierce could not suppress a derisive laugh. "How amusing. This is fundamentally a dispute between Shaq and Amare. You can step in to assist Amare, yet I cannot extend my support to Shaq. I am far more qualified. I am a team leader. What do you consider yourself?" Unexpectedly, George echoed Pierce's sentiments. "You are correct. I am a newcomer, lacking a significant standing within the team. Otherwise, I would take the initiative to guard you, ensuring you score not a single point." Pierce erupted in laughter, as though he had just heard the most delightful jest in the world. Who is Pierce, after all? He is an offensive virtuoso, with an arsenal of skills that includes three-point shooting, post-up plays, step-back jumpers, and lateral low-post crossovers. He possesses an abundance of offensive weaponry. Even the likes of Artest and Kobe, renowned for their defensive prowess, would not dare to make such audacious claims. How audacious for a mere rookie to speak so boldly. Has the memory of his recent accolade as Finals MVP faded so swiftly? With a scornful grin, Pierce retorted, "Then come and guard me. I would relish the opportunity." George brusquely remarked, "Are you deaf? I just stated that I have no position on the team. The coach hasn't assigned me to guard you. So how can I defend against you?" After being confronted, Pierce fell silent for a moment, contemplating. This young man is merely using the coach's arrangement as an excuse, boldly threatening me while knowing he won't have to guard me. I must devise a way to make him face me. Pierce, who stood on the sidelines and said, "Mike, have a number 30 guard me." D'Antoni crossed his arms and shot Pierce a glance of disdain, ignoring his request. Damn it. This old man won't heed my words. Although Pierce was a former Finals MVP, he had no rapport with D'Antoni, who was not swayed by Pierce's tactics. Even if Kobe had made such a request, D'Antoni might not have acquiesced, though he might have offered a slight acknowledgement. All of this was anticipated by George, who seized the opportunity to further provoke Pierce. "Ah, Paul, you're quite fortunate. If the coach had assigned me to guard you, you'd be too intimidated to even receive the ball." Pierce, infuriated, after sinking a significant two-pointer over Gallinari, shouted at D'Antoni as he passed, "Are you deaf? Get that little brat Mike George to guard me." D'Antoni was taken aback by Pierce's audacity, while George immediately rushed over, shoving Pierce aside and bellowing, "If you want me to defend you, just say so. Don't involve my coach, you rude individual." He then quickly pulled D'Antoni back a few steps, expressing concern. "Coach, are you all right? Don't worry, I'll handle this. I assure you he won't dare to speak to you like that again." The 666 broadcaster was playing the role of a good Samaritan quite well. "Hello, is this the police?" "Yes, the mastermind behind this incident is Mike George." Pierce was utterly bewildered. "Wasn't he at you who claimed you wouldn't dare take matters into your own hands?" At that moment, Stoudemire also approached and pushed Pierce slightly, stating, "Understand whose home court this is." The referee issued Pierce a technical foul. The foul that George had previously been denied was now returned to him. However, Pierce was unconcerned about this infraction. For now, George had no excuses. He had asserted that he didn't need to involve the coach and could handle the defense himself. George had explicitly informed him, "In the next round, I shall personally defend you." Pierce awaited this moment with anticipation, and when the Celtics launched their next offensive, Indeed, it was George who approached to guard him. How splendid! A sense of pride spread across Pierce's face as he beheld George closing in on him. As the Celtics established their formation, Pierce immediately called for the ball in the low post. "Pass the ball to Paul," exclaimed Coach Rivers, along with O'Neal and Nate Robinson, nearly in unison. Yet, what need had Rondo for such reminders? He had already discerned Pierce's intent to isolate George. He merely awaited the opportune moment to deliver the pass. Whoosh! The ball landed in Pierce's hands. Make sure to thoroughly exploit this rookie's weaknesses. O'Neal had risen from the bench, brimming with enthusiasm. Would anyone dare to claim that George could contain Pierce? After all, Pierce was an offensive virtuoso. If Pierce were solely focused on scoring, even George's strength, akin to Hayes, would be of little consequence. However, I surmised that Pierce would not resort to a mere shot, and he fundamentally misjudged George's physical resilience. "Come on, give it your all. You old man, you're nearing 40, while I am merely 20. Do you dare to challenge me physically?" George, anxious that Pierce might employ alternative methods to score, resorted to verbal provocation. "Did you just imply that I am almost 40? Pierce was taken aback, for he was only 33, yet George portrayed him as ancient. Nonetheless, compared to George, Pierce indeed felt the weight of age, a reality he acknowledged, although he would not concede that a 33-year-old Pierce could be outmatched by a mere 20-year-old. 20 years old, huh? A look of disdain crossed Pierce's face as he immediately turned to execute his offensive maneuver. What? Pierce was suddenly astonished, for he discovered that George's lower body was remarkably stable, not yielding an inch. Pierce, incredulous that George could possess such strength, attempted again to overpower him, yet found himself equally thwarted. This was utterly confounding. It dawned on Pierce that he had underestimated George. However, having already made bold proclamations, with George now defending him, how would he endure the humiliation if he were to falter? In that moment, Pierce summoned all his might, employing his left arm to carve a path, and launched another fierce attack. Boom! George collapsed directly to the ground. The referee blew the whistle, signaling an offensive foul on Pierce. Holding the ball, Pierce glared at the referee while looking at George, who lay swiftly on the floor, shouting, "That kid flopped." "Ha ha!" The commentator praised the fall, unexpected and executed flawlessly. The seasoned player was outwitted by the rookie. Quite amusing indeed. A tip of appreciation for that. "Good defense, Joe." Stoudemire chuckled as he approached and helped George to his feet. D stands for defense, and on the court for the sake of convenience. Everyone commonly uses the letter D in place of the full term. After George rose, he faced the flustered Pierce and remarked, "Thank you for allowing me to redefine the concept of truth." Chapter 58, A Storm Approaches. Truth is the moniker bestowed upon Paul Pierce, a name given by his current teammate, O'Neal. Not only did the term truth originate from O'Neal's lips, but the Flash Dwayne Wade is also a creation of O'Neal. However, does truth conquer all? At least from the recent skirmish, it appears that truth cannot withstand a feigned fall. It seems that truth, too, harbors a fear of the false. Pierce was already seething with anger. Noticing that O'Neal, the one who had dubbed Pierce, was present and watching the game, George couldn't resist approaching the area closest to the Celtics bench and said to O'Neal, "Had I entered the league a few years earlier, you would not have named him Truth. If you come up with any cool monikers, perhaps you might consider bestowing one upon me." "You pest. I already mentioned that," O'Neal retorted, somewhat irked. The host chuckled as he observed the ongoing humorous rivalry between O'Neal and George. System, XXX donated 2,000 gold coins. System, XXX donated 2,000 gold coins. The stream was inundated with donations. It seemed that surpassing 90,000 gold coins today was a certainty, and reaching 100,000 was highly probable. George was determined to earn 100,000 gold coins in this match. He understood that today's conflict was an extraordinary encounter. Formidable rivals like Pierce, Garnett, and O'Neal are not found within every team. In such a unique competition, failing to earn at least 20,000 would be a loss. Subsequently, George continued to guard Pierce closely, who had become considerably more cautious. With numerous offensive options at his disposal, Pierce contemplated whether to attempt a step-back jumper against George. However, doing so would surely invite George's disdain, so he chose to confront George directly. "Be careful. I might fall at any moment," George warned Pierce. The shameless fellow. Pierce was genuinely a bit bewildered, as he was uncertain just how strong George's physicality was. If he exerted minimal force, it would be insufficient to displace George. If he became aggressive, George would surely feign a fall. As Pierce launched his attack, George sensed his reluctance to apply force. Suddenly, George exerted his strength and reached out for a steal, catching Pierce off guard as he had not noticed George's long arms could reach his ball. Consequently, Pierce was successfully stripped of the ball by George. Well executed. Our rookie has successfully defended against a former Finals MVP. It's simply unbelievable. System. XXX donated 1,000 gold coins. System. XXX donated 1,000 gold coins. George's total gold coins have officially surpassed 90,000. Coach Rivers, witnessing this scene, could not help but shake his head. Is his defense truly that commendable? The rookie player report I have seen must be false. Thus, George established confidence through his defensive prowess, while Pierce, who repeatedly failed to score against him, no longer dared to utter such trash talk. In the away game, amidst the raucous celebrations echoing from Madison Square Garden, he felt utterly humiliated, a sensation even more painful than losing to Kobe in the finals. For Kobe is the best in the league, whereas George might be labeled as the worst. Soon, halftime arrived. In the Celtics locker room, a loud bang resonated as Pierce ripped off his jersey and threw it forcefully into the locker. He then sat down heavily, striking the chair with his hand, his face a mask of fury. How can the league allow such a despicable, arrogant, and detestable rookie to exist? In my many years in the NBA, I have never encountered someone as pretentious and lacking in skill as Mike George. Pierce's outburst during halftime reminded O'Neal of someone, Pat Riley, the current president of the Miami Heat. In the years O'Neal played for the Heat, he would often witness Riley storming into the locker room during halftime, smashing the whiteboard, breaking the video recorder, or hurling the remote control across the room. During O'Neal's tenure with the Heat, Riley had kicked numerous trash cans, and O'Neal still believes those outbursts were premeditated. However, Pierce's explosion was anything but planned. O'Neal consoled him. Don't think you're alone. I've seen this for the first time in my 18-year career. Just ignore the kid. Let him fend for himself. O'Neal, now advanced in age, could no longer dominate the court, and since Pierce was unable to teach George a lesson, he hoped their issues would end there, preventing further disruption to Pierce and the entire team. Coach Rivers added, Shaq is right. With his temperament, he will inevitably face severe repercussions in the league. Ron Artest, Carmelo Anthony, and J.R. Smith, should he encounter them, he will surely regret his actions. This statement displeased Pierce. Why should we suffer at his hands and rely on someone else to teach him a lesson? Am I to bow and thank Artest if I meet him in the future? Pierce had no doubt that had it been Artest today, he would have already landed an elbow squarely on George's face. Coach Rivers, catching on to Pierce's implication, quickly reminded him, Paul, you are an all-star and the leader of the team. You cannot afford to be suspended for such a petty individual. Pierce did consider this point. Had it not been for the fear of suspension, he would have already confronted George. Taking a sip of water, Pierce replied, I know. He then turned to the others and asked, who could find me some information on that kid? Origin, family background, and such trivial matters. My repertoire of banter has run dry. In Seattle, Erin, after sending a text on her phone, remarked, Dad, I just messaged Joe. I wonder if he will see it during halftime. Moreover, why do you insist on reminding him to stay calm? Byron's countenance was grim today, despite George having given O'Neal and Pierce a hard time in the first half. A foreboding sense lingered over Erin. She felt that something unfortunate might transpire during the game. Shaq, nearing the twilight of his career, might not clash with Joe in the same manner, but Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to target him. Are you suggesting they might start a brawl in the second half? Erin asked, astonished. Suddenly, she recalled those nights before George's departure, when dreams of him suffering an injury in the NBA and being carried off on a stretcher haunted her. To Erin, Pierce and Garnett were far more ruthless than George. Should a confrontation arise, George would surely come off worse. Byron, too, was reminded of the day George left Seattle, when Erin had risen early to prepare a lavish breakfast for her brother, only to spill it all on the floor. Sensing Erin's anxiety, he quickly reassured her, Sweetheart, I'm merely concerned. Such an incident will not occur. The league today is unlike what it used to be. In our era, fights were commonplace, but now, no one dares to brawl. Really? Erin replied, her skepticism evident. Indeed, Byron chuckled, wishing to deceive himself with this comforting falsehood. At Madison Square Garden, the second half between the New York Knicks and the Boston Celtics had commenced, with George taking to the court as a starter. He immediately found himself matched against Paul Pierce. The fury within Pierce simmered, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. He knew that if he did not release that anger, but instead continued to fuel it, the inevitable explosion would be catastrophic. Yet, Pierce was determined to escalate the situation, eagerly anticipating that explosive moment. As Pierce approached George, he unleashed a torrent of trash talk. Mike George, the forsaken child. Your biological parents abandoned you. And during the draft, no one wanted you, not even your current team, the New York Knicks. Do you know why? Because you are inherently a calamity. And your parents' decision to discard you was the most prudent choice in this world. To invoke family and trash talk is the lowest form of insult. George's greatest concern lies in the matter of his lineage. Pierce's words have thoroughly incensed him. The host should confront him. Pierce has gone too far. If the host does not take action after such a statement from Pierce, he can no longer be considered a man. Chapter 59. The Brutal Assault of Truth and the Wolf King. The number of viewers in the live stream has already surpassed 800. Unbeknownst to Pierce, he has not only provoked George, but also a group of individuals from Mysterious Planet who are fervently spamming the chat with messages of indignation, urging George to retaliate in kind. George's right hand was clenched tightly. Had it not been for Byron's teachings over the years and the consideration of his sister Erin's feelings, that tightly clenched fist might have already unleashed its fury. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to strike you? George stood toe-to-toe with Pierce, who was slightly taller. Yet the palpable rage emanating from George was unmistakable. Pierce maintained his usual tough guy demeanor and let out a cold laugh. Yes, you dare not. I know you dare not. You masquerade as a tough man, standing up for Gallinari and Felton, but in reality, you are merely posturing. Today, I shall expose the truth that you are a coward. Only a born coward will be cast aside by his own parents. Before Pierce could finish his taunt, George, with a swift motion, unleashed his long clenched fist upon Pierce's face. The entire Madison Square Garden was thrown into chaos. No one anticipated such a brawl would erupt on the court. Even more astonishing was the fact that George, as a rookie, dared to strike the seasoned veteran, Paul Pierce. Oh my! In Seattle, Erin and Byron both leapt from their sofas. Erin's heart raced as she realized that Pierce would not let this go unpunished. He would retaliate. Some wished to avert such an incident, while others eagerly anticipated it. After George swung at Pierce, the number of viewers in the live stream surged past 1,000. Incredible. The host has truly struck. Amazing. A 5,000 coin donation. Fight. Fight. Nowadays, no one in the NBA gets into fights. Go hard, host. System. XXX donated 5,000 coins. System. XXX donated 15,000 coins. Hurry and recommend an exhilarating BGM. This fight is bound to be spectacular. The audience in the live stream had wisely prepared snacks and drinks, ready to witness this unfolding drama. And indeed, the situation had spiraled out of control. Pierce was not one to be struck without retaliation. After receiving George's punch, he felt an unexpected sting on his left cheek, astonished by the force behind George's blow. Pierce had long wished to give George a taste of his own medicine, and swiftly threw a punch back, only to have it blocked by George's arm. Nevertheless, the impact was painful. Had it landed on his own body, it would have been far worse. The host should flee after throwing a punch. Who knows who might gain the upper hand if it continues. And there's the risk of suspension. Why run? Keep fighting. My BGM has just removed its trousers. It hasn't reached its climax yet. At worst, there might be a 3-game suspension. What's there to fear? Unable to refrain from the fray. In 2017, Robin Lopez and Ibaka, much like the commentator and Pierce just now, exchanged blows, resulting in merely a 1-game suspension. Commentator, you proceed with your endeavor while we keep a watchful eye. We shall remind you as you approach the 10th match. To speak candidly, even if George possessed Hayes' strength, he would lack absolute certainty in overcoming Pierce. As he himself harbors little experience in brawling, this is not his forte. Suddenly, Pierce charged forward, his first punch missing George's face, prompting him to unleash a second strike. Instinctively, George took 2 steps back, only to find his retreat obstructed. It was Kevin Garnett. Garnett rushed to George's side, delivering a light blow to George's face with both arms. Though the force was minimal, it was evident he had joined the melee. Alas, this is dire. Garnett has blocked the commentator's escape route. The commentator is immobilized. He is about to be besieged by Garnett and Pierce. Where are the reinforcements? Stoudemire is thwarted by Rondo and cannot advance. Others stand paralyzed with fear. Hold on, commentator. The number of viewers in the live stream continues to surge dramatically, now exceeding 200. George was in a state of utter panic, as Garnett firmly restrained him, leaving no room for retreat or evasion. Meanwhile, Pierce was advancing towards him once more. If Pierce were to swing a punch at George again, It seemed inevitable that George would be unable to evade it this time. As a man, he was unafraid of taking a blow. He did not consider it shameful. After all, even someone as formidable as Pierce had been struck by George just moments ago. George's greatest concern was not for himself, but for his sister, Erin. He could only imagine how worried Erin would be if he were to be struck by Pierce. She remained unaware of the formidable presence he embodied. In an instant, George recalled the morning he departed from Seattle. The image of Erin crouched before a scattering of exquisite breakfast items, tears streaming down her face. In George's frantic heart, a sudden surge of strength emerged. I cannot allow Erin to witness my defeat. I must shield her from such anguish. Merely contemplating the notion is enough to rend Erin's heart, if she were to see me pummeled on the television screen. I shudder to think of the tears she would shed. Get away from me. George continued to struggle against Garnett. Aside from the initial strike with his arm, Garnett refrained from further blows. His primary role was to restrain George, preventing any movement so that his close friend Pierce could exact his revenge. Pierce's fists were not to be trifled with, and caught between Garnett and him, George stood no chance. Therefore, George knew he must first deal with the persistent grip of Garnett, who clung to his jersey. Suddenly, George squatted down and lifted Garnett's legs with both hands, hoisting him up effortlessly. What on earth? Garnett was utterly terrified, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. George wielded Hayes' strength, and Garnett, not particularly hefty, was hurled towards Pierce, who was charging at him. Boom! Garnett collided with Pierce, and both fell to the ground. Incredible. The broadcaster is phenomenal. To witness Garnett in such a plight is a first. Indeed, this is the 5th round, and the broadcaster still has room to shine. Let the battle continue. What 5th round? At most, it's merely 2 rounds. Broadcaster, fight with abandon. A 10-game suspension is still far off. We are aiming for that 10-game suspension. System, XXX donated 10,000 gold coins. System, XXX donated 20,000 gold coins. Donations flooded the live stream. At this moment, George's total gold coins surpassed 170,000. Prior to the game, his expectations were only between 90,000 and 100,000. This skirmish eclipsed George's performance across 10 games. Yet the conflict raged on. The referee and players, seizing the moment while Garnett and Pierce lay on the ground, rushed in. O'Neal initially intended to join in and teach George a lesson. But upon witnessing George's formidable prowess, holding his own against 2 opponents, he abandoned that thought. Mike George must have trained in martial arts. O'Neal, an admirer of Bruce Lee, firmly believes in the concept of martial arts from China. While he might forget the prior unpleasantness with George, Pierce and Garnett could never let it go. As seasoned veterans of the league, representatives of toughness, being bested by a rookie to such an extent is a blow they cannot swallow. Calm down. Calm down. Do you wish to be suspended? Coach Rivers rushed in to embrace Pierce as he rose. Yet, Pierce was beyond caring. He shrugged off the coach and charged directly at George. Pierce shoved aside Stoudemire, who attempted to block him. It appeared Stoudemire had no real intention of stopping him, for with his strength, he wouldn't have been so easily pushed aside. Little Stoudemire shows no loyalty. This quarrel originated due to him. The broadcaster stood up for Stoudemire. Yet Stoudemire did not lend a hand in the brawl. Indeed, how thrilling it would be if everyone engaged in the fight. It would be another Madison Square Garden brawl. Anthony, I want TB joining the Knicks for a few months. Can you all wait until I arrive to battle? Suddenly, Pierce lunged at George, knocking him to the ground. Broadcaster, be cautious. Protect your face. Damn, Pierce is relentless. He didn't show such ferocity even when stabbed. Broadcaster, keep fighting for 20 rounds. I'll donate 50,000. System, XXX donated 50,000 gold coins. George's total gold coins have surpassed 220,000, allowing him to exchange for numerous star players, among which are several with remarkable physical attributes. The fierce battle continues unabated. Chapter 60. The emergence of Olsen. The intensity of the scene escalates. As the principal party, George has no time to glance at the barrage or check the total gold coins in the back end. Pierce relentlessly bites at George like a rabid dog, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. However, since the donations appear in red text, distinct from ordinary comments, George can vaguely notice the streams of substantial red donations floating by, and he understands that from this skirmish, he has amassed a considerable amount of gold. With gold in hand, he can exchange for even more talented star players, bolstering his confidence. Let the fighting continue. Regardless, upon his return from suspension. He shall emerge a far more formidable warrior than before. At this moment, Pierce has George pinned down, still intent on delivering that initial punch. But George is determined not to grant him that opportunity. With both hands firmly grasping Pierce's wrist, George suddenly thrusts his leg against Pierce, utilizing Hayes' formidable lower body strength, which even Pierce cannot withstand. In an instant, Pierce finds himself overpowered and pinned beneath George. Goodness, Mike George has pinned Pierce down. While I cannot ascertain the rookie's skill in basketball, his prowess in combat is undeniable. The spectators are in awe of Mike George's fighting capabilities. Comments in the barrage reflect this admiration. The streamer has unleashed all of Hayes' strength. Was he, the streamer, previously concerned about being doubted and hesitating to fully showcase Hayes' abilities? George had previously hesitated to fully harness Hayes' capabilities, yet he discovered an occasion where he could unleash them without restraint. Indeed, it was during a brawl. In the heat of combat, individuals often tap into a reservoir of strength that even they had not fathomed. Moreover, George possessed the splendid justification of Chinese martial arts. "Host, strike him! Strike him!" George pinned Pierce down, ready to administer another lesson, when suddenly Garnett, rushing to the rescue, forcefully pushed him aside. Throughout this brawl, George found himself consistently outnumbered. Alas, Garnett disrupted the skirmish once again. The commentator should first deal with Garnett. There is no need for the commentator to truly engage Garnett. A mere charge towards him guarantees a retreat. After all, he is the fight and retreat Garnett. Speaking of Garnett's fight and retreat antics, I have seen someone play that particular fight in reverse, and the resulting portrayal of Garnett is undeniably formidable. I highly recommend watching it. It was only at this moment that George could catch his breath and glanced at the barrage of comments, promptly charging at Garnett with the same fervor as suggested by the viewers. He was eager to see if Garnett would dare to confront him. If he did, George was unperturbed. At worst, he would face a few more suspensions. This was, after all, the opportune moment for George to engage in brawls, as his current lack of prowess meant that suspensions would bear little consequence for both him and the team. If he were to become a superstar in the future, opportunities for such altercations would be scarce. As George lunged towards Garnett, the latter indeed exhibited his characteristic fight and retreat demeanor, unwilling to engage directly. He symbolically swung his fists while stepping back, prompting George to pursue him, and the two circled around completely. This spectacle was utterly hilarious, prompting generous donations. The system chimed. XXX donated 10,000 coins. The fans in attendance were both astonished and thrilled. How could Mike George be so formidable? Even Garnett dared not confront him head-on. Mike George had truly made a name for himself in this bout. No Asian player had ever dominated the NBA brawling scene before. Seeing the turn of events, O'Neal realized that neither Pierce nor Garnett could teach George a lesson, so he swiftly grabbed Pierce, preventing him from further foolishness. Channeling his former authority as a police officer in Orlando and Miami, he commanded Pierce, "Cease your fighting. It is over." He then approached Garnett and pulled him aside as well. It was only when O'Neal intervened that the fight finally came to an end. The referees, relieved, promptly ejected George, Garnett, and Pierce from the game. Confetti rained down. What an exhilarating match today. The commentator has worked hard. After a few breaks, they will return to astonish the entire NBA. Today's viewing experience was truly delightful. The commentator, having faced two opponents yet emerged unscathed, dealt a significant blow to both Pierce and Garnett. I finally understand why the commentator exchanged for Hayes. It was not merely for basketball, but for the thrill of brawling. Commentator, quickly check which star players can be redeemed now. Your current wealth of coins is sufficient to acquire a formidable player. The war may have concluded, yet the clamor persists. At this moment, George finds himself ejected from the arena, silently making his way towards the players' tunnel. He lacks the inclination to peruse the live broadcast backend or contemplate which star players he might redeem. The coins will remain available, and there is no rush. His greater concern lies in the duration of his impending suspension and the opinions of his family. As George approaches the entrance to the tunnel, flanked by the spectators, both sides erupt in applause, not out of endorsement for his altercation, but in recognition of his willingness to confront trouble for the sake of his teammates. This act, driven by a desire to uphold the integrity of the team, earns him the respect and admiration of the fans who celebrate his victory. "Well done, Mike George," calls one voice. A hand reaches out, hoping for a high five, but George is not in the mood for such gestures. "Hey, Mike George, look over here. Do you remember us?" Suddenly, another voice from the crowd, a woman's, calls out to him, piquing George's curiosity. George looked up and indeed saw a remarkably young female fan beaming at him and waving her hand. Strangely, he did not recognize her until he caught sight of the person beside the girl, which jogged his memory. Goodness. ISNT, that Elizabeth Olsen. The very girl he had dined with at the restaurant in Las Vegas? They had come to watch the streamer play. Ah, how delightful. Seeing the streamer perform so valiantly today, Olsen must surely be smitten. George, upon seeing Olsen beside him, was reminded that she was the insufferable woman who had impeded his introduction to Olsen in Las Vegas. To his astonishment, their reunion revealed a demeanor towards him that was strikingly different from their initial encounter. George merely cast a glance at her, yet, as before, his gaze irresistibly fixated upon Olsen. She wore her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, adorned in a black coat that complemented a low-cut black top beneath, hinting at hidden depths that stirred the imagination. Around her neck, she donned a Van Cleef Arpels four-leaf clover necklace, also in black. George found himself yearning to transform into that delicate clover, escaping the confines of the necklace to descend into her gentle chasm. Since joining the New York Knicks, George had often contemplated visiting Olsen at her art school, yet today, fate had brought him to witness her presence. And it was on the occasion of his very first match, which happened to feature a brawl. Olsen's female companion was exuberant, continuously praising George's performance, seemingly enamored by his display of combativeness. Yet Olsen remained resolutely silent. "Let us depart," she urged, grasping her friend's arm, her expression rigid. Previously, it was her friend who had led Olsen away. Now, it was Olsen who guided her companion. "Elizabeth, what troubles you? Why don't you speak with him? Do we not come specifically to watch him play?" her friend inquired, perplexed, as they ascended the steps together. George discerned that Olsen initially harbored an affection for him, even coming to the venue today, specifically to see him. However, following the altercation between George and Pierce and Garnett, Olsen's demeanor towards George shifted dramatically. Some women simply do not find brutish men appealing. Alas, it seems that Olsen has developed a prejudice against the broadcaster, making it likely that winning her over will be a challenge. Nonetheless, it matters little. I do not particularly find Olsen attractive. Instead, dear broadcaster, I shall recommend several actresses for you to pursue. George watched as Olsen gradually disappeared from view, yet he did not linger there for long. He stepped into the changing room, letting out a long sigh as he draped a towel over his head, bowing his head in contemplation. This recent bout had granted him certain desires he longed for, yet it had also cost him things of great significance. It reminded him of his father's oft-repeated lamentation. Life is a continuous cycle of gain and loss, devoid of joy. Chapter 61. Never be a sycophant. Byron had imparted countless life philosophies to George during their many nights in Seattle, which led George to realize that with every experience and every reflection, his father had already forewarned him. Byron's words held an unwavering authority for George, akin to the Bible for a devout Christian. However, at merely 20 years of age, he was reluctant to embrace the profound insights of life, as if he were an aged and despondent elder. His veins pulsed with youthful vigor and passion. Even if he engaged in seemingly futile endeavors, he was willing to do so, for at the very least, he could reap the joy of the experience. George suddenly yanked the white towel off his head and tossed it to the ground. Within less than a minute, steam began to rise from the towel, a testament to the immense toll that the recent altercation had taken on both his body and mind. "I must reclaim what I have lost, including the trust of Elizabeth Olsen and my family. I refuse to lose anything. I shall attain everything. Broadcaster, it will be quite a while before they return. Since you have nothing to do right now, why not explore which star players you can redeem? We can offer you some suggestions. Indeed, check if Zach LaVine or Russell Westbrook is available for purchase. Acquiring either of them would make you one of the most talented players in the league. How could they possibly be so affordable?" George cast a glance at the barrage of comments and, having risen to his feet, addressed the audience in the live stream. "I just finished a confrontation and my thoughts are rather disordered. Perhaps it would be best to revisit this later. I need to step out for a moment." With that, George swiftly exited the locker room. "Where are you off to, host? Are you unaware that you've been ejected from the game? Are you perhaps heading to the adjacent locker room to seek out Garnett and Pierce for another bout? Truly impressive. Host, it seems you've become quite addicted to the thrill of combat. Support. George was not heading to engage in a brawl. Rather, he was in search of Elizabeth Olsen. Earlier, in the players' tunnel, George had caught a glimpse of Olsen leading her friend upward, seemingly intending to depart prematurely. If they had come specifically to see George, then his ejection from the game would certainly have justified their decision to leave. George made his way directly to the exit, where he was recognized by numerous onlookers along the way. Even some staff members attempted to intervene, perhaps fearing that George might unknowingly engage in further altercations. However, he paid them no heed. Upon reaching the security checkpoint at the exit, George happened to overhear a conversation between a security guard and two ladies. Sorry, ladies. But you cannot take those beverages outside. Why not? It's just a bottle of drink, and we haven't finished it yet. Surely we can't just throw it away? I regret to inform you that all beverage containers bearing the New York Knicks logo sold here cannot be taken outside. If you're not in a hurry, you may return to watch the game for a bit longer and finish your drinks. The dispute caught George's attention, prompting him to approach. As he drew nearer, he realized it was indeed Olsen and her female companion, who were unaware that items bearing the team's logo purchased here were prohibited from being taken out. Elizabeth, George called out, recognizing Olsen. Oh, I thought you were here to start a fight. Olsen exclaimed in surprise, her expression shifting to one of both astonishment and fear upon seeing George, perhaps still shaken by his previous ferocity. You actually chased me down, superstar. The expression of her female friend was less complicated, radiating sheer delight. George, having previously neglected this unremarkable woman, experienced a failure in his initial attempt at conversation. This time, he resolved not to repeat the same mistake. He took the initiative to extend his hand and inquired, "May I ask the name of this beautiful lady?" "Ha, you can call me Haley," she replied. "I truly had no idea you were so formidable. By now, everyone in New York should be familiar with your esteemed name." It was evident that Haley had already become an admirer of George. George smiled and nodded, then extended his hand towards Olsen, saying, "It is a pleasure to see you again." Olsen politely shook George's hand, only to promptly discard his drink, turning to Haley and saying, "Let us depart." However, Haley frequently glanced back at George, whispering to Olsen, "Why are we leaving? He specifically came over to pursue you," indicating his interest. Yet, Olsen replied softly, "I am not fond of such brusque men," as he prepared to exit the security checkpoint. George heard Olsen's soft whispers and quickly stepped forward, asking, "Could you spare me a few moments?" George sought to request a few moments from Olsen to elucidate his thoughts, only to be met with the audience's teasing remarks. Olsen quipped, "You have but a few minutes? Then perhaps it is best to forego it." Haley, with a light touch on Olsen's shoulder, chimed in with a smile. "I shall take a stroll up front for a while. Do enjoy your conversation." With that, she gracefully departed. This woman, who had previously been rather irksome, now exhibited such understanding. She had clearly become enchanted by the host. I would wager that if he proposed a rendezvous today, she would readily acquiesce. Haley's actions left Olsen somewhat exasperated. In truth, he had extended numerous invitations to her prior to this, all of which she had declined due to her exceedingly poor first impression of George. Moreover, she had been adamant about not allowing Olsen to attend until one evening, when she learned through a mutual acquaintance that George had recently gained considerable fame, surpassing even the top achievers of their cohort. It was only then that she consented to accompany Olsen to this gathering. They took a couple of steps back and seated themselves in a long row of chairs. Olsen maintained a ladle-like posture, occasionally toying with her hair, while George gazed at her profile, utterly captivated. George spoke with a gentle and sincere tone. "Elizabeth, I'm not the rude individual you perceive, one who resorts to fists to resolve conflicts. Today, Paul Pierce uttered some rather harsh words. If you were aware of my background, you would understand that I am adopted. He has continuously mocked me for being abandoned by my biological parents, which is something I cannot endure." The host felt it unnecessary to share such details with her, believing that to win a woman's affection, one should employ strategy rather than genuine emotions. Olsen, suddenly enlightened, nodded in understanding and expressed regret, saying, "I apologize. I was unaware of the story behind this. I never considered you to be a coarse man. I am sorry for what I said earlier. Did you come specifically to watch me play?" George inquired of Olsen. Olsen quickly denied, "No, I'm studying in New York. We frequently come here to watch the games. After all, Madison Square Garden is the mecca of basketball." "Huh. You often attend the games, yet are unaware that beverages bearing the team logo cannot be taken outside? Clearly, that is a falsehood." George was aware that Olsen was being deceitful. She was reluctant to acknowledge that her visit was solely for him. Her previous explanations had proven to be ineffectual. Perhaps the audience member was right. In the pursuit of romance, one must employ strategy rather than naively divulging every heartfelt sentiment. However, George was not like his agent, who pursued countless conquests. In matters of love, he remained innocent and childlike, oblivious to anything beyond genuine affection that might be appropriate to reveal. George remained silent for a moment, And when he turned his gaze back to Olsen, Olsen suddenly inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend?" George was filled with uncontainable joy, pondering whether this was a subtle hint. He quickly responded, "I do not. What do you think of my friend Haley? She seems quite fond of you." To George's astonishment, Olsen introduced Haley to him. "Oh dear, it's all over. Host, you have no chance with Olsen now. She has discerned your affections for her and cleverly employs her friend to rebuff you. This tactic is quite ruthless. It not only dismisses the host, but also benefits her friend." Upon hearing these words, George was filled with fury. During their two encounters, the intensity of his longing gaze towards her was palpable. How could Olsen possibly remain oblivious to it? Yet, she audaciously sought to match George with a woman he had scarcely regarded at all. "It is not Haley whom I adore, but rather..." Just as George was about to confess his feelings, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, interrupting him. "Stop! Stop! Streamer, please halt. I surmise that the streamer is poised to declare his love for Olsen. Oh, please do not. In matters of the heart, the one who confesses first invariably loses. Where has the streamer's earlier bravado vanished to? Let me state simply, a devoted admirer shall not find solace if the streamer presents himself in such a manner before Olsen. I must regrettably unfollow, despite my fondness for your gameplay. The crux of the matter is, even if the streamer professes his love, Olsen is unlikely to reciprocate. Pursuing a lady requires strategy, dear streamer." George was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the audience in the live stream had anticipated his next words and had sternly intervened. These enigmatic viewers were his benefactors, the very foundation of his success and reliance. Their words were ones he had to heed, especially since their intentions were rooted in goodwill. Yet, in that moment, George yearned to inquire what exactly a simp was. Chapter 62. The Art of Flirting. It is not uncommon for a young man to express his affections to a woman he admires. After all, women in any country tend to exhibit a certain reserve. However, George's situation with Olsen was rather distinct. Women are never foolish, and beautiful women, in particular, possess an acute awareness of a man's feelings towards them. Olsen, too, had discerned George's interest, yet she introduced her friend to him, an act that was, in itself, a subtle rejection. Should George persist in his overtures, the outcome would undoubtedly be unfavorable. Olsen, with her goddess-like beauty and figure, undoubtedly attracted many suitors. She might choose to keep him at bay, neither warm nor cold, while George would need to expend immense effort to win her favor, hoping for even the slightest chance. This was precisely what the audience in the live stream wished to avoid. They did not want to witness the broadcaster they admired groveling before a mere actress. George currently faces two choices. One is to terminate the live stream, allowing him the freedom to act as he pleases without any concern for his audience, who would remain oblivious and therefore unfazed in their loyalty. The second option is to persist with the broadcast and heed their suggestions. And what is it? Olsen teased, playing with her hair as she gazed at George, who had suddenly fallen into a trance. She had anticipated his response, yet the words remained unspoken, leaving Olsen with an unsettling sense of anticipation. George conducted a rational analysis. Perhaps the audience is correct in asserting that declarations of love are meaningless. Love is founded upon attraction. Just as during their last encounter, George refrained from confessing his feelings to Olsen. Yet Olsen subsequently took the initiative to purchase tickets to watch him play. George suddenly changed his expression and said, "Oh, it's not that I dislike Haley. It's just that I truly have no time to think about a girlfriend right now. I am extremely busy every day, flying to various cities for competitions, training, and sometimes even doing media interviews. I also need to carve out time to write scripts." "Write scripts?" Olsen's face suddenly displayed a look of surprise. "Indeed, I write scripts." George feigned nonchalance. "I've loved creating stories since childhood. My parents know some screenwriters and directors. If it weren't for my height, perhaps I would have pursued acting. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, your look is quite suitable for film, but unfortunately, this industry requires more than just appearance. One must possess acting skills as well. Otherwise, I could recommend you to some directors." "Oh my goodness," Olsen exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. "I study acting." "You study acting?" George pretended to be astonished. "Yes, indeed. I'm a student at the Tisch School of the Arts at NYU. Would you like me to show you my student ID?" They both laughed heartily. What a marvelous coincidence. Olsen's attitude towards George transformed. She never would have guessed that he was aware of her studying acting in New York. As their previous encounter in Las Vegas left no information exchanged, not even her full name or phone number, George had only heard her first name, Elizabeth, from Haley. Currently, Olsen was both studying acting and performing on Broadway to hone her skills. She believed her acting was sufficiently mature and was preparing to gradually attend film auditions. If George truly had connections in that realm, it would be most advantageous. Olsen's smile radiated, her previously aloof demeanor replaced with warmth. Just as she was about to delve deeper into the conversation with George, a dashing young man with long hair rushed over. "Oh my God, Joe! I didn't realize you were here." The hurried young man was George's agent, Matt Ryan. "What brings you here?" George asked, somewhat surprised. Matt pulled George up from his seat and exclaimed, "With everything that has happened today, how could I not come? Joe, I must say, you looked absolutely stunning today. After this, no one in the league will be unfamiliar with you, and no one will dare to provoke you again. However, the mess that follows will be quite challenging to sort out. The media, the league, and the upper management of the team. You and T want to know how complicated those matters are. So for now, refrain from flirting and come back to the locker room with me immediately." Ryan was so anxious that he didn't even recognize the beautiful woman beside George, the very one he had encountered at the Las Vegas restaurant, a face he typically would never forget. George was being tugged along by Ryan, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he was reluctant to part ways with Olsen, as they had yet to exchange contact information. At that moment, the perceptive viewers in the live stream once again discerned George's intentions and intervened. "The host must not ask for the phone number. I wager she will ask you for it." George inwardly scoffed at the audacity of the audience, realizing they even anticipated his desire for her number. With his phone secured in a locker in the changing room, he heeded their advice and said to Olsen, "I apologize, but I have many matters to attend to and cannot continue our conversation. I will visit your school another day to talk." "Oh, all right," Olsen replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Just as George turned to leave, she called out to him, "Mr. George." "Haha, I guessed correctly, didn't I?" Upon hearing Olsen address him, George finally felt a sense of relief. He turned around and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Olsen cautiously asked, "Could we exchange contact information?" George's face remained expressionless, yet internally he was filled with joy. At that moment, he understood the art of pursuing a woman. With the support of the audience, it wouldn't be long before George succeeded in his endeavors with Olsen. Perhaps this was not the pure love George had previously sought, but at least the outcome was triumphant. For George, success was what mattered now, regardless of the journey. Were the experiences of high school and university not beautiful? Hadn't he exerted enough effort? Yet, what was the result? Rejection. George vowed never to subject himself to such anguish again. George and Ryan hastily made their way back to the locker room. With each stride, George moved with great determination, compelling Ryan to quicken his pace to keep up. "Joe, you ought to return your sister's call, after you thoroughly trounced Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett. She nearly berated me to death over the phone. She claims your actions are a reflection of my influence. I swear, I've merely embraced a few more feminine traits. I've never been one to resort to fighting." George pondered this, quickening his pace even further. Upon entering the locker room, George immediately opened his locker to retrieve his phone, where he discovered several missed calls from Eileen. He hesitated to respond directly, as she had also sent him several texts. "Joe, how did you get into a feud with Shaq? Do you recall 3 years ago when you told me that once you entered the NBA, if you encountered Shaq, you would express your admiration as one of his loyal fans? You even promised to request an autograph or a photograph to send to me afterward. It's all right. Joe, that guy Shaq must have provoked you. I share your sentiment. I no longer like him either. I won't support your adversaries. But will the Shaq jump we performed last time truly be the final instance? Goodness, the Shaq jump is indeed linked to O'Neal. Broadcaster, please assure my sister that this is by no means the last occurrence. We shall certainly continue. I can only imagine how heartbroken my sister must be. Broadcaster, you scoundrel. You've managed to irritate her favorite star. I've been following this live stream just to witness the Shaq jump pose. And now you tell me it will no longer be performed? The audience's response to this message was fervent, their concern for Eileen surpassing even their concern for George. Should George endure some humiliation or discomfort, the audience might jest about it. However, they were always earnest in their regard for Eileen. George hoped that the last performance of Shaq would not be his final act. He secretly vowed, I must apologize to Shaq. For the sake of my sister, I must do this. Chapter 63. Adistur, I have found a rival. George suddenly recalled that afternoon 3 years ago when Erin was merely 14. Not yet as tall as she is now. She wore a delicate green dress, adorned with an exquisitely fine necklace, her first experience with such mature adornments. The sky was overcast, and rain fell, a familiar occurrence that no longer surprised them. They sat beneath the newly constructed basketball hoop, unbothered by the drizzling rain. For those who have resided in Seattle for long, tend to behave similarly. Otherwise, they would appear as mere tourists unfamiliar with the city. Erin lifted her gaze, peering through the small circle of the hoop to admire the sky, while George often found himself lingering on her neck for a few extra seconds. The necklace, so slender, seemed to materialize unexpectedly around her neck, blending seamlessly with her complexion. It was at that moment that Erin said to George, "Joe, when you make it to the NBA, be sure to give me a photo and autograph with Shaq. I adore that giant who always brings laughter." Reflecting on Erin's youthful aspirations, George felt an overwhelming sense of having shattered her dreams, a thought he wished to dispel, for he himself held no animosity towards O'Neal. He contemplated the possibility of mending his relationship with Shaquille after the game, realizing that it was he who had provoked Shaquille today, thus feeling justified in seeking reconciliation. George continued to peruse the text messages. "How could you have gotten into a fight with them? My goodness, both Dad and I were terrified just now. Thankfully, you were not injured nor harmed, but the NBA is quite frightening. We are very concerned for your safety." After reading the text, George promptly called Erin to offer her some words of comfort, while he also explained the unforeseen developments to Byron. As the game neared its conclusion, journalists began to seek out George, but he did not engage with them for long, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Soon, the fourth quarter came to a close, and the Celtics, missing Garnett and Pierce, succumbed to the New York Knicks. However, as the Knicks returned to the locker room, their faces bore no signs of exuberance. The recent brawl had left a lingering sense of unease. Stoudemire approached George first, embracing him and looking earnestly into his eyes. "Joe," he said, "today you fought like a warrior, and you have earned my respect. It's unfortunate that you might face suspension, but regardless of how long it lasts, we will await your return." Previously, Stoudemire had somewhat underestimated George due to his Asian heritage, but after the altercation, he realized that even in a one-on-one scenario, he might not be able to best George. Ironically, today's incident stemmed from Stoudemire's predicament, as George had intervened on his behalf. Yet when the fight broke out, Stoudemire did not lend a hand, leaving him with a sense of guilt towards George. At that moment, Coach D'Antoni was the last to enter, visibly enraged. No coach desires to see players resort to fighting to resolve issues. While he himself might engage, what if Stoudemire or others were implicated? Wouldn't they all face suspension? "Joe, do you have the means to pay the fines?" "This is in the 1980s, D'Antoni remarked sarcastically. D'Antoni had never been fond of the broadcaster, and he likely intended to take advantage of the broadcaster's suspension to undermine him completely. Haha, soon there'll be a new star player, so why worry about future recognition? Before George could respond, his agent, Matt Ryan, stepped forward with a smile. The fines aren't the main concern. Our primary worry is the number of games he may be suspended. Joe has just entered the NBA, and what he needs most is playing time. D'Antoni scoffed and retorted to Ryan, "Who invited you in?" Ryan gestured towards the entrance, stating, "There are many reporters outside. I'm here to assist you." D'Antoni dismissively replied, "If you were truly capable, Joe wouldn't be facing the prospect of being sidelined. The league may suspend him for an indeterminate number of games. For a rookie, maintaining consistent performance is crucial. By the time he returns, I fear he will need a period of readjustment. After all, the rookie season is fleeting." Ryan ignored D'Antoni's derision and continued, "The incident arose because Joe stood up for Amare. The reporters will surely ask you why Joe, as a rookie, dared to confront Shaquille O'Neal and Paul Pierce. One might assert that it is due to your kindness towards George that our entire team exhibits such unity, akin to a family. Your concern has profoundly touched George, thus empowering him to undertake such actions." Upon hearing Ryan's words, everyone stood in contemplation, aware that the team was far from united and their treatment of George was rather indifferent, viewing him merely as an ordinary rookie. However, if what Ryan suggested were to be reported by the media, it would reveal their leniency towards newcomers, which would serve as excellent publicity for them. D'Antoni had long desired to convey a message to the outside world, namely that this team is indeed very cohesive, and he quietly remarked, "That is indeed a plausible explanation." Stoudemire also hoped that the media would seize this opportunity to amplify his leadership appeal, stating, "This is simply the truth. I have always regarded George as a brother, and after every game, I ensure he is the first to take a shower." How hypocritical of this group. One might wonder why the agent feels the need to curry favor with them. Why should the burden of punishment fall solely on the broadcaster, while the benefits accrue to teammates and coaches? He is also considering the broadcaster's interests. If they were to genuinely express such sentiments to the media, it would imply that they must truly regard the broadcaster as a brother, which would prevent the team from trading him during his suspension. It makes sense now. The broadcaster is so assertive, ready to confront challenges. That a trade does indeed seem plausible. Seeing that they had reached a consensus, Ryan urged George to swiftly gather his belongings. As the reporters outside were all there for him, no matter what George said, it would be magnified, so it was perhaps wise to temporarily decline any interviews. After George departed, reporters flocked in, directing their inquiries towards Stoudemire, D'Antoni, and others. Reporter, Amare, today your teammate Mike George boldly confronted four-time champion Shaquille O'Neal to assist you, which directly precipitated the ensuing altercation. We all recognize he is a rookie, previously unaccustomed to such incidents during his collegiate tenure. What prompted his vehement reaction today? Stoudemire sighed, incessantly reproaching himself. This is entirely my fault. You may as well document it. This is my error. I have treated George with such kindness, never once belittling him as a rookie. Other team leaders often assign rookies the grittiest tasks, ensuring they're the last to leave the practice court and the last to shower. Yet I have never imposed such demands upon them. I am acutely aware that adjusting to the NBA and proving oneself on the court is a formidable challenge for a rookie. My teammates can attest. I always allow George to be the first to shower. D'Antoni, addressing the recording device before him, remarked, George is truly a child whom one falls in love with at first sight. He embodies purity, politeness, and an unwavering dedication to basketball. Whatever I ask of him, he accomplishes with excellence. Since assuming the role of head coach for the Knicks, I have relentlessly pursued the creation of the most united team in the league. Only when we are like a family can we achieve effective collaboration on the court, and it is through such synergy that we can secure victories. Hence, you witnessed the events that transpired today. Reporter, I see. You are indeed a remarkable coach. However, do you not find Mike George's fighting spirit astonishing? He held his ground against two formidable opponents today. D'Antoni, adhering to the instructions given by Matt Ryan, replied, You may not be aware, but despite his upbringing in America, he is trained in Chinese martial arts and is far more formidable than you perceive. In Los Angeles, within the Lakers locker room, the victorious team, having just triumphed over their rivals, soon learned of the events that unfolded at Madison Square Garden. Upon hearing of an individual capable of overcoming both Garnett and Pierce, Ron Artest exhibited a look of disbelief, promptly retrieving footage of the altercation to view alongside Kobe and others. Kobe, what do you make of this young man? Artest inquired, grinning as he posed the question. Kobe smiled and nodded repeatedly. His prowess is far more formidable than it appears. He is either exceedingly strong or genuinely skilled in martial arts. Artest chuckled and remarked, At last, I found a worthy adversary in the league. Chapter 64. Zion Williamson. The altercation instigated by George quickly reverberated across the globe on that very day. All fans of the NBA were promptly informed of the incident, and it marked the first time George's name was widely recognized. Major Chinese media outlets, including the recently launched Sina Weibo and Baidu Tieba, turned George into the topic of fervent discussion. Who is this Michael George? It's the first time I've heard his name, and I've heard that his biological parents are Chinese. How impressive. Perhaps his birth parents are martial artists. He even possesses a Chinese name, Qiaoji, sharing a surname with our beloved Master Qiao. This brother is truly formidable, and, as a rookie, he dares to confront the truth and the big ticket. I suspect he didn't enter the NBA merely to play basketball. He seems to have come specifically to engage in brawls. Don't associate him with us Chinese. He is an American. He was raised by foreign parents without any blood relation to him. This fight was merely Americans battling Americans. Why are you getting so excited about it? Yet, we cannot dismiss the fact that his biological Chinese parents abandoned him, while his adoptive foreign parents took him in, and he had no choice in the matter. Ernie Johnson and retired superstar Kenny Smith, along with Charles Barkley, sat together discussing the brawl between the Knicks and Celtics that day. Charles Barkley expressed his outrage. Michael George is undoubtedly the most audacious rookie in NBA history. On what grounds does he stand up for Stoudemire? What gives him the audacity to provoke O'Neal? And how dare he throw punches at Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett, both of whom are highly decorated? This seemed to evolve into a racial dispute. A black star being outmatched by a yellow rookie was a source of embarrassment for Barkley. Ernie, being white and the host, did not share Barkley's anger and remarked, according to post-game interviews, Paul Pierce said some harsh words to Michael George. Charles, if you were in his position and he said those things to you, would you refrain from retaliating? Barkley fell silent, given his temperament. If anyone dared to insult him like that, he would undoubtedly retaliate, regardless of whether the opponent was an ordinary player or an FMVP. Kenny Smith then began to voice his perspective, It's quite normal for altercations to occur on the court. Charles and Shaq have exchanged blows before. Paul Pierce has consistently complained that today's league resembles an AAU tournament. Isn't Michael George's behavior in line with his expectations? Ernie nodded in agreement. I also believe that Paul Pierce doesn't truly mind such conduct. It's just surprising that both he and Kevin Garnett ended up losing the fight. I've heard rumors that he knows martial arts. Do you believe that? Barkley interjected. I now have a bold hypothesis. Michael George is concealing his true capabilities, particularly his defensive skills and physical strength. During his university years, we never witnessed him successfully contend against players of Pierce's caliber, and it was evident during confrontations that his strength was formidable. Ernie and Kenny Smith appeared utterly astonished, with Ernie inquiring about the reasoning. Why would he conceal his abilities, leading to his eventual draft omission? Barkley seemed unable to provide a plausible explanation. It remains a conjecture. Perhaps he merely excels in brawls. In my youth, I encountered individuals on the basketball court whom I could easily dominate, as they seemed almost inept, yet when it came to actual fighting, they exhibited an unexpected ferocity. No one can deny that a person, in a state of rage, can possess an unimaginable and terrifying strength. Ernie posed one final question. What do you think of the rookie, Mike Jordan's prospects? Both Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley shook their heads. Barkley remarked, one cannot expect a person who is constantly embroiled in controversy to perform admirably. I believe his career is effectively over. Upon his return from suspension, he will find little support. Once the Knicks release him, other teams will hesitate to take a chance. Kenny Smith shared a similarly pessimistic view. I concur with Charles. I initially had high hopes for him, but now he has squandered his opportunity to thrive in the NBA. George has returned to the rented house, where Matrayan accompanied him for a while before departing. Today, George can be said to have achieved fame overnight. No one remains unaware of his name. However, his rise to prominence was not due to his remarkable athletic prowess, but rather because of his involvement in a brawl. George originally intended to seek out O'Neal at the hotel where the Celtics were staying. However, he hesitated, fearing a confrontation with Pierce and his companions. And he had also heard that O'Neal and Pierce had departed from New York overnight. This matter would have to wait for another opportunity. Host, do take a moment to check which basketball stars are currently available for redemption. We can certainly offer you some recommendations. Indeed, you should now be able to redeem some rather impressive players. What type of player does the host plan to redeem? A defensive specialist or a scoring powerhouse? Scoring players can be categorized into those with strong drives, impressive verticals, or exceptional shooting skills. Do you have any specific plans in mind? As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, George finally found the time to address the most crucial task at hand, redeeming a basketball star. Everything he had done today was aimed at acquiring a more formidable player. As for the type of player he wished to redeem, George had long since devised a plan. He sought players with remarkable leaping ability and extraordinary dunking skills. Although he could dunk, he had never experienced the sensation of soaring through the air. Do make your selection swiftly. If you encounter any unfamiliar players, we are here to provide introductions. Excellent. George accessed the live streaming backend, and to his astonishment, his total coin count had reached an impressive 240,000. In the section for redeemable star players, there were several pages filled with options. So many stars. Overjoyed, George immediately arranged the list by the highest prices, dismissing players worth 70,000 to 80,000 coins from his consideration. Even among the stars valued at over 200,000 coins, the selection was dazzling and overwhelming, featuring numerous players whom George did not recognize at all. George gazed at the array of basketball stars and remarked, there is Derrick Rose from 2018, Lance Stevenson from 2012, Tayshaun Prince from 2008, and Joe Johnson from 2004. While Rose from 2018 is undeniably experienced, having showcased a remarkable 50-point game, his numerous injuries render him an unwise choice. Even as a former MVP, Stevenson and Johnson, however, remain viable options for consideration. As for Prince, his physique is too frail. A player like him is simply not suitable for a broadcaster selection. Regardless of his impressive vertical leap, one must ponder, having just been outmatched by Pierce and Garnett, how much effort would be required to thwart his attempts at a dunk? Selecting Prince would likely result in injury at the slightest provocation. I concur. Should the broadcaster be adamant about choosing a player with exceptional leaping ability, it is imperative to select one who also possesses physical resilience. Let's continue to peruse further. Dear broadcaster, there are surely gems awaiting discovery. George nodded. continuing to peruse the pages. The 2014 Nick Young, the 2016 Jonathan Simmons, wow. Truly remarkable finds. Nick Young possesses an exceptional physique akin to that of a superstar. He has executed several extraordinarily challenging layup maneuvers, and his scoring ability is commendable, making him a fitting replacement for Wilson Chandler as the starting shooting guard for the Knicks. He is formidable. Indeed, you're Nick Young. Choose him, especially the Nick Young from 2014. Do you realize how formidable he was in that year? A game-winning buzzer beater, celebrating prematurely in a manner reminiscent of Gilbert Arenas. If you select him, you can flaunt your prowess like Arenas did. Was Nick Young in 2014 truly that extraordinary? George was equally astonished. To celebrate a game winner in advance requires immense confidence. Could it be that Nick Young's three-point shooting in 2014 surpassed even that of a future Stephen Curry? Ha! You are incorrigible. Broadcaster, do not heed their words. Since you wish to select someone with remarkable leaping ability and physicality, Jonathan Simmons is undoubtedly your prime choice. His dunks can genuinely be classified among the elite, and he possesses considerable strength and physical confrontation, with a height comparable to yours. However, this individual lacks widespread recognition, and I still hope you will choose a more renowned star. Let us continue to browse. If all else fails, opt for Simmons or Nick Young. George nodded and continued to browse. He came across Zion Williamson from 2019 and then from 2023. Stop. Who did you just mention? Zion Williamson? My goodness. How could someone possibly acquire such a prodigy for over 200,000? No need for further deliberation. It's definitely him. With Zion, what is there to hesitate about? There's no need to continue watching. It's over. It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine this in Kenny Smith's voice. Chapter 65. Just how powerful is Williamson? Upon George uttering the unfamiliar name of Zion Williamson, the live stream erupted into a frenzy. Undoubtedly, judging by the audience's reactions, this individual must be an extraordinary talent destined for greatness. The viewers urged George to swiftly redeem Zion Williamson, with some even mimicking the classic phrases of Kenny Smith from that memorable dunk contest. Is there truly no need for any hesitation? Just as one would instantly redeem names like Jordan, James, or O'Neal without a second thought, can one approach Zion with any less certainty? What caliber of star is Zion? Although George was unfamiliar with Williamson, he was swept away by the audience's fervor, brimming with boundless curiosity about this young man, the most formidable high school player in America following LeBron James. Even back in 2017, while he was still in high school, Canadian artist Drake was already among his admirers, with rival fans traveling for hours to witness his games. Before Williamson even entered the NBA, do you know how Stephon Marbury assessed him? Marbury asserted that LeBron James pales in comparison to Williamson. The two are not even in the same league. Williamson not only surpasses James, but possesses the potential to eclipse Jordan. George gazed at the barrage of comments and suddenly posed a question. You mentioned that he was still in high school in 2017, so by 2019, wouldn't he? Indeed, in 2019, Williamson had just entered the NBA. They actually expected George to purchase a rookie. George glanced once more at the live stream backend. In 2019, Williamson commanded a price of $240,000. Was George truly prepared to invest such a staggering sum to acquire a rookie? The audience in the live room perceived George's hesitation. Host, do not be deceived by his rookie status. His talent is undeniably exceptional, standing an impressive height of 203 centimeters and weighing approximately 125 kilograms. He surpasses even contemporaries like LeBron James in physical strength. What is even more astonishing is that with such a physique, he effortlessly executes dunks over the rim. No, rather, breathtaking dunks that defy gravity. His vertical leap measures an astounding 117 centimeters. Dunks from a 360-degree angle and from the free throw line appear almost effortless. Host, words fail to encapsulate the sheer beauty of his dunks. If you seek a player with remarkable leaping ability and the capacity to withstand physical challenges, Zion is undoubtedly the choice to make without a moment's hesitation. George compared himself to Williamson. Standing at 196 centimeters, George noted that the height difference was not substantial. Yet Williamson's imposing weight of 125 kilograms was truly formidable. To put it in perspective, even the legendary Karl Malone, who once dominated the league at a height of 206 centimeters, weighed less than him, 125 kilogram. Are you certain that someone with such a physique can execute those high-difficulty dunks? George preferred to select a player renowned for their leaping ability. In terms of physicality, he already had Hayes and did not require another defensive powerhouse. However, the commentators seemed rather uninformed, as Williamson's weight had once peaked at 130 kilograms in 2018. 125 kilograms is merely his post-weight loss figure. Williamson is undoubtedly formidable. Of course, his ball handling, shooting, and technical skills may leave much to be desired, but I can assure you, if you were to utilize him, he would undoubtedly astound the entire league. George found himself ensnared in a profoundly challenging dilemma. Given the audience's accolades for Williamson, it was evident that his talent was beyond reproach. However, the disparity in physique between himself and Williamson raised concerns of potential skepticism. The broadcaster had already unveiled his strength when he decisively overpowered Pierce and Garnett. Henceforth, he felt compelled to adhere to the persona of a tough guy. Furthermore, possessing Williamson's power would afford him the option to withhold its full expression. Yet, should he opt for a more passive approach akin to Prince's, he would undoubtedly face considerable disadvantages. George contemplated for a moment, reluctant to make a hasty decision, and suggested, perhaps we should continue to explore other star players. What else is there to explore? With Williamson, why would we need anyone else? Exclaimed another. With over 200,000 coins, one cannot even acquire a peak LeBron James or Stephen Curry. The audience in the live stream exhibited a waning patience in offering George further suggestions, underscoring Williamson's extraordinary standing in their minds. However, the 24,000 coins had been a considerable investment for George. He was not inclined to hastily exchange them for a player he knew nothing about. Thus, he persisted in his search. Throughout the night, George engaged in this endeavor. Foregoing sleep, at 5 a.m, he prepared a modest breakfast at home. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to his research on the redeemable players. Exhausted from the sleepless night, he inadvertently succumbed to slumber on the sofa. His nap lasted only half an hour, during which he dreamt of a tall, robust 19-year-old, larger than Charles Barkley, performing astonishing dunks repeatedly. Following his acrobatic display, the young man addressed George, saying, "Choose me. I'm the greatest of all time. If you become me, you will dominate the entire league." Interestingly, upon hearing these words in his dream, George immediately exchanged for him, filled with joy and excitement. He picked up the ball, eager to replicate the dunk he had just witnessed, preparing to leap from the free throw line. However, as he jumped, he realized that this individual possessed no leaping ability whatsoever. He was merely a portly figure with minimal verticality. The chat erupted in laughter, mocking the streamer with comments like "You've been tricked." The dream abruptly ended as George jolted awake. George gasped heavily, awakening to the realization that it had all been a mere dream. Just then, his agent, Matt Ryan, called to convey some news. "Joe, have you checked the NBA's official website? The verdict regarding your punishment has been announced." George was drenched in sweat, yet his mood suddenly calmed as he awaited Ryan to continue. "You have been suspended for 7 games, while Pierce and Garnett have received 4 and 2-game suspensions respectively." A cold snort escaped George's lips. He had anticipated that his punishment would be significantly more severe than theirs. In truth, during the altercation yesterday, apart from the initial punch he had instigated, it was primarily Pierce and Garnett who pursued him, particularly Garnett, who had attempted to ambush George on 2 occasions. It was only suspended for 2 games. "What about the fines?" George inquired. Matt Ryan, on the other end of the line, replied, "You need not worry about the fines. Byron and I will handle that. You will be unable to play for over half a month. During this time, take the opportunity to adjust your emotions, and it might be wise to seek the company of a few women to vent your frustrations. Oh, that one you met yesterday seems quite suitable." "Thank you for your advice, Matt. I shall heed your words," George affirmed, genuinely intent on utilizing this period of rest to cultivate his relationship with Olsen. "Oh, by the way, there's something else." Matt Ryan suddenly recalled. "Your mother, Taylor, is coming to New York to see you." "My mother is coming? When?" George felt taken aback. Ryan responded, "She should arrive in New York within the next couple of days. I heard from Eileen that Taylor, upon learning about your altercation in the NBA, had a heated argument with Byron over the phone, blaming him for the way you are now, asserting that your current demeanor is entirely his influence. She mentioned that she would come to New York to speak with you." George sighed, envisioning the scathing words Taylor would employ to rebuke Byron. Indeed, George had been profoundly influenced by his father, Byron, throughout his upbringing. Now that George had committed such an act, it was only natural for Taylor to attribute blame to Byron's parenting. "Thank you, Matt. I shall remain in New York." George hung up the phone, no longer feeling drowsy. He did not perceive the days of his suspension as tedious. Rather, he anticipated a certain urgency in the passing of time. On one hand, he needed to pursue Olsen, while on the other, his mother was also coming to visit. In addition to these matters, George had one more endeavor in mind. George has commenced his live broadcast. The host is up remarkably early today. Is there no exchange for Williamson? Judging by the host's spirited demeanor, it seems he must have spent the night awake. Do not hesitate. Simply choose Williamson. When have we ever let you down? George remarked. I understand that individuals, such as Nick Young and Jonathan Simmons, may not hold a candle to Williamson in your eyes. However, I still feel that meeting him in person would provide me with greater reassurance. Meeting him in person? But Williamson is merely 10 years old. Haha. The host simply wishes to catch a glimpse of 10-year-old Williamson. Well, let me check the details. Ah, I found it. He is currently attending Wofford College in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Is the host intending to engage with young Williamson's talent? Do take care not to diminish his potential. We certainly would not let that go unpunished. Chapter 66. Pierce's Retribution. In a luxurious two-story villa in Boston, valued at over $2 million, Paul Pierce found himself at the bar on the first floor, pouring himself a drink. The seasoned veteran, who had fought valiantly in the NBA for over a decade, appeared somewhat haggard as he sipped brandy while fixated on his laptop, seemingly lost in thought. Fools! A bunch of imbeciles. These online fans dare to claim that I have aged, that I was utterly powerless against Michael Jordan. They even assert that without KG's assistance, I would have fared even worse. Who bestowed upon them the authority to spout such nonsense? Agitated, Pierce abruptly hurled the glass he held in his left hand across the room. At that moment, a man entered, cautiously navigating the chaos strewn across the floor. With an elegant demeanor, he pinched the unbroken handle of the glass with his middle and ring fingers, raising it to eye level. Sunlight streamed through the windows and door cracks, illuminating the already damaged glass, while the man regarded it as if it were a piece of art, saying, "Look, Paul, a fine object. Though it may be flawed now, its intrinsic quality remains unchanged." Having indulged a bit too much, Pierce failed to grasp the underlying implications of the man's words. Upon noticing him, Pierce quickly retrieved 2 stout glasses from the shelf, exclaiming, "Jeff, come join me for a drink." The newcomer was none other than Pierce's agent, Jeff Schwartz, who also represented Darren Williams and Jason Kidd. Schwartz approached the bar, placing the damaged artifact on the counter, and declined Pierce's invitation to share a drink, saying, "I'm not accustomed to drinking brandy this early, Paul." Noticing the laptop in front of Pierce, he swiftly closed it, stating, "You shouldn't concern yourself with such trivial remarks. That is my responsibility." Pierce chuckled helplessly, juggling a glass in each hand, and remarked, "Jeff, perhaps I truly am getting old. Otherwise, how could I not even best the league's worst players?" Schwartz sighed and replied, "I suspected you were still preoccupied with a matter concerning Michael Jordan. In light of that, let me introduce you to someone." Pierce raised an eyebrow in surprise as he watched Schwartz step away from the bar and head toward the door. He then noticed another man standing on his lawn outside. While he was aware of Schwartz's impending visit, he had not anticipated the presence of a stranger. Upon entering, the unfamiliar man gazed around, seemingly awestruck by the opulent decor. Pierce frowned, sensing that this man appeared somewhat inexperienced. Schwartz brought the stranger before Pierce, stating, "Allow me to introduce you to Dr. David Willman." "A doctor?" Pierce extended a courteous handshake to the other party, then turned his gaze toward Schwartz. "I was merely struck by Mike George. Though his punches are indeed formidable, they do not necessitate your calling for a doctor on my behalf." "You misunderstand, Mr. Finals MVP." Dr. David Wildman interjected with a smile. "I am a psychiatrist, here to assist you. Fu 1K you. You are the one with a mental illness. I demand you leave my home at once." Pierce, already somewhat inebriated, was instantly incensed by this remark. Schwartz hastily stepped forward to clarify, "Paul, listen to me. He is not here to treat you, but to aid you in seeking revenge. His wife works at the same company as Mike George's adoptive mother." Upon hearing this, Pierce momentarily regained his composure, only to erupt again. "And so what? My disdain is directed at Mike George. What does his mother have to do with this? Are you suggesting I should take some underhanded action against her? Fu 1K, when have I ever stooped to such base behavior? You are utterly insulting my character." "Calm down." "Calm down," Dr. Wildman, who previously saw no signs of mental illness in Pierce, now appeared eager to take him back to the hospital for proper treatment. "Mr. MVP, we harbor no such intentions. His mother is a wonderful woman and shares a good relationship with my wife. We would never wish harm upon his family. I merely wish to assist you in orchestrating events that would bring Mike George's dignity to ruin." Pierce began to regain his lucidity. Since your wife is so close to his mother, you come here plotting to harm her son. You must be motivated by money. Spare me the pretense. What are your intentions? That guy struck me and later mounted me. Had it not been for KG, I would have faced a second blow before thousands. He has humiliated me, and any trivial act of revenge would be utterly insufficient to quell my fury. The doctor appeared confident in his scheme of retribution, sporting a devilish grin as he stated, "Let me be candid. My plan is to make everyone believe he is unwell." Unwell? Pierce refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting the doctor's elaboration. Yes, unwell. Many athletes, in my view, are afflicted. The great Michael Jordan, whom you admire for his unparalleled competitive spirit, I believe, suffers from XYY syndrome, commonly referred to as supermale syndrome. His levels of hormones and androgens are significantly higher than average, which accounts for his intense competitive demeanor. Pierce cast a sidelong glance at Wildman, incredulous that even the great basketball deity could be reduced to such terms by him. Pierce was entirely convinced that in Wildman's eyes, he too was unequivocally perceived as a patient. Wildman continued, there exists another common ailment known as yips, or shooting amnesia, a condition you might have heard of. In the 1995 finals, the Magic star player, Anderson, whose free throw success rate exceeded 70% throughout his career, faltered at a crucial moment, missing 4 consecutive free throws, which directly led to the Magic's failure to clinch the championship. From that point onward, upon hearing this, Pierce could no longer contain himself. He forcefully set his glass down and retorted, if you're going to discuss ailments, stick to that. Don't ramble on about basketball nonsense in my presence. That year, the Magic were swept by the Houston Rockets. You dare attribute their defeat to Anderson? What on earth does he represent to influence the outcome of the championship? While Pierce refrained from interrupting Wildman when the conversation turned to medical matters, out of respect for his own ignorance, he could discern that Wildman was entirely fabricating when it came to basketball. In the pivotal showdown of the 1995 finals, one of the key figures was none other than Pierce's current teammate, O'Neal. That year, O'Neal faced off against the peak version of Olajuwon, a challenge that left him with much to lament as he averaged 4 fewer points than Olajuwon. Nonetheless, at that stage in his career, O'Neal was already deemed exceptional. The true reason for their defeat lay not with him, but with their teammates. O'Neal had only Penny Hardaway by his side, while Olajuwon was supported by a multitude of talents such as Clyde Drexler, Robert Horry, and Sam Cassell. Wildman, feeling somewhat uneasy, swallowed hard, hesitant to speak out of turn as he delved into the crux of the matter. We both know that Michael Jordan was a model citizen throughout his high school and college basketball career. He never sought out trouble. Given his recent erratic performances, even his family is curious about the underlying issues. Thus, we might posit that he is suffering from a psychological condition. I am confident that he indeed harbors such an ailment, as it would otherwise be impossible to explain his behavior. At this juncture, Schwartz interjected with a smile, once the media reveals that Michael Jordan has this psychological condition, any future altercation on the court will no longer paint him as a heroic figure, but rather as a pitiable patient. Pierce suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware that Jordan did not suffer from any psychological disorder. He was merely a passionate and combative individual, much like himself. However, should this narrative gain traction, the public would inevitably view Jordan through a distorted lens, categorizing him as a patient distinct from normality. The room fell silent for a few moments before Pierce spoke up. Dr. David Wildman, listen closely. The dispute between Michael Jordan and myself will be resolved on the basketball court. I will not maliciously tarnish his reputation outside of it. In our next encounter, whether I find myself on the ground or he does, I will accept either outcome. Now, please leave. You shall receive not a penny from me. Chapter 67. Little Zion, we now inhabit an age dominated by the vast expanse of the internet, which, while offering convenience, has also birthed a plethora of undesirable phenomena. Malicious individuals can, within mere hours, tarnish a person's reputation online. Pierce has just witnessed the profound ignorance of netizens. They lack understanding of basketball and remain oblivious to the so-called truth, yet they freely unleash their vitriol and scorn. Pierce harbors a genuine desire for retribution against Mike George, though he is resolute that it shall not be executed in such a manner. Jeff Schwartz accompanies the recently ousted Dr. Wildman as they exit the residence. Traversing the expansive lawn, Wildman, somewhat disheartened, remarks, I truly did not anticipate his refusal. I had assumed he loathed Mike George to the core. Schwartz chuckles, responding, as you can see, he indeed harbors such feelings, yet he wishes to address matters in his own manner. Isn't that foolish? He is a superstar in the league. far too esteemed to face a suspension for a mere rookie, Wildman retorts. At this juncture, Schwartz nods in agreement, abruptly halting his stride to declare, Dr. Wildman, proceed with the plan as intended. I shall ensure your remuneration. Is that so? Wildman, taken aback, also comes to a stop, astonished that this agent is willing to compensate on behalf of the affluent individual. Are you certain? The sum I require is not trivial. Schwartz casts a contemplative glance at the two-story villa, sighing as he reflects. This season marks Paul's final opportunity to grasp the championship and the finals MVP. With Miami's trio still struggling to harmonize, his career will begin to drift away from its former glory come next season. I simply cannot allow him to encounter any turmoil this year. New York, Central Park, Belvedere Castle. George and enchanting Elizabeth Olsen are presently standing atop this medieval castle, which boasts a history spanning over a century. George had originally arrived early at the team's training facility today. However, having spent a sleepless night, he was in a rather poor state of mind. During a practice match, he collided with his teammate Turieff and sustained a minor injury. Yet, this incident provided George with a valid reason to take a leave, as he was contemplating a trip to Spartanburg. I plan to head to Spartanburg tomorrow, and if you have the time, I sincerely invite you to accompany me. This would mark the first official date between George and Olsen, and they had enjoyed a delightful conversation today, filled with an abundance of topics to discuss. Thus, George hoped that she would join him on this journey. After a moment's hesitation, Olsen nodded in agreement. Sure, I have a long-lost friend there as well. Really? That's wonderful. George exclaimed with joy. A trip for two solitary souls presents a splendid opportunity to deepen their bond, and it is highly likely that something will transpire. If a woman agrees to travel with you, it signifies her willingness to share a more intimate connection. Congratulations, host. Flowers. Flowers. However, after her agreement, Olsen suddenly made a request. Joe, I can accompany you, but first, I would like to appreciate your work. Work? George was taken aback for a moment. Your script. Olsen reminded him. Oh, the script. George nearly forgot about the lie he had told Olsen regarding his familiarity with creative endeavors. Although he had never written a script, this was not a challenge for him. He promptly turned to the audience in the live stream for assistance. Guys, you wouldn't want to see me venture alone to find Zion, would you? Please suggest a cool script to elevate Olsen's admiration for me. And I promise to offer some perks in the future. Host, you said it. If you go black screen again, you're a little puppy. Black everyone fell silent. I'll send the script to the host. I'll say a line, and you repeat it. Okay. George smiled and then said to Olsen, the scripts I've created are all saved on my computer, and I still remember the content. I can share it with you right now. Wow, that would be fantastic. Olsen rested her chin on her hand, looking at George with eager anticipation. Black, the male protagonist's sister-in-law, is a psychologist, possessing the beauty of an angel and the figure of a temptress. George was momentarily taken aback, but soon pressed on with the narrative, stating, the protagonist of a story has a stunningly beautiful sister-in-law, possessing an exquisite figure, reminiscent of you. Olsen chuckled softly, already envisioning herself in that character. Many men pursue her, yet she shares an ambiguous relationship with her female assistant. George continued, as the barrage suggested, and Olsen let out a gasp, becoming increasingly intrigued by the unfolding narrative. The sister-in-law resided in the home shared by her elder sister and the protagonist. The relationship between the protagonist and her sister X was far from harmonious. Thus, her sister instructed the sister-in-law to perform hypnosis on the protagonist. To her utter astonishment, the object of the protagonist's fantasies was not her sister, but rather herself. The sister-in-law lived in. George, following the barrage of comments, had scarcely uttered a few words when he abruptly realized something amiss. Why did this narrative resemble the plot of an adult film? What on earth are you talking about? He shouted into the live stream. Laughter erupted in the chat. Haha, brother, that's a solid 666. I've seen that Korean movie too. It dawned on George that he had been tricked. Meanwhile, Olsen was utterly captivated, urging, do go on, Joe. What about the sister-in-law? Why is she portrayed as a psychologist? What is her relationship like with her sister? She lives in the protagonist's home. Did something happen between them? George, at a loss for how to respond, paused for a moment before saying, Olsen, I shall tell you this tale another time. For now, let me share with you another story that I have crafted. George had muted the barrage of comments, aware that the audience could discern Olsen's insincerity in her intentions to accompany him to Spartanburg. The following day, he spoke to his mother, urging her to postpone her arrival in New York for 2 days, as he was currently in South Carolina. No, I wouldn't flee to South Carolina just to avoid you, he retorted. Well, I'm out with a girl, if that clarifies things. All right, I will let you know the moment I return. As he hung up, George found himself in the picturesque city of Spartanburg, where the scenery was splendid and the climate delightful, a perfect locale for relaxation and a getaway with his girlfriend. The two conversed like a couple, exchanging playful banter, their bond deepening with each moment. Yet, George remained uncertain whether Olsen harbored genuine feelings for him, or if her interest was merely a means to ensure her success in the audition. Later, he made several more calls, his agitation mounting. What bad luck. This Ryan has left Spartanburg early in the morning. In the web of his fabrications, the purpose of his trip to Spartanburg revolved around this fictitious character named Ryan. Never mind, Joe, you can treat this as an opportunity to unwind and enjoy a brief holiday, Olsen gently reassured him. George smiled at Olsen. After taking just a few steps, they arrived at a school named Wolfdale Academy. George gazed inside, lost in thought. Did it remind you of your childhood? Olsen discerned George's longing for the group of children at the school. George nodded, remarking that at their age, playing basketball was the most exhilarating experience. Devoid of excessive banter and devoid of extraordinary feats, the skill levels were relatively modest. I would love to step inside and take a look. Would you accompany me? He added, expressing a longing to rediscover the sensations of his 10-year-old self. Olsen chuckled in response. The school lacked a security guard and walls, featuring merely a colossal metal detector reminiscent of those found in airports. After entering, the two meandered around the premises before arriving at the basketball court, where a group of children were engaged in a match. Look over there, the stocky, dark-skinned fellow is Williamson, exclaimed the host. Yes, he's the one clad in the black shirt. George swiftly discovered the budding star he was destined to acquire, Zion Williamson. At merely 10 years of age, Williamson was already notable among his peers for his height, though it was difficult to foresee that he would eventually surpass 2 meters. George speculated that, like many athletes, he would experience a significant growth spurt at some point. Williamson demonstrated remarkable ball-handling skills, exhibiting the finesse of a point guard. After their game, George called out to Williamson. Hey kid, come here. Are you calling me? Williamson inquired, pointing to himself in surprise. Although George appeared somewhat intimidating, the radiant smile of the beautiful young woman beside him emboldened Williamson to approach. George gently touched young Williamson's arm and inquired, What is your name? The little fellow straightened his back and, with remarkable determination, replied, I am Zion Williamson, the future number 1 in the NBA. Chapter 68. An invitation from the sleepy host. Young Zion's declaration astonished George, evoking memories of his own childhood aspirations at the age of 10. Children often utter fanciful notions. Yet as they mature, 99% drift further from their dreams, sometimes forgetting what those dreams were altogether. However, the rare 1% truly embody their grand proclamations, diligently working towards their ambitions. Williamson is undoubtedly one of those individuals. Host, just look at young Zion's spirit at 10. He is destined to be a champion. The host can now rest assured. They should hasten to redeem him. Upon encountering the real Williamson, George was struck by the remarkable talent and vigor he possessed at such a young age, which instilled a sense of reassurance within him. However, there remained a matter he needed to address during this meeting with Williamson. George smiled and said to young Williamson, So your dream is to enter the NBA, huh? If you had the chance to join the league right now, is there anything in particular you would like to accomplish? For instance, what kind of move would you perform to delight the audience? Or is there anyone you wish to challenge? The host, being quite generous, was eager to facilitate Williamson in some way. Haha, I believe that offering him some money or a pair of sneakers will be far more pragmatic. George indeed harbored intentions of embodying Williamson's prowess, recognizing that in the future he would wield his physique to dominate the court. Having encountered him in person today, it was only fitting to reciprocate in some manner. Furthermore, should George assist Williamson in realizing his aspirations, he would undoubtedly reap considerable rewards. However, this prospect rested upon the complexity of the task at hand. The more formidable Williamson's requests, the more substantial the accolades George would receive upon their fulfillment. Williamson hesitated momentarily. It was only within the past couple of years that he had set his sights on entering the NBA as a life goal, his initial ambition merely being to compete in collegiate basketball. Thus, this question had never crossed his mind. The young lad pondered deeply before finally raising his gaze to George and declaring, I wish to challenge LeBron James. I want to dunk over him. George was taken aback. This request posed significant difficulty. James was currently at the pinnacle of his career, possessing extraordinary physical attributes that were unparalleled in the league. His combination of leaping ability and physical tenacity was rarely matched, and coupled with his astute gameplay, Attempting to dunk over him seemed an insurmountable challenge. Williamson continued to elucidate. I greatly admire LeBron. I believe he is the strongest player in the league today. I aspire to play like him. However, I am still quite young. It will be at least another decade before I can enter the NBA, and by then he will likely be 35 or 36, perhaps no longer playing. Little Zion's worries were unfounded. LeBron's career had been remarkably lengthy, almost terrifying in its duration. After all, he is the kind of extraordinary player who might even share the court with his own son in the NBA. George gazed at Williamson, having firmly etched his wishes in his mind, resolved to assist him in fulfilling them once he had the opportunity. Just as George pondered further words to share with Williamson, he was suddenly startled by a distant, thunderous shout. "Stay away from my son." A young man, a robust, middle-aged black man, hurried toward him, his expression fraught with concern. George found himself unnerved by the man's aggressive approach, uncertain of whether he bore a weapon or might act rashly. In truth, the middle-aged black man harbored similar apprehensions about George. "Dad," Williamson called out to the rushing figure, revealing that he was indeed Williamson's father. It dawned on George why this man was so anxious. He likely perceived George as a threat. His name was Lee Anderson, more accurately, his stepfather, and he was also the basketball coach for young Zion. Anderson pulled Williamson behind him, casting a look of astonishment at George. "Aren't you Mike George from the New York Knicks? What brings you here?" George delivered a resounding thrashing to Pierce and Garnett, a feat that has become widely known among NBA fans. Young Williamson, still in his formative years and largely oblivious to recent happenings in the NBA, was completely unaware of George's exploits. Upon hearing his stepfather's words, he exclaimed with an expression of envy, "He is actually an NBA player." George did not elucidate the reason for his presence to Anderson. However, Anderson, noticing the beautiful woman accompanying George and considering the recent news of George's suspension, could surmise some of the underlying motives. George politely shook Anderson's hand and remarked, "I happened to pass by and was captivated by your son's remarkable skills. I felt compelled to have a conversation with him. With such extraordinary talent and your guidance, I firmly believe he will undoubtedly enter the NBA and achieve great success." "Oh, thank you. To receive recognition from a player who has already made it to the NBA fills us with immense joy," Anderson responded, his initial caution dissipating, replaced instead with a sense of gratitude. "In truth, I am his stepfather and also his coach. I played for 3 years at Clemson University under Bill Foster. However, just 2 weeks before I was set to enter the NBA, I was involved in a car accident. At that moment, I truly wanted to ask God why such a thing had to happen. I was so devout. Then, as the ambulance arrived, I felt God's presence near me. And he said, I do not target you. I will bless your child, and he shall enter the NBA on your behalf. Completing what you could not, hearing your acknowledgement of my child today brings me immense happiness." George's candid remarks unexpectedly resonated with Anderson, and in turn, Anderson's words equally touched George. George increasingly believes that trading for Zion Williamson was a prudent decision, as their destinies are remarkably akin. George remarked, "To be candid, my circumstances bear a striking resemblance to yours. My father, who is my adoptive parent, is a Caucasian, and like you, he harbored aspirations of entering the NBA. Fortunately, he fulfilled that dream, albeit for a brief period before departing from the league due to a severe injury that forever curtailed his playing career. He has been my basketball coach, much like your relationship with Zion." Anderson displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that our families shared such similar experiences. If you have the time, I would be delighted to invite you to our home for dinner. You have given me a glimpse of what Zion might become in 10 years, and you have instilled in me a sense of hope." George cast a glance at Olsen, and neither of them showed any inclination to refuse. In an unfamiliar city, the opportunity to bask in the warmth of a home and indulge in delightful cuisine is indeed a source of great happiness. The hospitality of the Andersons was nothing short of sumptuous, provoking the viewers in the live stream to vocally criticize George for his audacity, suggesting he was shamelessly taking advantage of their generosity by seeking sustenance and comfort in their abode. Nonetheless, even amid such sentiments, as George departed their residence, he couldn't help but internally lament that old fellow Anderson didn't even offer for us to stay the night. It wasn't that George sought to exploit the situation. Rather, he and Olsen were perceived as a couple in the eyes of the Andersons. Had they been invited to stay, it was certain they would have been assigned to the same room, potentially leading to some delightful escapades that ought not to be shared with outsiders. Their warmth was truly commendable. Olsen smiled sweetly, and as night fell, she and George meandered aimlessly through the streets after leaving the Andersons' home. The weather had grown considerably colder since their arrival. The biting wind prompted Olsen to draw her coat tighter around her. Gradually, a fine drizzle began to descend, compelling them to hail a taxi as they contemplated their accommodation for the evening. In the chill of the wind, Olsen appeared particularly enchanting. The host should certainly invite her to share a bed. Yes, be bold. Since she is willing to accompany you to Spartanburg, she would surely be open to sharing a night with you. George felt that it was indeed appropriate, yet he still appeared somewhat anxious. Elizabeth, shall we find a place to rest? Chapter 69. The game, a yellow Ford Crown Victoria taxi slowly came to a halt outside the Courtyard Hotel in Spartanburg. George opened the right rear door of the vehicle, as if inadvertently unveiling a portal to any destination, his eyes widening in astonishment. As the door swung open, snowflakes danced in the frigid night air, a stark contrast to the rain that had fallen just 20 minutes prior when he and Olsen had first boarded. "It's snowing, Olsen," George remarked, holding the door open for her while extending his other hand. Olsen grasped George's hand and stepped out, her face lighting up with delight at the unexpected snowfall. "Wow, I adore snow. I thought it was just rain." She took a couple of steps forward, pausing beneath a nearby light outside the hotel. Her legs, tightly together, appeared elegantly straight, and perhaps due to the cold, her every movement exuded a playful charm reminiscent of youthful innocence. Olsen waved to George, beckoning him to join her under the glow, and exclaimed, "Here, we can clearly see the snow falling. How beautiful!" The allure of this gentle snowfall paled in comparison to Olsen herself. I found myself increasingly captivated by her, lamenting the fact that she wouldn't be sharing a bed with the host tonight. Earlier, George had invited Olsen to stay at the Courtyard Hotel, yet she had declined, claiming she would be staying at a friend's house, though she agreed to accompany George for a while. I found no evidence of Olsen having friends in Spartanburg. It seemed a mere pretext. The host should insist on keeping her in such a splendid setting. How could one not engage in some passionate endeavor to honor the day's mix of rain and snow? The absence of information does not imply non-existence. After all, the data available to us is primarily derived from media reports, most of which pertain to her post-fame life. Nevertheless, I concur that the host should make another attempt to persuade her. I believe that experiencing a first in this quaint town is far more romantic and memorable than doing so in a bustling metropolis like New York. Indeed, considering the late hour in New York, how many are engaged in intimate encounters? The city is filled with countless memories. Moreover, host, now that your suspension has ended, time is of the essence to resolve personal matters. Olsen arrived at the hotel room alongside George, carrying her backpack, having not previously deposited her belongings at a friend's residence. Perhaps she truly had no friends in this place, mirroring the deception spun by George. Feeling a hint of thirst, Olsen briefly admired the room's decor before selecting an Italian coffee from the hotel as coffee machine. At that moment, George stood behind her, captivated by her unparalleled silhouette. At just 21 years of age, Olsen possessed an exquisite figure. She had shed her outerwear, revealing a delicate black blouse and form-fitting black trousers. Her curvaceous form stirred in George an overwhelming desire to lock the door and prevent her from leaving. "Olsen, shall we engage in a game?" George suppressed the torrent of longing welling up within him and gazed at Olsen with a calm demeanor. Olsen turned around, a smile gracing her lips. "A game? What kind of game?" George stepped forward and introduced the game. "One of us will close their eyes while the other performs an action, prompting the blindfolded individual to guess based on subsequent expressions. For instance, I could close my eyes, and you might make a silly face in front of me, allowing me to deduce your expression afterward. This game is delightful. Although the host's eyes are shut, we can still see. Poor A.O. May is destined to fall deeper into the host's grasp. Excuse me, is this the police? Yes, it's that person again." Olsen had never engaged in such a game before and was eager to give it a try. "Sounds good." A mischievous smile crept across George's face as he declared, however, "I have one condition. If I correctly guess your actions 3 times in a row, you shall not be permitted to leave tonight." As he uttered the final words, George gently grasped Olsen's right hand, still chilled from the snow outside. Olsen offered an awkward smile before responding. "You are far too confident, Joe. This is exceedingly difficult. I wager you won't guess a single one." "Then it appears the moment has arrived to test our telepathic connection. Without further ado, let us begin," George replied, exuding confidence. Olsen, equally skeptical of George's ability to discern her thoughts, swiftly removed her shoes and donned slippers, positioning themselves face to face on the bed. "Fellows, whether I can embrace the fair maiden tonight rests entirely upon you. Please, do not toy with me any further." George felt compelled to greet his audience. for he dreaded the possibility of them misleading him with erroneous answers. Fear not, dear host. With Olsen gone, our viewing experience is less than satisfying. We shall not act against our own interests. One viewer chimed in. Indeed, we must reach an agreement. Should we assist you in winning over Olsen? Might you refrain from blacking out the screen during your intimate moments with her? Another added. Yes, yes. Do ensure you keep the screen visible, dear host. We anticipate some rewards. Upon hearing this, George assured, rest assured, I absolutely will not experience any black screens this time. Excitement filled the air. Let the streaming begin. He exclaimed with a chuckle, vowing to show his support with a generous tip. With all preparations in place, George confidently turned to Olsen, seated closely beside him, and could distinctly perceive the enticing scent of Olsen's perfume, an intoxicating allure that heightened his anticipation. I am closing my eyes now, George declared, shutting his eyes to commence this game, devoid of any suspense. Upon closing his eyes, George felt a subtle shift as Olsen leaned in closer, ensuring that his eyelids were firmly shut. Satisfied with her observation, a smile graced her lips, for she believed that George could never fathom her intentions. Perhaps it was best not to press him too hard. After a moment of contemplation, Olsen made a shooting gesture in front of George. Host, she exclaimed, Olsen has just performed a shooting motion for you. You may open your eyes now. With a smile, she added, shall I offer you some hints? George shook his head, and I could read it in your expression. Wow. Olsen feigned surprise, though he did not believe it at all. Perhaps this was merely an excuse for George to openly admire his own appearance. Did you read it? Olsen inquired. George nodded and said, I presume you wouldn't perform anything too difficult or peculiar. You might execute a move related to me, specifically one associated with basketball, such as shooting or dunking. Suddenly, Olsen gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth with both hands. What I just did was indeed the motion of shooting. You truly guessed correctly, George. Much like Michael Jordan after sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers, raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and declared, I am a master of psychology. I have long since discerned the depths of your soul. In that case, Olsen retorted, I must appear before you as if I were unclad. Indeed, came the response. So why not shed that superfluous attire? With a playful tap, Olsen lightly struck George and chuckled, proceed. George closed his eyes once more and remarked, if you guess correctly 2 more times, you shall not be allowed to leave tonight. Olsen appeared notably more earnest this time. She pondered for an extended period without arriving at any decisive action. What was Olsen engaged in at this moment? George, growing somewhat impatient, inquired of the audience in the live stream. She is still contemplating. It seems this time the difficulty will be heightened. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I've done it. To George's astonishment, her chosen gesture was to bite her finger. Wow, how alluring. This is unabashed temptation. What? George noticed a peculiar habit of Olsen's. Whenever she was deep in thought, she would often place her finger near her lips, not in a mischievous vertical manner, but rather horizontally. Rather than being merely seductive, George found this action to be quite endearing. As many young girls, including Aaron and even LeBron James, share this particular quirk. All right, you may guess now, Olsen said with a cheerful smile as she gazed at George. George feigned a contemplative demeanor and remarked, It is quite rare to see you with such a mischievous grin. Have you perhaps adopted a beguiling pose? Olsen was instantly taken aback once more. George slowly shifted his gaze from her face to her left hand. May I touch your left index finger? He asked. Goodness, you've guessed correctly again. Olsen leaned back on the bed, a hint of surrender evident in her demeanor. Chapter 70, Let's Sway Together. Elizabeth Olsen was experiencing the most extraordinary moment of her 21 years. She could not fathom how George could accurately predict her actions twice in a row. Was it genuine intuition or merely his exceptional skills in psychology? Wow, Olsen has reclined. The host exclaimed. What are you waiting for? Hurry and pounce. At this juncture, he should no longer be referred to as a host, but as Teddy Joe. Go, go, go. Initially seated cross-legged on the bed, George gradually leaned forward, first supporting himself on the still untouched soft white duvet, then kneeling on the bed, stealthily advancing like a cat. George gazed at Olsen, who lay upon the bed, admiring her alluring form, consumed by desire. She was indeed a true embodiment of beauty. Typically, when an average woman reclines, she resembles an empty expanse. However, before George could extend his hand towards Olsen, she suddenly rose and leaped towards him. Goodness, did she just take the initiative to assert her dominance? In a moment of astonishment, George exclaimed, Olsen, your behavior is quite disconcerting to me. As a host, your pretense makes us feel equally uncomfortable. Do you really believe that we, as public servants, would be swayed by your deceitful words? George and the audience in the live stream have overthought the situation. Olsen has no intention of making any ambiguous gestures towards George. It appears she is merely searching for something on him. Is there nothing? I assumed you might possess something akin to a pinhole camera or a secret earpiece used by undercover agents in films, Olsen articulated her speculation. George chuckled softly twice and remarked, "We are not filming a movie, future superstar." Olsen also laughed helplessly and replied, "All right, just one last time." George instinctively closed his eyes. This time, Olsen took a full 30 seconds, during which he merely gazed silently at George without making any movements. "I am done. You may open your eyes now," Olsen informed George. Ha ha ha. Olsen is quite the entertainer. This time, she didn't do anything at all. The audience exclaimed, "If you get this right, Olsen won't be leaving tonight. Come on, reveal the answer and let us get to the main event." At this moment, George already knew the correct answer. By adhering to the audience's suggestions, he could retain this enchanting beauty. George gazed at Olsen and remarked, "Just now, you were building a snowman. What was that all about? Do we not agree that Olsen did nothing but quietly observe you? Surely, the host cannot believe we are deceiving him. I suspect the host is intentionally misjudging the situation." Intentionally misjudging? Why would that be? Even a blind person can discern that the host has a penchant for Sister AO. When a young man pledges to wait for a young woman for 100 days, upon reaching the 99th day, he ought to take his leave if she is unwilling to take even a single step forward. In such a case, this affection becomes utterly futile. Alas, the host remains too proud. He deliberately misjudges to prompt Olsen to take the initiative, yet if Olsen proves reluctant, then the host shall spend tonight in restless solitude. Building a snowman? A smile graced Olsen's lips, yet astonishment lingered in his heart. "Why would you think I was just building a snowman?" George solemnly remarked. "I can see how much you adore the snow. Just moments ago, outside the hotel, even the tiniest flurries captivated your attention. I can only imagine you yearning to cradle a substantial handful of snow, shaping it into your desired form. Am I correct in my assumption?" Olsen did not display the same astonishment as before, nor did she deny it with a sense of relief. Her expression seemed frozen, while her mind wrestled with conflicting emotions. After a few seconds, Olsen finally uttered, "Goodness, you actually guessed it right. What kind of sorcery is this? How could you possibly answer correctly? Ha ha ha. I've always said that love is rooted in attraction." A greater joy than before illuminated George's face. He was utterly elated, for Olsen was willing to indulge him in this deceit. This was precisely what he sought. This was the night he had longed for. George reached out to Olsen, taking her delicate hand in his, and with a smile said, "Having guessed correctly 3 times in a row, you simply cannot leave tonight." Olsen, suddenly feeling bashful, laughed softly. However, as George drew closer, she interjected, "Wait a moment, I wish to continue this game. It is now my turn to guess." "Very well, then close your eyes," he replied. George held Olsen's hand, positioning himself intimately beside her, speaking in a hushed tone. Olsen gently nodded and promptly shut her eyes. George executed a gesture that was undoubtedly predictable to Olsen. He leaned in and kissed Elizabeth Olsen. What an unexpected move from the host. Quick, quick. Let us select a fitting background music. The battle is about to commence once again. The last time there was a quarrel, the 2 tracks you recommended were quite remarkable. Lovage Sex, I May, and Britney's Gimme More. Wang Feng's Let Us Rock Together. What on earth is Let Us Rock Together? Ha ha ha, finally, there is something delightful to behold. Host, you previously promised there would be no blackout. Olsen did not resist George's kiss. This unforeseen embrace marked the beginning of a fervent night, and both were acutely aware of what was to follow. Outside, the snow fell increasingly heavy, the chill of the outdoors contrasting sharply with the fervor within, as if they belonged to 2 disparate realms. As snowflakes descended upon the floor of the hotel where George and Olsen were, their descent seemed to slow, as if even the snowflakes wished to steal a glance at the alluring scene inside. George is a man of his word. This time, he indeed did not black out. He simply ended the live stream. 15 minutes later, George had successfully captivated Olsen, transforming the future Hollywood star into his own. This accomplishment led him to contemplate whether to initiate a live stream, showcasing his triumph to the audience, perhaps even garnering generous donations. However, he pondered if the timing might be too brief. After some reflection, he decided it would be prudent to wait another 10 minutes before commencing the broadcast. This was certainly not indicative of George's usual prowess. Perhaps the intimacy of his first encounter with Olsen had rendered him somewhat anxious. 15 minutes later, George held Olsen tenderly in his embrace and whispered, "Darling, for the time being, please refrain from lifting the covers or getting out of bed. Just remain still in my arms, if you please." "Why not? Is there someone who might see us?" Olsen inquired, glancing around the room for any concealed cameras. George chuckled and said, "I simply wish to hold you a little longer." "Ha!" Olsen smiled, but chose to remain silent. At that moment, George reopened the live stream, and as soon as he did, the screen was flooded with insults. "You wretched host. You promised not to go dark, yet here you are, shutting it down completely. It would have been better if you had gone dark. At least we could have heard your voice. The host is utterly ungrateful without us. You wouldn't have been able to catch up with A.O. May. How can you not even offer us a sip of soup?" George anticipated the audience's complaints and chose to disregard the barrage of messages, allowing them to vent their frustrations for a while. Soon enough, the cacophony of insults subsided, only to pivot towards another, more sensitive topic. "Only half an hour? Your performance is quite lacking, host." "Ha ha, merely half an hour? It seems you haven't satisfied the audience. Dear host, perhaps you should reconsider redeeming Zion Williamson and instead opt for Serge Ibaka. Indeed, redeem Ibaka. The host would benefit greatly from his abilities. Ha ha ha." Frustration washed over George as he realized he was being mocked for a mere half hour. It was unrealistic to expect a group of people who hadn't even had a sip of soup to provide financial support. He swiftly ended the live stream and resumed enjoying the enchanting evening with Olsen. Chapter 71. The grand finale the following morning. George awoke in a hotel room perfumed with the delicate scent of Damascus roses. Slowly opening his eyes, he was taken aback to discover that he was cradling someone in his arms. For years, he had been accustomed to sleeping and waking alone, and this unexpected circumstance left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Elizabeth Olsen remained in slumber, perhaps exhausted from their vigorous activities the previous night and the lengthy journey they had undertaken. Her hair was tousled, resembling a child as she nestled her head against George's shoulder. George could not help but feel as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had never engaged with a goddess as exquisite as Olsen. The thought that Olsen would one day ascend to the heights of Hollywood stardom, becoming the object of desire for men across the globe, filled him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, the sound of Olsen's phone ringing roused the sleeping beauty from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes and catching sight of George, a smile graced her lips. Despite the initial excitement of their first encounter the night before, George's performance had steadily improved, undoubtedly providing the enchanting woman with a night of unforgettable delight. George bestowed a gentle kiss upon Olsen, resembling a courteous morning greeting. Olsen caressed George's cheek with his delicate hand, gradually extending his fingers to the hair behind George's ear, before softly saying, "I must take this call." George nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Olsen donned a light garment and answered the phone. From the conversation, George discerned that Olsen indeed had a female acquaintance in Spartanburg, who inquired why he had not visited her home the previous night. After ending the call, Olsen turned to George and remarked, "My friend insists on meeting me. Would you care to accompany me?" George pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps we could reconvene during mealtime. I have another matter to attend to." "All right, then. I shall go freshen up before meeting my friend." "Just a moment." George descended from his bed barefoot and embraced Olsen from behind. Olsen was already aware of his intentions, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt even more bashful than the previous night. After Olsen departed, George swiftly left the hotel as well, not accompanying her, for he had pressing matters to attend to, specifically the exchange for Zion Williamson and the subsequent assessment. The decision to exchange for Williamson was no longer a matter of hesitation. George had initially intended to find a casual basketball court, but with the city recently blanketed in snow, he was compelled to seek an indoor basketball facility. Before long, George procured a basketball, donned his athletic attire, and entered a gymnasium. Perhaps due to the early hour, there were no other players present, which suited George perfectly, as he preferred to keep his newfound abilities under wraps. As he stood on the court with the basketball in hand, he initiated a live stream. Upon commencing, George addressed his audience with enthusiasm. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have made my decision. I am about to exchange for Zion Williamson." However, the audience's response was not as fervent as George had anticipated. "Whereas Olsen, why is it just the host?" Someone questioned. "She must have left because she wasn't fed well last night." Another chimed in, "Host, perhaps you should reconsider and exchange for Ibaka instead. That should be your priority." George, feeling exasperated, endured their banter with patience, yet his resolve was unwavering. He swiftly navigated to the back end of the live stream and clicked to complete the exchange. "Zion Williamson, The 19-year-old prodigy who had been lauded as even more formidable than LeBron James was now in George's possession. The sheer strength of Zion Williamson. As soon as the exchange was finalized, George gripped the basketball firmly to experience the power of this new star. Goodness, the host is already utilizing Williamson. Are you trying to crush the basketball? Exclaimed a viewer. Your weight now exceeds that of over 50% of the centers in the league. You should take a few steps to test it out. Uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect, George noticed that the physical changes after using Williamson were markedly more pronounced than those he had experienced with Hayes. As George took a few steps while clutching the basketball, he felt as though each stride echoed with a heavy, resounding thud. The floor, in response to this immense weight, seemed on the verge of shattering. Indeed, the description may verge on the exaggerated, for within the confines of the gymnasium, there were no instruments to gauge strength. George was initially unaware of the limits of his own power. However, one could surmise that the data provided by the audience was far from fabricated. One could not possibly doubt the sheer strength and weight of Williamson. What concerns George even more is his vertical leap. With his physique, one might expect him to rival Shaquille O'Neal. Yet can he possess such remarkable explosiveness? A vertical jump of 117 centimeters places him among the elite in NBA history. The record for the highest vertical leap belongs to Wilt Chamberlain at 122 centimeters, followed closely by Darrell Griffith, the dunking prodigy who entered the NBA in 1980. In third place stands the legendary Michael Jordan, boasting a vertical leap of 117 centimeters. Comparisons have been drawn between LeBron James and Zion Williamson. LeBron's vertical leap measures at 111.7 centimeters, and his ability to execute thunderous dunks is nothing short of ferocious. Just imagine, if Williamson possesses a leap that surpasses James and carries a greater weight, then it is truly astonishing. I find it hard to believe. George was filled with excitement, unable to fathom that the child he encountered yesterday would one day evolve into a creature of unimaginable form. Grasping a basketball, he retreated until he halted at the center circle logo. Is the broadcaster preparing to attempt a dunk? Perhaps he will execute a dunk from the free throw line, allowing one to experience the extraordinary talent of Zion. Indeed, George was intent on performing this very maneuver. George took a deep breath, then proceeded to dribble the ball forward slowly before gradually accelerating. As his speed increased, so did the rhythm of his heartbeat. He couldn't help but recall the dream he had, filled with apprehension about whether what he had exchanged for was an unprecedented prodigy or merely a hefty individual burdened by excess weight. With a swift motion, he approached the free throw line and leaped off one leg. He soared into the air. George did not leap from the free throw line and grasp the basketball like Michael Jordan, whose movements exude artistry, a finesse that George cannot emulate. Furthermore, Williamson's dunks are of a different ilk than Jordan's. Should George aspire to replicate Williamson's extraordinary talent, he ought to adopt the LeBron James approach. Indeed, George mirrors James by fully extending his right arm, raising a high, and executing a powerful tomahawk dunk. Bam! George leapt from the free throw line, gliding effortlessly towards the basket, and with a powerful thrust of his right hand, he slammed the basketball through the hoop. Following George's emphatic dunk, the rim trembled violently. My goodness, even a tank can soar. Upon George's landing, he gazed at the swaying basketball hoop, overwhelmed with an exhilarating sense of joy. This was his inaugural experience of flight. This was his first successful dunk from the free throw line. Magnificent. The sensation was simply enchanting. George felt an irresistible urge to shout as he struggled to contain this overwhelming excitement. Which basketball player would not yearn for such extraordinary dunking prowess? Dear host, what do you think? We haven't misled you, have we? Let us not dwell on anything else. If one wishes to showcase their dunking skills, Zion's talent is undeniably unparalleled. It is truly awe-inspiring. The host's dunk from the free throw line possessed an ethereal quality that surpassed even Zion's, attributed to the host's leaner and shorter physique, which contributed to this captivating effect. What a delightful spectacle. The host is more than capable of participating in the dunk contest. Who else is competing in this season's dunk contest? They would be utterly defeated. There's Griffin, McGee, DeRozan, and Ibaka. We shall provide the host with some brilliant ideas to clinch the championship title in the dunk contest, without a doubt. The audience in the live stream is eagerly urging George to utilize Williamson's abilities in the dunk contest. How marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. At this moment, George was not even contemplating the dunk contest. He was still immersed in the brilliance of Williamson's talent. With a physique comparable to that of a center and possessing an exceptional vertical leap, Zion Williamson surpasses LeBron James in both weight and jumping ability. By this comparison, LeBron seems like a mere younger sibling. Ha! Just thinking about it made George burst into laughter. LeBron James, who entered the NBA in 2003, astonished countless individuals, leading many to believe that there would never be another like him. Yet, astonishingly, 16 years later, Zion Williamson has emerged. George has acquired Williamson, who can already be considered one of the most talented players in the NBA. In terms of sheer talent, Williamson may even surpass LeBron James. However, while 240,000 can secure the rookie Williamson, it cannot procure the rookie James, leading George to speculate that this disparity may be attributed to other factors concerning the two players. Even before James entered the NBA, it was said that his basketball IQ exceeded that of 90 of players in the league. James possesses not only physical gifts, but also unparalleled court intelligence and a comprehensive understanding of the game. These attributes, it is likely, are ones that Williamson cannot match. However, for George, there is no sense of regret at all. For George, what he has gained is physical prowess and capability. How to play and utilize these attributes on the court ultimately relies on his own mastery. George, clutching the ball with unbridled joy, approached the center court once more, accelerating with vigor to execute yet another dunk from the free throw line. The broadcaster, utterly enchanted by this exhilarating sensation, couldn't help but laugh. Don't limit yourself to the free throw line. Explore other maneuvers. By the way, broadcaster, try not to dunk solely with your right hand. Zion is accustomed to using his left. Give it a whirl with your left hand. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the broadcaster added, Zion is a left-handed player, and he shoots with his left as well. Surprised by this revelation, George pondered the implications. If Williamson predominantly uses his left hand, then his ability to dunk with it must be formidable. Inspired, George resolved to test this hypothesis. He grasped the ball with both hands, took a few quick steps toward the free throw line, and tossed the basketball against the backboard. In an instant, he surged forward, leaping into the air. The sensation of soaring was exhilarating. For the third time, George harnessed Williamson's remarkable vertical leap, finding it even more splendid than his previous attempts with Olsen. As he ascended, George caught the ball, rebounding off the backboard with his left hand, forcefully slamming it into the hoop. Upon landing, George gazed in disbelief at his left hand, marveling, this left hand is astonishingly powerful. With Zion's influence, the broadcaster had become a versatile dunker, proficient with both hands. However, considering the broadcaster's habitual use of the right hand for shooting, could a transition to shooting with the left hand pose challenges? While dunking is undoubtedly a splendid addition to his repertoire, shooting presents a dilemma for George, who has diligently practiced right-handed shooting and could never abruptly switch to his left. I shall test his shooting prowess, he contemplated. George has already tested Williamson's dunking ability and now wishes to assess his shooting prowess. George felt quite awkward with his left-handed shooting stance. At first, he was uncertain about how to apply force while shooting. However, as he continued to practice, he gradually found his rhythm. George evaluated Williamson's shooting accuracy from various positions, encompassing both 2-point and 3-point attempts. Ultimately, he concluded that the young man's shooting prowess paled in comparison to his own. Should the need for an outside shot arise, he would seamlessly transition into utilizing his own capabilities. Indeed, this is only fitting. The broadcaster's shooting skills are commendable in their own right. When it comes to outside shooting, one need only penetrate the interior, leaving all layups and dunks to Zion. The anticipation of witnessing the broadcaster's return to the NBA court is truly exhilarating. Possessing such extraordinary talent, George yearns for a swift return to the league, yet he must endure this arduous period of suspension. George and Olsen did not linger in Spartanburg, returning to New York on the same day, as George's mother, Taylor, had already arrived in the city, prompting him to hasten his reunion with her, thus parting ways with Olsen. George shared his address with Taylor, who arrived at his residence ahead of him. Upon disembarking from the plane, George hurried back without delay. Taylor, a Caucasian woman with medium-length hair, had once sported long locks in her youth, akin to Aaron. Perhaps influenced by the youthful appearance that shorter hair affords, she had opted for a slight change in hairstyle over the past 2 years. Given that she bore a daughter as beautiful as Aaron, it was evident that Taylor was also a woman of considerable allure. The last time they had met was during the audition event, and George felt a wave of joy at the prospect of seeing her again. As they embraced in that fleeting moment, he realized she was not alone. Standing beside Taylor was a man of similar age. Considering that Taylor and Byron had been divorced for nearly 2 years, It was entirely plausible that she had found a new partner, which was George's immediate thought. "Allow me to introduce you to David Willman," Taylor said as she embraced George and then made the introduction. "Hello." George greeted Willman with a handshake, then suggested, "Shall we head inside?" George opened the door, and the two entered the somewhat cramped abode. The moment they stepped inside, Taylor immediately began tidying up the room. Witnessing this scene, George felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "I apologize for the disarray." Taylor, being George's adoptive mother, was naturally unconcerned by the mess. Willman, appearing to be a person of easygoing nature, surprisingly interjected, "In fact, the arrangement and cleanliness of a room can reflect a person's recent emotional state and character." George was not fond of the phrase, as his house was in disarray, undoubtedly reflecting a less than admirable character. "Mom, is this David Willman your friend?" George no longer beat around the bush, eager to discern whether he and Taylor shared a deeper connection. Taylor, catching on to George's implication, set down his belongings and approached to take a seat, saying, "Oh, I'm a colleague of Dr. Wildman's wife. He specifically flew to New York to join me in visiting you." "Hello, Mike. Here's my business card." Wildman extended a business card to George with both hands. Upon receiving the document, George examined it closely. Before he could respond, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. "A psychiatrist? Host, does your mother believe you are mentally ill? Is that why she brought a doctor? Could it be that your recent, unusual behavior prompted this?" George clutched the business card tightly, his mood shifting to one of profound discomfort. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, "I am uncertain of your intentions. Do you believe I am unwell?" Taylor shifted closer to George and replied, "Joe, do not overthink this." Willman acted out of goodwill. "The very day after your altercation with the Celtic star, he had his wife reach out to me, believing it essential for me to visit you in New York. Sweetheart, your recent condition has genuinely caused me concern." I pondered how the anchor's mother suddenly flew in, only to discover that it was this doctor's persuasion that prompted the visit. The more I observed him, the less he seemed to embody the traits of a good person. George also harbored a strong disdain for this individual, for from the very moment they shook hands, he was met with a peculiar gaze. Initially, George found it difficult to articulate his feelings. But upon discovering the man's identity as a physician, he was able to distinctly define the unsettling expression, one reminiscent of a doctor scrutinizing a patient. "Damn it, I am not insane." George gazed seriously at Willman and said, "I am uncertain about what you discussed with my mother, but I can assure you that your visit was in vain. I have no issues. My emotions and mental state are perfectly normal." "Then how do you account for your recent erratic performances?" "Mike, I am here to assist you. Your ability to manage your emotions is beginning to unravel, and your mental state is alarmingly precarious. It is your mind that is troubled." George, fueled by youthful vigor, abruptly stood up. As an athlete, how could he endure such words? "Joe, please refrain from acting this way." Taylor earnestly sought to calm George's agitation. "He genuinely wishes to help you. After all, your recent performances are indeed not reflective of your usual self. Do you also believe I am unwell?" George directed his gaze at Taylor. To his dismay, she remained silent, offering no response at all. This is dire. The doctor may have already brainwashed the host's mother. The more the host displays agitation, the more convinced the mother will become that he is truly mentally ill. Once the hostess mother is convinced of this fact, any external media coverage could lead to extremely severe consequences. The host aspires to embark on a journey to global stardom. He cannot be burdened by such negative rumors. Goodness, hearing you speak, it seems the current situation is even more perilous than during the brawl. Is there anyone who can assist the host? Red, do not become agitated. At this moment, the more fervently you attempt to explain, the more they will perceive you as unstable. Such efforts will only be counterproductive. You must first calm yourself, acquiesce to their suggestions, and then find a way to lead them to a bookstore. At that point, I shall instruct you on how to proceed. Since his entrance, Willman had been endeavoring to provoke George. Had it not been for the barrage of comments alerting him, George might have exacerbated the situation. Indeed, if they had already formed a preconceived notion that George was mentally ill, his hysterical outburst would only serve to affirm their suspicions. After a few moments, George slowly took his seat, and the tense atmosphere within the cramped room began to dissipate. He then spoke again. "I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst. Perhaps Dr. Willman is correct. This chaotic living environment has influenced my emotions. I would like to inquire, does a tranquil setting contribute more positively to my condition?" George suddenly became quiet and cooperative, much to Dr. Wildman's delight, who nodded repeatedly. Indeed, You must frequently find yourself in a serene and tranquil environment. The team's training facility is not suitable for you. Can you recommend a few places? George gazed sincerely at Wildman. After a moment of contemplation, Wildman replied, New York is a city that never sleeps. However, when it comes to peaceful retreats, there are indeed a few options. You might consider jogging in Central Park after 7 in the evening, or visiting Wave Hill, with a vine-covered pergolas surround a lovely water garden. You can enjoy a glass of wine there, and perhaps read a book on a wooden lawn chair, should that pique your interest. Oh, certainly. George nodded eagerly at the mention of books. I've always had a fondness for reading. My mother is aware of this. It may not be ideal to visit Wave Hill right now, so perhaps we could find a bookstore nearby. The atmosphere there might help me unwind. Wildman, pleased with George's willingness to cooperate with the treatment, nodded in agreement. That sounds like a splendid idea. Noticing George's mood had significantly improved, Tyler also felt a sense of happiness. The three of them promptly left George's residence and headed to a nearby bookstore. It was a quaint little shop, nearly devoid of patrons. I'll go pick out a book. You two can sit by the window and enjoy some refreshments, George suggested to Tyler and Wildman. Tyler smiled and nodded. You're quite thoughtful, my boy. Rest assured, Wildman will have you feeling better in no time. George smiled faintly, uttering no words, and proceeded towards the bookshelf, while the two took their seats by the window. Red Host, you should now seek out A Joyful Funeral in the Dreamin' 12 Stories of Strangers by Gabriel Gark, A.M. Marquez. I have spotted them, right next to 100 Years of Solitude. By the way, why do you encourage the host to read this book? George had not read the book mentioned in the comments. He merely knew that the author had penned the renowned masterpiece 100 Years of Solitude. Holding a moderately sized volume in his hands, he sought out a suitable spot to immerse himself in its pages. Red Streamer, proceed directly to the 5th story. Once you finish, you will grasp my intention. He remarked with a chuckle. Haha, I have swiftly completed it. The technique of red text is indeed quite clever. George, filled with curiosity, opened the table of contents of the book and noted that the title of the 5th story was I Just Came to Make a Phone Call. How peculiar a title it was. George found himself perplexed as to why the red barrage of messages urged him to visit the bookstore and read a novel, believing it would prevent his mother from mistaking him for a lunatic. He immediately turned to the 5th story and began to read it intently. The narrative unfolds around a beautiful woman whose car breaks down on a rainy day. Initially, no one responds to her desperate pleas for help. Eventually, a bus arrives to pick her up, filled with women of various ages, all wrapped in blankets and peacefully asleep. The woman, moved by their serene postures, too succumbs to slumber amid the sound of rain. Upon awakening, she frantically seeks to make a phone call to an unknown destination, only to discover she is trapped in a mental hospital. In a fit of hysteria, she cries out to the women around her, insisting she is merely there to make a phone call, yet no one believes the words of a patient. They swiftly resort to sedatives and other means to subdue her. After enduring immense suffering, she finally seizes the chance to call her husband, convinced he will come to rescue her from this torment. Alas, even he believes she has truly lost her mind. Her desperate cries of, I am not insane, I just can't make a phone call, only serve to deepen his conviction of her affliction. Ultimately, she spends the remainder of her life within the confines of the mental institution. The story was brief, and as George finished reading, he suddenly realized that the novel recommended by the barrage was not intended for him, but rather for his mother. Taylor, being astute, would undoubtedly grasp the underlying message upon reading it. After a moment, George approached Taylor and said, Mom, I just read a very intriguing story. Would you like to take a look? Sure, Taylor replied with a smile as she accepted the book. Whose book is it? Woman inquired cautiously. The author of 100 Years of Solitude, George answered. Willman said, offering no further comment, and stood up, perhaps contemplating that he too should find a book to read. The two continued to sit across from one another at the window, each absorbed in their respective books. However, Willman was astonished to observe that Taylor, while reading, began to shed tears. These novelists were indeed masters of evoking emotion, he thought, shaking his head in bemusement. By the time Taylor finished the story, she was in tears, and without hesitation, she set the book down and walked over to George, who was quietly reading nearby. She enveloped him in a deep embrace, saying, I am so sorry, my child. I should not have doubted you. I nearly put you in harm's way. I cannot bear to imagine the tragedy that would ensue if you were to live in a world misunderstood, like that poor woman. What happened? Willman quickly rose and stepped forward. Taylor wiped away her tears and, with a resolute demeanor, issued a warning to Willman. My son has done nothing wrong. I do not wish to hear any more slander against him from your lips. You may leave now, David. What? Willman was utterly bewildered. He had assumed that securing the reward from Pierce's agent would be a straightforward task. Yet in the blink of an eye, Taylor had read a story. And the situation had transformed so dramatically. It was only after Taylor and George departed that Willman finished reading the story and grasped the underlying reason. He was taken aback. To possess the ability to triumph over Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett, yet also harbor such delicate sentiments. My heavens, this individual is formidable. I should maintain my distance from him in the future. Upon returning home that evening, Taylor prepared fried plantain chips, coconut rice, and yellow mustard meat patties. All traditional Colombian dishes, explaining that it was a gesture of gratitude towards Marquez. The once chaotic home had been tidied up by his mother. As he savored the meal prepared by her, George felt a profound sense of happiness. He captured several photos on his phone, some of Taylor cooking and others showcasing the finished dishes, which he intended to send to Eileen to entice her. If only Eileen and Dad were here too. It's been ages since they enjoyed your cooking. George wished it were not just the two of them at this moment, longing for the entire family to reunite. Over the years, their family had been blissful, and he could not fathom the sudden divorce of his parents. Mom, why did you and Dad get divorced? Observing Taylor's guilt today, George cautiously broached the question he usually dared not ask. Taylor paused for 2 seconds and replied, "Aren't you and your father close? Have you not asked him?" George remarked, upon inquiry, that the reason for your divorce was indeed the marriage itself. How paradoxical. Divorcing because of the institution of marriage. Had there been no marriage, divorce would be unnecessary. Byron's response, in this regard, is not without merit. However, Taylor scoffed at this explanation. George still harbored a fervent hope for the reconciliation of Taylor and Byron, seizing the opportunity to express, "Mom, I heard from Aaron that you specifically called Dad to reprimand him regarding my issue. Truthfully, it was not his fault. The night before my journey from Seattle to New York, he took great care to impart many pieces of advice, emphasizing the importance of harmonious relations with teammates. I simply failed to heed his counsel. He fulfilled all his responsibilities, and I assure you, I am not merely speaking in his defense." Taylor waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I certainly believe he would address this matter with you. After all, he has experienced such pitfalls in the NBA. Moreover, your conflicts were not with your teammates, but rather with your opponents." Taylor inadvertently broached a more sensitive subject, igniting George's curiosity further. "Mom, you mentioned that Dad faced difficulties in the NBA during his time with the Lakers. Whom did he offend?" Byron had always refrained from discussing his exceedingly brief tenure with the Lakers, leaving George profoundly intrigued about the events that transpired within that illustrious team. It was not until the playoffs, during George's confrontation with the Miami trio, that he uncovered the true source of the turmoil, which stemmed from Pat Riley. In those days, under Riley's coaching, George's father faced a tumultuous career as his arrogance and preachiness incited Riley's intense disdain. The two were individuals of completely disparate temperaments. However, Byron gained the trust of many players, including Magic Johnson, and they collectively resisted Riley's harsh coaching methods. Ultimately, Riley expelled Byron from the team, and an injury prematurely concluded his career. Years later, upon learning that Byron's child was entering the draft, Riley, still harboring resentment over past grievances, contacted the Lakers, who had initially shown interest in George. Subsequently, after the Lakers opted not to select him, rumors circulated among other teams regarding George's injuries, resulting in his unfortunate exclusion from the draft. Anger consumed George throughout the series as he battled the Miami trio in a grueling 7-game confrontation. Ultimately, aided by the prowess of Williamson and others, he triumphed over the Miami trio, thwarting their quest for a championship. As his abilities flourished and grew increasingly formidable, he gradually emerged as an invincible all-around player in the NBA. Yet, in truth, he merely viewed himself as a streamer. Introduction: I am a streamer, hosting an audience hailing from various celestial realms. As you may know, I can no longer remain low-key.